Arran Estate, Scotland, 1831.
I'm not marrying a bloody stranger.
Ronan Maclaren, Duke of Dunranach and Maclaren Laird, slammed the sheet of fine vellum onto the desk. He glared at his mother and solicitor gathered in the study at Maclaren.
Father's will said nothing of an arranged marriage.
His eyes shot to Mr. Stevenson, who sat to Lady Dunranach's left, his leather case in his lap. The room was cold, the stone walls and floor absorbing the wintry Highland chill outside, and yet the man's brow beaded with sweat.
At his lordship's express instruction, I was not to mention the additional codicil until 2 years after his death, Stevenson said. At that time, if you hadn't secured a wife on your own, I was to present the rest of the terms and the bridal agreement.
Scowling at him, Ronan clenched his hands into white-knuckled fists.
In which I'm betrothed to a lass I've never met, against my own will.
It had nearly knocked him back on his arse when Stevenson had disclosed the new terms. An alliance between the Duke of Dunranach and the Earl of Kincaid was to be put into effect 2 years after the Duke's death, should Ronan fail to procure a wife for himself. A few years before, the former Duke had nearly succumbed to a wasting illness, but his health had made a miraculous rebound and he had continued to thrive. So when he had not awoken one morning 2 winters ago, the loss had cut the entire Maclaren family off at the knees. However, it seemed the wily Duke of Dunranach had been prepared for his own exit, and had made some alterations to his will since his initial brush with death. Namely, an amendment stating that the heir to Maclaren must wed, which hadn't troubled Ronan. He had to marry at some point, though he was not aware that the marriage amendment had included a sodding ticking clock, a clock that had just wound down and stopped entirely.
"She's not exactly a stranger, dear. Lady Imogen is a lovely woman," Ronan's mother, Lady Dunranach, said. Only a slight tightness at the corner of her lips betrayed her expression of tranquil confidence.
But Ronan didn't care if the woman was the loveliest rose in all of Scotland. According to the Duke's codicil, he now had no choice but to wed the Earl of Kincaid's daughter, or he would forfeit his family's distillery, Maclaren's main livelihood, and the business he'd poured his blood and sweat into for the last 2 decades. Ronan bit back a hiss of frustration. His crafty devil of a father would not have decided upon this scheme alone. Not something this precise. That took a woman's touch. He pinned a hard stare on his mother, who met it with cool reserve.
You had a hand in this. He wouldn't have done it without you.
Lady Dunranach canted her head. Your father amended the will shortly after he began to feel well again. Your reluctance to marry was perfectly clear, as was the reality that he would not be Duke forever. You must understand his reasoning.
As draconian as the previous ultimatum was, I did understand it, he interjected coldly. But this is nothing more than a marriage of convenience.
As are most marriages in the aristocracy, the Duchess replied.
Not mine.
He brought his fist down onto the desk and shook the massive hunk of carved Scots pine. Stevenson startled, the leather case slipping from his lap to the floor. His mother, however, didn't so much as flinch. She kept her chin level, though one eyebrow crept up in a manner that made his ears burn. He was a grown man of 37, and she could still make him feel the sting of her displeasure without a word. "Are you telling me you wish to marry for love?" she asked. Ronan grit his teeth. She was leading him into a trap. He could feel it. He was as far from a romantic sop as anyone he knew. But hell, the idea of wedding a woman he didn't even know or esteem turned his stomach. He flattened his lips. "I understand you're upset, dear, but the Kinleys are a fine family of exceptional pedigree," she said. "Lord Kincaid is an earl, and Lady Imogen is an acceptable match."
"I am capable of choosing my own wife, damn it."
"Then why haven't you?" Her eyebrow lifted infinitesimally at his oath. "This is for your own good, my son." He knew his reputation, stringent and particular to a fault. The hushed whispers that no lady, no matter the alliance benefits, the size of the dowry, or even her own personal endowments, would ever be good enough for Ronan Maclaren. Duke of Dunranach. But the plain truth was he'd hoped to meet a woman who stirred his blood, or at the very least intrigued him. When he took a bride, he'd at least like to feel some spark of affection for her. He couldn't stand still another moment. Ronan turned from the desk and went to one of the tall casement windows overlooking the keep's inner courtyard. He'd been born and bred to be a duke, a role he'd prepared for all his life, and one he took seriously. His clan and his family had always come first. Always. Right now, however, he felt under attack, and by his own kin. The betrayal cut into his chest like a dull and rusty dirk. "You've had plenty of time to choose for yourself," his mother went on, also standing. "I didn't agree with your father when he asked Mr. Stevenson to draw up the betrothal agreement and the codicil surrounding it, because I'd hoped that you would take the first change to his will seriously." "I did." "You've turned away several sound matches," she went on, "and Maclaren cannot have a bachelor duke." "It also cannot lose the distillery," he growled. "And it won't, if you see to your duty as duke and laird." Devil take him, the woman was a battle-axe, resolute and intractable. But she was right, as his father had been when alive. Clan alliances were integral to the strength and growth of a family's holdings and power. His brothers and sisters had all wed for those very ends, and beyond his sister McKenna's first marriage to a brutal laird, something neither Ronan nor any other Maclarens had known about until after the man's death, they had all married out of affection, if not alliance. Ronan felt something tighten inside his chest. He'd thought himself in love once, long ago, but such folly was a double-edged sword. Pleasure on one side, pain and suffering on the other. It had nearly destroyed him, and he hadn't trusted another woman since. He glanced at the Duchess. Perhaps it was his own fault for waiting so long, but no one had ever appealed enough for him to propose marriage. And now a veritable stranger was being foisted upon him. He felt cornered by duty and circumstance, and he did not like it. He raked his fingers through his hair. "Say I sign this contract," he said, refusing to look in his mother's eyes. "What if the lady, what was her name, Imogen or some such, refuses the match?" "Lord Kincaid has already agreed. He did so when your father presented the offer." Ronan bit back his scowl. "So, for clarity, if I refuse to sign the marriage contract, or if I break the signed contract, I forfeit our entire livelihood and the future of our clan." Stevenson glanced to Lady Dunranach, who gave an imperceptible nod that Ronan didn't miss. "Correct." The solicitor cleared his throat. "And if Lady Imogen decides she will not marry you, she too will forfeit something of equal import," he went on, tapping his case. "It's all here in writing." "It seems father thought of everything," Ronan said. "He was thinking only of your future, of Maclaren's future," the Duchess replied. Ronan met his mother's gaze. Again the sick swell of betrayal roiled in his stomach. He felt manipulated, bent to someone else's will. He knew it was only to benefit Maclaren and the ducal line, but he resented it more than he dared put into words. That didn't mean he wouldn't do his duty. He was a Maclaren, and that came before everything. He would not allow the distillery to fall into the hands of some outsider. It galled him beyond measure that either of his parents would see it so, just to see him wedlocked. He'd worked too damn hard for the last 20 years to build the distillery up from a single still in a ruined crofter's cottage to a successful enterprise that employed nearly all of his clan. They depended upon him, trusted him. Him, not some citified fop from Edinburgh who'd never stepped foot on Maclaren lands. "I will not break the contract," he said, a familiar resolve settling within him, one made of grim determination and steel will. Maclaren and its people would be secure, and his honour would remain intact. But as his mother nodded, the barest hint of regret in her expression, Ronan thought of this Lady Imogen, his future bride. The beginnings of an idea spun into existence. His honour would not fall into question, and the distillery would remain in Maclaren hands if she were to cry off from the betrothal. She would pay a steep forfeit for rejecting him, but he'd be free of this marriage of convenience. In fact, he'd just have to make certain of it. Edinburgh, Scotland. Lady Imogen Kinley's eyes fluttered closed, tears pricking the backs of them. Though she'd witnessed it a handful of times, the miracle of birth never ceased to amaze her, humble her. She gazed at the infant wrapped in blue swaddling, and marvelled at his wrinkled, perfect pink face. She cooed at the baby, soothing him with a finger and breathing in his sweet scent. The child's mother lay in the middle of the bed. Mary was little more than a child herself, a scullery maid in a lord's household. She'd been turned out on her ear, no matter that the lord in question had committed the wrongdoing in the first place. Imogen scowled. Men in their world simply did not get punished. She'd opened the doors to Haven, a sizable terrace house in Edinburgh, when she'd come into the first portion of her inheritance on her 25th birthday, and had invested heavily in turning the place into a home for women just like Mary. Women like her beloved governess, Belinda, who'd faced a similar malfeasance from a man. When Belinda had died in childbirth, the shelter house had become Imogen's life's work. Her heart twisted at the thought of what had befallen the young governess, and the scoundrel behind it. Silas Calder, a man they had all trusted, a man she had trusted. Her fingers curled into her palms as she shoved the dark memory away. Silas had fooled them all, and while Imogen had narrowly escaped his clutches, Belinda had not been so fortunate. At least one good thing had come out of it. Haven had saved the lives of dozens of women caught in similar struggles. Over the years, Imogen's education about what men were capable of had taken a sharp turn, and nothing could shock her any more. And while Haven had expanded to offer other services like lodging and basic schooling, most of their efforts, like finding homes for orphans or securing new placements, were still funded primarily by Imogen's own money, which was dwindling. No matter, she would come into the final portion of her dowry in 1 year, on her 30th birthday. They would have to make do and stretch every guinea as far as it would go until then. Imogen savoured the squirming feel of the bundle in her arms and the innocent look on his face. What a gift it was to not have a care in the world beyond satisfying hunger and being warm and comforted. With some reluctance she handed the baby back to Emma, overseer of the shelter, part-time midwife, and her long-time friend. Marriage and motherhood were not in Imogen's plans. This was her place, these women, her family. She would never marry if she could help it. "He's beautiful," she said to his mother. "Thank you, my lady," Mary said again. "I would be on the streets if it were not for you." "Mary," Imogen said with a glance at Emma. She gentled her voice, but it had to be said. "This is the third position we've found for you, and your second birth. You cannot just keep allowing yourself to be seduced by the lord of the manor." The girl had the grace to blush. "I didn't mean to." "At least use some form of protection against conception," Emma interjected, scrubbing her hands after checking the babe and giving him to one of the waiting wet nurses. "Sponges and the like. It's not all on the menu, Ken. 'Tis your body." "Try to get some rest," Imogen said, then turned to Emma with a sigh of utter exhaustion. Emma had been a part of Haven from the start, handling most of the pregnant mothers until they'd had to expand and hire a small staff of nurses and an additional midwife. She'd also helped manage the money and its allocation. They had met at finishing school, and though Emma had a head for numbers, her passion had always been medicine, a passion gained from her physician father, who had indulged her desire to learn. "It gets harder and harder to say no. We don't have enough beds as it is." "Mary is the exception," Emma said gently. "The women you help truly need it. Haven has become a safe harbour for many who have no place to go and no one to turn to." "I want to do more, expand the schooling and extend it to boys as well." Imogen pursed her lips as they walked back to the small office she kept for herself on the first floor. "Change and education start with both genders, and the flash houses in the city have been getting worse.
Children need an opportunity to make a better life for themselves than petty thievery, or worse. She eyed Emma. How much money do we have left? Emma drew a breath. Enough for a while if we're careful, but not to cover additional expenses like those. I will talk to my parents, Imogen sighed. Perhaps they'll consider giving me the rest of my dowry early. It's not like any more marriage proposals are forthcoming. You truly didn't wish to marry? No, and she didn't. A husband was a shackle she did not want or need. I'll talk to my father tonight, she said to Emma, packing up her satchel. My parents know by now I'll never marry. I'm a certifiable, unwanted old maid. You're not old, Emma said staunchly. And if you'd give your suitors half a chance, you wouldn't be unwanted or unwed. It was probably true. Despite her apathy toward marriage, gentlemen with marital offers in hand had come in droves, attracted by her obscene dowry. But Imogen had refused to allow that money to go to some man who would get it simply by offering up his name. Her inheritance was meant for bigger things, more important things, and it was hers, and so she had turned every one of them away by any means necessary. Why would I want to marry? To have a family? Emma returned. I already have one. To fall in love, then? Imogen rolled her eyes. Love is useless. Just ask Mary and the men who profess their undying affection, only to run the other way once the fruits of their pleasure have ripened. You are much too cynical, my friend. Laughing, Emma waved her finger in a circle. Though, one day, when you least expect it, love will find you and knock your head over heels. Imogen gave a mock shudder and slipped through the front door, where her carriage was waiting. God, I hope not. Good night, Emma, dear. Love will find you, Emma sing-songed behind her. Not if I can help it. Imogen was still grinning and shaking her head when she entered the coach and rapped for the driver to depart. Hindley waited without fail at the same time every evening, whereupon he drove her back to her residence, her parents' residence, where she had dinner with them before retiring. Early on she'd made the decision not to live at Haven herself. It was a large home with many bedrooms, but she wanted every last one of them open for whoever needed them. And as much as she loved her work, she did need space to breathe. The Kinley home was spacious enough for her to live comfortably with them. She had her own wing and enough privacy. Why change a good thing? Smoothing her dress, she descended from the carriage and climbed the steps. "Papa, Mamma," she called, divesting her cloak, bonnet, and gloves and handing them to their butler. "Thank you, Burns. Are my parents at home?" "In the study, dearest." Her mother's tense voice floated back before Burns could make his reply. She entered the room, her smile fading at her parents' unusually sombre faces. Was something amiss? Had something happened? "My goodness, what is it?" she asked, lowering herself into the leather chair and peering at her mother, whose face remained pinched. "What has happened? You look upset." Her mother, standing by the hearth, her hands clasped nervously together in front of her skirt, was the first to speak. "No, dear, not upset. Quite the opposite, in fact. The Maclarens are in town. Lady Dunranach is an old friend, and, well, it's about the Duke's engagement, you see. The Maclaren family's solicitor has reached out to let us know that it has been put into effect. We wondered if it ever would be, but honestly I'd assumed, well, he's also a Highlander laird, and I've never heard of any laird choosing not to wed." Imogen attempted to follow her mother's breathy, rambling sentences. Maclaren? The name was well known. They were a wealthy, influential family, and the Duke was rumoured to be a strict, ruthless sort of man. But she could hardly see what their arrival in Edinburgh or his engagement had to do with her, so she relaxed somewhat. "What your mother is trying to say," Imogen's father cut in, though Imogen herself had already closed one ear to her mother's chirping and slipped into her own thoughts about Haven and its dangerously slim funds, "is that a decision must be made. We want only for your happiness, but we must take into account your security as well. You will forever be taken care of so long as I am alive, my dear, but my title and holdings are all entailed.
Once I am gone, you will be dependent upon whichever one of my cousins is still alive to inherit."
Imogen closed her eyes. She didn't want to imagine what would happen after her parents were gone. She couldn't imagine a world without them. Her inheritance, properly managed, would be more than enough for her and Haven. Suddenly, the rest of what her father had said sank in. "Wait, what decision needs to be made?" "Your engagement, dear." Her mother's brows drew together. "Haven't you been listening to a word we've been saying?" She blinked, her lungs shrivelling and her ears beginning to pound like a distant tide. "Pardon, Mamma, did you say my engagement?" "Yes, your betrothal agreement, Imogen, to the Duke of Dunranach, Laird of Maclaren." No, that couldn't possibly be right. Her brain refused to cooperate to form a coherent response, a protest, anything at all. Nothing would come. Her body went cold with fear and dread. The first and last time she'd been engaged had been a disaster. Silas Calder had been one thing on the surface, and something quite different beneath it. Even now her parents didn't know the depth of his deception, and she hoped they would never find out. Silas was out of their lives for good. The last she'd heard from her friend, Shane McClintock, was that he'd been run off to Italy. She hoped she and her family would never lay eyes on the man again. But now, even the thought of marrying another made her feel ill. Her mother finally moved from the hearth toward her. "I know you've been against marriage ever since Silas—" "Do not say that name!" Imogen was on her feet before she knew what she was doing. The blood rushed from her head to her ankles, and she felt dizzy. But the brewing anger stayed firmly in place. "Ever since you broke off the engagement, because you didn't suit," her mother forged ahead. "But, Imogen, your father and I have discussed it at length, and we have a duty to see you protected and secure. I am perfectly capable of taking care of myself. I don't need to be wed to be secure."
"We know you're capable, dear," her father said. "But when the late Duke approached me with his proposal a few years ago, I couldn't see the error in it. The alliance would benefit both of our families, considering his son's own reluctance to wed, and your mother and I would not have to worry about your future if you remained on the solitary path you seemed to favour. After the debacle with Silas, we'd hoped you'd accept one of the other suitors who called on you, but—" He didn't finish, though his chiding tone was enough. Imogen's staunch refusal to court any of the men who'd called on her had been tolerated, but as she'd slipped into her late 20s, she was well aware her parents had become anxious. How could she explain that the thought of marriage to anyone made her physically sick? Then she would have to tell them about Silas, and that she could not do. The devil had hurt enough people. It would kill her father to know what the man he'd trusted like a son had done. Imogen had thought this was all water under the bridge, an independent and happy future in her grasp, only to be faced with this calamity, an arranged marriage. She couldn't fathom the current Duke of Dunranach, given his reputation, would want this any more than she. Imogen grasped at that. Why on earth would the Duke accept such an arrangement? "Because if he doesn't, he stands to lose his family business, a whisky distillery," her father said, standing up from the sofa. For the second time that day, Imogen felt the burn of tears behind her eyes. She felt deceived, misled, by the two people whom she trusted the most. She suddenly felt like a stranger in the room, as if she didn't know the man and woman standing before her at all. "His Grace has agreed," her mother offered, her voice purposefully light and optimistic. "Of course he has," Imogen said, her throat tight with a notion of what sort of man this Maclaren laird was. That Highland boor would probably marry a tree stump if it meant he wouldn't lose his precious whisky stills. Her mother reached for her, and Imogen flinched away, ignoring the hurt on her face. "We just want you to be happy, darling." "I am happy," she said. "I don't need a man for that to be the case." "He's a duke. You'll want for nothing," her father said.
"And if I refuse?" she asked, her jaw firming.
"You cannot refuse, Imogen." The look on his face stopped her cold.
Oh, good Lord, what has he done?
Why? Imogen asked with some trepidation, and a minute later, after her father had explained the terms of forfeiture, she stared in utter disbelief at her parents.
You would give him my inheritance,
she whispered. Her father nodded. Imogen's heartbeat slowed, and she felt light-headed. How could they do this to her? If she lost the remainder of her dowry, she would be destitute and completely at the mercy of whichever male was in line for the earldom. And worse, Haven would suffer, perhaps even close its doors for good. Her parents were leaving her with absolutely no choice. They were backing her into a corner and setting fire to the rest of the room. She could barely breathe from the injustice of it. A whisky distillery, that was all the man would forfeit. Imogen blinked, and the fury ringing in her ears suddenly quieted. She peered at her parents, remembering that the Duke had something to lose as well, according to what her father had said. Dunranach's forfeiture had to be of comparable worth.
Is it a very large distillery?
One of the largest in Scotland, her father replied.
If so, the distillery had to turn a staggering profit. She could do many things with that income. The purchase of a second building, expansion for a school. Imogen grew dizzy thinking how many more women she could help. This could be a windfall, not the calamity she'd initially assumed, so long as the laird broke the marriage contract and not her.
Very well, she said.
You leave me little choice. I'll honor the agreement.
Imogen had spent a decade successfully deterring the affections of men, and when this thick-headed and entirely too desperate Highlander Duke finally cried off, she'd take his reparation payment and put it to excellent use. Haven and her independence would be secure forever. Chapter 2. Once his carriage crossed the city limits into Edinburgh, Ronan felt a change take place inside of him. He knew the city well, having travelled there numerous times every year, and had done so all his life. Though his heart belonged in the Highlands, he still enjoyed the break Edinburgh offered, especially these last 2 years. Life as Duke and Laird had not been difficult to adjust to. He'd been primed for the role and the duties it required for a long time. However, he still felt constricted, his every move watched, every word obeyed. He was the centre of Maclaren, all else revolving and working intricately around him, and Edinburgh, well, it had allowed him to breathe. He took especially unrestricted breaths at the 2 gentlemen's clubs that he and his brothers belonged to, the New Club, when he wanted to conduct business, and the Golden Antler, when he wanted to loosen his starched cravat a bit. On the whole, Ronan enjoyed his trips to Edinburgh. Never did he imagine he'd dread one. Namely, this dinner with the Earl of Kincaid, where he would meet his intended bride. The idea of marriage made him break into a cold sweat. It had ever since his first love, Grace Donaldson, the only girl he'd ever wanted, had crushed his hopes when she'd eloped with another. And now he found himself in this predicament, forced wedlock to a spinster. Ronan recalled what Stevenson had been able to uncover about Lady Imogen Kinley. At 29 she was a spinster by choice, even though she was dowered with an obscene fortune. She had been engaged once to a man called Silas Calder, steward to the expansive holdings of the Kincaid earldom. However, the engagement had been broken, and the man had cried off for unknown reasons. Following that, she'd apparently refused nearly 24 proposals. As far as the solicitor had discovered, she spent her days entertaining callers in her city manse, gifted to her by her indulgent father, and working with various charities whenever the fancy struck her. Clearly, she was a spoiled, vain heiress with nothing but time and money on her hands. He swallowed his disgust. Getting her to cry off should be an easy feat. When the carriage pulled up to a beautifully appointed residence in Charlotte Square of Newtown, a few streets over from his own residence, Ronan hopped out and straightened his formal dinner clothing. The snowy white cravat choked him, almost like a premonition of what was to come. He was glad he'd chosen to come separately from his mother, who had also been invited by the Kincaids.
It gave him the means to leave separately later, should the need arise, and he fully expected it to. He climbed the steps and was announced by the butler. "His Grace, the Duke of Dunranach." Instantly the voices in the nearby salon dropped as a handsome, smartly dressed older man accompanied by a slender blonde woman walked forward. "Welcome, Your Grace," the Earl said. "Thank you," Ronan said. Kincaid's wife smiled up at him. "What a pleasure it is that you are here at last." Lady Kincaid had been childhood neighbours with his own mother in England, and her clipped accent reminded him of Lady Dunranach's. Kincaid, however, had a soft Scottish drawl, though it was nothing like Ronan's own thicker burr. His eyes scanned behind them for the woman he was here to meet. Kincaid turned, as if sensing his curiosity, and looked over his shoulder. "Ah, yes, Imogen, there you are. Come, my dear." A petite woman emerged from the salon, wearing a pastel-pink gown that was better suited to a debutante making her come-out. What seasoned woman wore bloody pink? Ronan felt his breath catch when a pair of leaf-green, almost feral eyes met his. The fierce challenge in them wasn't hidden, and the boldness of her perusal hit him like a punch to the gut. Other details, like the sable colour of her hair and the sharp angle of a dimpled chin, registered, but he could not look past the glittering, appraising stare. God, but she was tiny, barely coming up to his chest. Those eyes of her, however, could slay dragons. Or him. If he wasn't careful, he had a ridiculous urge to draw his claymore and prepare for battle. Her eyes narrowed, and he could almost sense the wheels of her mind turning, when an exuberant smile broke over her face. "Your Grace," she squealed in a voice that could break glass. "I am so pleased you could come." Ronan almost backed away right through the door, down the stairs, and into his carriage, if it was still there. Good God, that voice made his teeth ache and his bollocks shrivel up in painful tandem. Shocked into immobility for a handful of seconds, he blinked as a twitch crossed the full pink bow of her lips. "Focus, you dunderhead." He bowed and reached for her gloved hand, assessing the challenge. It wouldn't take much to have someone like her fleeing. Playing the part of a vulgar, oversexed Lothario should do the trick nicely, and something about her grating voice and pink dress allowed him not to feel an ounce of shame or guilt over what he was about to do. Squashing his grin, he pressed his lips, open-mouthed, to her knuckles, letting his teeth close over a small pleat of fabric and skin. As she gasped and tore her hand away, his eyes lifted to hers. "Oh!" she breathed. Twin flags of hot colour lit her cheeks. "A pleasure to meet you, my future Duchess," Ronan said, thickening his brogue and watching those green eyes widen. With shock? Horror? He glued his lips together to keep from grinning. "Let the games begin." As her parents stepped away to greet other arriving guests, he let his gaze sweep appraisingly over her body, all the way down to the tips of her beaded slippers and back up, pausing at her hips and making a low sound of approval in his throat at her nipped-in waist. He stopped at the pink-clad mounds of her breasts as he licked his lips as though presented with a great feast. Christ, it was foul what he was doing. His mother would be disgusted, and his sisters, well, Sorachar would not hesitate to pummel him to a bloody pulp. Such vile behaviour went against every grain in his body, but it was the only way to get his future bride to back out. It was the only way to win. Lady Imogen's gasp was audible, as was the blush saturating her throat and into her décolletage. "You're a pig!" she blurted in a furious, scandalized whisper. He forced himself to wink. "Oink, oink! And to think, I'm to be all yours, Lennon." "Not if I have anything to say about it." She pinned her lips shut, and Ronan couldn't help remarking that her voice wasn't quite as shrill as it had been earlier. Curious and intriguing. "And don't call me that," she snapped. "I'm not your darling in Gaelic or any other language." He rolled his shoulders and arched a lazy eyebrow. "What makes you think you have a say in anything at all? I like my women silent and biddable." The flash of temper in her eyes goaded him to push further. "In fact," he added, leaning closer to her ear. "The only sounds I want to hear are moans, and my wee wife telling me what's for dinner, after she's taken all I can give her." Lady Imogen's mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water, and Ronan smirked, nodding. "Aye, lass, like that, but a tad breathier." He swore he could hear her teeth grinding as she turned on her heel, about to stalk away, but she had not taken one step before he gave her a light swat on her rump. She whirled around, eyes snapping with outrage, and for a moment Ronan thought she might slap him then and there. It was nothing he wouldn't deserve. Hell, he could hardly believe he'd touched her so familiarly. But to his shock, she collected herself and smiled a controlled, polite, dainty smile, and curtsied, bloody curtsied, as though he was the King of England. "Of course you would, your Grace." Her voice had spiralled back up to its former octaves. Ronan winced and then narrowed his eyes. "Of course I would what?" he asked, before he could stop himself. "You'd want to have dinner," she said with a vacant look, those plump lips forming into a bow. "Most men do. Sadly, I'm a kitchen's worst enemy. I cannot cook, not even an egg. The last time I attempted it, I burnt the yolk, something cook told me should be completely impossible to do, but I do know some delicious recipes I can get cook to make, if it pleases you, that is." Sighing, she batted her eyes. "I once saw cook make a blancmange, and it was just so jiggly I couldn't countenance even putting a spoonful of it in my mouth." She suppressed a shudder and giggled, her eyelashes fluttering like trees in a strong gale. "And then, to make things even worse, I couldn't eat jelly for a whole week. Do you like blancmange, your Grace?" He blinked, surprised that she'd stopped to draw breath, and answered before he could think twice about it. No, I didn't eat sweets." Her smile widened to frightening proportions. "Oh, how sad! I love sweets. I love pudding. I could eat tea cakes and shortbread and pudding all day long. You know cook has the best recipe for lemon shortbread. Do you like shortbread? Don't worry, it isn't very sweet at all." Ronan's ears ached as Lady Imogen stared at him, her green eyes wide and expectant. "I didn't like lemon," he replied, even though he did in fact love lemon. "Oh, I'm certain I could tempt you with it." She took hold of his arm. "Come, perhaps we can pop into the kitchens before dinner, and I can introduce—" Ronan backed away without realizing it. "Your Grace?" she asked, with an innocent look over her shoulder. "Another time," he bit out. "Excuse me." Back in the empty foyer, Ronan passed a hand over his sweating forehead. Good God! If she said one more word, he was going to drown himself in the first vat of whisky he could find, even if it wasn't a Maclaren batch, gladly. Christ, clearly she was too much of a nitwit to be offended. He'd fondled her ass in polite society, insulted her completely, and apart from that first unguarded reaction, she hadn't run crying to Lord and Lady Kincaid, which was exactly what he'd intended. No, she'd waxed on about jiggly blancmange and sodding pudding recipes. Then again, he hadn't missed that first spark of defiance, of disgust. It was almost as if she'd wanted to crush his foot with her heel and smack him across the face. What had stopped her? Had her parents bred her to overlook such behaviour? Or had her mind simply been sidetracked by the thought of food? The woman's erratic moods made his bloody head spin. With some desperation, Ronan reached for the flask in his coat pocket and took a deep draught. Now more than ever, he knew what a disastrous match they would make. He'd slit his own throat within a week of being married. Less, maybe. Bloody blancmange. He would have to renew his efforts to make her cry off, no matter what it took. In the privacy of the retiring room, Imogen wanted to break something, preferably a large crystal bowl over a certain Highlander's thick head. God, but he was dreadful. Never had she been so offended in all her life. Her bottom still burned beneath her many layers of clothing where he'd touched her so boldly, so crassly. The ungracious oaf had bitten her, too. She flushed, clenching her fist. The heat from his mouth had seared her, and when she'd felt the scrape of his teeth, it had been all she could do not to combust. And his filthy words? Good Lord!
The only sounds I want to hear are moans, and my wee wife telling me what's for dinner, after she's taken all I can give her." Her cheeks went hot, and she caught her breath, fanning herself with renewed vigour. Imogen couldn't remember the last time her body had responded in such a visceral way to anyone, much less an uncivilized, cloddish excuse for a man. She couldn't explain the simmering of her blood in her veins, the sudden inability to catch her breath, the weakness of her limbs. She was angry, that was all, positively livid. What on earth had her parents been thinking? Imogen splashed her hot face and patted it with a soft cloth. Despite his conduct, the Duke of Dunranach wasn't an eyesore. Apart from his enormous size, his face hadn't been unpleasant. No, to many women he might be considered handsome, ruggedly so. He had a strong nose that looked like it might have been broken a time or two, an uncompromising jawline, and sharp aristocratic cheekbones. His hair was thick and dark, and his eyes were the bluish-grey mercurial colour of a loch caught in a storm. In the space of a handful of minutes, she'd seen those striated irises shimmer from translucent blue to darkened grey. If she didn't loathe him to distraction, she might have found them beautiful. Her man of business, Mr. Jobson, Emma's cousin, had been thorough in his assessment, and while she'd been daunted by what she'd found out about the Duke, she wasn't deterred. He was a man, after all, and a man who valued industry and intelligence, two things she would pretend not to be. That was the easy part. The hard part, as she'd just discovered, would be not responding to his odious, vulgar behaviour. The Duke had practically salivated over her bosom, licking his lips as though she were a meal. She went hot again at the memory of that ravenous look. What would it feel like to be consumed by a man like him? Good Lord! 10 minutes with the man and she was turning into a Philistine. Imogen shook her head and calmed her unruly thoughts. Once she regained her composure, she would have to go back out there and put on the show of a lifetime. Flirt and act the dimwit, ignore his crude insinuations, gauge the man's weaknesses and load them into her arsenal. There was no rush, no need to panic. Dissuasion, like seduction, was an art. It had to be done with care. She took one last bracing breath and left the retiring room. It wasn't hard to locate her ogre of a fiancé, but she avoided where he stood in conversation with a few people. He kissed the cheek of an elegant-looking older woman in greeting, a half-smile crossing that hard face of his. His mother, she presumed. Her father glanced over at her as they turned out of the salon, but Imogen looked away. She couldn't even make eye contact with him without feeling ill. He would see her married off to such an objectionable man. Suddenly, she felt an unwelcome heat against her back as though she'd summoned the cad, and before she could prepare herself, a heavy palm landed on her hip. "There you are, my mouth-watering confection of a bride." Ronan Maclaren's broad hand practically burned through the layers of silk. "I do hope we're seated next to each other at dinner, my wee pudding lover," he whispered, taking fast, long strides down the corridor, forcing her to keep in step. Imogen nearly tripped, but the Highlander's arm gripped her tighter, pulling her more firmly against his side. She let out a breathless oomph at the tight squeeze, but resisted the urge to claw at his hand and extricate herself. It was inevitable that they would be seated together, but she would play the part and try not to stab her foul-mouthed betrothed in his solid, muscular, raven-clad thigh with a salad fork. With a determined breath, she pulled herself into character and forced a giggle. "Oh, I don't think I can say it. I'm just so excited for the music after dinner. Do you like music, Your Grace?" He looked like he would prefer the cadence of gunshots and battle cries to anything from a civilized instrument. Before he could answer, she went on. "Because I love music, especially a waltz, a Schubert waltz to be precise, though I'm not very good with the foot placements, so if you don't mind, I'll just stand on your toes." Lord Dunranach paused as they came to their seats, as Imogen had dreaded, placed side by side, though thankfully at the other end of the table from her parents, and replied, loud enough for their nearest dinner companions to hear, "Lass, you can stand on my toes any time." He leaned in as they sat, his tone lowering just for her ears. There's nothing like a waltz to let a man feel his way around a woman. Gives him a taste of what's to come.
Scandalized beyond belief, Imogen spent an extra moment flattening the napkin over her lap, while the zinging urge to wallop him right in his square jaw bubbled up her throat. The low-bred, foul-tongued knave. She took a breath, shook off the outraged heat billowing within her, and blinked owlishly up at him. "I do love waltzing." She punctuated the statement with another high-pitched giggle, and felt the side of the Duke's large body flinch against hers. "Isn't it curious how some words, Your Grace, when you say them over and over, don't even sound like words anymore? Waltz, for instance. Say it." He finished pulling in his chair and frowned at her. "Say what?" "Waltz." "Waltz?" Imogen bounced in the seat of her chair. "Yes, that's it. Waltz. Say it again. Waltz, 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 waltz," she sang, bobbing her head side to side. She tamped down the urge to laugh when Lord Dunranach's flinty eyes went sharp with alarm. "Waltz, waltz, waltz, waltz," she finished, chirping out a contented laugh. "See? It doesn't even sound like a word anymore, does it?" He stared at her, the muscles along his hard jaw rippling, though he made no attempt to speak. She bit back a satisfied grin, her cheeks aching. "Do not laugh, Imogen."
"I suppose it doesn't,"
he muttered eventually, and when he didn't tack on a ribald comment, she sat back in her chair victorious. Victory, though sweet, was woefully short. Her parents sent her sharp looks from their seats, surely having witnessed her mortifying display. But she knew they would never reproach her in public. And though the Duke did not so much as turn his head toward her during the soup course, he set about sucking from his spoon like some untamed wild man. At every awful slurp, Imogen shuddered and eyes around the table shifted, startled, toward him. Even Lady Dunranach's cheeks were pink when the meat course was brought in on platters by the footman. Imogen had a flicker of inspiration. One platter was set before the Duke, and adhering to etiquette, something she was astonished to see, he slid one finely sliced round of beef from the platter and moved to place it upon her plate. Imogen shot out her hand, her voice a fierce whisper. "No, thank you. I cannot eat that." He held it on the serving fork over her plate. "Why ever not?" She had always been very good at drawing up tears whenever necessary. They beaded up in the corner of her eyes as she gazed at the Duke, and then at the fork he held. "That poor, poor cow. I simply can't imagine putting anything in my mouth that was once a living, breathing animal, with those big eyes, and that sad, mournful mrrr." Imogen shook her head and touched the napkin to the tip of her nose. It helped mask the tremor of a smile threatening to break over her lips. "You're worried about the cow?" he asked, sounding as incredulous as she'd hoped he would. "Of course, aren't you, Your Grace? I can barely stand to look at her," she said, waving away the forkful of tender red meat. She pursed her lips, her chin wobbling. "I do so look forward to when I am in command of my own dinner table. There will be no meat." He scowled and placed the beef onto his plate instead. "And what do you plan to serve, if not meat?" "Root vegetables, of course, and broths. Oh, and bread. I love bread. Pudding, too, but you already know that, don't you?" Imogen poked him in the side, expecting to feel her finger sink into his flesh. However, it was like poking a granite wall. He peered at her, and though her finger throbbed, she felt a surge of delight as the Highlander stuffed his mouth and chewed, purposefully ignoring her. She counted it as a win. "I agree with Lady Kincaid, don't you, Dunranach?" the Duchess asked, her voice reaching through Imogen's thoughts, and by the look of surprise also her son's. They had been so caught up in their own intrigues that neither of them had taken in the other conversations going on around the table. The Duke lowered his fork. "Agree with what?" "Lady Kincaid and I agree that there should be an engagement ball," she answered. "I will host it at our home here in Edinburgh." Ice sliced through Imogen's veins, numbing her. Things could not get that far. Though her ploy seemed to be working, whenever Dunranach peered at her as if she had two heads, there was a glimmer of battle in those eyes of his. That gleam worried her, It hinted that he was much more resistant to her methods than she would have preferred. Then again, he stood to lose a lucrative family business. She would have to work harder.
"Oh, yes, I want the most beautiful dress for our engagement ball,"
she squealed with as much enthusiasm as possible, ignoring the fine brackets of scepticism that formed between her mother's brows. Lady Dunranach, however, brightened visibly.
"Well, of course you do, my dear. Everything will be beautiful, and I'm more than happy to help in the planning."
Beside her, Imogen heard the Duke take a deep breath, and with a quick look caught the tail end of a grimace.
"Everything must be pink,"
Imogen gushed. "Pink?" Lady Dunranach repeated, alarmed.
"With embroidered rosebuds," she went on. "The linens, the drapes, my dress, all of it. I do so adore rosebuds."
Imogen drew a dramatic breath.
"I think a future duchess deserves to be swaddled in them from her head to her toes."
Her intended let out a snort, his words garbled with an indiscreet cough. It sounded like he'd muttered, more like smothered. Imogen bit back a tickle of laughter. She eyed him with dreamy delight.
"Perhaps you can have a waistcoat with matching embroidery. Yes, that would be splendid, don't you think?"
She poked him again for good measure.
"Perhaps even identical wreaths of pink rosebuds. You would look adorable."
Dunranach froze, a strangled noise emerging from his throat. Everyone went silent as the Duke abruptly stood and left the table. The Duchess gaped at her son's departing back, an appalled look on her face. Squashing her triumph, Imogen made it through the rest of dinner while her betrothed left it to his mother to make excuses for his rude departure. It appeared the good Duke decided not to return. Victory! Before the music was to begin, Imogen went up to her bedchamber, desperate to loosen some of the fasteners on the hideous dress. It had served its purpose, but the thing felt like an oven. She was overheated from all the fabric.
"How are you faring, my lady?"
her long-time lady's maid Hilda asked. Imogen grinned, fanning herself near the open window. The bracing air felt glorious on her cheeks tonight. They had been far too warm most of the evening. Darling Hilda had been a part of her schemes for years, and Imogen had more than compensated the maid for her loyal and faithful service, over and beyond what her father paid her. She breathed in the night air, drawing a deep breath, happy to have her voice back at its normal, low-registered cadence.
"Oh, Hilda, it's gone brilliantly. Perfect. And the Duke? Running as fast as his heels can take him, if I have to guess. Dear God, Hilda, you should have seen the look of abject terror on his face at the thought of being adorned in rosebuds for the wedding. Honestly, I pity the woman who has to marry the ham-handed oaf."
She spun, staring out at the stars twinkling in the sky, and then peered back at Hilda.
"But I only have a minute before I'm expected back downstairs. So enough about that awful man. Any news of my sweet babe? How is he faring?"
"Good," the maid said, having run an errand to Haven that afternoon. Hilda enjoyed volunteering at the home whenever she could.
"The bairn has a calm disposition, and is ever so sweet. You've done well."
Imogen took a last lungful of cold air to settle her flushed cheeks, and nodded to her maid. As she descended the staircase after setting her gown to rights, her thoughts returned to the Highlander and his abrupt flight from dinner. She savoured the sweet taste of triumph. It wouldn't be long now, and Maclaren Distillery would be hers. Chapter 3. Ronan remained outside the Kincaids' townhouse, a forgotten cheroot in hand, several minutes after the maid had closed the shutters above his head. He wasn't much of a smoker, but by God, the aggravating lass had driven him to it. Though now his mind raced and his blood rushed in a hot frenzy. What the devil had he just overheard? Where had Lady Imogen's glass-breaking pitch gone? The one that had made him want to protect every last piece of china in the dining room. At first he hadn't even recognized the low, husky voice coming from the open window. But when he'd heard words like fiancé and wedding and ham-handed oaf, its owner had been clear. That clever little charlatan, the shrill tone that made eardrums bleed and teeth grind wasn't her true voice at all, and the hogwash that had poured from her lips. Ronan had abandoned dinner before the third course could be delivered, dismaying not only his mother but their hosts and the rest of the guests. He hadn't cared. He'd been desperate to leave. But as his driver had pulled up to Dunranach House, Ronan let out a string of curses and ordered a return to Lord Kincaid's home. He'd embarrassed himself and his mother tonight with his coarse behaviour in order to strong-arm Lady Imogen into refusing his suit, and yet somehow he'd been the one to break decorum and bolt. But he could not end the contract. The idea made him sweat. He couldn't imagine losing Maclaren Distillery. It was the very heartbeat of his clan, and yet he'd been unable to endure another second with the absurd chit. When she had insisted he wear a kit of matching rosebud everything to the engagement ball, even his wedding-obsessed mother had looked green at the gills. The nerve to call him adorable. A dark chuckle broke from him. His dandy of a brother-in-law, the Marquis of Rivalry, would relish the irony of his future bride's execrable taste. Lady Imogen Kinley was, without a doubt, the worst imbecile he had ever met. At least, that was what he'd believed, until 5 minutes ago. As he'd walked toward the front door a second time that evening, determined to get his wits back in the game, the pair of voices had sounded from an open window above the front salon, one of which was undeniably amused, laughter drenching her every word, about him. Ham-handed oaf, was he? Good. Ronan grinned, until he realized Lady Imogen herself seemed to be celebrating her own victory. But it wasn't until the mention of the baby that Ronan's ears pricked with predatory focus. "Any news of my sweet babe? How is he faring?" He all but quit breathing then. A bairn? Her own? Hell, did Lady Imogen have an illegitimate child somewhere, sired by a secret lover? If that were the case, the betrothal would dissolve easily enough. After snuffing out his cheroot, Ronan turned on his heel and retreated to his carriage, a new plan forming. He'd made a mess of the evening, but he would employ every resource at his fingertips to determine what the woman was hiding. If there was a child, a lover, he could use the discovery of them to convince Lady Imogen to walk away from the betrothal. Her secret would remain intact. He had no interest in ruining the woman's life, and he would be free to return to the Highlands. Later, after his mother returned to their residence, it took nearly an hour to placate her with apologies and excuses as to why he'd needed to dash off from the dinner. She didn't quite believe that he'd had a reaction to the soup course, but she let it go. Perhaps because her own head was aching from Lady Imogen's operatic tones, and a barrage of utterly deranged suggestions for the engagement ball. "It will be in 2 weeks," Lady Dunranach said, as she finally gave up her anger and rose from a chair in the study. "Very well," Ronan replied, feeling smug. It would not come to pass. Lady Imogen would not last another few days. His mother paused on her way to the door and peered at him. "You're trying to push her away," she observed. "The way you acted tonight. It is not you. You owe the Kincaids an apology for leaving as you did." He lifted a shoulder, already well into his third whisky, and feeling the warm swell of it in his limbs. "Coercion brings out the worst in me, it seems. I'll not apologize for it." She took a long breath, redolent with disappointment. "You could look at this marriage as an opportunity." "Oh, I do. I am." An opportunity to get the last to run shrieking in the other direction. But his mother did not need to know that. The following morning, a newly determined Ronan went to the Golden Antler. The place would be vacant, but the man he wanted to speak to lived at the club. Shane McClintock had brought the Golden Antler up from a hole-in-the-wall tavern to one of the finest gaming hells in Scotland. It was a gentleman's club, yes, but it was also rough and tumble enough to see at least one brawl an evening. McClintock knew how to give men of good name and wealth a place to settle back and breathe easy, but he also knew Edinburgh and its people, those of all classes, down to their roots. If there was gossip to be had about Lady Imogen Kinley, McClintock would deliver. The club was along Fountain Bridge, the entrance an unassuming glossy black door beneath a shingle that portrayed the golden outline of a leaping stag. Ronan brought his hand down upon the wood. When the door opened to reveal McClintock's burliest floorman squinting at him, Ronan clapped him on the shoulder. "I'm sorry to rouse you, Alfie," he said, stepping inside the foyer. "Is McClintock awake?" "In his office, your grace," he said, yanking hard on a bell pull. "I've rung you in." The big man then retook his porter's chair, where he'd been sleeping, crossed his arms, and shut his eyes again. Ronan took the darkened corridors and a stairwell to the office he and his brothers had congregated in a number of times. McClintock was friendly once you got to know him, though he only warmed to certain members. Ronan knocked on the door before opening it. McClintock sat behind his desk, his head wreathed in cheroot smoke, the drapes drawn to block out the rising sun. "Dunranach, I should have kenned. You're the only duke I've met who doesn't sleep until noon." Ronan heard the unmistakable sound of a pistol sliding back into a holster, and closed the door behind him. McClintock had enemies, to be sure, and Alfie could have very well been signalling a foe's approach. "And when do you manage to sleep?" McClintock laughed, but he didn't attempt to answer. His insomnia was common knowledge, and many joked that it was because he didn't trust anyone not to slit his throat if he closed his eyes. "What brings you here, your grace?" "I've given you leave to call me Ronan," he said, taking the leather club chair across from McClintock. "Well, I haven't given you leave to call me Shane, so—" He shrugged. "We should be on common ground." McClintock, probably well into his 5th decade, hadn't come this far in life without laying down rules and adhering to them. Business it was, then. "I'm in Edinburgh to meet my betrothed." McClintock sat up a little straighter, his interest piqued. "I dinna believe it. You've finally found a lass you deem worthy." Ronan refrained from scowling. "Not exactly. What do you ken of Lady Imogen Kinley?" McClintock cocked his head, his sarcastic grin frozen into place. "She's your intended?" Ronan watched the man closely. "Aye." A moment passed as McClintock sucked on his cheroot. His eyes, a pair of near-black traps, assessed Ronan with lethal intensity. "What do you want to ken that you canna ask her yourself?" For the first time Ronan hesitated. There was something behind McClintock's reaction. Ronan couldn't put his finger on it. Interest? Surprise? Or perhaps he saw an opportunity to capitalize on society gossip. Whatever it was, it put Ronan instantly on edge. "She's nearly 30, but still unwed, even though she has a large dowry, and she isn't plain," Ronan said. In fact, she was beautiful. If his ears had been lopped off at some point in his life, and he'd met Lady Imogen as a deaf man, he might have been entranced by her alluring face and trim figure. "You want to ken what's wrong with her?" McClintock presumed. Ronan sat still, resisting the urge to smooth over the question. "Yes." "Not a thing. If she's agreed to wed you, then you're a lucky man." McClintock stood from his chair, into the cloud of smoke from his cheroot. "She's a good lass who does good things her kind would rather turn a blind eye to." Ronan frowned, intrigued and not a little bit surprised at the spike of anger in McClintock's tone. "What things?" He stubbed out the cheroot. "She helps girls who need it, ladies who've found themselves in bad places thanks to bad men." Ronan sat forward in the club chair. "Helps them how?" "A charity house. She funds it, runs it, and if the toughs dinna like it, she pays them no heed." Lady Imogen, the frivolous, mindless woman he'd met the evening before, funded and ran a charity house? Stevenson had mentioned that she volunteered, not that she spearheaded the thing. Ronan sat back in his chair to mull it over. The bairn she'd been speaking of to her maid the night before was perhaps not her own then, but belonged to one of the women she had helped. If so, then that changed things, and he was back to where he'd started. "And is she public in this endeavour?" Ronan asked, curiosity getting the better of him. "Should she not be?" McClintock retorted. "If she hid behind her status, she wouldn't help as many girls as she does." The smoky room, draped in shadows, pressed in on them, accentuating the man's spark of temper. Ronan wondered at it. Clearly McClintock admired Lady Imogen's effort. To be honest, Ronan felt a surprising amount of awe as well, not to mention another layer of confusion. The woman he'd dined next to the evening before didn't seem competent enough to lead a quadrille, let alone a charity house. Ronan stood. "Thank you. Have I soured your enthusiasm, Your Grace?" The man almost looked hopeful. Ronan held his stare, unyielding. McClintock was not a man one wanted as enemy, but the Duke of Dunranach did not back down in anything. "You've only stoked my interest," he replied. "It seems you have much to learn about your betrothed." It was a challenge, a barb that revealed to Ronan that McClintock wasn't pleased with the news about his betrothal to Lady Imogen. The man was far too old for her romantically, and well below her social status. So what was the reason? His abrasive manner seemed almost protective. "Indeed I do," Ronan said, and took his leave. He saw himself out of the Golden Antler, thoughts of his puzzling betrothed spinning through his mind as he returned to Dunranach House. He had some Maclaren business to tend to with Stevenson before he had to see the lady again, and perhaps by then he would have a sound strategy in place. And by later that evening he did. The ball at his sister Sorcha's Edinburgh home would be their first public outing together, and though their official engagement had yet to be announced, the rumour mill would be churning. If McClintock was right, and he likely was, then Lady Imogen didn't give a fig for what society thought. But a person could only be pushed so far. She'd already suffered being whispered about. What he needed to do was cause a roar, one she could not ignore. And so he'd dressed for the occasion. He arrived at the Kincaids' residence, and when the front door opened, Ronan saw their butler's eyes slip down, then back up. He stepped aside without reaction. "Your Grace," he welcomed, "if you will be so kind as to wait in the salon." "Your Grace!" The high-pitched shriek slammed into his ears and clawed into his spine. "Thank heavens you're finally here." Ronan took a bracing breath and turned to meet Lady Imogen, who was coming down the stairwell into the foyer. His heart crashed to a stop at the gaudy mass of orange tulle and chiffon bouncing down the steps toward him. It made last evening's pink dress seem tasteful in comparison. Bright as the hanging fruit as he'd seen on trees in Spain, Lady Imogen's dress was enough to set his teeth on edge. The sleeves seemed to be inflated with air as she descended, the ruffles and pleats on the skirts so wide and billowing she was forced to slow her pace and feel for each step with her feet, which were completely hidden by a fringed hem of orange roses. And as if the already hellish ensemble didn't need more adornment, several plumes of dyed, salmon-coloured feathers rose out of her coiffure. But when her eyes finally took in what he was wearing, her lips parted on a soft puff of disbelief, her feet stumbling on the last 2 steps. Ronan moved forward to catch her, the chiffon and tulle like catching a slippery lamb in his hands. She clutched hold of his shoulders while he reached for her, one of his hands landing quite accidentally on the rise of one rounded buttock. Instinct shouted to release her, but as her green eyes flared, Ronan recalled his mission. I can make women weak-kneed, lass," he drawled, his palm closing in an appreciative squeeze over her curves. Good God, she was so well-formed that his mouth went dry. "But do try to restrain yourself, especially around the servants." She slapped him away. "I tripped you out. I'm not weak in the knees. Now get your hands off me." A heel gouged the toes on his right foot as she struggled for freedom. Not entirely accidental, he guessed, as Ronan released her and stepped back. His palm was on fire where he'd gripped her through the frothy gown. For a split second, he wondered what other tantalizing secrets lay underneath that monstrosity. She blinked rapidly as she accepted her cloak from the butler, her green eyes once more taking him in with horrified disbelief. "Your Grace, what a rather traditional choice of dress." Ronan looked down at his great kilt, 9 yards of Maclaren tartan wrapped around his waist and thrown over his shoulder, a long-sleeved linen shirt underneath. He'd considered leaving off the kilt hose in order to shock Lady Imogen even more, but at the last moment decided he couldn't embarrass Sorcha in her own home. It was awful enough he'd be arriving in an ancient kilt better suited to a Highland hunt during his grandfather's time. "Aye, I like room to breathe, if you ken what I mean, lass," he said, employing a suggestive waggle of his brow. Lady Imogen blinked again, her lips pressed flat together. "Yes, I'm told breathing is rather essential." Ronan's lips quirked. Was that a hint of sarcasm? Before he could reply, the lady swept through the front door and toward his carriage. Outside, Ronan heard his driver's strangled cough, likely having gasped a bit too much air at the sight of a creature coming toward him like an engorged ball of flame. The driver had the steps lowered, but when she attempted to enter the slim door to the carriage, the wide side flounces of her skirts stopped her like a cork in a long-necked bottle. "M'lady," the driver said, coughing again, "perhaps if you were to turn—" "Like this?" she said, turning completely around until she faced Ronan and attempting to enter the carriage backside first. Again her skirts clogged the doorway. Ronan felt the mirth bubble up in his throat. "Nay, m'lady, I meant if you were to turn—" The driver was interrupted again. No, I think this is working. Just let me wiggle." She rolled her hips, the bodice of her sherbet gown gripping a pair of breasts that quivered with the motion. Whether it was intentional or not, though he suspected it wasn't, Ronan stared at her, at the fierce look of concentration upon her face, and the heat-inducing bounce of her breasts as she squeezed her way into the carriage. For a few lust-filled heartbeats, he couldn't decide whether he wanted to strangle her, burst out laughing, or feel his way around her generous curves again. "There!" she exclaimed, and then promptly fell backward inside the carriage. Ronan leaped in, stepping on her skirts as he helped her up and into the seat, her falsetto giggle deafening his ears. "Oh my, that was exciting!" He gritted his teeth, wishing to God he could get the image of her flushed, quivering décolletage out of his mind. He forced himself to regain control of the situation. "You nearly fell onto my sword." The carriage jolted forward, and her giggles cut off. "You're what?" Ronan reached for the claymore, sheathed in a leather back brace, and slipped it over his head and shoulder. He heard the air whooshing from her lungs. "You're not carrying that into a ball," she said, her voice low, shocked, it seemed, into her other husky tone, the one he'd heard outside her window. He grinned. "I must protect my future lady wife. It's a ball in Edinburgh. There are enemies everywhere, my sweet. As the wife of a duke, you'll be in constant danger from those who seek to harm me. But dinna fash, you'll be surrounded by men with swords at all hours of the day and night." He stroked the sword lovingly. "Sometimes I even keep it abed." It was pure nonsense, of course. She wouldn't be in any danger. Maclaren was allied well, any feuds long in the past, but she didn't know that. Eyes wide with shock or horror, or some combination of the two, she patted down the voluminous skirts of her dress, but they were so abundant they reached across the slim opening between their two benches and overflowed onto his lap. Ronan tried to push them away, but the frothy material refused to retreat. He gave up after a few moments. "You actually sleep with that thing?" He grinned widely at her. "Perhaps I'll forego it for our wedding night." The carriage went silent. The words had come off his tongue without thought, but discussing the wedding night presented a perfect opportunity, and so Ronan plunged onward. "Because I have to say, my bonny lass, my mind will nae be on swords." He arched an eyebrow at the flounces of her dress. "Or clothing." The single lamp inside the carriage shadowed her face, but a burst of heat glinted in her eyes. She worried her plump lower lip for less than a second, and yet the combination was enough to send a bolt of lust ripping through him. Ronan went rigid in his seat. Holy hell, what was wrong with him? He wanted to push her away, not bring her close. And yet the sight of her lip between her teeth, and the mention of swords and sex had sparked his blood. "I won't be thinking of swords either," she said, that strident voice shaky. But her next words came out perfectly acute, determination underscoring them.
Though clothing is another matter, as I'll be thinking mostly of my trousseau and if I have everything a bride needs.
For the next several minutes, as the carriage wended its way through the city streets toward Montgomery Manor, his determined opponent regained lost ground, as she chatted on like a demented magpie about the items that were to be included in her trousseau, from gloves to stockings to hats to handkerchiefs, and by the time they emerged from the carriage, once again her ghastly orange gown getting caught in the doorway, Ronan wanted to leap back inside and order the driver back to his home. Like last night, the cunning woman was trying to drive him away, just as diligently as he was attempting to do to her. He was certain of it. And so far she was a formidable opponent. How she could keep up that voice and be seen in public in so hideous a gown only pointed to her resolve. Then again, as Ronan walked into Brant and Sorcha's home with Lady Imogen on his arm, the wide-eyed looks they received were not just for her.
"What in hell are you wearing, ya Amadan?"
his sister Sorcha hissed, coming forward to embrace her brother after he'd entered the main hall. "You didn't recognize grandfather's great kilt?" he asked. She pulled back and scowled at him, but her expression of doubt transformed into full alarm when she took in Lady Imogen. "May I introduce my sister Lady Glenross and her husband Lord Glenross, the Duke. This is Lady Imogen Kinley, my fiancée," he said, his arm becoming tangled in a wayward ruffle of orange tulle.
"Lady Imogen,"
Sorcha said, her surprise well masked, eyes avoiding the ghastly gown.
"It's a pleasure to meet you," she said.
She'd taken to slipping back into a brogue over the years. She'd been married to Brant and living at Montgomery, but here in Edinburgh she usually sounded more English, unless, of course, she was faced with her older brother's brogue-inducing clothing choices.
"And you, your grace?"
Lady Imogen chirped. To her credit, she paid the livid scars upon Sorcha's cheek no mind. The small act settled uneasily within him, because Ronan did not want to feel approval for her kindness. The sight of his sister's scars, inflicted by a wolf when she'd been but 9, was no small thing, not for a person meeting the Duchess for the first time. But Imogen handled it with a grace that wasn't easy to ignore. Beside Ronan, Brant spoke. "A pleasure, my lady. I've heard of your charity work. It's impressive." Ronan snuck a glance at his betrothed. That Brant knew of her charity house didn't surprise Ronan, but it clearly did her.
"Why, thank you, your grace."
Her keen eyes flickered toward Ronan. Then, with bright enthusiasm, she added,
"I intend to bring some of my girls with me to my new home in the Highlands. Lord Dunranach has been ever so kind, you see. His heart is the size of a mountain."
Ronan only smiled. "The more the merrier, my dumpling." Sorcha and Brant both stared at him, his sister's eyes narrowing.
"I'm told you will have an engagement ball soon."
No doubt his sister wanted to peg him with all sorts of questions about the betrothal. Their mother would have explained the arrangement, but Sorcha would want to have it from Ronan's mouth as well.
"Yes."
Lady Imogen clutched at his arm, the swaths of her skirts and sleeves nearly drowning him.
"Everything is going to be pink. I do so love pink, all shades of it. I was told this particular shade is apricot pink. Isn't it marvellous?"
Sorcha blinked and took a small step back.
"How lovely. I look forward to it."
"As do I," a smooth French-accented voice cut in, coming up behind Ronan. He didn't need to turn to know who had joined them. Julien Leclerc, the Marquis of Rivalry, and his sister McKenna's husband, smirked as he sipped his drink. "My goodness, your grace, your claymore is the accessory the rest of us plebeians are all lacking this evening." "I'm sorry you left yours at home, Rivalry," Ronan replied, fighting the irritation his brother-in-law usually inspired. The glib Frenchman was a pain in his arse. "We could have provided entertainment with some sparring." "Oh, I am vastly entertained already," he replied, turning to Lady Imogen and waiting for an introduction. Ronan did the honours, and Lady Imogen twittered girlishly as Rivalry kissed the back of her hand and murmured, "Enchanté." "What are you doing here, Rivalry?" Ronan asked. "I thought my sister was at Duncraig, awaiting a bairn."
"She is. I am finishing up some business here before making my way back home. I will most certainly tell her I saw you and your dazzling fiancée." His trademark smirk brightened as he turned to Imogen and gestured to his own lime-green waistcoat with a gleeful enthusiasm that made Ronan want to punch him. "I must say, my lady, I applaud your bold taste in colour. Pink is a marvellous idea for your ball. You'll be the goddess of spring, and your duke will make the most magnificent god of spring."
"Why, thank you, Lord Rivalry,"
she trilled and clapped her hands with delight.
"God of spring, indeed. What a charming thing to say."
The vexing Marquis blew a kiss toward the lady before smartly moving out of reach. Ronan wanted to throttle the man for encouraging her. "There's no such thing as the bloody god of spring," he muttered, but the Marquis was already out of hearing. His betrothed wasn't, however. She reached up to pat his cheek.
"Don't worry, cherub, we'll transform you yet."
"Do enjoy the ball tonight," Soraka was quick to say, her wide eyes grazing Ronan's as she and Brant blended back into the crowd to greet other guests, most of whom were casting horrified glances their way. Ronan felt absurd dressed in the great kilt, but having Lady Imogen on his arm in equally beastly attire oddly made him feel better. As he'd already observed, he wasn't in this game alone. "Are you ready to dance, Miss Sweet Pig's Knuckle?" he asked. She cricked her neck as she whipped her head toward him. "Pig's Knuckle?" This time the raised voice wasn't put on at all, he wagered. Ronan let out a laughing huff and yanked her out onto the dance floor. Time to put on a show. Chapter 4. Good God, she was going to suffocate to death in this demonic dress. Other couples on the ballroom floor gave them a wide berth. Between her obnoxious dress and his enormous size, they took up a lot of room. Imogen sucked in a deep breath, praying she took in enough oxygen to keep her upright for the dance. But if she didn't, at least she would die with the gratified knowledge that her barbarian of a fiancé got a mouthful of feathers every time her plumed headpiece slammed into his lips. She made it a point to toss her head on every turn, and she bit back a giddy grin when she saw him blowing an orange piece of fluff off his lips and looking quite riled in the process. Success! It had been mortifying, though, to meet the Duke and Duchess of Glenross, both well-respected and well-known in Edinburgh society. The Duchess donated quite a bit to charity, and Imogen had hoped to someday lure her as a potential investor. Oh, fiddlesticks, it was just a dress. If terrible fashion sense was a deterrent to the Duchess, then Imogen didn't want her money anyway. She almost stumbled on a turn and cursed the flamboyant monstrosity for the 50th time. It had been worth it, but the personal price had been steep. She could handle the ridicule, but copious amounts of sweat was proving to be hellish. In truth, she did feel like a bit of a sweaty pig's knuckle. Imogen nearly grinned despite herself. The cheek of him calling her that. To his credit, the Duke had borne it quite well. Her garish appearance, the debacle with the coach, the reception of their arrival at the ball. But the expression on Dunranach's face when he'd gotten the first look at her outfit had been one to savour. Then again, she was sure she'd been wearing a similar expression when she'd seen him dressed in a tartan that had to be a century old. She gave a delicate sniff. Gracious, the ratty thing smelled like it, too. And the sword! Good Lord, she'd wanted to die when he'd drawn the massive thing out in the carriage, though a tiny part of her had been hard-pressed not to admire the controlled flex of muscles in those broad shoulders and arms, or to wonder what he would look like swinging that claymore, wearing no shirt at all. He'd be magnificent, large and powerful. A man like Ronan Maclaren was built for action. Even while dancing, she could feel his leashed strength. Imogen's eyes slid up to the Duke, holding her in a loose grasp. From the watery blinks of his eyes and the look of vexation on his face, he'd just ingested more feather fluff. Her amusement stuck in her throat when a pair of flinty, grey-blue irises met hers. "Having a good laugh?" "No more so than you," she replied with a head toss for good measure. "Do that again,"
he warned. She smirked and twirled away.
"Or what, you'll spank me with your giant sword?"
Where on earth had that come from? Good heavens, he brought out the hussy in her. Imogen didn't have time to be mortified as she spun back toward him. His grin was devilish when he drew her close. "So you've heard the rumours, then, of my sword?"
"Having a sword and knowing how to wield it are two different things, your grace."
She whipped her head for good measure, and then sucked in a loud gasp when he lowered his head, snatched the base of the feathers in his teeth, and gave them a good yank. Her entire coiffure came loose, locks of hair falling into her face, as he spat the mouthful of plumes to the side. "There," he said with a dark laugh. "Much better." Imogen reached up with a hand to hold the falling pins in place.
"You've ruined my hair!"
And right in the centre of the dance floor, too. Blood rushed to her cheeks. "I warned you what would happen," he said.
"You are a barbarian, sir."
Heated amusement simmered in those gleaming blue eyes. "Aye, a barbarian with a sword, and you should ken something, lass. I wield it well." Imogen scowled.
"The biggest pretenders have the loudest voices."
"Care for a demonstration, then, Lennon?" Her mouth all but dropped open as he thrust his hard hips meaningfully against hers on the last word, in full view of everyone, making a filthy mockery of the sweet endearment. Imogen didn't even look to see if people were watching. She knew they were. With her gown, she'd made sure she would be the centre of attention after all. Mortified, she resisted the urge to stamp on his foot, but then gave in to it before storming off the floor. The uncivilized beast, biting her headpiece like an animal, rubbing against her like an animal. Oh, she had no words to describe how vulgar he was. Good Lord, why was it so bloody hot? The sight of the plumes in his teeth hadn't been as disturbing as the dark promise she'd seen in his eyes, and his bold claim about wielding his sword had teased her with almost palpable friction. For a moment, a vision of him stripping the rest of her gown off with his teeth and grinding those lean hips against hers had coiled through her mind with startling lucidity, no doubt just as he'd intended. And that had been her signal to flee. As she pushed her way through the throng of bodies to the retiring room, Imogen ignored the churning heat in her lower belly. Once situated, after repairing her hair as best she could, in all honesty, she was glad to be rid of the heavy, annoying feathers. She sat on a bench and fanned herself, attempting to cool her overheated body. She nodded to a few Edinburgh socialites she knew, but they all gave her odd looks, and even wider berths. Perhaps some brisk evening air on the terrace would help instead. But before Imogen could stand up, she was approached by a woman. Suppressing her irritation, Imogen pasted on a smile and faced the newcomer, though her cordiality wasn't returned. Instead, the lady regarded her with an almost hostile expression. Imogen was sure they hadn't been introduced. She took in the woman's lustrous red hair, noting her fashionable dress and her beautiful features. She would have remembered someone with such striking colouring. The lady's bold stare was unnerving. She cleared her throat.
"Are we acquainted? I'm Lady Imogen Kinley."
"I ken who you are," the woman replied in a husky brogue. Imogen bristled.
"That makes one of us, then, as I am certain we've never met."
"Nay," she drawled.
"I was overseas and only just returned. I'm Lady Reed."
Imogen nodded non-committally, wishing the woman would move on. But she did not, instead sweeping her with a mocking ice-green gaze.
"I must have been gone too long if that is what fashion has come to in Scotland." "It's meant as a jest,"
Imogen explained uncomfortably, plucking at the sticky feathers glued to her nape.
"It's hideous. That's the point."
Imogen drew a breath to make her excuses, but the woman beat her to it.
"I do look forward to learning more about you." "You do?"
Lady Reed's smile was malicious when she nodded with a slanted gaze.
"After all, a lady should ken her competition, shouldn't she?"
When Imogen didn't respond to her baited words, she arched an eyebrow.
Ronan Maclaren. We used to be neighbours."
Her snide tone insinuated it was much more than that, but Imogen was too tired and much too hot to play games. She canted her head.
"You're welcome to him,"
she said, and leaned in as if imparting a great secret.
"In fact, if you could get him to cry off from this engagement, you'd be doing me the greatest of favours."
Lady Reed's mouth opened to say something, but then her green eyes narrowed at someone approaching. She took her leave without another word. Imogen was grateful until she saw who had chased her away. The Duchess of Glenross took the woman's vacated seat, a scowl on her brow, making her facial scars stand out in livid stripes.
"I do not know how that woman got an invitation to my ball. I didn't even know she was back in Scotland."
Imogen inclined her head.
"Who is she?"
Lady Glenross actually growled.
"No one of consequence, I assure you."
A bead of sweat trickled down Imogen's back, but it would be rude to attempt to escape so soon after the Duchess had arrived.
"Your Grace, you've outdone yourself tonight."
"Thank you.
We didn't get a chance to converse earlier, and please call me Sorcha. We are to be family after all."
Imogen couldn't quite hide her grimace.
"As you wish, but only if you call me Imogen. He's not all that bad, you know,"
Sorcha said, cutting to the heart of the matter.
"Ronan, I mean. He's all bluster half the time."
"Oh, he has bite,"
Imogen muttered, thinking of how he'd nipped at her hand with his teeth. Sorcha shot her a sharp, interested look.
"Does he? I only meant that he has made it clear that he wants to be saddled with this engagement almost as much as I do. You don't wish to marry?"
It was a risk admitting the truth to the Duke's sister. She might go to him after with a warning. However, something about Sorcha's demeanour told Imogen that she would not. Imogen sighed.
"I am 29, Your Grace. I have given up any desire to be wedded. In fact, if I'm being honest, I've never wanted it. I haven't had a season in a decade for a good reason."
"Sorcha," the Duchess corrected gently.
"Then what is it that you do want?"
"To be free,"
Imogen replied after a beat.
"To run my shelter, look after the girls who need help. It's quite simple, though society has other views of what women need. That to be happy and to be worthy of respect, we must be betrothed, married, and heavy with child within a year."
"It's not such a bad lot,"
Sorcha said with a smile.
"I didn't mean you, of course,"
Imogen said, but the Duchess only laughed.
"What I mean is that marrying and having children would make many women happy. I'm just not one of them."
"I was once in a similar situation, you know,"
the Duchess said. Imogen gave her a sceptical look.
"Forced into an engagement?"
"Forced to the altar."
Imogen's eyes went wide, and Sorcha grinned.
"As much as you might not believe it, I was very much like you. Marriage was the furthest thing from my mind. And then I met Brant. Crashed into him, lips first, during a border country fair. It was a rather public case, and so we were then escorted to the church by my brothers, Finlay and Evan." She chuckled. "You've already met Ronan. The rest of the Maclaren males are cut from the same overprotective, bossy cloth. Brant and I were wed on the spot." "What did you do?" "I did what any woman worth her salt would do. I gave my new husband hell, and then some. But then Brant turned out to be nothing like I expected. Any other man would have turned tail and given up. He didn't."
Was she insinuating that Ronan was also the type of man who would never give up, that Imogen didn't have a chance in hell of running him off?
"Why are you telling me this, Your Grace?"
"Sometimes what we think we want isn't what we need." The Duchess rose and patted Imogen's shoulder.
"Give Ronan a chance. He might surprise you."
After Sorcha went back to her guests, Imogen made her way out to the balcony. The Duchess was mistaken. She and Lord Glenross had married under very different circumstances, it seemed, and while they had obviously fallen in love after their forced marriage, Imogen could only think of everything she would be giving up, the harm that such an endeavour could cause. She knew what she wanted and what she needed, and a husband did not factor into that. Her future had no room for a man like Ronan Maclaren. As much as she respected and liked the Duchess, she had to stick fast to her plan. Even if he was tenacious, she was more so. She had not made it this far on her own terms without knowing how to put her head down and keep charging forward. A few more outings, and she fully expected he'd be running for the Scottish hills. An unexpected twinge of regret spun through her at the thought. In another lifetime, a man like Ronan would have been hard to ignore. The way his sister had spoken of him had conveyed volumes of mutual respect, protectiveness, and care. It was obvious she loved her brother deeply, and they shared a sibling relationship that Imogen herself had never known. It made her somewhat envious, she had to admit. She didn't resent being an only child. Her parents had doted on her, but she'd never had brothers or sisters to play with or to rub off her prickly edges. Not that she wanted Ronan Maclaren as a brother. What was she thinking? She didn't want him at all, in any capacity. As if drawn by some force, she glimpsed his large form through the balcony doors. Even in that blasted plaid, he cut a dashing figure for a Highland barbarian. "He's a duke," her inner voice chimed in, "not a barbarian." A very handsome, very powerful duke. Easily a head taller than the people around him, he simply commanded attention. In the privacy of the darkness on the terrace, she could admit that his looks made her heart beat a little faster. It would take more than a smelly old tartan to detract from those brilliant, mercurial eyes, or that stern but sensual mouth. As he crossed the ballroom out of sight once more, Imogen noted the graceful, leonine nature of his movements. She had no doubt he would be a protector. No one at his side would ever come to harm. If she had only met him before she'd learned what devious creatures men could be. She squashed the thought. Before had no consequence. And if only was a dangerous thing. Dwelling on the past and what could have been had led her down some ugly roads, and she was not eager to visit them again. She stood on the balcony, feeling the damp skin beneath her gown finally beginning to cool, and turned her mind toward Haven. Thinking of it calmed her, focused her. There was always something to be done there, or fixed, problems that were not her own, and yet she could help remedy them, change people's lives. That was her purpose. She took a bracing breath, moving to go inside, and stopped as deep male voices rose from the lawn below. The French accent snagged her like a thorn. It was the man Ronan had called Rivalry earlier, the one with the lurid green waistcoat who had complimented her fashion sense. The second voice was warm with a Scots burr, and belonged to none other than her fiancé. Imogen licked her lips, ignoring the prickle of awareness that danced up her legs and spine at the low, husky sound of it, and moved toward the balcony balustrade. It was dark on the lawns, but she spotted the two men just beyond the nearest flood of light from the windows. A small cloud of cheroot smoke drifted into the light. "McKenna will never believe me about this," Lord Rivalry was saying. "Usually I'm the one people stare at with their jaws loose. I'm not sure I like being outdone." "Aye, you're probably already thinking of having an apricot pink waistcoat made." Imogen pinned her lips to keep from giggling. "You know me well," Lord Rivalry replied. "It's a striking colour, though perhaps not in such abundance as your betrothed has chosen to display this evening. That was a feat even I could not pull off." Her smothered smile fell flat. Of course she knew she looked ridiculous. "You encouraged her, Jules," Ronan replied. "God of spring my arse." "She needed little encouragement from me. Your future wife is determined to look the fool. Brilliant, if you ask me." An unexpected shiver chased down her neck. First the Duchess and now the Frenchman. It had been a few years since her last suitor, but surely her tactics weren't that infamous. Imogen pressed closer to the edge of the balcony. "What do you mean by that?" Ronan asked. "If the rumours about her are to be believed, your fair bride has taken it upon herself to chase many a suitor away," Lord Rivalry replied, making her stomach heave with despair.
It'll take more than feathers or a fountain of tulle to chase me away, Ronan replied. If I didn't know you better, Duke, I'd mistake your doggedness for something more ardent. A low rumble of laughter perked her ears. It brought up a rash of goose-flesh on her arms. Lord, but he had an earthy, deeply sensual laugh. You ken my reason, he replied. I will na lose the distillery. Then you must do whatever it takes. Lord Rivalry's figure appeared in the wash of light upon the grass. Even if it means marrying the lady. Rivalry stood alone in the light for a moment. Then slowly Ronan's large form emerged from the shadows. He stared at his brother-in-law in such an intense way that Imogen could almost picture him reaching for his sword next. To her surprise, the Frenchman did not bat an eye. His words were a growl. I will nae be forced into a marriage either. You could do far worse, Lord Rivalry went on, his tone still jovial. She might be a little unorthodox with the charity work she does, and perhaps not part of the inner circles most women crave admittance to. But Lady Imogen is lovely. Out of that dress, of course. To Imogen's shock, the Duke took a menacing step closer to the Marquis. Settle down, brother. You know I only have eyes for your sister, Lord Rivalry drawled, crushing out his cheroot. Though one wonders why you bristle like a jealous lover over an innocent observation, if you are as indifferent as you claim. Careful, brother. Exhaling loudly, Ronan raked a hand through his hair. What do you ken of this charity she's involved in, for women who've been hurt? Yes, Lord Rivalry replied, a shelter of sorts. McClintock seemed protective of her, Ronan went on. Defensive. You ken if there's some history between them. McClintock? Imogen's breath came short. Ronan knew Shane McClintock, had spoken with him? Her ears buzzed with alarm. The owner of the Golden Antler had supported Haven over the years, and he had on occasion even sent a few young ladies he employed to Imogen and Emma. Oddly enough, even though he was the owner of a gaming hell, Mr. McClintock was one of the only men she trusted. He'd helped her that awful night so long ago. The night her entire world had turned sideways, when a man she'd put her faith in, her father had put his faith in, had shown his true colours. He had hurt someone she'd dearly loved, and she hadn't known until her friend had drawn her last breath. Imogen's palms began to sweat, even as a flash of cold flushed across her chest and back. She squeezed her eyes shut. Don't think of it. He's gone now. Breathe. McClintock is old enough to be her father, and besides, he doesn't mess with upper-class ladies, Rivalry replied, especially the sort to draw negative attention. I have a feeling I've attracted my fair share of negative attention tonight as well, Ronan said with another low roll of laughter. The Frenchman joined him. As you intended, no doubt. Aye, though I didna ken the old wool would be so itchy. I canna wait to be home so I can rip the thing off and feed the hearth with it. He groaned, tugging at the folds of the plaid. Not to mention this claymore weighs more than a slab of bloody stone. Rivalry chuckled. Going soft, Highlander. Not so soft I canna wipe the floor with you, he tossed back. Though this thing probably couldna cut butter, it's so dull. Mother nearly swooned when I took it off the wall. The men shared a laugh for a moment, and then the Frenchman cleared his throat. I'm not certain I know what you're planning, Ronan, but the crude and boorish Scot might not be the best route, especially not for a woman of Lady Imogen's expertise, Ronan supplied. You might be right, though I have enjoyed myself more than I expected. Rivalry clapped him on the back, and the men moved out of sight. Well, at least you can agree. She's not boring. Imogen crept back from the balustrade, her emotions tripping over themselves. That stinking fraud. So his crass, ignorant behaviour was about as genuine as her act, trying to persuade her in the opposite direction, just as she was doing to him. And as he had been speaking to his brother-in-law, he hadn't seemed at all daunted. Soraka's words came back to haunt her. The Duke of Dunranach was proving to be more difficult to chase away than she'd expected.
Imogen ran her hands over her gown. If she was to succeed, it would take more than a few dreadful ruffles. Much, much more. Chapter 5. It was difficult to up the stakes when one's adversary refused to put in an appearance. It had been 5 days, nearly a week, since Imogen had heard a peep from her fiancé. While a part of her had fantasized that he'd hide off to the Highlands with his tail tucked between his thick, strong legs, she knew it was wishful thinking. If she'd discovered anything, it was that he was as mule-headed as she. No, the rotter was biding his time and plotting, driving her bloody crazy with nerves, wondering how and when he would strike. Ringing for Hilda, she climbed out of bed and pulled on her dressing gown. Normally she would be at the shelter, along with Emma and the other women, with enough work to keep her hours filled. To say she'd grown dispirited by what was becoming an insurmountable obstacle to her future was an understatement. She couldn't marry the Duke. She couldn't lose. She simply couldn't. Imogen wasn't admitting defeat, but she needed to reassess the situation, rethink her position, and her silly brain wasn't cooperating. No, all it wanted to obsess about were broad shoulders and square jaws, thick thighs, muscled arms, and low raspy brogues that sounded indecent in public. What would it be like to have him whispering those filthy nothings to her in bed, caging her in with that big, honed body, and bracing sinewy, bare legs against hers? Heat scorched her breasts and settled low in her belly. Gracious, how shameless! Rattled and overheated, Imogen tugged at the collar of her robe and drew cool breaths into her lungs. She stared at her reflection when she sat for Hilda to brush and braid her hair. Her cheeks were unnaturally red, her chest rising and falling. She was ill. She had to be. It was the only explanation for feeling so feverish. "Hilda, have cook prepare some willow bark tea with my breakfast, will you? I think I'm coming down with a cold." "Yes, my lady." The maid peered at her, clucking at her red face. "You might have a fever. Perhaps the tea and some fresh air will do you good." After breakfast and 2 bracing cups of willow bark tea, Imogen called for her carriage. But first she sent a footman to the Glenross residence with her card and an invitation for the Duchess to tea in the next few days. She needed ammunition, information she could use. She would pretend she was interested in giving it a chance, as the Lady Glenross had graciously suggested. A twinge of discomfort at deceiving the woman bled through her, but she ignored it. This was war, after all, and Imogen needed every available weapon in her arsenal. The carriage stopped at the shelter, and as her driver let her out, a small, dirty waif stepped out from behind one of the columns flanking Haven's entrance. "You're looking fine today, Lady Im," the grimy-faced child said. A pair of bright amber eyes and a mischievous smile peered up at her as Imogen approached. She smiled back fondly, pleased to see Rory, the leader of a pack of street urchins that she and Emma had met a year or so back, while collecting a patient in Leith Wynd. The gang of children had surrounded them, with their quick fingers turning out coins and handkerchiefs from Imogen's pockets, and an entire swatch of lace from Emma's cuff. Rory, however, had ordered the items returned when she realized what the pair of women were in the poorer part of the city to do: help one of their own. Rory was a girl, though she hid it well. Imogen suspected she was about 12. The fact that she was female had only become apparent in the last year, when the urchin had started asking odd questions about the female body. At first Imogen had been amused, thinking the lad had taken a fancy to girls, but the questions had had a more curious slant. "What are a woman's courses? How large do breasts grow?" And even more curious, "Can they be squashed or made to go away?" Rory had soaked up the answers like a sponge, and Imogen had been surprised at the child's natural intelligence. When the questions kept coming, Imogen kept answering. In the end, it had been Emma who'd ferreted out that Rory was not a lad but a lass. Imogen worried for the girl. Living in a flash house was hard enough, and Imogen knew what became of many of the children who were girls. They ended up in workhouses, or worse, on their backs, trading use of their bodies for coin. A handful of the women at Haven came from being abused in brothels. "How have you been, Rory?" Imogen entered the terrace house, glancing over her shoulder to make sure Rory was following at her heels. A part of her wanted to clutch the girl close, but she knew from experience that forcing her would push her away faster than a bee would sting. "Have you been practicing your letters?" Rory shrugged, her amber eyes glinting. "Stormy had us working on something else." Imogen schooled her features. Stormy was a flash man who made her blood crawl, and she hated that Rory worked anywhere near him. Even as a boy, Imogen didn't want to think of what could happen if that piece of filth suspected she was a girl. "Oh, what's that?" Before Imogen could blink, Rory held up a bracelet. Imogen's bracelet. She hadn't even felt the girl's fingers on her wrist. She held out a hand, palm up, and Rory deposited the jewelry in it with a smirk. "Stealing. You don't want to end up in jail, do you?" Rory gave an unrepentant grin. "You only go to jail if you get caught, Lady Im." Emma bustled in, her brows raising meaningfully, and Imogen shooed Rory off to eat some bread and broth with some of the women in the kitchen. "That one doesn't have much time before Stormy finds out what she's been hiding." "I worry for her," Imogen admitted, "but I can't force her to stay here. I've offered her honest work in the kitchens, and she's refused." "Pride," Emma said with a glance to the handful of children. "And possession. She's the leader of the pack, better a ruler in a kingdom of thieves than a servant." She sent Imogen an encouraging smile. "Keep at it. She'll come around, and the most important thing is that she has a way out. That's what you created Haven for, after all." "Thanks for reminding me of that," Imogen said. Emma followed her as they made their way to Imogen's office. "I've done the budgeting, stretching where I could. We have enough to last, but it will be tight. Some cuts will have to be made. How's your betrothal going?" Imogen's eyes slid to her friends. "You've heard, then?" "Everyone's heard. The Duke of Dunranach is not a name that people dinna ken." Emma perched on the edge of the desk. "So how did that happen?" "My parents. And your dowry?" Imogen pursed her lips. "Tied up like a hog on Michaelmas, unless I can get free of the betrothal, which has been the plan. A terrible plan, I might add. The man is impossible to deter." "And handsome as the devil, I hear," Emma said. "Plays as dirty as the devil, too." Cheeks flaming hot, Imogen tossed her head. "He's also arrogant and a complete Philistine." "No, he isn't," she amended in her head. "The bastard's just pretending." "Not a bastard," her helpful mind reminded her. "A very legitimate duke." "Oh, shut it," she muttered. "Not you," she added when she saw Emma's expression. "I'm talking to— Never mind. He's unsuitable, that's all you need to know." "So, same plan as the others, then?" "Yes," Imogen said. "Only it's not working. He wore a bloody 100-year-old tartan to a ball the other night. And a sword! A dratted sword! Who does that, Emma?" Her voice was a near shriek, and it wasn't even put on this time. "The man is insufferable. You don't have any brilliant ideas, do you?" "Well, what does he like to do?" "Stomp around, stick his manly chest out, crow to the rafters about his virile sword." Emma's eyes went wide, and she pinned her lips to stop from giggling. Imogen threw her head into her palms. "Go ahead, laugh away. This is purgatory for all those suitors I tortured all these years." "How are his sword skills?" "Emma!" Imogen groaned. "Jesting. Right, word is, the Maclarens have a stable full of fancy thoroughbreds, and that they're all horse-mad. Does your duke enjoy horseback riding?" "He's not my duke." "Well, he will be if you dinna pull yourself together," Emma scolded. "Invite him out for a ride during the social hour. I ken you can ride, but be terrible at it. Embarrass him to pieces, so much that he canna even look at you. Better yet, somewhere public, where his male pride is at stake." Emma's suggestion pierced Imogen's haze of self-pity. Why hadn't she thought of that? He was a duke, and all men had their egos, dukes more than most. Imogen stood and crushed her friend in a hug that could crack bones. "You are bloody brilliant, Emma." "Thank you." The midwife batted her eyes. "I'm about due for a raise." To say that Ronan had been surprised to receive Imogen's invitation to ride was an understatement. He didn't think she would have willingly invited him to anything, much less a ride in Holyrood Park with all of Edinburgh society in attendance. In fact, he'd kept his distance, knowing it would rile her up. He knew from his own sisters that no woman liked to be ignored, and he'd wanted to keep her off balance. He'd also needed to rid feathers from his digestion. Since his attire had worked so well at their last interaction, he hadn't deviated much from it. The tartan was a bit newer, but it was still a kilt, a little too short, and his knees were on lurid display for all to see. In an extra nice touch, the plaid was covered in crusty reddish stains of old blood, probably his brother Niles from his last round in the ring at Tarbendale. Ronan's selection of horse had been on purpose too. The massive, temperamental stallion was not meant for the streets of any city. Imogen was late. A note had said for them to meet at Holyrood Park a half an hour ago. Ronan scowled, avoiding the eyes of yet another couple riding by. He was beginning to get irritated. He'd never been one to call attention to himself, and now it seemed he was on stage for all of Scottish society. He should have known that the hellion would not show. He'd just ride to her residence and steer Zeus right up the steps and into a pristine foyer. He imagined her expression and smiled, until he saw what was coming toward him. Christ in the Highlands, what in the bloody hell was that? A massive draught horse, about 900 years old, plodded along the street, slower than ice could freeze. A crowd followed. Of course it did, because his minx of a fiancée sat perched on the saddle, her fingers clinging to the reins in a death grip, as if the half-dead horse was about to bolt. Bolt straight into a nap, it looked like. Ronan blinked, dismay and disgust warring for space in his chest, as her seat wobbled, her backside sliding dangerously on the saddle. A small scream escaped her lips, but the groom behind her was quick to lend his assistance, slowing the ancient beast and allowing her to regain her balance. "Good day, Your Grace," Imogen said in a breathless voice, when they finally came to a stop what seemed like a handful of hours later. Her eyes slid over him, something like banked heat flashing for an indeterminable moment, though she allowed no other expression to show. He, for his part, couldn't adjust his eyes to the garish, muck-brown colour of her riding habit. It looked like what he'd found once in the cloth swaddling of one of his nephews. "Can you not ride?" he asked, the only question he could manage. "I am riding," she said brightly. She patted the dull grey mare with a loving stroke. "This is pudding." Zeus pawed the earth and snorted, as if he too was appalled to be near such a sad specimen of a horse, and Ronan reined him in. "Oh dear," Imogen squeaked. "Your horse is so very fierce, and rather frightening. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised." "And why is that?" he couldn't help asking.
"Because he's like you, of course."
She smiled again.
"While Pudding here is so much more suited to my speed and ability. I do hope they will get along. She's quite gentle, though she does like to bite unprovoked."
Her giggle was shrill.
"Gum you, really, since she has no teeth."
Ronan narrowed his eyes. "Lord Kincaid's stables are the only stables in Scotland to rival mine, Rivalry's or Glenross's. I find it hard to imagine that his only daughter doesna ken how to seat a mount that isna a lump on legs. And why the devil is a horse that ancient part of your father's stock?"
"Oh, bite your tongue, sir, or you'll hurt poor Pudding's feelings."
Ronan glanced at the attending groom, who seemed fixated on the nearby shrubbery. His mouth was white, as though he was trying to keep his lips sealed. Ronan's gaze thinned and returned to the guileless woman sitting on the horse. Was this another of her games? It had to be. He'd never known a Scot who couldn't seat a horse. She stared up at him expectantly.
"Shall we? Though I do not know how fast Pudding will go."
"Aye, of course, after you, and the next decade." As they crept forward, Ronan pasted a patient smile on his face, though his teeth felt like they were grinding down to his gumline. He had to retake control somehow. "I'm glad I'm not late. I rode from Maclaren, you see. I didn't have time to change. Sorry about the dirt and the blood." A choked sound emerged from the woman beside him.
"Blood?"
"On my plaid," he said helpfully. He felt her gaze settle on the stains, and caught the slight widening of her eyes before she could hide it.
"Let me guess, you were in a brawl, or were you playing with your claymore and cut yourself?"
"Sacrificing virgins," he said. "Same thing, I suppose."
"Is that a Highlander tradition?"
He slanted a glance at her. "More like a Maclaren tradition."
"Well, I assure you, Lord Dunranach, there will be none of that in the future."
She broke off abruptly as if she'd said something she hadn't meant to say. "Sacrifice or virgins?"
"Either."
Her voice shook slightly.
"This conversation is unseemly, my lord, but then I should expect as much from you, shouldn't I?"
It was, but by God did it make his blood heat. Her virtue didn't matter to him. He wasn't going to marry the chit, but something in her tone pricked at him. "Should I be worried?"
"That I might not be a doe-eyed innocent raised to be served on a platter for some undeserving male to enjoy."
Glacial green eyes met his, and for a moment the pain in them nearly sent him to his knees. He blinked. She was a socialite, one given to a life of indolence and ease, yet those eyes of hers spoke of hurt, of betrayal, of something fractured and not quite repaired. Ronan had an urgent need to peel back her layers, lay her secrets bare, and her eyes said she had many. Instead, he pushed a grin to his lips, deliberately misunderstanding her. "That you're expecting things from me. It's a dangerous road, you ken. Expectations are the devil's poetry."
"My goodness, you are positively Byronic. Who would have thought?"
"I am a man of many talents," he said. "In fact, you should see my sword."
Yes, your sword. You've spoken of that at length already."
"At great length." She rolled her eyes, and replied in a droll tone.
"So you keep saying. You know overcompensation is a well-known male flaw. Should I be worried, your grace?"
Ronan couldn't help it. He laughed out loud. He hadn't felt so invigorated or light in years. And to his surprise, she was biting back her amusement too. A genuine smile split her face, one that lit her green eyes and transformed her. Now that he'd seen that sliver of the real woman, Ronan couldn't stop staring. Her eyes, the colour of spring grass, mesmerized him. Her lips were a glistening pink bow when curled upward in laughter and not pinched tightly together. Her chin matched the stubbornness of her nature, yes, but that he already knew. And her neck? It was long and graceful and elegant. For a second, he wanted to put his lips against it, make that alabaster column flush with colour.
"Your grace, why have we stopped?"
Ronan blinked, his brain registering her inquiry with delayed slowness. They had indeed stopped. He glanced back to where they'd started and realized they'd gone 10 yards, if that. It had felt like a lifetime. He shook his head, but that wasn't what mystified him. Hell, had he been ogling the lass, and liking it? Dimly he registered the stiffening beneath his kilt, and the sudden boiling temperature of his blood. Bloody hell. He was aroused. Her stare fell to his lap, and a blush crept into her cheeks, but she arched a provocative eyebrow.
"Sword problems?"
God help him, he wanted to laugh again, ravish that pert mouth of hers, and put her over his knee. And that wasn't even taking into account what he wanted to do with his bloody sword. He bit his lip to keep from chuckling. The brashness of her. This would not do. He had to turn the tables, restore the order, restore his goddamned sanity. Without a further thought, he reached over and plucked the lady clear out of her saddle, ignoring her unladylike squawk of protest. She went quiet quickly, however, when she felt him hard against her thigh.
"Your grace, this is—"
"Vastly preferable," he said, cutting her off. "Unless, of course, you do ken how to ride and wish to apologize for this shameful performance."
"Of course not."
She held herself ramrod straight in front of him, hot colour flooding her skin, just as he'd hoped.
"Everyone is looking."
"Let them look." Ronan settled her into place, wondering if he'd turned the tables so thoroughly that the odds were now against him. Beneath that hideous riding habit he felt soft womanly curves, and the heady fragrance of her saturated his nostrils. It was sweet and sharp, like the wild flowers that crowded the hills of Maclaren. She smelled like the height of summer, of lazy days on the edge of the loch, of mischief and laughter and forgotten childhood. Good Lord, he was Byronic. Growling, he kicked Zeus into a gallop, and she squeaked, one arm grasping the horse's mane and the other flying around his waist. "This is riding," he said. "Not whatever it was you think you were doing on Dumpling."
"Her name is Pudding. Return me to my own horse. I'm afraid."
"You're no more afraid than I am an idiot."
"I beg to differ,"
she muttered and scowled at him.
"You are an idiot, you oaf."
"Then why are you holding your body like you were born in the saddle?" he asked, leaning forward so his nose was almost in her nape. Her scent scattered his wits. Ronan felt her sudden inhalation, saw the streaming tempo of her pulse. He also saw the moment she gave in, when her shoulders relaxed and her body rolled with the gait of the horse, like a natural. "Pudding is beneath you, and you ken it." She glared at him over her shoulder.
"And I suppose you know what's best for me."
Ronan didn't answer, instead wrapping an arm around her middle and bracing her back against his chest as he urged Zeus even faster. He should say something insensitive, something coarse and off-putting. But he couldn't. He didn't want to. He wanted to relish the moment, enjoy the feel of her soft curves against him. What the hell? He'd lost his bloody mind. Ronan wheeled the horse around and headed back for her groom, who was leading her plodding mount with a pained look on his face.
"What are you doing?"
she asked. The other walkers and riders in this part of the park were indeed watching, agape and whispering, as he set her ungracefully back on the mare's broad back. "I'm putting you back where you belong," he said, "on a horse that's perfect for you. Slow, dull, and boring." He lowered his voice so only she would hear. "I suppose there's more than a good chance you'll be like that in bed, too. Pity." Her eyes flashed.
"You're a clod-brained cur."
"Better a cur than a boar."
"I am not a boar."
Ronan only laughed and swung his horse around, leaving her fuming in his wake. The loss of her warm, feminine figure only hit him when he was out of sight. He adjusted himself in the saddle and willed the tightness of his body to subside. That had been a near disaster, and not only because his cock was as hard as stone and demanding that he turn the horse around, but because his brain wanted him to turn back as well. She was right. He was an idiot, because suddenly he'd been enjoying himself. He'd been duped before by a woman who had played him for a fool. Imogen wasn't Grace, but the signs were there. She wasn't to be trusted, and if he wanted to put Lady Imogen's inheritance to good use for the sake of Maclaren, he needed to keep a level head and not be thinking with other unruly parts of his body. Ronan groaned with the unhappy realization that said parts hadn't calmed in the least. He was in more trouble than he realized. Chapter 6. Ronan raised his chin, looking up at the exterior of the terrace house. It was a fine address in Newtown, the grand home itself pristinely kept. If not for the discreet nameplate bolted over the front door, inscribed with Haven, he would have imagined it to be the residence of some rich lord. Instead, it was a charity house run by his intriguing baggage of a fiancée. Goading Imogen the afternoon before had been more entertaining than he'd expected, and throughout the evening and night he'd caught himself suppressing grins when he thought about that dreadful horse, one hoof in the grave, her stubborn huffs of indignation, and her saucy comments about his sword. The woman had a stinging wit, one he wished he didn't enjoy so much. He'd had to suppress other more troublesome thoughts throughout the night, too, mostly revolving around the feminine lines of her buttocks and hips as she'd ridden in his lap. Christ, taking her on to Zeus with him had been worth it, though. It had thrown her completely off balance, and now, as he walked toward the columned front door, Ronan felt buoyed. He grinned. She would never expect him here. Inside he was greeted by a clean, if Spartan, foyer. To the right he found a receiving room. There was no one seated behind the small desk, so he took the hallway leading toward the back of the house. The walls were whitewashed and unadorned, with rooms to either side. One door was open, and within the room 3 women stood in a group. The moment their eyes fastened onto him, their alarm nearly bowled him over. One unsmiling woman stepped forward, inspecting him from the top of his head to his boot tips. "May I help you, sir?" "Good afternoon," he said. "This is the place called Haven?" The reticence in the woman's eyes increased. "Yes. What is your business here?" "This is a women's sanctuary." "I'm not here to disturb anyone," he said. "But if you didn't mind, I am a potential investor and would appreciate learning more about your facility." The woman's pinched lips eased, her brown eyes turning a shade more welcoming. "Of course, sir. I can take you to see Haven's proprietor. She should be in her office." Imogen. He braced himself, feeling strangely short of breath. The woman turned on her heel and led him through the corridor without another word. "How many do you help at a time?" he asked, curious when he passed a door that was open a scant few inches. It quickly closed as he met the mistrustful eyes of the woman behind it. "Lady Imogen can take up to 20 women at a time, though she is planning to expand and offer education opportunities and skill training," the woman replied. "Perhaps a safer living situation for the women and their infants, until they are prepared to strike out on their own. It's always disheartening to see the women we help return to the abuse they came from." The situation made him think of his sister McKenna. Ronan had been devastated to learn that she'd been abused by her former husband, before she'd gained a second chance at happiness with rivalry. Perhaps if she'd had access to a place like this, she wouldn't have stayed with Graham for so long. She might have had other options. Oddly, he felt a surge of warmth toward Imogen for her efforts. "Why does she do it?" he asked as they climbed a back staircase. "If she doesna, who will? Lady Imogen sees a need others would rather ignore, and she isna afraid to meet it head-on." The woman led him along a first-floor corridor with more unadorned walls and spotless marble floors. The place was clean and practical, yet it was also quiet and secure. He could see why the women felt safe in such a sanctuary. "When was Haven established?" he asked, eyes taking in everything as they moved down another hallway. 4 years ago. I've been with Lady Imogen from the beginning, and so you ken she isna just a financial backer. She's here 7 days out of the week, up to her elbows in blood, sweat, and tears. I couldna tear her away if I tried." Ronan felt a stroke of admiration. Most society ladies didn't get their hands dirty. Volunteering at charities meant raising funds within the upper classes and attending social meetings, not actually working. He'd made the mistaken assumption, after reviewing Stevenson's report, that that was what she'd done with her time, and even after talking to McClintock, he hadn't realized what running her shelter entailed. This was no hobby. Imogen had truly built something here, and dedicated herself to it. This place meant something to her, and Ronan suddenly knew what he had to do. He felt both elated with the perfection of it and guilty as sin. Think of the future of Maclaren. The distillery had supported and given jobs to so many after the clearances had turned whole families off their farms and lands. It was his people's livelihood, the heart of their clan, and without it, everything he had built, everything he had bled and sacrificed for would hang in the balance. No, he couldn't let sentiment get in the way. This was war, and war had casualties. The woman leading him on the brief tour reached a door and knocked. "Imogen?" She stepped inside. "We have a visitor. This is— well, I didn't get your name, sir." Ronan entered the office, his eyes immediately landing on a crown of dark, lustrous hair. Imogen was seated at her desk, her face turned toward a scattering of papers fanned out past her elbows. When she glanced up, for a split second he saw an unguarded expression, one of worry, the small press of lines between her arched brows indicating some burden. But then the brief vulnerability fled as Imogen shot to her feet, eyes landing on him. A flush bloomed on her cheekbones. It was nearly the shade of her practical berry-red dress, nothing at all like the ridiculous gowns she'd worn on every other occasion.
"You! What? How did you—"
She set her jaw and might have even ground her heel, though he couldn't see behind the apron of the desk.
"What are you doing here, Your Grace?"
"You ken each other." The woman who'd led him there whirled around and stared up at him. Her eyes flicked back to Imogen and then narrowed in sudden shock.
"Wait, Your Grace?"
"One could say we are acquainted." With some satisfaction, Ronan eyed his fiancée. "Do you have a cold?" When Imogen looked blankly at him, his grin widened. "Your voice is pitched lower than normal, which is a relief, actually. I quite value my eardrums." Her blush heightened as she cleared her throat with a round of weak-sounding coughs.
"Yes, a cold, of course. How thoughtful and gentlemanly of you to notice."
Her sarcasm was clear, but nothing could detract from his glee at having caught her out of character. Imogen gathered the papers on her desk, her movements jerky.
"As you might have guessed, Emma, this is the Duke of Dunranach."
She skewered him with a glare, almost choking on the completion of her sentence.
"My betrothed."
"Your Grace?" The other woman greeted him and took her leave, though not before scowling at him.
"That was my overseer and midwife, Miss Emma Jobson,"
Imogen said.
"You shouldn't have tricked her."
"I didn't want special treatment," he said, stepping farther into the office, taking it in with unabashed curiosity. Here the space was different. There were paintings on the walls, potted plants, and trinkets like a nautilus seashell and a small telescope on a tripod near the window. Imogen made an impatient noise in her throat.
"You haven't answered my question."
What was he doing here, yes? Before listening to her overseer, Emma, Ronan's sole goal had been to invade her private space, turning up like a gnat to pester her. However, now his intentions had solidified. It was time to act. "I'm off to London in 2 days. I've business to attend to there, and it canna be delayed." He saw the surprise, and no small amount of relief, in her clear green stare.
"What a shame,"
she murmured. "Aye, I suppose you would have liked to stay in Edinburgh for the season." She went still and then stepped out from behind her desk.
"Whatever do you mean by that?"
"You can't expect me to leave my dear betrothed behind. We'll go to London together. The arrangements have already been made." Her mouth opened and closed. Swallowing his smile, Ronan stalked toward the desk where one of her hands gripped the edge. "Just think of it, my wee lamb. The two of us set in London on its ear. You can have a room at my family's home on Grosvenor Square." He stepped closer. "It's attached to my own." Shock poured through her expression.
"I cannot go to London with you. I have duties here, responsibilities, the women. You've seen what I do."
"Do you reject me, then?"
"Why would I—"
She pulled back, understanding, twisting the curve of her full lips into a wary scowl. His eyes caught on them, the same way they had the afternoon before while riding in Holyrood. Even as they flattened in anger, he felt an indecent urge to taste them.
"No, it's not a rejection. I simply need to stay here. I have work to do at Haven, people who need me."
He pressed forward until he stood less than a handspan away. She refused to give an inch. The heat of her body and her womanly scent rolled up against him. Ronan lowered his voice, his husky timbre not entirely put on. "You're my betrothed. I need you." Her lips parted, and a wisp of breath beat against his neck.
"Why?"
"For our engagement ball, mutton chop. Perhaps it should be in London now, 4 or 5 weeks hence, I think. I can't have a ball without my betrothed, now can I? If you call off the ball, I'll take that as a severing of the engagement as well." Imogen clenched her jaw, nostrils flaring in ire. He had her. and she knew it. As much as he despised London himself, he suspected it would gouge her even more to leave Haven and the work she was doing here for an entire month. Enough to capitulate and be rid of him once and for all? One could only hope. On his brief tour of Haven, he'd noticed that, while they didn't lack for much, things were in need of repair. Imogen was wealthy, he knew, and losing her inheritance to the forfeit would be a blow to this place. Perhaps he could offer a donation in lieu. "Will you come with me to London?" "Walk away," he pleaded silently. But Imogen lifted her chin, eyes flashing with temper. "How could I refuse?" Ronan ground his teeth. The stubborn little Amadan. He knew she was agreeing out of sheer bullishness. It was obvious she did not want to leave and resented him for making her do so. He could see it in the tense line of her jaw, the curl of her fingers into fists, but still she resisted. Still she fought. "Easy. Say nay." Her eyes narrowed. "Did we read the same betrothal agreement, you clodpole?" "You didn't want to marry me, or go to London. Here's your chance." "You must think me weak and stupid. Well, think again." Imogen rose to the tips of her toes and squared her chin in defiance, her nose almost butting into his. "Yes, you vile man. I'll go to London with you." And by God, Ronan lost his mind, because before Imogen could land back onto the flats of her heels, he'd crushed his mouth to hers. The soft velvet of her lips reached into him, silencing his brain and stilling time. Imogen's mouth parted on a delayed gasp of surprise, and the world went tumbling forward again. Ronan froze, aware and yet utterly paralyzed. He hadn't meant to kiss her, but her scent had filled his nostrils, and the heat of her body had risen with her temper, and that lush, caustic mouth of hers had taunted him to indecency. He nudged his mouth against hers, licking at the seam of her lips, and felt the warm, wet tip of her tongue dart out to touch his. The tentative stroke, accompanied by another soft gasp, shot through to Ronan's brain and obliterated any sense still left between his ears. She hadn't slapped at him or screamed and shoved him away. No, she wanted this as much as he did. Ronan reached around her slim waist and dragged her up against his chest, the yielding softness of her breasts making the tight coil in his groin deepen. He answered her foray with one of his own, drawing his tongue along her lower lip in a slow caress before parting her to him. He tipped her chin so he could better angle his mouth and tasted her more fully. He devoured the tang of black tea along with the sweet savour of her, and when her hesitant tongue finally surged forward and welcomed his, Ronan swallowed her soft whimper of pleasure. Her lithe body slumped against him, and he wrapped his hands around her hips to lift her from the floor. "Ronan," she gasped as he seated her on the edge of her desk, knocking a stack of books in the process. In some distant part of his mind he heard them tumble, but his mouth was already on hers again, tugging her bottom lip into his mouth. God, he couldn't get enough. He bit at her lips, groaning when she mimicked his motions, taking his and nipping for good measure, before soothing with her own tongue. She kissed as she sparred with words, with passion and fire, though her technique lacked the finesse that came with experience. The thought pleased him, but the why of it escaped him. Ronan was too far gone to care by that point. Her fingers delved into his hair, tugging at the strands and hanging on as the kiss became something more. No longer exploratory, but possessive. He ran his hands up her sides, feeling the curves of her spine, her ribs, the generous swells of her breasts under his thumbs as they swept slowly over them, catching and pausing on the hardened peaks of her nipples. This woman, she drove him mad, and it wasn't rational. It wasn't wise, and it sure as hell wasn't strategic genius. But he couldn't stop, didn't want to. And when Imogen's knees fell apart, allowing him to step closer, between her trembling thighs, a boulder of understanding struck him right on the head. She didn't want to stop either. Christ, he was supposed to be repulsing her, not tempting her, not tempting himself. Stop. Ronan released her in a rush, pushing himself away and turning at the same time. "A little sampling of what you can expect in London," he said, his voice too thick and shaken for his liking. He cleared his throat and pretended to adjust the cuffs on his jacket, feigning calm. Imogen shoved off the desk with an angry grunt, glaring daggers at him. Her lips were rosy, the bottom one especially so from where he'd sucked it into his mouth. Ronan dragged his gaze away. "I'll send word about arrangements," he said, turning to leave. Or escape, really. Before he did more he would regret, like shoving her skirts up, bending her over that desk and giving them what they both wanted. Ronan swallowed hard, his blood on fire. Hell, he needed to be far away from the temptation that was Lady Imogen Kinley. Chapter 7. Damn the bloody gall of the man. Damn his lips, his strong hands, his big body, all of it. Damn all men for that matter, not just virile, high-handed Highlander dukes. Imogen sat stewing in the morning-room in her parents' home, where she and Lady Kincaid were presently hosting 2 ladies for tea. There was nothing to be done to hide Imogen's irascible mood, so she didn't try. "Tell me again, who is this stormy person?" Lady Glenross asked, frowning into a teacup. Soraka had taken up Imogen on her invitation to tea, and had brought with her Lady Tarbendale, one of the Maclaren brothers' wives. There seemed to be a half-dozen or more Maclaren brothers and sisters and in-laws, cropping up like weeds everywhere she turned. That isn't fair, Imogen scolded herself. Isla was perfectly charming and kind, and to Imogen's mother's delight she had brought her baby with her to tea. The little boy's chubby chin and cheeks, his hearty squall, and his constantly fisted hands made him appear like a miniature caber-tosser in training. He was asleep at the moment. Maxwell was precious, and when even he could not stir Imogen to a good mood, she realized nothing would. With another worthier male target in mind, she let her seething frustrations settle on the Flashman, who was currently sinking his hooks into Rory. "He's an awful brute," Imogen answered Soraka. "He trains these children, many of them from the time they can walk, to depend upon him for everything. To pickpocket and steal, and once they are older, especially the girls, even to—" "Imogen," her mother said with a cautionary look to their guests. "Well, it's the truth, Mamma, whether anyone wants to acknowledge it or not." She let out a sigh and lowered her cup, the oolong inside gone cold. Across from her, both Soraka and Isla waited for her to continue. They were not daunted, she realized, with a lift of her spirit. "Rory, one of Stormy's lads, has befriended me, only, well, Rory isn't a lad." Isla nodded knowingly. "A lass in disguise. And do you think this Stormy knows?" Soraka asked. It was what Rory had come to her office about the afternoon before. She'd asked Imogen whether she knew of a tonic, something, anything, to halt her courses. The monthly flux was becoming difficult to hide. "She wouldn't say. Rory masks her concern with a show of bravado. She'd never admit to being afraid." But she was, Imogen was certain of it, and she'd refused to accept help yet again when Imogen had offered her a place at Haven. "Your efforts are commendable, Imogen," Isla said, her tea in one hand, her other rocking the sleeping infant in his small bassinet beside her on the sofa. "They're not enough." Another burst of bitterness made her restless, her legs aching to stand and pace the room. "And now going to London, being away from Haven and the women, and Rory and Emma, not to mention an engagement ball." She shot up, to hell with it, and went toward the windows overlooking the gardens, her temper renewing. To force her hand and drag her to London for no less than 5 weeks, it was despicable of the Duke. And then, practically within the same breath, to stand so close and use those lips and tongue and hands the way he had. Imogen shivered at the memory of her body being heaved up against his unyielding one. And how swiftly she'd submitted to the heady explosion of sensation it had elicited, how hungrily she'd kissed him back. She wouldn't think of it, couldn't, not without feeling like a brainless hussy. "Perhaps a London engagement ball is a better idea, Imogen," her mother said after a few moments of quiet. "You two haven't exactly made the best impressions in society here." "Yes, it seems my brother has worked up quite a reputation these last weeks in Edinburgh." Soraka subdued a wry grin. "They're calling him the Dreadful Duke." "Dreadfully unfashionable," Isla snickered. "Those same papers dubbed me Lady Rosebud," Imogen remarked, "though my more recent favourites are Lord Troglodyte and Lady Pompadour." Isla giggled. "Troglodyte, that's marvellous. I shall need to keep a list, if only to torture my stick-in-the-mud brother with it later." Lady Kincaid looked as if she'd like to change the subject. Imogen and her mother had been silent with each other after that morning's breakfast, when Lord Kincaid had declared he would not hear another word about how unsuitable the Duke was. "He is a duke and the son of a very good friend," her father had said. "And by God, he's weathered your charades like a saint these last 2 weeks, hasn't he? His patience speaks volumes." Imogen's eyes had goggled. "His patience? Papa, have you seen the man parading in his kilts and swinging his claymore like he's Wallace reborn?" "He's a Highlander," her father had huffed, waving a dismissive arm that made Imogen want to throw her teacup across the room. He's a Highlander? That was her father's excuse for the man's uncivilized, vulgar behaviour? She bit her lip hard. Her so-called charades were tame by comparison. She'd opened her mouth and shut it at the dour look on Lord Kincaid's face. "Not another word, Imogen. We will go to London, and you will see that this is the best course of action. You need someone to keep you in line, my girl." Her stomach had lurched, threatening to unseat the kippers she'd eaten. "Is that what you do with Mother? Keep her in line?" Lady Kincaid had burst into laughter. "Only when I'm utterly unruly." "Which is all the time," he'd added with an arch glance her way. Imogen had wanted to scream bloody murder, cast up her accounts and roll her eyes all at once. Blast their love match. She didn't mean it, of course. She'd dreamed of a love match herself once upon a time. But that had been long ago. That dream had withered and was now buried, impossible to exhume. She was unable to love completely, wholly, without doubt. It simply wasn't possible. Because she herself wasn't whole and complete, and never would be. Not after what had happened to her dear Belinda. What had happened to her, and the monster she'd given her heart to. There were pieces of her missing, stolen away by a man she'd once trusted completely. No man deserved the rest of those pieces, ruined the way they were. Not even a rotted, overbearing Highlander who she'd like to throttle in his sleep, or kiss. The tormenting thing was, she couldn't make up her mind as to which one she wanted more. "I think I should take some air," she said to Soraka and Isla, apologizing with a glance toward them and her mother. The weather was warm enough to go about without a cloak, and so she ambled along one of the garden paths until she came to a sundial. The light was weak, hidden behind banks of clouds, and no shadow was cast on the dial to mark the hour. If only time was as simple to pause. "If you're thinking to catch a cold and stay behind instead of going to London, I should warn you I'm rather good with healing tonics and rubs and the like." Isla had followed her. Soraka, too. Imogen wasn't annoyed, however. She liked the pair of them immensely. Too much, perhaps. "I'm sure the Duke would insist upon my presence even if I had dysentery," Imogen muttered. She had already considered and dismissed a number of excuses, from a curious case of amnesia all the way to a broken leg. But from his previous conduct, Imogen suspected Ronan would toss the crutches aside and haul her right over his shoulder, giving her bottom a smack for good measure. The ripple of thrill the thought sent through her was enough to make her feel truly nauseated. "He can be a devil," Isla said, coming toward the sundial. She held little Maxwell, the babe now squirming against her shoulder.
When Niall and I were 16, we eloped. Ronan was furious, and good Lord, when that man is angry he can be intimidating. But then, when the marriage didn't work out and I went to Paris, Ronan would check in on my welfare. I had no idea at the time. Niall told me later, after we fell back in love. Isla smiled as she spoke, looking a bit wistful as she swayed her baby back to sleep. I was still a Maclaren, and he felt he had a duty to care for me, even when he'd rather have taken me by the ear and dragged me back to his brother. "I know I sang his praises earlier," Sorcha said before Imogen could speak. "What we're trying to say is, well, perhaps you've only seen one side of Ronan these last weeks, the angry, dispassionate one, the one who feels as if he's been forced into a corner. Much like you have been," Isla added. Imogen took a seat on a bench, suddenly ashamed to have been in such a belligerent mood before. Sorcha and Isla were only trying to help what they knew was a difficult situation for their brother, and for her as well. "So you're saying there is another Ronan I've not yet met," she said. "If he was so perfect, how had he arrived at the age of 37 without a wife? Is there some great mystery surrounding him? Some ghastly thing he's done in the past that makes all the women in the Highlands terrified to accept his hand? Goodness, did he accidentally kill a lady and bury the body in the yard?" Too far. She saw it in the speaking look Isla sent toward Sorcha. "I'm sorry," Imogen quickly said. "That was appalling." Sorcha shook her head and, astonishingly, smiled. "I think it better you know the real story than the ones your alarming mind is churning away." Isla continued walking Maxwell around the sundial as Sorcha sat beside Imogen. He had just turned 18 when he fell madly in love with a lass from a neighbouring clan. Grace Donaldson was her name, but the pair of them were far too young to wed, according to her father and ours. A dull pain slashed into Imogen's stomach, and she frowned. Jealousy? Over some girl he'd fawned over 20 years before. Absurd. She shoved it away. Ronan was devoted, so certain that in a few years' time they would marry and finally be together. Grace, however, didn't see things the same way. Not that she ever bothered to tell him. She became enamoured with an English viscount. He and Grace eloped, and off they went to America. She never even bothered to give Ronan so much as a goodbye. Imogen winced as she pictured a younger Ronan swallowing such a betrayal, trying desperately to mask his pain. "He was jilted and humiliated," Sorcha went on. "He'd made it clear to everyone that they were going to wed, and when she brushed him aside, it devastated him." "So he hasn't married because he's never gotten over her?" Imogen asked. Could hurt feelings truly linger so long? The next instant she felt a fool. Of course they did. She knew from experience. Hers had scarred her beyond belief, ruined her for any other man. Perhaps, though I do not think that's the whole reason. After Grace he closed himself off, protected his heart, or what was left of it, and swore off women, Sorcha said. Imogen squashed the rise of compassion in her chest. She should not feel sorry for him. He didn't deserve it, not after what he'd done in her office. "There's something else." The worried edge of Sorcha's words reeled Imogen back from the heated memories. "You know who she is, Imogen. Grace was in the retiring room at my ball, if you recall." Imogen sat forward, the cold stone of the bench seeping into her. "The redhead?" Sorcha nodded. "She came on the arm of an earl I invited, and the rumours are she's widowed and residing in Edinburgh for the time being. The woman who'd sat beside Imogen, the gorgeous, venomous woman who'd so overtly mocked her gown. Lady Reed, she recalled. Yes, she said she'd just returned from overseas. She'd also made an odd comment that Imogen had promptly forgotten until now, how a lady should know her competition. I think she might be here for your brother." Isla and Sorcha exchanged a look while Imogen's mind raced. She bit her lip as another twist of jealousy turned her stomach. What did she care? This was what she needed. "Grace is an opportunist," Isla said. "Hopefully one that stays here in Edinburgh," Soraka added. They would see soon enough, and if Lady Reed shifted cities in the coming weeks, Imogen would decide then what moves to play. As much as her body insisted she hated it, the revelations about Lady Reed could be the very thing that won her freedom. "You'll need someone in London, I think," Soraka said. "Lady Bradburn is a dear friend of mine, and I know the two of you will get along. She supports a number of hospices and charities with her husband, the Duke." Imogen brightened a little. "She sounds wonderful. I only wish I didn't have to leave, especially right now with what's happening with Rory. I'll keep an eye on her if you like, and I can have Brant look into this Stormy fellow you spoke of." Imogen wasn't certain what the Duke could do, at least not single-handedly, but she nodded her thanks. The Duchess was so generous, and Isla too. Like Emma, they didn't look at her sideways, attempting to puzzle out just what was wrong with her for having the interests she did. She almost wished she were marrying into the Maclaren brood, if only to benefit by having Soraka and Isla as sisters. Of course, becoming their sister-in-law would require more sacrifices than Imogen was willing to make, including giving in to one very frustrating and infuriatingly kissable duke. Chapter 8. Ronan was bruised and sore, and wanted nothing more than a long bath, a good meal, and a night in his own bed after the journey from Edinburgh to London. Though he and Imogen had stopped at several coaching inns, breaking the trip up into 3 days, they could have been strangers for all the time they'd spent in each other's company. They'd taken separate rooms in the inns, and he'd preferred to ride Zeus while she remained in the privacy of his luxurious coach, though now his arse ached fiercely for it. It was his own fault, refusing to share the coach like a coward, but after the incident in her office, Ronan could no longer trust himself. Touching her had been a mistake. Now that they'd crossed that line, every interaction between them was fraught with an undercurrent. He was acutely aware of her scent, her mannerisms, her facial expressions, and he found himself drawn by the conundrum she presented. A beauty with a fortune, but a committed spinster. She was a paradox. In the past few days, he'd heard more gossip from a few of Lady Imogen's former suitors at the Golden Antler, and the information had fascinated him. One man, a marquis in line for a dukedom, had professed that she was the worst blue-stocking he'd ever met, spouting scientific theories and mathematical equations at every turn. Since he was firmly in the camp that women should be seen and not heard, he'd cried off his suit. Another gentleman, a viscount, had claimed that Lady Imogen was an irreverent, ungodly woman, and given that he was the son of a vicar, he couldn't well marry a chit who refused to go to church on principle, because she argued that even Lucifer could be considered the hero of his own story. The utter sacrilege of it! Ronan had had a hard time keeping a straight face. He knew for a fact that Imogen went to church with her parents. A third man, untitled but wealthy, who owned a hothouse flower farm, had imparted she had a violent allergy to pollen. The lady had sneezed constantly whenever she'd been around him, and he'd cried off simply to preserve her health. Ronan distinctly recalled seeing several floral arrangements in her home, and no sign of any illness on her part. By then, he had started to sense a pattern. The disparity between each report, notwithstanding the many other rejections she was known for, had made him think. Imogen Kinley was a swindler. A very smart, very clever little swindler who played on men's strengths, weaknesses, and prejudices. Not to land the man, as some female title and fortune hunters in the aristocracy were known for, but to chase him away. Ronan had wanted to laugh at her intelligence, and the bloody brilliant gall of her. On the way to London, he'd had more than enough time riding on Zeus to ponder her angle. At Haven she'd been composed, focused, and the clear opposite of the vapid woman he'd started to know. He'd bet every farthing he owned that her reticence to get married had to do with that shelter. Now he just needed to figure out a way to make her choose between him and Haven.
the thing she loved more than anything else in the world. London was a new stage, a second act, for both him and his vixen of an opponent. He needed to stay focused. After a brisk bath, Ronan dressed and made his way down to the dining room for dinner. He'd forgone the kilt, though he'd been tempted. His valet, Vickers, had reminded him, in a stage whisper, that they were now in London, as if Ronan cared. But he'd given in, allowing himself to be dressed in proper English evening attire, simply because he'd been too weary to argue, and too riled up over thoughts of Imogen. She'd agreed to stay with him at Dunranach House for the time being. Her parents' Berkeley Square home had not been in use for many years, and there had been no staff in place for a quick revival of the residence after Ronan had made his unexpected decision. They planned to arrive in London within the week, once Kincaid Manor was staffed and ready, so they could be present for the engagement ball. Until then, Imogen would be his guest, and in the bedchamber attached to his own, just as he'd promised. To his surprise, she had not put up a fight. However, his betrothed had not yet descended. Perhaps she was angry after all. Part of Ronan hoped that she would not come down to dinner so he could eat in tension-free quiet, but another part of him didn't want to go another minute without seeing her. Pouring himself a glass of Maclaren whisky, he sipped it and stared out the paned glass doors of the palatial dining room into the darkened, manicured gardens beyond. Like all his other properties, his London home was well appointed and luxurious, but something about it felt constricting. It wasn't the house, it was being in town. He couldn't wait for this charade to be over and to return to the Highlands.
"Good evening, Your Grace,"
a shrill voice said. Ronan winced. Surely she would have given up that part of the act by now. "Lady Imogen!" Ronan turned, and the answering greeting lodged in his throat at the sight of her. Christ, voice aside, she was beautiful. Like his own choice of clothing, she appeared to have forgone the pretense for the evening, dressed in a simple pale green gown with capped sleeves and a modest bust-line. The skirts fell in simple folds to the floor. She wore no other accents or jewellery, but then again she needed none. Her dark hair, clustered at her nape, shone, and the pastel colour of her dress made her eyes seem even greener. In a word, she was stunning. "No feathers?" he asked. "Sequins?" He'd meant it to be teasing, but somehow it came out as 3 growled words. Her shoulders tensed, and her lush mouth tightened.
"No claymore to terrify the servants?"
she returned evenly. "Touché." Ronan grunted in response and gestured for her to sit before summoning the waiting servants to begin the first course. The soup was his favourite, cream of leek and potatoes, but he could hardly taste it. Then the second course, consisting of duck in savoury orange sauce, was served, and neither of them spoke while they ate. They had nearly finished when Ronan cleared his throat. "How's your meat, my lady?" he asked, watching her. She halted, fork halfway to her mouth with the last succulent mouthful of duck. Various emotions chased across her face, from horror to defiance, until it ended with resignation. She placed her fork down and drew a breath.
"I assume you've discerned I am not opposed to consuming meat."
"Aye." He indicated the plates. "By all accounts, duck à l'orange is your favourite." Imogen took a sip of the wine a footman had poured for her.
"It seems you've discovered quite a bit about me, including my eating habits and meal preferences."
"I like to be prepared. I make it my business to understand my—"
"Enemies?"
"Challenges," he finished.
"It sounds like you're a man who leaves nothing to chance, Your Grace. Not even a betrothal."
"Not if I can help it," he said. "And my name is Ronan. Surely we are beyond formality by this point, considering we are both past chaperoning age and engaged to be wed." She eyed him over the rim of her glass, her green gaze giving away nothing. Her sudden reserve was at odds with the chatterbox persona she'd employed the last few outings. But instead of mollifying him, it set his teeth on edge. A woman like her did not give up. The dinner continued in silence through the next course, and finally the dessert course of strawberry cream. It was another favourite of hers, he knew, but she didn't touch it. "Not to your liking?" he asked. "I've had enough, thank you, Your Grace." He leaned back in his seat, noting her pointed address. No, his little firebrand hadn't given up. She was biding her time, reconsidering her strategy now that he'd forced her to come to London. "Do you have any plans while we are in town?" Imogen's eyes flashed with temper. "Why would I have any plans? I didn't want to come, if you recall, and you forced me to accompany you without any notice or advance preparation." "I didn't force you," he said. "I gave you the option to refuse." She scowled. "Crying off the betrothal was hardly a viable option, Ronan." Even with its combative notes, the sound of his name on her tongue made his pulse quicken. He wondered how it would sound in the butter-rich tone she'd used in Haven's office when she'd been taken unawares by his visit, or how it would sound in bed while being ridden to completion. He went instantly hard. "Why not?" he asked thickly. "Why not?" she echoed with a hard glare. "I had a life before you, you know. A fulfilling, happy life without any overbearing dukes giving me ultimatums, without forced engagements that threaten to destroy everything I hold dear. Tell me something, Duke. Why would you even agree to a betrothal if you have such unreachable standards in the first place?" The punch of lust drained away as foreboding settled in his blood. "Unreachable standards?" "Lady Reed." It took a few full seconds for the name to sink in, for it to hit like a lethal blow to the chest, followed by the fact that she, of all people, knew of it. Bloody hell, Sorcha and Isla. He intended to have a word with his sister and sister-in-law when he returned to Maclaren, but for now it took almost everything within him to hold back the tide of memory and keep the cold rage he'd buried from erupting. "She was your first love, wasn't she?" Imogen pressed. "Dinna speak of it," he growled, his fingers nearly snapping the stem of the wine-glass as he slammed it down and rose to tower over her. "Why? Isn't she the reason no one else can measure up, the one who jilted you? And ever since, no woman has ever been good enough for poor, heart-sore, fractious Ronan Maclaren." "I'm warning you, Imogen." Her face paled, but she did not back down. "Grace Donaldson broke your heart." He flinched. "Enough." "We all have ghosts in our past, Your Grace, ones that haunt us and torment us, but they belong in the past, as does your idea of the perfect woman, or the perfect wife, or whatever it is you think you're looking for. Trust me, I will never be it." "You ken nothing," he said. "I'm not looking for anyone." "Then why didn't you cry off?" she hissed. "If you don't want this engagement either." Ronan scowled, reaching for his glass and finding it empty. He resisted the blinding urge to throw it against the wall. "Because nothing would ever make me give up what I've poured my life into at Maclaren. The distillery and the people it employs are my responsibility. It's who I am. A bratty spinster of a wife with a smart mouth is a small price to pay in order to maintain my clan's trust. Why dinna you cry off?" "Because, like Maclaren is for you, Haven is who I am." As small as she was, she held his gaze, head tilted back, defiance burning in her eyes. "And nothing would make me abandon it, not even an old washed-up Highlander with boulders for brains." The last 3 words were punctuated with jabs at his chest. He hadn't even realized that she had risen and was now standing inches away from him, nostrils flaring, chest heaving, and battle flaring in her eyes. God, but she was a fierce little thing. Ronan had the stray thought that she had never cowered from anything in her life. Even brimming with his own anger, he felt desire renew in his stomach. He wanted to kiss her, ravish her, possess her. He wanted to use her lush body until he forgot everything else. Hell, he had to move before he did something unforgivable. Ronan drew in a strangled breath and stepped back. "Dinner is over." He stalked from the dining room into the gardens without another word and headed down to the mews. Perhaps a ride would calm the fire in his blood. But as soon as he arrived at the stables, He changed his mind. Zeus would be tired, recovering from the journey. It wouldn't be fair to take his frustrations out on the horse. Instead, Ronan stalked back and forth, muttering under his breath, until a low chuckle halted him in his tracks.
"Bad night, Gov."
He squinted into the gloom and moved toward the voice. A grimy face came into view, followed by a thin body sitting on the low fence that bordered the mews. A pair of odd-coloured, almost yellow eyes peered back at him. "What do you want, lad?" Ronan asked, realizing the boy wasn't one of his regular stable hands, though his burr proclaimed him as Scottish. The boy gave him a cheeky grin and hopped off the wall.
"Not much. May I have a bite to eat if you can spare it?"
Ronan suppressed a grin at the young man's industry.
"What are you doing hanging about my home?"
The boy straightened his knobby shoulders.
"I'm a friend of Lady Imogen's."
Ronan pulled back and peered at him. Scrawny and thin, the urchin wore a hat low around his ears. His jacket and shirt were both too large and heavily patched, as was a pair of baggy breeches.
"Is that right?" he asked dubiously.
"I work with her and Miss Emma at Haven," he asserted.
Ronan was momentarily stunned.
"Work with them, do you? What is your name, lad, and what the devil are you doing in London?"
"Name's Rory,"
the boy said, and then shrugged.
"When I heard Miss Em was going to London, I had to see what all the fuss was about, didn't I?"
"Indeed. And just how did you get here?"
"Hitched a ride in your carriage," the boy chirped. "In your baggage trunk. 'Twas kind of tight, but I've been stuck in worse."
Ronan shook his head, anger forgotten for the moment.
"You rode in the boot locker?"
"Aye, slept most of the time."
He was reluctantly impressed.
"And what do you intend to do here in London? It's no place for a child."
"I'm not a child,"
he said, puffing out his small chest.
"I was hoping you'd give me a job. I'm good with horses and the like."
Ronan's eyes narrowed. Given a chance, the boy would probably steal and sell anything he could carry from the stables, but he clearly knew Imogen to have followed her here. While the idea of using a child as a pawn did not terribly appeal to Ronan, it was too good an opportunity to pass up. Perhaps the boy would have more information on her.
"Very well. Speak to Jenkins. He's the head groom here. Tell him I sent you. Steal anything and I'll haul you to Newgate myself."
He glanced at the boy.
"Tell him to get you cleaned up, fed and clothed. I'll not have anyone in my employ smelling like the inside of a chamber pot."
"Thank you, Gov."
Ronan gave him a grim smile.
"Dinna thank me yet. It might be both our hides when your lady finds out."
2 days later, Ronan braced himself as they entered the elegant Bradburn residence, conscious of the taciturn woman at his side. Ever since their shouting match in the dining-room 2 evenings past, she'd taken all her meals in her bedchamber, citing fatigue from travel. Ronan had been grateful for the reprieve. A part of him had wanted to apologize for his outburst, while another was still furious at her delving into his private affairs. Grace Donaldson had not been someone he mourned in years. She was Lady Reed now, after she'd run off with that English viscount, and he didn't want to. He didn't hate or resent her. Not any more. Those feelings had dulled with time and by force of will. What he had vowed, however, was that he would never give any woman that kind of power over him again, and this betrothal gave Imogen plenty of power. Power he resented because she could take everything from him. Not that she was to blame. No, he had his meddling parents to thank for that.
"She's in the same boat as you."
The voice of reason in his head didn't help. Ronan couldn't afford to feel anything but indifference toward her. When he'd gone through his correspondence earlier and noticed the invitation from the Duke and Duchess of Bradburn, Ronan had sent a message to Imogen's room requesting her attendance. Thankfully, she had sent an affirmative reply. It would do them both good to get out. At the entrance of Hadley Gardens, he gave their names to the major domo.
"His Grace, the Duke of Dunranach and Lady Imogen Kinley,"
the man intoned. Gazers in the ballroom immediately flocked their way. Ronan tensed. feeling Imogen also stiffen at his side, but then she relaxed almost immediately, a cool poise descending over her features. Their betrothal was the announcement of the season, after all, in Edinburgh and in London. Imogen held her chin high as they descended the staircase. She looked beautiful tonight. He'd half expected her to get up to her old tricks and appear in a gown made of fish scales or bear fur or something equally outlandish. But the dress she'd chosen was deceptively simple. When paired with her lush figure, vibrant green eyes, and plump lips, the creamy off-white gown was nearly indecent. The virtuous colour made him wonder at her game. Did she hope to play the innocent, to garner sympathy? The unwilling maiden entrapped by the big, bad, ferocious Highlander. She was a bit long in the tooth to be playing the blushing debutante, but he would shift his strategy accordingly. "Ronan," the Lord Bradburn boomed, clapping him over the shoulder. "It's great to see you, my good man. It's been far too long. Since McKenna's and Rivoli's wedding, I believe." "Aye, it has, though you were so in your cups I'm surprised you remember a thing." The Duchess patted his arm. "Don't goad him, Ronan. He wasn't right for days after Niall tricked him into drinking all that Maclaren whisky." Ronan shrugged. "You ken what they say, never play a drinking game with a Scot, especially at a wedding." The Duke's grin widened with devilish glee, and Ronan suddenly wanted to punch it off his face, sensing what was coming. "Speaking of weddings, of course, we've been eager to meet this beautiful fiancée Briannon and I have been hearing so much about." "Aye, this is Lady Imogen Kinley, my betrothed," Ronan said tightly. "Lady Imogen, the Duke and Duchess of Bradburn." "Lovely to meet you both, your graces," Imogen said. The Duchess smiled. "Please, we do not stand on ceremony with practically family. Lord Glenross, Brant, who's married to Sorcha, is Archer's best friend. Call me Bryn." "Then you must call me Imogen." "I shall look forward to getting to know you," Briannon said. "Perhaps we can meet for luncheon in the coming week." Imogen inclined her head. "I should like that very much." Ronan watched as the Duchess leaned close to Imogen to say something else that he couldn't quite catch. The answering smile on Imogen's face made him narrow his eyes. Briannon was no quiet miss herself, having quite cleverly brought her ex-rogue of a duke to heel. On top of that, she and his sister Sorcha remained close friends. He frowned. Would Sorcha have enlisted Briannon's help? Ronan sighed. Of course she would have. Hell, he should have thought about that before. He didn't want Imogen getting any more creative ideas in her head. Archer's grin and knowing look were getting under Ronan's skin. "What?" The Duke leaned close. "I've heard some interesting gossip about a savage Highlander being bested by a wee lass." "Sod off, Hawk," he said, using the Duke's old nickname. Ignoring the insult, the Duke winked conspiratorially. "You should see the wagers at White's. Your own brother-in-law, Rivalry, is convinced she's the one. He's in it for 1,000 quid. Most of the bets are for one of you to cry off, but after seeing you with her, I'm tempted to make my own wager in favour of happy ever after." "You'd be wrong," Ronan growled. "We'll see. Pride goeth before the fall, my friend." With no small amount of irritation, Ronan half dragged Imogen away. "Would you like to dance?" he asked her with a terse bow. Imogen frowned up at him as if surprised, but then nodded with some trepidation. He escorted her into the next waltz, bracing his large palm over her waist. She was so small, yet she fit so perfectly against him, the top of her shining mahogany crown coming to his chest. One satin-gloved hand slid over his shoulder, and the other rested in his. Even through the fabric he could feel the warmth of her fingers. In another world, he could have been happy to have such a beautiful woman on his arm. It was strange how right she felt against him. And then she spoke, her words demolishing the illusion. "Do they teach you the waltz in the Highlands?" He glanced down at her. "About the same time they teach us to eat with our mouths closed, yes." "You eat with your mouth closed?" she asked, all doe-eyed innocence. "Since when?" Ronan couldn't help it. He laughed. "Minx." They danced for a while in silence, though Ronan could feel her escalated pulse and see the hint of colour in her cheeks. Occasionally her lips twitched into a half-smile of pleasure at the end of a twirl. He liked seeing those unguarded smiles that hinted at something real. "Why the white dress?" he asked. "It's not your usual flair."
"New city, clean slate."
She eyed him top to bottom.
"Why the formal togs?"
He gave her an arch smile. "New city, clean slate." A part of him thrilled at the unspoken gauntlet being tossed down. It was a fresh chessboard, and for some reason he was looking forward to their game with a surprising amount of relish. As the last few notes of the waltz faded, he guided her out of the hot ballroom onto the much cooler balcony, taking 2 glasses of champagne from a passing footman on the way out. Ronan handed her a glass and downed the other. It wasn't quite as bracing as a whisky, but it would do. She walked to the stone balustrade, sipping her drink and staring up at the foggy night sky.
"There are no stars here,"
she murmured, her usual shrillness absent.
"Not like at home."
Ronan agreed. Nothing could beat a Scottish night sky on a clear evening. "You should see it at Maclaren. It's incredible."
"What's it like?"
she asked, glancing at him.
"Your home?"
He shrugged. "Beautiful, wide, rugged, untamed." Her mouth parted slightly, but she didn't reply, only turned her half-lidded gaze back to the sky.
"You came to know the Duke and Duchess through Sorcha being married to Lord Glenross?"
"Aye."
"Sorcha said they were forced to the altar because of a public kiss."
"Aye, though it was a better fate than what was arranged for her at that time. It's a long story, but Sorcha wanted to get out of marriage to another man, a cruel man, an English marquis. She and Brant went galloping through the Highlands with her scorned betrothed on her heels. He wanted her for her dowry, you see."
"Isn't that what makes a woman valuable?"
Her voice held no inflection. "For some men."
"Not you?"
"We're not talking about me." She swallowed, then took a sip of her champagne.
"Continue with the story. It sounds like such an adventure. Then what happened?"
"Brant fought for my sister, and Lord Bradburn and his wife showed up to lend the Maclarens a hand with the Marquis. And after that I didn't want to kill the man who'd ruined my sister any more."
"You could not have," Imogen said. "Sorcha loves him."
"Aye, and he loves her." A soft sound escaped her lips, something that sounded like a bitter-sweet sigh. It was odd coming from her, a woman who had eschewed the possibility of love at all costs.
"Are they all happily married, the rest of your siblings?"
"Yes, I suppose you could say they're all happily married."
"Except for you,"
she said softly. "Except for me," he agreed. "Hence this betrothal."
"I'm sorry."
He frowned. "Why? It wasn't your doing." The honesty and ease of the conversation were both troubling and heartwarming. Heartwarming because he hadn't felt so comfortable with anyone in years, certainly, not if it wasn't a member of his own family. And troubling because he didn't want to encourage the thread of friendship between them. He didn't want to know her or to feel lightened by her compassion. He did not want confiding in her to be easy, as if he'd done it all his life. Speaking of confidences, Ronan cleared his throat. "I didn't have a chance to tell you. We had a stowaway from Edinburgh." Green eyes met his in inquiry. "You ken an urchin of a lad named Rory?" Her eyes goggled, and her mouth fell open. "Rory? Here in London?" "Dinna fash, Lennon. I gave the lad a bed in the stables." She shook her head wildly, her shrill voice now a screech.
"He's not a lad, he's a girl. Rory is a girl."
Well, that changed things quite a bit. Ronan frowned. It was a hell of a disguise, but a lass couldn't stay in the stables with the other grooms. "I'll find her a place in the house, Imogen. She'll be safe."
"We need to leave right now."
"As you wish," he said. Despite his earlier avowals, he didn't have it in him to deny her.
Not when she looked so shaken by the news of the girl's presence. She obviously cared for the lass.
"You're bloody weak, Ronan, giving in to her whims like this."
Shaking away the thought, he pushed open the door and ushered Imogen inside. Upon entry into the ballroom, he moved single-mindedly toward the exit, but Imogen did not follow. He glanced over his shoulder to see what was holding her back, only to find her frozen, her face ashen. He truly hadn't expected news of Rory's presence in London to have shaken her so thoroughly. But just then he noticed a smartly dressed gentleman hovering an arm's length away just inside the doors. But before he could go toward Imogen, a hand fell to his arm, a feminine hand. With a face and body he remembered, and suddenly he was flung 20 years into the past. Grace? She hadn't aged a day, her red hair and jade-green eyes still making heads turn. Not his, of course. No, that ship had sailed long ago, and he'd made a hard peace with what had happened. But he couldn't contain his shock. What were the odds that Imogen had known that Grace was in town? High, probably, given her pointed remarks the other night at dinner. Grace smiled. "Aye, you look well, Ronan."
"What are you doing in London?"
But even as he asked the question, his eyes drifted back to where the gentleman was now speaking with Imogen. "I'm here for the season." Her hand made a possessive sweep down his arm, her smile turning coquettish. "So much has happened. I'd like to catch up with you. Do you want to take a stroll on the terrace?"
"What?"
he asked, too distracted by Imogen's stillness and disturbing lack of expression to give Grace much consideration.
"I'm sorry, not right now. Please excuse me."
Leaving the gaping woman in his wake, he retraced the handful of steps between him and Imogen. As much as his mind was awash with emotion and confusion at seeing Grace, he had the sense that Imogen needed help, needed him.
"Might I have this dance, Jenny?"
he heard the man asking when he drew close. Ronan scowled. Jenny? Imogen's eyes were over-bright, her body rigid to the point of utter stillness, and she was so pale it seemed like she might swoon at any second. A protective surge rose in his breast. The gentleman looked familiar, though Ronan couldn't place him. Whoever he was to her, she clearly did not wish to dance with him.
"Her dance card is full," Ronan said.
Pale blue eyes narrowed on him.
"Who are you?" "The lady's fiancé."
Frost and fury burned over the man's stare, but then vanished as a smile appeared. He inclined his head, his gaze touching on Imogen. "Perhaps another time, then. I look forward to catching up, Jenny. We have much to talk about." Again with that curious nickname. As soon as the gentleman drew away, Imogen flinched, as if breaking free from some trance. She found her voice, her dimmed green eyes searching for his, the fear in them unmistakable. "Please, I need to leave. I'm going to be sick." Chapter 9. The blood rushing through her ears drowned out the din of the ballroom. Imogen wove through clusters of guests, her vision blurry at the edges, patches of cold sweat beading up in the hollow between her breasts and over her back. He was here. Silas Calder was here. Oh, God, she truly was going to be ill. The questions of how and why and whether it was real, or if she was stuck in some never-ending nightmare flooded through her as she stumbled, knocking shoulders with a few men and women along the way. If any of them said anything or called after her, she didn't hear them. She couldn't stop. The urge to run consumed her. Finally, Imogen cleared the last group of people and made it behind a standing silk screen. The panels blocked the view of a servant's door and the majority of the ballroom floor beyond. Her feet came to a glaring halt, the cold sweat glazing her from forehead to toe.
"Imogen?"
She leaped and spun around with a yelp.
"Easy, it's me."
Ronan had followed her. Her cheeks burned as tears leaked from the corners of her eyes. "Get a hold of yourself."
Silas Calder wasn't worth the dirt on her shoes. She was a grown woman, and he meant nothing to her. He was in the past, and she would keep him there, where he belonged. The pounding pulse in her ears began to soften, and slowly the stringed instruments and chatter beyond the silk panels filtered back in. Ronan's brows drew together in concern. "What just happened? I've never seen you look so paralyzed." Paralysis was exactly the right description. She hadn't been able to move a single muscle. It had been years since she'd laid eyes on Silas. He'd been chased away, living on the continent, the last McClintock had reported. What was he doing here in London? I don't know. I feel queasy." Ronan looked sideways at her, sceptical. "Who was that man? I've seen him before." She frowned. "You have? Impossible." But then she reconsidered. "Unless you met him long ago when he was employed by my father." The dampness gathering on her skin sent a chill through her. Silas had been the son of her father's trusted steward, and when the senior Mr. Calder had passed unexpectedly, Lord Kincaid had taken the young Silas under his wing. The boy had been smart, fast to learn, and had quickly become indispensable to her father. He'd become more than just a worker, however. Imogen's father had treated Silas like the son he'd never had, bringing him into the family fold. And when the handsome, ambitious, well-liked young man had sought permission to court a besotted Imogen, she'd only been too happy to agree, despite their differences in station. Her father had trusted him. Imogen had trusted him. So had her governess, Belinda. A mistake that had cost Belinda everything. "The gentleman's name, Imogen?" Ronan pressed, making her flinch. "Silas Calder." The name on her lips sent another debilitating shudder through her. She shook it off. "It must have been the tartlets that turned my stomach. Pâté, I think." The awful taste in the back of her throat had nothing to do with the hors d'oeuvre being passed out at the ball. The frown Ronan levelled her with hinted that he knew as much. "I have such a delicate constitution, you know," she went on, raising her voice as high as she could. "Like hell you do," he growled, then stepped out from the silk-screen panels to flag down a passing waiter. He returned with a glass of champagne. "It will help." She guzzled the contents in one fell swoop. When she spoke again, the forced pitch of her voice warbled. She couldn't do it. Not now. "I think it would be best if I left." A wall of fear closed in around her at the thought of stepping foot back on the dance floor. "Might I have this dance, Jenny?" Imogen's skin flushed, then chilled again as she recalled the sound of his voice. She never dreamed she'd have to hear it again. It had been years, more than a decade at least. Though she sometimes woke at night, Silas's face haunting her from her nightmares, she had forgotten just how fervent his eyes were, how pointed and direct, like there was no one else in the room but her. He'd made her feel like she was the only thing in the world that had mattered, and before she'd understood his feelings were actually obsession, she'd been flattered by the attention. He'd claimed to love her, and her foolish heart had fallen for it. God, she'd agreed to marry the man, until she'd learnt what his character was truly like, and what he was capable of doing to get what he wanted. Imogen shivered. Ronan's fingers pressed into her hip. "Do you need a doctor?" "No, that's not necessary. I just need to lie down." In any other moment she might have blushed at the mention of lying down, in anticipation of some off-colour remark from her fiancé. But he seemed to have turned over a new leaf since their arrival in London. He hadn't become a starched cravat, but he was not as loose with his vexing and insinuating comments either. And to Imogen's surprise, though her room was attached to his own, as he'd promised it would be, he had not so much as knocked or cleared his throat loud enough for her to hear. Not that it mattered. She still lay in bed at night, wondering if he would somehow get through the locked door and attempt to repeat what had happened at Haven, kiss her in order to push her away. And when the night would pass uneventfully, she couldn't determine if she was agitated or relieved. Ronan's attention shifted toward the dance floor. "I'll say our goodbyes to Bradburn, and I'll meet you at the door." He continued to hold her by the waist, his grip unrelenting. "Will you be fine making your way there alone?" Imogen nodded on instinct. It wasn't until Ronan moved back into the crowd that she considered the way her body had all but shut down when Silas appeared. It was that familiar panic, the one that rose within her as if it had a life of its own, choosing when and where to attack. Usually at night, when her mind wandered, when she was forced to release her steel-forged control over it. Suddenly uneasy, Imogen made her way toward the ladies' receiving room. She could towel her cheeks and neck and the slick rash of sweat that had flashed over her before. Her hands were shaking when she entered the carpeted room, a collection of divans and sofas scattered throughout, with a few mirrors against the walls. 3 women and their attending maids looked up as she entered, but she quickly sequestered herself near a corner where a basin and ewer of water had been arranged. The remnants of panic would linger for some time, she knew, unless she paid attention to her breathing. Closing her eyes and pressing a cool cloth to the back of her neck, Imogen did just that. To her relief, Ronan had bitten back whatever questions he had about Silas. How long the reprieve would last, she wasn't certain, and her parents would be arriving in London in a handful of days. Imogen pinned the inside of her cheek between her teeth. What if her father thought to renew his acquaintance with Silas? He'd been so distraught when his young steward had, as her father had put it, lost his way. Of course, he didn't know the truth of the matter. Imogen had never told him what occurred, and she never would. She squeezed the damp cloth in her fist, frustrated beyond words. She'd worked so hard, so relentlessly, to move forward from what Silas had done to Belinda, what he'd done to her. And yet here it was, rearing its ugly head, breathing fire at her. She set the damp cloth into a basket on the floor next to the vanity. At least her heartbeat had slowed, and she felt marginally better. By now Ronan would be waiting for her in the foyer with her cloak. She regretted not asking him to meet her outside of the retiring room, but shook off the weak thought. She could make her way to the foyer alone. She would be perfectly fine. 13 years of independence would not be shattered tonight. Imogen stood from the padded chair and moved in the direction of the door. Swiftly she made her way down the vacant hall, and came to a dead halt. Silas stood in front of her. Imogen's already thready pulse came to a complete, sputtering stop. Her body went cold. "I thought I might find you here," he said, and with a smooth motion dragged her uncooperative body into a narrow corridor that seemed to lead to a deserted servant's stairwell. Her heart throbbed once before going still again. "No, this isn't happening." "What are you doing?" she asked, voice breathy and cracking, her chest tightening with fear and dread. "Lord Dunranach will be looking for me." "That callow Scot doesn't deserve you," he said. "I'd forgotten about Lady Kincaid's acquaintance with Lady Dunranach. It seems she has sought to strengthen the family bonds." Thoughts swarmed behind his eyes, the brown irises a touch too bright. He was angry. He couldn't be jealous. But already what felt like 1,000 small bugs skittered over her skin as he looked at her with palpable longing. "I've missed you, Jenny." "Don't call me that." "Have you forgotten, Jenny, that you were the one who invited me to address you familiarly in the first place?" he replied with a wry grin, his dimples creasing. Once upon a time, the sight of them used to make her breathing race. He was still a handsome man, though his heart was rotted like the rest of him. He was a monster through and through. If things hadn't happened as they had, she would have ended up married to him, chained to him forever. Renewed nausea swirled. "At the time we were," she choked, "affianced." "Affianced," he said, mocking the word. "In truth, we still are." "You're deluded if you think you have any claim on me." Her lungs seized in revulsion as she put some space between them. "Go, Silas. We are finished.
The engagement, farce that it was, ended the minute you took what was not yours to take. I want you out of my life."
"Most men would disagree. We were engaged to be wed, and you found yourself in that club of your own free will, if I recall. Others would see it that way."
His smile only widened as his eyes raked over her, his tongue slicking across his lips.
"It's been 13 years. Much has changed. However, well, you're still stunning. I should have returned sooner."
Silas stepped forward, his manner confident and predatory. She looked around her, searching for something, anything she could use for a weapon. A flower pot, a candelabra. If he dared come closer, she'd pick it up and hurl it at him. "Don't take another step," she warned. "You know why I was at that club. For Belinda."
"One glass of sherry and you couldn't help yourself. You threw yourself at me, begged me to prove my love, told me you were mine. A man can only have so much restraint, my love."
"No, I didn't."
But the denial was weak. Her throat closed up, the gaps in her memory more terrifying than what she did remember of that night. Seeing her internal struggle, Silas took another step toward her. Imogen blinked, her hand rising upward.
"Please don't."
He paused with a sly, almost playful smirk. "Are you frightened of me? You've no reason to be. I only wish to speak to you."
"Then allow me to pass. We can speak in the foyer."
Where there would be more people, perhaps even Ronan come to search for her. Silas grimaced. "The matter is of a private nature." There was nothing, absolutely nothing, that could have tempted her less.
"The Duke is expecting me. Step aside, Silas."
"The Duke is who I wish to speak to you about."
"I have nothing to say to you on that matter."
"I went to great lengths to gain admittance to this ball, Jenny. Please give me a minute of your time. That's all I ask."
He spoke with such gentleness, such docility. When combined with his boyish looks, his large brown eyes and crooked grin, Imogen could easily understand why any unsuspecting girl would trust him. She despised him for the ruse. It was nothing but a lure, a worm on a hook. Perhaps at 17 she had been gullible prey, but Imogen was a different person now. Her mind knew as much, and yet her body didn't want to listen. She shivered uncontrollably, her breathing laboured. She had to get out of there. Now.
"I've been in London for a month, and what do I read in the news sheets?" Silas asked. "An announcement for your engagement to a Highlander duke. My Jenny, engaged."
Voices rose in the adjacent hallway. Imogen's heart leaped with hope and terror. Should she scream, shout for help? Footsteps drew nearer and then fell away. Silas didn't so much as flinch.
"You say things haven't changed. Perhaps you're right. I haven't ceased wanting you, Imogen, and the way you're reacting to me, the fact that you've never married, I can see you're still confused about your feelings for me as well."
"You're delusional. The only thing I want is for you to leave me alone." He shook his head, seemingly amused by her outburst.
"You're not going to wed that Highlander. We both know it, and we both know why."
He took a step in reverse, rather than closer to her. She hadn't expected the retreat, but it didn't lessen Imogen's fear one bit. No, she wasn't going to marry Ronan, but not for the reason Silas believed.
"There is too much left unfinished between us," he said. He propped one brow up. "Too much I know about the sainted Lady Imogen. You're mine, Jenny, even if you do not wish to be so, and I am the only husband you will have."
The colour drained from her cheeks, and once again she felt ill. "I'm not yours. Everything between us is finished." Frustration swept over her. "There was no us to begin with. Only you and your sick, twisted games. You manipulated Belinda and me. She was my friend, and you used her, ruined me. We both trusted you." Her heart pounding, she could barely breathe, much less speak.
"Belinda was a mistake. You know that," he said.
She clenched her jaw. She died in childbirth. In the space of several thudding heartbeats, the horrifying images she'd kept bricked up and shut away in her mind all those years broke free. The small room above the golden antler, the furnishings, the wrought iron bedstead painted white, the smoke from cigars and pipes seeped into the papered walls, even the pattern of the paper, a repeated pattern of Danish windmills and haystacks. She'd banged loudly on the door, having followed her pregnant governess in secret, and demanded entry. Relieved to see Belinda propped up in bed, she had confronted Silas. "She sought me out, Jenny, to apologize for what she'd done, and then felt unwell. She's only resting. Drink, she'll wake soon." Imogen remembered sipping the sherry to calm her own frazzled nerves, thinking it tasted strange, and then smaller details had hit her, like the fact that Belinda wasn't moving, that Silas was sweating, that the walls were spinning, that she suddenly felt unwell too. He'd knelt before her, took her hands in his own, kissed them. "Your father put his trust in me, Jenny. You trust his judgment, don't you? Please just let me explain what happened. I know you care for her, but she seduced me. I was in my cups and unaware of what she planned. I swear to you, I love you. I love only you." She remembered thinking that maybe her fiancé might be telling the truth, that perhaps it was truly a misunderstanding after all. Why else would Belinda have come to see him in this place? Imogen had wanted to believe him. More fool her. And then the distortion of the room had started, the tipping of her head as her limbs went soft and slack. She'd had sherry before, but it had never affected her that way. "Sleep now," she'd heard Silas say, followed by a loud noise, and then nothing. Later on she would learn that Mr. McClintock had kicked in the door. Apparently her raised voice as she'd demanded entry had alerted a club member who'd taken his concern to the proprietor. McClintock had asked her what had happened after having Silas dragged from the room, but even now she could barely recall details. Belinda had been drugged too. McClintock had told her that it had been laudanum. If McClintock hadn't arrived when he did, or if that club member had ignored her shouting, Imogen did not know what else Silas might have done, though Imogen had no idea how much time had passed in that room before her rescue. McClintock had haltingly informed her of the state in which she'd been found, her clothing in disarray, Silas on top of her. It made her sick to think he'd violated her while she'd been unconscious, but that hadn't been the worst of it. Belinda had gone into labour, but neither she nor her child survived. She'd been unconscious too long. Imogen's heart had died too that day, along with her faith in all men. Silas had disappeared that very night. And now he'd returned to claim whatever rights he believed were his, that she was his. Oh, God, he was truly mad. "Go away," she said. "I'll scream." "You won't." Impatience shuttered his expression, wiping out his sly grin. "What would your dear father think if he knew the truth?" He cocked his head. "Of his precious soiled dove of a daughter about to marry a duke. Goodness, what would the duke say if he knew about his intended's lack of virtue?" Imogen felt frozen with anger and frustration as Silas flicked an invisible speck of dust from his sleeve. An image rose up into her mind of Ronan crunching his brawny fist right into the centre of Silas's face. It would be satisfying to see, but it wouldn't be enough to silence him. He would see her ruined before everyone. "Why?" "Because I was cheated," he said, smiling. "Of a bride, a fortune, of what I deserved." Imogen's vision trembled and pulsed with battling emotions, fear and fury and utter powerlessness. He threatened to expose her, hang out her deepest, darkest secret, like dirty bed linens from a window. She didn't worry for herself, but Haven would suffer too, and her parents. The scandal would destroy them.
"What do you want from me?" Imogen asked. "Is it not yet obvious? You reject the Duke and marry me." She balked, bile filling her mouth. "I'd rather fling myself off a bridge." Like Lady Beatrice. Imogen felt a slap of instant guilt. The Marquis of Paxton's daughter and what had happened to her was yet another buried nightmare, and she couldn't allow herself to think of that right then. "You'll change your mind," Silas said as he moved away. "Never," she replied, but he'd already disappeared like a wraith. Weak-kneed, Imogen tried to go back to the retiring room, but her legs folded, and in the next second she curled on the carpet of the corridor, her fingers digging into the fibres. She shook all over, the shivering impossible to subdue. It was everything she'd feared, that he'd snake his way back into her life and hold her own stupidity over her head. She never should have gone to that room, never drunk the sherry, never trusted him, if only she'd been wise enough to see him for what he was before. Stop blaming yourself. Imogen's mind whirled and shouted all the instruction, all the advice she'd given the women at Haven. This isn't your fault. You are not to blame. He's the one who harmed you, hurt Belinda. He's the monster. She knew what words to say. She'd said them often enough to others. Believing them was an entirely different challenge. "My goodness," a concerned female voice gasped. "She's collapsed. Come help me. Get someone, Lydia." A rustle of slippered feet and skirts approached her, and moments later gentle hands lifted her from the floor, urged her the handful of steps into the retiring room, and settled her onto a sofa. The Duchess entered the room, her eyes wide and searching. "Imogen?" Brianon rushed to the sofa and took her hands. "You're like ice. Ronan said you were feeling ill. I'll call for a doctor." "No, please don't. I'm better now. Ronan, the Duke, he was fetching my cloak." Brianon frowned but nodded. "I'll take you to him." And announce Imogen had been found crumpled on the carpet in the hallway? It wouldn't do. She would already have enough questions from him to field about Silas Calder without explaining why she'd fainted. "Don't be silly, Your Grace." Imogen stood, forcing her knees to lock. "Don't let me tear you away from your guests. Really, Lord Dunranach is just outside waiting for me." The other women had dispersed, but Brianon was more reluctant. Perhaps she could see through Imogen's placating words. As she extracted herself from the retiring room and Lady Brianon's keen gaze, she considered Ronan. If he knew of her history with Silas, he might cry off. An earl's daughter found in a compromising situation in a gentleman's club with a man. It would be a scandal no peer would endure. In this, Silas was right. Ronan would have to break the contract. But her parents' reputation, and her own, would be irreversibly tarnished. No, what she needed to do was redirect her strategy, and her target. She would deter Silas on her own, the same way she'd turned off every other suit, with the exception of the current one, Ronan. For a millisecond, Imogen remembered the way he'd interrupted Silas on the ballroom floor, how possessive he'd seemed. A bit of warmth trickled back into her body as she walked toward the foyer. Ronan had known something was wrong. Silas had taken her by surprise, but she wouldn't allow that to happen again. Now that she knew he was here and what he intended, she could plan accordingly. Imogen spotted Ronan in the foyer, waiting with her cloak, his impatience and concern etched on his forehead as he scowled. Her tension released at the sight of him, a feeling of inexplicable safety descending over her nerves. The problem with Ronan Maclaren wasn't over, but he was certainly the lesser evil. And to get rid of Silas, she might just have to consider Ronan an unwitting ally. Chapter 10. Ronan tried to focus on the handful of cards in his palms, but the shapes and symbols blurred into indistinct lines. He couldn't help that his mind was distracted, mostly with the enigma that was his fiancée.
The memory of her ashen face and completely frozen body a few evenings ago had yet to leave his mind. He'd seen terror like that on a battlefield, but never in a ballroom. The rawness of it had unnerved him. If he hadn't gleaned Imogen's skill early on, and that her vapid Lady Rosebud persona, as the news sheets in Edinburgh had named her, wasn't just a brilliant act, he wouldn't have been the wiser. But after weeks of provocation on his part, Imogen had been too committed to relinquish the role she'd been playing to perfection, and yet the appearance of that man had shocked her senseless, had made her forget everything, down to the core of who she was. Ronan realized why he recognized the name only after they'd left the ball. It had been in Stevenson's report on Imogen. Silas Calder was the name of her former fiancé. The solicitor's notes had indicated the engagement had been broken, but no reason had been given. Clearly, after seeing Imogen's reaction to the man, whatever it was had been grievous. Placing his cards face down, Ronan folded yet again, and took a sip of the mediocre whisky that couldn't hold a candle to Maclaren's latest batch. "I'm out. You're like a bloody sieve tonight, my friend," Archer crowed, eyeing the pile of his gains. "You ken I dinna like to gamble." The Duke grinned. "Why do you think I asked you to join us?" Unlike Ronan, Archer had been on a winning streak all evening. Even his friends were grumbling about the man's luck. The Cock and the Crown was a favourite of one of the men at the table, Lady Bradburn's brother Graham Findlay, the Earl of Dinsmore, though he still went by his nickname from his courtesy title, North. He was married to a Russian princess who'd been the subject of some international political coup years before. The other gentleman was the Earl of Langlevitt. Shockingly, the hardened ex-spy had wed the younger sister of North's wife, a hellion by all accounts who had loved him since childhood. Along with Archer, they were the only Englishmen he did not want to kick in the teeth. Ronan eyed Langlevitt, who studied his new hand of cards with casual intensity. Perhaps with his vast network of contacts, he would know more about the man who had approached Imogen. Then again, North and Archer might be of assistance as well. He cleared his throat. "What do any of you ken about a man called Silas Calder?" North scowled. "Silas Calder, eh? I've heard he recently returned from a lengthy stay in Italy. If I recall, he's a man of business, though not here. He was the Marquis of Paxton's at one point, I think. Why do you ask?" "I saw him at Bradburn's ball," Ronan said. "He seemed to ken Imogen." Several loud bangs of champagne popping pierced the conversation, followed by raucous laughter in a nearby alcove. Across the table, Langlevitt went frighteningly tense, his face blank, but his mouth flexed in a slight twitch. Ronan recognized Langlevitt's look. It was one many battle-hardened soldiers had, an acute awareness of one's surroundings, even outside of times of war. "Langlevitt still travels in Italian circles," North interjected, drawing the man's attention. "Perhaps he knows more." "Calder did a lot of business in Edinburgh," the Earl said, exhaling and relaxing his grip on the glass before taking a large gulp of his drink. "He was Kincaid's estate steward. At one point he was engaged to Lady Imogen, but it ended rather quickly. After that he lived in London, and then spent the last 7 years or so in Italy." Ronan frowned. "Is he married?" "Not that I know of," Langlevitt said. "There was a rumour some years back about an English girl, but it was swept under the rug quickly, and then he left for Rome. As far as I know, this is the first time he's been back on English soil in years." The coincidence of the timing stabbed at Ronan. Why had the man returned after so long? Did it have anything to do with Imogen? It didn't make sense that the two things would be connected. No one had known that Imogen would be accompanying him to London. Even she hadn't known. But the way that Calder had looked at her had gotten under Ronan's skin. "How did he come to be at your ball?" he asked Archer. The Duke shrugged. "Brianon does the guest list. I suppose he might have arrived with someone. Do you have reason to dislike the man?" Ronan deliberated how much to reveal, and decided against being too candid. Confiding in these men about his speculations would undermine Imogen, and perhaps betray her privacy. In hindsight, he should have spoken to her directly after the ball, but she'd suddenly become very busy. Her hours filled with social engagement after engagement, as if she did not want to speak about it. If Ronan had to guess, he would say that she was diligently avoiding him. "It's not dislike," he said, "but I've reason to be concerned." Langlevitt's stare speared him as though the man could see right through him. "I've never cared for the man myself. He always struck me as shifty." "Shifty?" "He's an opportunist," Langlevitt said. "Comely, charming, and clever. He makes a living off the unsuspecting, skims money off the top of his business dealings, and plays the Lothario with rich heiresses and widows. He's a cheat to the core." When another round of shouts and laughter rolled across the gaming floor, followed by more banging, it was no surprise that the Earl stood without warning, gathered his winnings, and gave a short bow before signalling to the factotum to call for his carriage. "I will take my leave." "He doesn't do well with noise," North said after Langlevitt left. "From the war, though he's gotten better in recent years." Ronan nodded. "I understand." And he did. It used to take him days to recover after clan feuds, the sound of any loud bang making his heart race and his body tense like a spring. He couldn't begin to imagine what a man like Langlevitt had faced on the continent. Bradburn took a quick glance to his timepiece. "I have to leave as well. I'm going to be late. We're supposed to have supper before the opera this evening." He shot a glance to North. "Your sister keeps me on a tight leash." "Someone has to," North replied. As North and Bradburn made their way out to the waiting carriage, Ronan shook his head at the two men. It was clear that they were close. Their easy camaraderie made him miss his brothers. But it wasn't just that. The way they spoke of their wives, with such fondness and desire and laughter, made him feel something that felt strangely like envy. The feeling stopped him in his boots. He didn't want a wife. He didn't need one. In fact, he had an unwanted betrothal that he had yet to get rid of. And Imogen was nothing like those men's wives. She was an unmanageable, unpredictable spinster who loved one thing, her women's shelter. And she clearly didn't need him either, if her tireless efforts to get rid of him were any signal. At least, until Archer's ball. Ronan frowned. Before he continued their charade, he would find out exactly who Silas Calder was to her. Once back at his residence, he climbed the stairs and called for a bath. "Where's Lady Imogen this evening?" he asked his valet. Vickers knew everything that went on in the house. Vickers didn't bat an eyelash. "Your fiancée plans on attending the opera, or so that old battle-axe of hers Hilda says." The valet met his eyes in the mirror, an odd sparkle in them. "Do you prefer to wear the plaid, or trousers tonight, your grace?" "Dress kilt," Ronan said without hesitation. He'd forego the sword, but he needed to remind himself of the part he was playing, that the game was still ongoing. "Where's the lass? Has she settled in?" Ronan hadn't forgotten his promise to Imogen to have the urchin girl moved from the stables. She hadn't put up much protest, and though he still felt the need to keep a close eye on her with the silver, he also felt relieved that she was in the house, and it made Imogen happy. "Miss Rory is adjusting." Ronan stifled his grin. "Causing havoc, is she?" "She refuses to wear the clothing the other maids have provided, curses like a sailor, and has disrupted the entire household." He shrugged. "She's a smart little git, though. Doesn't miss a thing going on around her." "Keep an eye on her," Ronan said. "Let me know if she causes any problems." When he was shaved, dressed, and ready, he descended the staircase, only to be informed by her smirking maid that his fiancée had already left. That cheeky little harpy. Ronan swallowed his ire. Despite her recent setback, it appeared that the battle was still on. Luckily it was a clear night, so he took the phaeton and arrived at the opera house in no time at all. The lavish foyer was well lit and crowded, full of immaculately dressed people. Eyes swiveled toward him when he entered. He endured several greetings, as well as no small amount of whispers at his clothing. He first searched the foyer for Imogen, and then directed his eyes up to the balcony. His gaze landed on Silas Calder. The man stood at the balustrade, glowering at Ronan. As soon as he met Calder's glare, the man turned away, giving him his back. He wondered if Calder had already seen Imogen and vice versa. Ronan scanned the thinning crowd as most people went to their seats, but there was no sign of her. Perhaps she'd changed her mind and gone elsewhere this evening, though Vickers was rarely wrong. Ronan decided to wait a few more minutes. His searching gaze touched on a head of red hair, and his stomach jolted as a pair of entreating green eyes met his. In all the commotion with Imogen, he'd forgotten about Grace. "Lady Reed," he corrected. She'd said at the Bradburn ball that she was here for the season. Where was her husband? His jaw tightened as she sashayed toward him, clad in a fitted cream-colored gown. She'd been a beautiful girl, and she'd become a beautiful woman. He'd have to be blind not to notice that, but it was strange that her beauty did not affect him as it had in the past. "Ronan," she said in a honeyed voice, "I was hoping to see you again. We have much to catch up on." "Where's your husband, Lady Reed?" he asked pointedly.
"Oh, you haven't heard. He died last spring."
Ronan heaved a breath, her motives becoming clearer. "And you're back in London? Why not Edinburgh?"
"Because you're here," she said, inching closer.
He narrowed his eyes. "I am betrothed, Lady Reed."
"Ronan, I need you to ken that I made a mistake."
But before she could continue, a curious prickle of awareness passed over his shoulders. He glanced up and froze. Everything around him cut off but his ability to breathe, and even that was failing him by the heartbeat. A siren in sapphire silk entered the foyer. Heads turned and conversation ceased, and for once Ronan was glad for the sporran on his dress kilt, because all his blood decided to rush below his waistband. Lady Imogen Kinley was a vision. Ronan had known that she had a pleasing figure from the plain dress she'd worn in her office at Haven, but her assets weren't hidden tonight. She wore a deep blue dress that clung to every feminine curve. Her lustrous hair was wound into an intricate updo, a vibrant hothouse orchid tucked in the crown, leaving the creamy column of her neck and her plentiful décolletage on display. Christ almighty, she was stunning. He sensed the moment she saw him, her gaze flicking and narrowing on the woman at his side. Gone was her vacant expression, childish posture, and the doll-like smile on her lips. No, now she stood like a queen, regal and poised, confident in her female appeal. Her brilliant green eyes glittered as she approached him, the seductive roll of her hips making him suck in a ragged breath.
"Hello, darling. Sorry I'm late."
"Darling." Imogen lifted her cheek for his kiss, and in a daze he leaned down to press his lips to her soft skin. She smelled delicious, heat and spice and wildflowers, and it took almost all of his willpower not to move an inch to the right and claim those smiling lips. "You look beautiful tonight, Lennon," he told her, returning the endearment and relishing the slight widening of her eyes. "But I'm sure you're well aware of it." She met his gaze directly, a wicked smile surfacing to her lips.
"Doesn't hurt to hear it, however."
Her gaze swept over him, a dark eyebrow hitching at the dress kilt.
"You don't look so bad yourself."
The look she gave him was so full of sultriness that for a second he couldn't speak. "Thank you."
"Oh, Lady Reed, I didn't notice you," she said sweetly, turning to the woman beside him. "Lovely to see you again. You're a dear for keeping my fiancé company in my absence, though I can take it from here. Enjoy the opera."
With a consummate smile of dismissal, Imogen slipped her arm in his and ushered him toward the corridor that led to the private boxes. Ronan didn't know whether to protest or applaud, but between the eye-opening dress and the lowered register of her voice, both his brain and body were in a state of utter confusion. "I see a different Lady Imogen is out to play tonight," he said, finding his sanity and falling into step beside her. "Disappointed, Duke?" He met her gaze again, stunned by the wry humour and intelligence glimmering in them, and shocked by the difference from the woman he'd been with the last few weeks. "Not at all, actually." "Good." They stopped as she greeted a few people she knew. Most, like him, seemed pleasantly surprised. One gentleman even asked if they'd met before. Her throaty, uninhibited laughter rang through the foyer like the sound of wind chimes, making Ronan's gut clench. He didn't think he'd ever heard her real laugh. "Why didn't you wait?" he asked. "At the house?" She lifted her fan and smiled coquettishly behind it. "And spoil the surprise. Where's the fun in that? I have to admit, seeing your jaw on the ground was worth it." "I imagine I wasn't the only one, lass." As they left the foyer, he felt the sting of Grace's gaze on his back, and as he looked over his shoulder he also caught the black look on the face of Silas Calder, who hadn't moved from his spot at the balustrade near the entry doors. He had been waiting for Imogen, Ronan realized. The expression wasn't for him, however. Calder's gaze was branded to the visible expanse of Imogen's back, which was on glorious exhibit in that revealing gown. The man looked positively enraged. When they reached his family's box, he escorted Imogen inside. As the curtains shrouded them in privacy, the tension left her body in a rush, and Ronan frowned. Had that all been an act? Of course it was. Imogen did nothing without a reason. If she meant to seduce him, to turn the tables by acting the tart, her performance would continue. However, she seemed almost relaxed and relieved, as if she wasn't acting. At least, not any longer. He played back her earlier entrance in his mind, taking in all the people who had been in the foyer, including Calder, and the man's livid expression. Had Imogen's performance been for him? And if so, why? His gaze flicked to her. Asking her outright would only make her close off and shut down, and she was stubborn enough to refuse to answer. "I miss the frills," he said eventually. Her eyes met his, wariness in them now that they no longer had an audience. "You hated the frills." "They were growing on me." He smiled. "Though I canna say your voice ever did. That was torture." Imogen swallowed and grasped her fan in her gloved fingers when he took the seat beside her. She cleared her throat. "You must know that was fake. All of it. My attempt to get you to walk away. You abhor silly women." "Aye. So why the change?" "I realized such obvious tactics weren't going to work." His eyes scanned her, snagging on her bosom, until 2 spots of colour rose into her cheeks. "So you opted to play the seductress instead?" "Something like that." Ronan held her gaze. "I'm not that easy of a target, Lady Imogen." "I don't expect you to be," she said. He leaned close. "In the interests of disclosure, I kenned all along your plan. I overheard you speaking to Hilda about a baby in Avon. You used your real voice, too." A strange expression crossed her face then, as if she was torn between being vexed and being flustered. "Well, this is the real me, so get used to it." He could get used to it. Though she had changed the rules, the match was still ongoing, and 2 could play at the seduction game. "Are you planning to seduce me then, my lady?" he whispered, his voice pitched low and husky. A visible tremor shook her shoulders, her grip so tight on the fan in her lap he was sure it would snap. She kept her eyes shut as Ronan's breath blew against the fine hairs of her nape, travelling up to the lobe of her ear. "It wouldn't be too hard, you ken. I want to kiss your cheek again, drag my mouth across your fragrant skin to your lips, and dip into your sweetness with my tongue. I want to tug down that bodice and gorge myself on the silk of your nipples, to peel away all your layers and get to the truth of you, the sweet, damp heart of you." His voice was almost a growl by the last word, and from the sound of her shallow, panting breaths, some deeper part of her wanted those things too. He could sense her arousal, hear it in her breaths, see it in the rosy flush beneath her skin. But his seduction was a double-edged sword. He was so hard it bordered on agony. Ronan clenched his shaking fists. "Would you like me to kiss you, Imogen?" he whispered. Her eyes flew open, meeting his, shock and resentment burning in hers. "No, of course not." "You only have to ask, and I will." "No, I don't want it," she replied in a shaky voice. "Or you." But she was lying. They both knew it. "As you wish, darling." Ronan smiled, lifting her gloved hand and pressing his lips to her knuckles, nipping his teeth over her flesh as he'd once done. Her suffocated moan as she snatched her hand away nearly broke them both. God help him with this new version of her, and surviving the next few hours. Chapter 11. It took hours to reach intermission. At least that's what it felt like to Imogen as she sat beside Ronan in their private box, each of them pretending to watch the opera below on the stage. Such an obvious farce. The air practically vibrated with tension, and every rustle of his clothing, every shift of his body, every breath ricocheted along Imogen's shredded nerves. God, those sinful words he'd whispered to her, the wicked things he wanted to do to her. She couldn't get them out of her mind. The juncture of her thighs ached, and the points of her breasts were overly sensitive. Ronan had described setting his mouth to their tips, and curse the man. Now she couldn't go a handful of seconds without returning to the image of his head at her bosom, his teeth and tongue working her. As the actors carried on, the first act unfolding without Imogen paying the least bit of attention, she gave her own desires free rein. Ronan had only said those things to agitate her, but she didn't believe they were false. He was a man, and thanks to the women at Haven, she was all too familiar with the wants of men. He wanted her in every way he described, and in the safe privacy of her own mind, she waded into the dangerous thoughts of what she wanted, what she would do to him if she truly wished to seduce him. Imogen would start at his lean hips. She'd felt his strength the day at Haven when he'd pinned her against him and kissed her until she'd nearly burst into flame. But she wanted to put her hands on his bare skin and feel his muscles harden under her touch. She wanted to cup her palms over his buttocks, which she was almost certain would feel like two granite boulders. And most of all, she wanted to touch the manly length of him between his legs. They had traded barbs about his sword before, but she wanted to explore it thoroughly, make his stormy eyes darken with mindless pleasure. Imogen's cheeks were flush with both shock and breathless desire, when at long last the actors departed the stage and intermission began. Her chest felt full and hot. "Imogen?" Ronan rasped, looking concerned, though pinched around the eyes and mouth as if he, too, had been plagued by indecent imaginings. She stood up, the desire to flee almost as powerful as the one she'd just experienced regarding Ronan's sword. She cringed. What a coward she was. She couldn't even think the word cock without another sweaty flash of heat along the nape of her neck. The women at the shelter had been more than willing to share their lessons, anatomy and vocabulary included. However, despite what she couldn't remember from that awful night with Silas, she was still very much an innocent in mind, if not in body. "Excuse me, I need a bit of air," she mumbled, turning and nearly stumbling for the box door. Ronan stood as well. "You're not ill again, I hope?" "No, not at all. It's just a little too close in here." Something like triumph flickered in his eyes as his lips formed a smug little grin. Impossible man. He'd tally her skittering away as a win, no doubt. But Imogen could not have stayed. She didn't trust herself around Ronan, especially with this lustful yearning for him smouldering away in the pit of her stomach. Imogen was alert as she hurried through the corridors. Her encounter with Silas at the Bradburn ball had shaken her. The man was here tonight. She'd seen him as she'd arrived, his figure looming overhead at the balustrade as she'd walked in. The sight of him had been like a punch to the gut. Head high, she'd pointedly ignored him until she'd found Ronan. And even then, it had taken every ounce of skill she possessed to not falter in her role for the evening, one designed not just for Silas but for her fiancé as well, not to mention for the woman who'd been hanging on to Ronan's side. The gown Imogen had chosen for tonight had been a part of the ploy. The daring dress would, she hoped, serve to make a statement and to make Silas see she wasn't the same girl he knew, that she was different, older and wiser, stronger. The corridors throughout the opera house were crowded, and Imogen kept herself alert. She had not spied Silas in the audience. It was also possible he had left in a fit of ire after having seen her with the Duke. While she hoped for the latter, she wouldn't count on it. She took in every face she passed, the knot in her belly loosening when she didn't see him. A glass of punch in the refreshments room helped cool her, but when she saw Ronan's head of glossy black hair in the crowd, her pulse picked up again with anxiety of a different kind. Good Lord, she didn't know what to do from here with the Duke. Ronan believed she was trying to seduce him, and in truth that's exactly what she wanted it to look like, for Silas's sake. But this seductive act wasn't conducive to her original goal, to make her betrothed run for the hills. Then again, if she could drive him mad with desire, and if he was determined not to marry her, perhaps his honourable side would do the decision-making for him. If he bedded her, he would have to wed her. And that was the last thing he wanted. It was the last thing she wanted, too. The wedding, that was. The bedding, well, a part of her, an ever-increasing, utterly shameless part of her, couldn't quite decide if that would be so terrible after all. It frightened her, the intensity of her desire. Imogen hadn't felt attraction for any man in more than a decade, almost to the point that she'd felt as though her body was broken in some essential way. But now, every bloody pulse point felt it all. Imogen darted behind a tall and rather rotund man as Ronan's eyes coasted toward her location near the punch table. She continued to move toward the exit, unseen in much the same fashion, using people and other objects as shields. It wasn't that she was running from the Duke. She just needed a little space to calm, to stave off this base, almost primal urge to know him. She took the corridor and stairs back up toward the private box, thinking to close herself inside and wait for the second act to begin. She passed a shadowed recess under the stairwell that twisted and climbed to the next floor, and she felt something bump her in the arm. Too late she realized it was a hand, and it had already closed around her elbow. With a hard tug, her feet tangled together, and she careened into the alcove. She smelled Silas's cologne, and her stomach instantly turned. "Release me," she bit out, her heart fluttering and her throat cinching tight. No, not again. In the Bradburn ballroom she'd frozen with fear. She'd chastised herself the last few days, vowing that she wouldn't react the same way if she crossed paths with him again. "Someone must stop you from humiliating yourself any further," he replied. Gone was his placating, almost meek tone, the one he used to trick people into trusting him, thinking him harmless. With a small cry, Imogen wrested her elbow free. The alcove was anything but private, and once people began to return to their boxes, they would easily be seen. Imogen pushed away the swell of worry and forced herself to focus. "Breathe, damn it." The oath bolstered her. "I think the only person suffering from humiliation tonight is you, Silas," she said. "What has gotten into you, Imogen?" he asked, his eyes gleaming with a flare of sickening desire. "Nothing that hasn't been present for the last decade," she replied with a shrug of one shoulder, her voice growing stronger. "I admit I was stunned to see you at Lord Bradburn's home, but I've recovered, and I've moved on. I suggest you do the same." "Not until I have an answer." "Very well. My answer is no," she said. He reached for her. Imogen resisted the instinct to skitter deeper into the recessed space, and stood tall, holding her breath as the back of one finger travelled slowly down the side of one arm. "You're angry with me, aren't you? All this is to punish me for leaving."
He had to be deranged to truly believe that. McClintock made you leave. His eyes narrowed to slits. That tosser will get what's coming to him as well, meddling in affairs not his own. But first— Before she could move, Silas stepped forward, one hand snaking to her throat as his mouth fell on hers. She kept her lips tightly shut, but images flashed in her brain of welcoming his touch once, of trusting him, of wanting his kisses. Her skin crawled with revulsion, like it was covered in hundreds of roaches. Blindly she shoved him away, her free arm coming up fast, her hand a blur as she cracked it across his face. Her whole palm went instantly numb, and Silas pitched to the side, releasing her in surprise. Imogen saw the opening out of the alcove and hurried forward. "There you are, lass. I've been looking all over the bloody theatre for you." Ronan came up off the last step of the stairwell, but Imogen's lips couldn't form a single word in reply. She was barely holding back the shivers threatening to break over her body. Ronan's attention touched on the space behind her, and she knew what he was seeing before she turned around. Silas stood next to the alcove, but he dipped into a regal and unnecessary bow, obscuring his face. "Lady Imogen, it was a pleasure running into you again, Your Grace." The sound of his voice made her stomach upend, and she put a hand to her lips. Oh God, he'd put his filthy mouth on her. He turned on his heel and walked away at a fast clip. It was only then Imogen noticed the streaming of her pulse and the bendy sensation of her knees. Fear and force of will had kept her upright, but now everything threatened to dissolve after the confrontation. Her legs, her brain, all of it. "Are you planning to tell me what just happened?" Ronan asked. Blinking, Imogen heard voices from the stairwell. The corridors would be flooded within moments. She heaved for air as she quickly strode ahead toward their box. Had she not been breathing that entire time? Her lungs felt shriveled in her chest and her throat bone dry. She had the frantic urge to scrub her lips and her mouth, scour her entire body. In the box she took the bottle of champagne that had been uncorked and set in ice before the first act, and poured herself a glass. She gulped it greedily, uncaring of decorum, the bubbling bursts in her throat making her nose sting and eyes water. "What happened with Calder?" Ronan persisted as he closed the door behind him and stood at the back of the box. "I don't know what you mean," she said, taking another gulp of champagne. "I dinna believe you." "I don't care what you believe. I'll ask you to stay out of my business." She balked at the idea of telling him about Silas. Yes, he would be appalled that she'd considered the hand of such a man, if he knew the full truth. He'd most definitely break the betrothal agreement to know she'd been touched by another. But her victory would be a short breath of air before drowning in shame. Her parents would learn the truth. Everyone would. They'd know what had befallen her, how foolish and trusting she'd been. Like poor Belinda. Just like so many of the girls she'd taken under her wing at Haven. Haven would also suffer, donations withdrawn or impeded when it became public that the founder was really no different from the fallen women she sought to help. Ronan crossed his arms where he stood in the back of the box, drenched in shadow. He wasn't visible to the rest of the theatre. The house was starting to fill again, and soon other patrons would be using their opera glasses to spy on the occupants of other boxes. Appearing flushed or out of sorts at the edge of Ronan's box would only inspire gossip. Imogen stepped away from the edge, swallowing more champagne, desperate to eradicate the remnants of Silas from her mouth. "Why are you just standing there? Say something." "You wore that dress for him." His discernment startled her, but only for a moment. He'd already proven himself intelligent and observant, and it made her anxious. What else would he see that she didn't want him to? "Anything I wear is for myself. Tonight I needed a weapon," she said. "Something to showcase who I really am." "This is the real Imogen?" he asked, his eyes drifting slowly down the front of her gown. They lingered on her hips, her breasts, and again she felt the aching swell of each nipple.
Unlike the revolted disgust Silas's presence inspired, Ronan's nearness made her only want to move closer, like a chilled body toward a furnace. Her legs wouldn't stop moving toward him. She longed to feel the heat radiating from him, use him to fight the panic spreading inside of her, the necrosis brought on by self-preservation. She raked at her lips. She would start with them. "Well, perhaps this is the Imogen I want to be. Confident, bold. A fighter, just like this man." "You're already those things," Ronan replied. "Then I suppose this is the true me," she said, finally close enough to touch the front of his silk waistcoat. His breathing hitched. Hers, too. "Is this what you want?" What she wanted was to forget the man who had just touched her without permission, who'd pressed his lying lips to hers. She wanted to push every ugly, destructive thought out of her head and replace them with pure physical sensation. She didn't want this with just anyone. She wanted it with Ronan. She needed it with him. "You told me at the opera. All I had to do was ask," she whispered, lifting her eyes to his. His pupils dilated in the dim corner of the box, and they watched her now with hawk-like focus. "Are you asking?" "There were other things, too," Imogen went on, bolder as the chill in her heart receded. "Things you wanted to do to me." Ronan's eyes closed, and for a moment it looked like pain gripped him. He made a low groan in the base of his throat. "Say the words, Imogen." "Kiss me." Ronan's mouth came down over hers before his hands could even wrap around her hips. He dragged her deeper into the corner of the box, shifting her so that her back was flush against the wall, his legs bracing the pair of hers. His tongue clashed against hers, the kiss more primal than the one they'd shared in her office at Haven, probably because he hadn't taken her by surprise. She'd asked for this, invited him in, and as she pushed her hands under the lapels of his tailcoat and gripped his broad, muscled shoulders, the heady boldness she'd felt earlier only strengthened. She moved her leg out from between his and cursed the tight hug of her skirts when she tried and failed to hitch her leg around one of his. "Allow me," he said, breaking their kiss to reach down between them. Imogen gasped as Ronan yanked up her skirts, exposing her legs to the knee, but also giving her free movement to do exactly as she wanted. His gloved hand lifted her leg and guided it around his hip, and then a moment later he ripped off his opera gloves and tossed them to the floor. One hot, calloused palm gripped her thigh while the other cupped her nape. She was lost. She wanted to be lost. Entirely. Wholly. "Tell me which desire of mine you want most," he said, his lips brushing lightly over her lips, his tongue tracing the swell of her lower lip. "All of them," she replied, trying to capture Ronan's mouth for another searing kiss. His spicy masculine taste had done what the champagne couldn't, and she wanted more of it, more of his mouth on hers. But he shook his head. "Choose one." Imogen's brain could barely remember how to breathe as his palm rubbed the back of her thigh, under the lace of her silk drawers and over the curve of her buttock. His fingertips were perilously close to where she throbbed at the juncture of her legs. Imogen rolled her hips forward, wanting them closer. She'd never felt anything like it, nothing so consuming, so raw and aching. Her body had been a tool to feed and nourish, a useful tool, not one dedicated to the pursuit of pleasure, all centered at the heart of her, the warm, damp heart he'd wanted to touch. "I ken what you want," he said, his teeth nipping the lobe of her ear, his breath hot and ragged. "But I want you to say it, lass." "Touch me," she said, though it was more of a whimper. "Where?" Imogen angled her face so that she was looking fully up at him, his expression intense and sharp and determined. A small, wicked grin curved her lips. "I believe you referred to it as my warm, damp heart." Ronan went still, a handful of heartbeats passing between them, as Imogen became utterly aware of a hard ridge pressing against her stomach.
And then his hand moved, pushing into the crux of her. Imogen held her breath, her eyes locked with his, as one finger drew along her sex. "Tell me to stop, and I will," he said, the intensity of his stare changing to something surprisingly tender. He glided into her, and Imogen tilted her hips. The pressure of his touch, of the slow and pulsating motion as he filled her and withdrew, then pushed forward again, wound through her like twisting rope. Her head fell back, and Ronan bent to kiss her, clasping her tongue, licking and thrusting in time to the rhythm of his hand. Imogen rocked against him, her leg clamped around his hip, uncaring if anyone in the opera house could see their wanton display, though she knew they were in the shadows and blocked by his big body. She couldn't have told him to stop if 100 opera glasses were focused on them. It was absurd, irrational, but lust dulled her senses as thoroughly as it seemed to sharpen them. She couldn't hear anything beyond the sharp inhale and exhale of their breaths, but they were loud and consuming, and she was certain the rest of the theatre could hear their gasps and small groans. Ronan's scent filled her head and throat, and she sighed into his mouth as a second finger joined the first, the exquisite pressure somehow too much, and at the same time not enough. More. Imogen felt need curl through her, both bliss and the unknown colliding around her, through her, tearing her apart. She reached for it, craving the chaos of what this man was doing to her. And then it broke over her, shedding through her like sunlight after a storm. Imogen went limp in Ronan's arms, her leg suddenly heavy and unwieldy as he withdrew from her. He held her close, his arms a pair of iron beams around her. But then the noise began to filter in again, voices and singing. Stringed music from the orchestra pit spiraled into the box with them, and Ronan went still, as did she. The last handful of minutes replayed in her brain. Imogen didn't know whether to feel relieved or terrified. Relieved that her 5 senses were utterly drunk on Ronan, or terrified that her body now knew his touch, intimately. Ronan's lips coasted over Imogen's forehead before setting down her leg and tugging her skirt into place again. His eyes, nearly black, caught the shine of a gas lamp as he moved a step away. "That was unexpected," she exhaled. "This was—" "Dinna say it," he growled. "An error in judgment," she finished. Avoiding his stare, she swallowed and stepped away just as the performance resumed. Residual shivers from her orgasm chased through her blood. It had been an age since she'd let the demands of her body control her actions, and for good reason. And even then, it had been only a party of one. She still had a job to do, and now she'd just given her opponent a weapon to wield against her, a dangerous, unpredictable weapon. And she had no doubt Ronan would use it, if it meant keeping the livelihood of his clan and his estate safe. They were at war, and this had been just one move on the battlefield. Chapter 12. 2 days later, and Ronan was still in the painful clench of arousal. There had to be a new medical term for his fevered state. All he could think about was Imogen in that shimmering scrap of a gown, and every time he thought about the box at the opera house, which was too damned often, he felt a tightening in his trousers. He hadn't felt so uncontrolled since he was a lad. How had the nattering, pink-loving, rosebud-adoring, nit-witted Imogen Kinley he'd known turned into such a siren? It hadn't just been the dress, though that had been eye-opening. It had been her manner, her maddening scent, the plumpness of her lips, her greedy, grasping moans, the silken feel of her soft flesh against his fingers that made his mouth water with the desire to taste her. On cue, his cock lurched awake. Ronan groaned. Sporting an erection in the middle of whites was enough to get him thrown out on his ear. Hurriedly, he sat in an armchair near a potted fern and tugged the latest news sheets off a nearby table into his lap. Nothing would satiate it, nothing but her, but she'd deemed their interlude an error in judgment. Perhaps it had been, But that didn't mean he wasn't plagued with dozens of fantasies of sliding into the depths of her slick, ready body. At night, during the day, it didn't matter, the visions inundated him.
"Are you well done, Rannoch?" Rivalry asked with a smirk. "You look like you've eaten the wrong end of an oyster."
Ronan scowled.
"There's a wrong end?"
"There's no right end, I can tell you that," his brother-in-law said with an exaggerated shudder. "Can't abide the things."
"You're French, Rivalry. Dinna your people like peculiar foods?"
"Said by a Scotsman who eats haggis, sheep entrails cooked in stomach lining." He grinned.
"Puts hair on a man's chest."
"Your sister isn't complaining." He shot Ronan a suggestive wink. "About hair or anything else for that matter." There was nothing like the thought of his sister lying with this annoying prick to take away his unwelcome erection. He supposed he should be grateful. Julien waved a server over for a glass of cognac for himself and a whisky for Ronan. "Speaking of women, how is your betrothal going?"
"Well enough."
Ronan suppressed a groan, and Julien's eyebrows shot skyward. "Don't tell me you've managed to make the goddess of spring run away weeping already. I was so looking forward to your engagement party. I've already commissioned my tailor to sew a marvelous petal-pink waistcoat for the occasion." He didn't know why he'd agreed to dine with the aggravating man, but Imogen had started to avoid him again the past 2 days, taking her meals in her rooms. And the truth was, Ronan had needed to clear his own head. He'd needed to see a familiar face, even if it was only extended family, to remind him of what was important. Maclaren, his clan's future, his family. An evening with his brother-in-law had seemed like a small price to pay, though now he was regretting the overture, given the man's delight in tormenting him.
"She hasn't run anywhere,"
he growled.
"Not yet."
Julien's eyes brightened with interest. "Wait a moment. Are you saying that you mean to run her off?"
"I dinna want to marry Jules,"
Ronan said.
"You ken that.
And Lady Imogen and myself, we aren't suited."
"You were well suited 2 nights ago,"
a voice reminded him. It was followed by an image of Imogen, head thrown back, eyes closed, her full lower lip caught between her teeth as his fingers moved between her legs. He huffed a shallow breath as his nether regions twitched and tamped down the sudden fire in his blood. Christ, he had to do something.
"Truly? Because that look on your face says otherwise."
The smirk Julien was known for appeared, and Ronan had the urge to smash his fist into his brother-in-law's smug mouth. For the 5th time, he cursed himself for not staying at home. Julien was too sharp by half.
"Aye, truly, anyone else would suit better."
His bluster didn't work. "Should we be visiting the upstairs rooms at North's gaming hell?" Julien asked slyly. "What it called? The Cock and the Crown?" The idea made Ronan pause for 1 second. If he visited a woman there, his discomfort might be eased. He instantly discarded the thought. Even under a sham betrothal, he would not play Imogen false. She did not deserve it. No woman did, and he was not that kind of man. Honour meant something to him.
"Nay, we'll adjourn to the dining-room,"
he said, draining his glass of whisky and standing after making sure his lower half was presentable. He eyed the Marquis hopefully.
"Unless, of course, you have other plans."
Julien grinned. "Oh no, dear Brahar, I've cleared my schedule just for you." Hell, now his sister was teaching the insufferable man Gaelic. Once they were settled in the opulent dining-room, their meals were served. Ronan opted for the roasted pheasant, while Julien went with tender beef in wine sauce. He eyed his brother-in-law as he nodded to several men he knew and narrowed his eyes in contemplation. Perhaps this dinner would not be a complete loss. The Duke of Bradburn and the Earl of Langlevitt hadn't known much about Silas Calder. Julien had lived on the continent, and France wasn't that far from Italy. Ronan had nothing to lose.
"Have you heard of a man called Silas Calder?"
Ronan asked. Julien's fork stopped in mid-air, his normally pleasant-faced mien turning dark.
"Why do you ask?"
"I ran into him at Bradburn's ball," Ronan said. "I didn't like him. I see from the look on your face that you didn't think much of him either. Neither did the Earl of Langlevitt. Julien set his silverware down and wiped his mouth with his napkin. I only know him from some business dealings. He's used my fleet for shipments from Africa and India, but I cut off business with him. Apparently the man is known for cheating his partners, and I did not want to be caught up in anything illegal. A chill fell on Ronan's shoulders. Illegal? Smuggling. Julien hesitated. He's a fortune hunter, and a clever one, because he's never been caught. Fancies himself a gentleman. Tried his hand at an English heiress once. The chill on Ronan's shoulders turned to ice. Go on. He used to live in London, but he was chased out of England nearly 10 years ago by Lord Paxton, Julien said, taking a long draught of his wine. Ronan took a sip of his, knowing he would need strength for what he sensed was to come. 11 years ago, Imogen would have been 18. According to Stevenson's notes, she'd been engaged to the bounder a year earlier. How so? Ronan asked. It was a foul business that was quickly covered up and neatly swept away. Apparently he'd compromised Paxton's daughter, hoping to get a marriage and a step-up out of it. The chit was 15 years old at the time. Disgust filled Ronan's stomach. 15. No more than a child. His food turning sour, he nodded to Julien to continue. That's not the worst of it, he said. I'm guessing Silas Calder only returned to London because the Marquis of Paxton recently died. Under highly suspicious circumstances, mind you. He was attacked by vandals at Vauxhall. Ronan blinked. Had Calder returned to London to court Paxton's daughter, now that the father was out of the picture? Where is the Marquis's daughter now? Is she here? Julien's eyes met his, and the sadness in his green eyes nearly floored Ronan. No. Unable to endure the scandal, she threw herself into the Thames several weeks after Paxton ran Calder out of London. Ronan's gut twisted with sorrow, even as the feeling of unease settled more deeply into his bones. His instincts were rarely wrong. Silas Calder was trouble. Imogen scrubbed at her bleary eyes, once more cursing her insomnia. It wasn't only because of Ronan, though her mind had spent far too much time dwelling on his carnal skills. No, her fears were caught up in the return of her previous fiancé. What was she going to do? Imogen wasn't sure that she had sufficiently dissuaded Silas. When they'd left the opera, she'd felt him watching her from afar. Even with Ronan at her side, she hadn't been able to suppress her shudder. He had to know that she would never accept him, even with his threat of exposure. She just had to work harder to convince him that she wasn't marriage material. Imogen blinked. He'd claimed he'd been cheated of what he deserved, his fortune. Did he just want money? Everything she owned was earmarked for Haven. Perhaps she could sell some jewels, if that was what it took. "Are you feeling better, my lady?" Hilda asked, taking her breakfast tray away and bringing her another cool cloth for the megrim she was supposed to have. Imogen sighed, sparing a glance to her closest confidant and friend. "A bit. Oh, Hilda, it's such a mess." She drew a breath. "Silas is here." The maid hissed, her face darkening with rage at the name. Hilda had been the one to care for Imogen when McClintock had returned her home so many years ago. Hilda was also the one who had told Imogen the truth of Belinda and opened her eyes to the kind of deceiver Silas was, and continued to be. Imogen kept herself composed, not letting any emotion cross her face, and Hilda calmed after a few deep breaths. "That bloody snake of a man! I still think you should tell his lordship the truth." Imogen exhaled. "You know I cannot." She couldn't risk the scandal, and she loved her parents too much to hurt them. "So which do I choose to chase away, if I can only choose one?" Imogen asked with a sigh. "The snake or the bear?" "Why not both?" the maid asked. Imogen met her friend's eyes. Hilda was more Machiavellian than anyone she knew. In fact, she'd been the one to come up with many of the ideas that Imogen had used to repel suitors. How do you propose I do that? Court your Duke's seduction. Invite it while deterring Mr. Calder, and when the Duke is truly smitten, it won't take much to break his heart.
Imogen sucked in a breath. Break his heart? His sister and sister-in-law had confided all he'd endured in his past with the other woman who'd callously broken it. Could she become another Lady Reed? Imogen steeled herself. For her freedom and for Haven, yes, she could. She would have to. Slowly she nodded at Hilda.
That could work. You seem hesitant, my lady,
Hilda said, peering at her, too sharp for her own good.
Unless, of course, your feelings have changed for his grace. No, I must think of Haven.
She had to do this, if only for the girls who came to the shelter seeking safety and help. She nodded again, more determined this time.
Inform his grace that I will be riding in Hyde Park if he would like to join me.
After performing her ablutions and dressing in her riding habit, a fitted hunter-green fabric that hugged her curves and heightened her eyes, she descended the staircase to the kitchens. Before her outing she wanted to check in on Rory, who hadn't escaped a furious tongue-lashing from Imogen. She'd felt sorry when tears had appeared in the girl's eyes, but Imogen had needed to make a point about the dangers of what Rory had done. True to his word, Ronan had moved the girl inside. She helped as a chambermaid, and Hilda had taken her under her wing, though Imogen knew that the maid was fast losing patience. Having run wild in Edinburgh with her own ragtag crew, Rory was not the type who took direction easily. But Imogen had been clear. Play by the rules or she would be packed off to Edinburgh. So far, the girl had grudgingly complied. Imogen found her peeling some potatoes, her mouth smeared with jam. She seemed to be more focused on eating than helping, but the cook didn't look too unhappy about it. In fact, she seemed to be in an agreeable mood.
"We need to put some meat on those bones,"
she was saying, placing another helping of bread and jam beside the girl.
"How are you doing, Rory?"
"Lady Im!"
Rory cried, jumping up, only to be held back by cook.
"Don't be getting any sticky fingers on her ladyship now."
"It's all right," Imogen said with a fond smile, rumpling the girl's hair. Rory eyed her dress.
"Are you going for a ride? Can I come?"
"Maybe next time. We have to make sure we get you a proper mount. Lord Kincaid will know just the one for you."
The girl's eyes brightened.
"Cool, that would be great."
Though Imogen was angry at the way Rory had snuck onto the carriage and travelled to London, she was glad that the girl was with her. She'd been worried about Stormy, and what could have happened in Edinburgh once he discovered that Rory wasn't a boy. At least here, Imogen could get an eye on her and keep her out of trouble. Snatching an apple for her horse, she headed back to see if Ronan had answered Hilda on whether he would be accompanying her. The first thing she saw in the foyer was a lavish bouquet of white lilies. She nearly stumbled. Silas had always sent them on her birthdays, and after the night at the Golden Antler, an arrangement had appeared. With shaking hands, she approached. The thick cardstock was marked with an S.C., leaving no doubt of their sender's identity. Trying not to breathe in their sickly sweet scent, Imogen glanced at the closest footman.
"Deliver these to the nearest hospital or children's orphanage."
"Yes, my lady," he said with a bow.
"If any others arrive, instruct the staff to do the same."
Hearing footsteps behind her, she turned. Imogen was joined by a man descending the staircase, but it wasn't the Duke as she expected. It was his valet, Vickers. He bowed. "My lady, the Duke has asked whether he needs to procure a mount for you, one suited to—" He cleared his throat, his face impassive. "Old ladies." Imogen couldn't help it. She laughed, the sound echoing in the foyer.
"Inform his grace that while I'm thankful for his thoughtfulness, I have my own mount."
"Very well, my lady." She made her way to the mews and called for her horse to be saddled. Her usual mare, not so aptly named Temperance, was a fierce grey Andalusian with what seemed like boundless stamina. She snorted and pawed the ground, as though expressing her displeasure that Imogen had taken pudding out on the previous ride. Imogen rubbed her nose, murmuring soft apologies.
"You're still my favourite girl, you know that."
Imogen was so busy stroking Temperance's ego that she didn't immediately notice that Ronan had come up behind her. She sucked in a breath at the sheer presence of him, forcing her brain not to think of when she'd been with him last. His eyes, more blue than grey today, met hers. "That's the horse you want to ride?" "Is there a problem, Your Grace?" "She's a handful, I've heard," he said as a groom walked his massive horse, Zeus, toward them. Imogen didn't answer and climbed up into the stirrup. Urging the mare into a trot, she rode sedately toward Hyde Park. Her blood coursed in her veins. Oh, she had missed this. She could sense that Temperance wanted to run, but until they reached Rotten Row, where it was safe to do so, Imogen held the mare at a tame canter. "Where's Pudding?" Ronan asked, drawing alongside her. Temperance dutifully tried to take a mouthful out of the stallion's hide. Ronan's eyebrows shot to his hairline. "Did she just try to bite my horse?" Imogen grinned. "You said it yourself. She's a handful, and Puddin's having a nap back in Scotland." "Your horse needs training," says any male ever challenged by a female. It gave her great pleasure to see his mouth drop open, his eyes snapping to hers. She arched an eyebrow, aware of the game she was playing. "Think charm and seduction," she told herself. Leaning slightly forward, she could feel his gaze drop to her bodice and the visible swells of her breasts. Unlike her previous riding habit, this one displayed her bosom to perfection. "Care to make a wager?" His eyes had darkened considerably. "Wager?" "A race, Your Grace, to the end of the row. Winner gets—" She paused, tapping her chin. "A kiss?" She laughed. "Too pedestrian. How about a favour of the winner's choosing, to be claimed at any time?" "Agreed." Imogen patted the mare, her blood surging as they took off. Temperance was no match for the massive stallion in size, but in speed she was like the wind. They were neck and neck for most of the ride. She sensed, rather than saw, Ronan's astonishment that she was even keeping pace with Zeus, but the truth was, she was holding the mare back. Born of champion racing bloodlines, the horse had been a gift from her father on her last birthday. Imogen glanced over her shoulder and met Ronan's eyes. The admiration in them was clear, and for a second she allowed herself to bask in it. Then she grinned and stuck out her tongue. "See you at the finish, sluggard." When the race was done, she hauled Temperance to a smart stop, her heart racing, and turned to see Ronan doing the same a few seconds later. He was wind-blown and bright-eyed, and he looked too delicious for words. Imogen looked away. "That was well done," he told her. "You're an extraordinary rider. I've never seen a better seat." He made a tisking sound. "You were holding back, Lady Imogen, the last time we went for a ride." Imogen patted the horse, hiding her blush of pleasure at his praise. "Thank you. I have an excellent steed." "Considering you won, I owe you a favour." "All in due time, Your Grace." "Ronan," he corrected softly. She canted her head. "Ronan." Smiling, they shared a strange moment, one of complete accord. She had never felt that with another person, much less a man. That sense of completion, of quiet understanding. Going back the way they'd come, they walked the horses slowly so that they could cool down. Imogen had half expected to see Silas, but the man didn't love horses, so it was a sure bet he wouldn't be riding. Still, she couldn't help being on the lookout for his head of pale hair. After a while, Ronan cleared his throat. "Tell me the truth, Imogen. Why haven't you married?" Her first urge was to waspishly reply that a woman's happiness wasn't always wrapped up in a man, but her new strategy was to win over, not push away. "Perhaps I haven't kissed the right frog," she quipped with a laugh. "Have you kissed many frogs, then?" "Wouldn't you like to know?" His mouth tightened at that, and she filed that tidbit away for use later. They rode a while in silence until he broke it again. "Tell me about Haven." Her gaze slid to his, wondering at his interest, but he seemed truly curious. "I founded it after I reached my majority, when a friend was
hurt by a man, and left pregnant and alone. A twinge of pain made her insides cramp.
A lady?
Imogen shook her head. She was a governess, though not all of them are working class. Some are ladies as well.
You call a governess friend?
Imogen was not ashamed of it. Emma wasn't titled and was her best friend in the world. Why wouldn't I? She felt his thoughtful eyes on her and exhaled a breath. She should not have said so much. Nobility did not mix with commoners, though she did it often enough.
How do you finance it?
She bit her lip, knowing she was giving him ammunition to use against her. My inheritance, and a few private investors.
I see.
Silence grew once more between them as they trotted down the lane, and Imogen was grateful for it. Talking about Haven made her feel heartsick, and she missed Emma. She missed the girls and their chatter. Her sudden melancholy was interrupted by a slowing barouche. Imogen clenched her teeth. "Your Grace," Lady Reed chirped as she stepped down from her carriage. She was dressed in a wine-coloured habit that was so tight it was a wonder she could even breathe. "So good to see you out and about," Grace said, "and looking so hale." Imogen nearly rolled her eyes at the woman's transparency.
"Lady Reed," Ronan said. "Good to see you as well."
Grace smiled widely, her eyes never once acknowledging Imogen. "I'm having a small gathering tomorrow evening. I would love it if you could come." She reluctantly cut her stare toward Imogen, the smile as bright as it was fake. "You as well, of course." Temperance chose that moment to rear and make it known that she was anxious to get going. Though Imogen could have easily reined her in, she allowed the horse to have her little spurt of temper, enjoying the moment when Grace hurriedly stepped back with a hiss as Temperance's hoof landed a little too close for comfort. "Control your horse," she snarled. "Apologies, Lady Reed," Imogen said sweetly, before steering her mare around the carriage. "Sometimes she can be a right witch, especially when needlessly provoked." The woman's eyes narrowed at the perceived slight, but Imogen held her gaze with glacial poise. She could feel the weight of Ronan's stare, but did not back down. Finally Grace tossed her head and turned to Ronan. "Tomorrow, then." "Thank you for the invitation, Lady Reed, but we have plans," Imogen said, glancing back at Ronan's inscrutable face. "Don't we, dearest?" A smile played on his lips.
"I'd forgotten, but it appears we do. Perhaps another time, Lady Reed."
As they said their goodbyes and Imogen registered the hatred in the other woman's eyes, she knew she'd made a formidable enemy. Lady Reed acted as though Ronan was hers. The silly thing was, she could have the man. In fact, she was welcome to him, once Imogen had gotten what she wanted. Broken-hearted Ronan Maclaren would be on a platter, desperate to be consoled. All the woman had to do was wait. But Imogen had the feeling that Lady Reed was not patient in the least, and that did not bode well for Imogen's plans. Chapter 13. Vickers finished with the knot in Ronan's cravat and gave his lapels an extra, if unnecessary, tug. His valet then smoothed each shoulder of the dinner jacket, masking his wordless judgment with normal, dutiful attentiveness. Excellent. Now even his damned valet was peeved at him. "You appear ready, Your Grace," Vickers said without his usual marked enthusiasm for his work. "I take it you didn't agree with my decision either." Vickers busied himself in Ronan's wardrobe. "It is not my place to speculate on the matter, Your Grace." The matter was that Ronan had received a second invitation to Lady Reed's party, this one handwritten and delivered a few hours after his outing to Hyde Park with Imogen. After several minutes of consideration, he had sent a reply that he and his fiancée would happily attend after all. Joining Grace's social gathering was the last thing Ronan wanted to do this evening, but after he and Imogen had returned to Dunranach House the afternoon before, each of them smiling widely and laughing over Temperance's saucy attitude toward Lady Reed, he'd known it was the best move he could possibly make.
He'd had far too much fun with Imogen, and they hadn't even kissed. Hyde Park had been chaste and public, and nothing at all like their encounter in the opera box. And yet he'd found himself enjoying his time with her, hooked onto her every word and trying to anticipate what the devil she was going to say or do next. Imogen, at least the woman she had transformed into, the one she claimed was the real Imogen, fascinated him. And when Ronan had left her in the foyer of Dunranach House yesterday, his cheeks aching from the grin still plastered there, he knew he'd entered dangerous territory. He shook his head to clear it. He'd let what was below his waist dictate his behavior in the last few days. He knew that Imogen wanted to marry as much as he did, and now all of a sudden she'd changed her strategy. He knew it had something to do with Silas Calder, but it would serve him well to remember that she did not want marriage. So why the seduction? Why the flirtation and the charm? What was her game? And now, turning his entire household against him?
"The staff has been rather frosty today, Vickers," Ronan said as he checked his appearance once more in the mirror. No dress kilt or Highlander garb this evening. He wore black superfine, a dove-white waistcoat, and looked every inch the English gentleman. "Hilda has reported that her mistress is, in her words, devastated and humiliated." His valet cleared his throat and kept his back to Ronan as he tidied up the room. Devastated and humiliated his arse. She knew this was a competition as well as he, and she'd been outplayed. Turning his servants on him was simply her retaliation, though it didn't sit well with him how readily they had all rushed to her defence. Hell, she wasn't lady of the house yet, and by God she wouldn't be. He could not let the charming Imogen from Hyde Park, the one who had let down her defences just far enough to tempt him closer, manipulate him as well as she had his household. This was combat, a pitting of wits, a means to an end. Marriage was out of the question. He didn't love Imogen, and she didn't love him. Not that love was a requirement for most aristocratic marriages, though it seemed to be the Maclaren way. He thought of his parents and his brothers and sisters. Finlay and Evan would argue otherwise, but Sorcha, McKenna, and Niall had all found someone worth fighting for. His jaw tensed at the thought of Imogen, desire spiking in his veins, and he scowled. Lust and love were not the same thing. "It is a social function," he growled. "As you say, Your Grace." Lavishing attention on Grace would, he hoped, be enough to drive Imogen to take action and end the betrothal. He hated the idea of cheapening what had happened between them at the opera, or even in Hyde Park. But hell, for all Ronan knew, Imogen might have been performing some strategy of hers as well. The thought felt wrong, like a betrayal of sorts. He knew it wasn't true and cursed himself for being such an arse. But that's what he had to be, unless he wanted to return home with a wife who didn't want anything to do with him or Maclaren. She would never thrive in the Highlands, and as much as he was attracted to her, she was not what he, or his clan, needed. He'd made a mistake with Grace as a young man, and he couldn't afford to now. Further, she'd been more than clear that she didn't want this marriage any more than he did, and so hinting toward a reunion with Grace wouldn't hurt her feelings. It would only hurt her plans. Ronan took the stairs and waited for Imogen in his study. A glass of whisky went down in one swallow, and the burn helped centre him. He hadn't seen her all day, not since last evening at dinner when he'd announced they would be attending Grace's party. She had said nothing as her eyes lifted to his, spearing them as forcibly as a pair of daggers. A flurry of different emotions had swept over her face in the span of a few seconds. Surprise, followed by injury, then anger, and finally enmity, all topped off with a glittering smile. "Of course, darling," she'd said, taking a sip of her wine before claiming yet another megrim and withdrawing. She used them to escape him and the rest of the world far too often. In fact, he'd half expected for her maid to deliver a message that evening, saying Imogen could not attend Lady Reed's due to the affliction. He checked the mantel clock. 9:30. He supposed she might still cancel. The clench in his gut bothered him. He didn't want to go alone,
and not just because he needed Imogen to witness his shameless flirtations with Grace. He simply wanted her on his arm, in his presence. And that was why he was in a heap of trouble. Ronan finished the rest of his second whisky, turned from the window, and lost his breath. Imogen stood within the doorway, wearing yet another elegant gown. Midnight blue satin caught the firelight in the hearth and glimmered along her well-formed curves. The flare of her hips struck him first, and his hands itched to clasp them and pull her closer. Black lace rose from the low cut of the bodice to her shoulders, giving the appearance of modesty. However, the hints of creamy skin poking through the gaps in lacework were just as seductive as openly bare décolletage. She was gorgeous, even levelling him with a wintry expression, as she was. "You look well," he said, catching himself before his traitorous tongue let loose with a genuine compliment. Icicles formed in her eyes now. "I'm ready." And with that she turned and left the study. It was going to be an interminable evening, and it began in earnest during the carriage ride to Grace's home. Neither of them spoke, though their eyes clashed, it seemed, at least a dozen times before they arrived. Every time Ronan bit back the urge to tell her how beautiful she looked, and when Imogen would glance away, he'd still feel an odd sweltering of heat left behind from her eyes. The ice in them had steadily melted between his study and the curb outside Grace's home, and he blamed the intimacy of the carriage, the silence, and the ungovernable pull between them. He wasn't the only one suffering. Lady Reed's butler showed them into a salon where at least 24 other people were gathered, many faces Ronan recognized but did not know. He had no friends in this crowd, and as Grace cut a direct line across the room toward him, her hips swaying and mouth drawing into a pouting sort of grin, he realized that had been her intent. "Your Grace," she said in a languid sort of sigh, reaching out to him so he could do nothing but take her hand and bow over it. She latched onto his arm before he could release her hand. "I'm so thrilled you could come after all. How fortunate for me the plans Lady Imogen designed for the two of you fell through." She spared Imogen a glance as she turned her body closer to Ronan. "It's difficult, isn't it, dear, when you're new in town? But dinna fash, I'm sure things will sort themselves out." Imogen accepted the snide comment with a smile. "You're so kind, Lady Reed." Both Ronan and Grace, it seemed, waited for an answering barb, but none came. Imogen simply took a glass of champagne from a footman and put her lips to the rim, her eyes never once leaving Ronan's. They were warm and suggestive, and she licked an errant drop of champagne from her bottom lip before sauntering farther into the room without him. Another of her acts, he presumed, considering her coldness in the carriage. A part of him missed the real Imogen he'd gotten glimpses of, and loathed the fact that he had to play the part of the unfeeling libertine himself. He hated knowing he would have to hurt her more by subjecting her to Grace's machinations. Grace pulled him away, toward a group of men, and introduced him, all the while draping herself on his arm. Ronan stood stiffly, wanting to dislodge himself from her smothering grasp, and yet knowing it was necessary not only to endure it, but to return her small grins and coy glances. He put in the effort as they made their way around the room, Grace pointedly snubbing Imogen. Even when the guests moved into the dining room, Ronan was seated to Grace's right, while Imogen sat across the table and several seats down. As the first few courses were served, Ronan grit his teeth as the man to Imogen's left engaged her in conversation, his gaze lingering on her with far too much interest. The Marquis of Firth or something. Though it wasn't just this one man. A few others near her, including women, seemed to be riveted on whatever his fiancée was saying. He grew curious as her companions' heads nodded and their eyes grew wide, but couldn't hear a damned thing thanks to his placement, and Grace's voice conversing with the Earl seated to her left, across from Ronan. "Are you looking forward to it, Your Grace?" Grace asked, and after a moment Ronan realized she was addressing him. "I'm sorry, what?"
She pouted at having to repeat herself, his attention clearly not on her. He couldn't force it, even though he had accepted the invitation for the sole purpose of flirting openly with Lady Reed. But his treasonous eyes and ears kept drifting toward Imogen. "I asked," she began in a playful, chastising tone while leaning forward, giving him a bountiful view of her breasts, "if you were looking forward to returning home, to Maclaren." Her hand touched his knee under the table, and her fingers started rubbing slow circles over the fabric. "I was telling Lord Granger how beautiful it is there, and how much I miss it. What I wouldna give to breathe in the Highland air again." She was utterly transparent, not just with her comment, but with her aggressive tactics. Had she been like this before, when they'd been young? He'd been so head over arse in love with her that he'd been blinded. Now, however, he felt none of the overpowering desire that he'd kept trapped in his memory for so long whenever he thought of Grace. She was still lovely, perhaps even more so than when he'd lost his heart to her, but the only woman who shined brightly in the dining room right then, the one who seemed to beckon him just by standing in the same room as him, was the petite, tawny-haired lady currently captivating her small, rapt audience. "I am Miss Maclaren," he answered, shifting in his seat and reaching for her hand. He should have suggested she come visit at her earliest convenience, but instead he flattened her fingers under his palm and then gently peeled them free. Grace's expression went stony as he released her hand and moved his leg. She sat back, fussing with a napkin in her lap. Her lips pressed together as she turned her attention toward Imogen. "Lady Imogen," she said brightly, "you're clearly relishing the conversation at that end of the table. Dinna keep us at this end in the dark." Several guests near to Imogen swung their heads toward their hostess. Imogen took up a leisurely sip of her wine and then skipped her eyes to Ronan. He felt a tug in his chest. He shouldn't have felt so relieved to have her attention on him instead of the two men she'd been engaging at her side. It was absurd. He'd accepted the invitation tonight in order to make Imogen jealous, not to allow himself to feel the same way. The confident poise of her chin revealed she didn't feel jealous in the least. "I was speaking of the work I do in Edinburgh," she said, "at the charity home, Haven. Have you heard of it, Lady Reed?" Grace sat taller, practically purring at the advantageous opening. "The home for wayward girls and their illegitimate offspring. I have heard of it, though I canna say I understand why you'd divert yourself with such a place. Associating with women of such low moral character must have an impact on you after a time, I imagine." Imogen had likely faced any number of ignorant questions over the years, as well as outright hostile ones. Grace's contained unmasked insult, and its delivery lacked any sort of finesse. Ronan admired his betrothed as she smiled serenely and replied, "I would not be the same without them. They've shown me my true purpose." "I thought a lady's purpose was to please her husband," Grace said with an arch look at Ronan. He had the sudden desire to reject the statement, even if it was counterintuitive to his plans. "It seems a shallow purpose, to please just one person when you can make a difference to many more who need it." Imogen's eyes snapped to his in surprise. "Truly, Your Grace," Lady Reed chuckled, though it was with an edge as she looked around the table at her other guests. "I never would have expected such sentimentality from you." "It's hard to expect anything from a person you dinna ken very well," he replied. The table fell quiet. Lady Reed silenced at last. She smiled thinly at him before turning to Lord Granger at her right and inquiring how he liked the beef bourguignon. Ronan took a deep sip of his wine, frustrated. What in hell was he doing defending Imogen and Haven? It had been instinct, unruly and impulsive and damned stupid. If he'd wanted to push her away, he would have joined Grace in her calculating assault, perhaps even by saying that no wife of his would be involved in such an organization. But his bloody impulse had betrayed him,
It was because in his heart Ronan knew her involvement at Haven was not a diversion or pastime. It was a labour of love, and something most ladies of her station would not understand in the least. It was something that some would fear or criticise. It set Imogen apart from the rest, and he could only admire her for it. But admiration was not a reason to marry. Neither was intense attraction. If anything, Imogen's dedication to Haven was a reason neither of them were well suited. Her work was in Edinburgh. She'd never come to Maclaren. She'd never feel the same passion for Ronan's clan or her role as lady as she did for the charity she'd dedicated her life to. It was ironic, really. He'd been searching for a woman of stalwart conviction to be his lady. Now he was betrothed to a woman who would fight tooth and nail for what she believed in, only it wasn't in Maclaren, but Haven. Dinner concluded, an awkward cloud still hanging over the table, even though his betrothed seemed to be having the time of her life, her laughter needling him every time the musical sound broke the air. The only thing that helped dull the edge was the constantly refilled glass of wine at his place setting. He was in such a foul mood by the time after dinner drinks were served, he would have growled had anyone attempted to speak to him. When he and Imogen finally took their leave for the evening, his temper was spitting.
"Well,"
he muttered,
"get it out, whatever it is you wish to say."
That maddening mask of hers was firmly in place as she settled herself in the seat opposite him in the carriage. "I have nothing to say."
"You seemed to be enjoying yourself."
"As did you," she replied archly. "Did you expect me to sit there alone and not converse with anyone?" A small part of him had hoped for that, but he should have known better. Imogen was used to putting urchins and unwed mothers at ease. It stood to reason that she'd have lords and ladies eating out of her hands, especially the lords. His frothing temper boiled over as he recalled the Marquis of Firth's rapt attention and his roving gaze.
"Did you enjoy conversing with Lord Firth?"
he asked through his teeth. His emphasis on the word conversing was not in the least bit subtle, and her gaze snapped to his. "What are you implying, Your Grace? That I was betraying the empty promises of our betrothal?" Her tone was scathing. "I was no more conversing with him than you were with Lady Reed. So if you wish to assign blame somewhere, look to yourself. Might I point out that you were the one who accepted the lady's invitation in the first place?" His breath exhaled in an angry burst, and he was well aware that he was losing hold of himself in spectacular fashion.
"She's an old friend. Lord Firth is not. You invited his attentions."
Hot colour stained her cheeks. "How dare you, you arrogant man!"
"I dare because I'm your fiancé,"
he snarled, closing the narrow distance between the coach seats. She leaned forward to meet him.
"Then act like it."
Uncowed, her eyes glittered with anger, her alabaster skin flushed with beautiful colour, and the scent of her rose to curl around him. Time slowed, the tension of the dinner underscoring and heightening every emotion shuttling between them. Her lips parted, the tip of a pink tongue darting out to wet them, and Ronan didn't hesitate. He breached the remaining gap and sealed his mouth to hers. He expected her to resist or to pull away, but Imogen did neither. Instead, her hands clutched at his nape, winding into his hair, urging him forward so fiercely that his teeth ground into hers. With a groan, Ronan reached for those curving hips that had tempted him from the start of the evening, and plucked her off the opposite seat into his lap. He teased her mouth wider and deepened the kiss, gorging himself on the feel and taste of her. Christ, he could never get enough of kissing this woman. Trailing hot, open-mouthed kisses down her throat, the scent of her hot, silken skin drugging him, he tugged at that teasing, lace-covered bodice, letting one finger dip in between the creamy globes of her bosom. The soft squeeze made his head spin and his already stiff cock harden. Replacing his finger with his lips, he went slowly, allowing her the option to pull away, but she threw her head back and moaned when he eased the fabric downward. Her breasts spilled free, and with an uncontrolled growl, Ronan closed his mouth over one taut nipple. She tasted exactly as he thought she would, like heaven. God, Imogen, you're perfect, he groaned, turning his attention to her other breast, and then climbing her neck to seek her mouth again. I want you, all of you, the real you. Imogen broke free of his lips then, her eyes wild and unreadable, but she didn't heave off of him. She sat there with her bee-stung lips and pert, rosy-tipped breasts, and just stared at him as though she was trying to see inside of his fracturing soul. And he was fractured. Fractured because, physically, he wanted her more than he'd ever wanted another woman in his life. His body and his brain swung in opposite directions, and for once in his rigid life Ronan wanted to heed the former. But the stakes were already in play. Neither of them wanted to give in to the other, and intimacy would complicate the game. The same indecision warred in her green eyes. Indecision, and the same conflicted desires that tore through him. She wanted him as well, but at what cost? She had much to lose, too. After an interminable length of time, when Imogen fixed her bodice and eased off of him to return to her seat as though she'd gotten the answers she sought, Ronan didn't stop her, though every nerve in his straining body protested otherwise. "What are you doing?" he rasped. Imogen shrugged and stared outside, her beautiful face in profile. "What one of us has to." She was right. It was for the best. Chapter 14. Imogen sipped a cold tea in the morning room as for the 15th time she attempted to read the letter she'd received from Emma. Her gaze slipped to Rory sitting opposite at the table, diligently focused on demolishing a second plate of jam and biscuits, and she smiled to herself before staring at the letter. She couldn't concentrate, not for lack of trying. Her body was on edge, and her brain was filled to the brim with tiresome thoughts of a certain rugged Highlander who made her feel like tearing her clothes off in one breath and kicking him in the shin at another. Her dreams hadn't offered much reprieve either, and she'd spent the night in a state of utter restlessness. Imogen couldn't fathom it. She'd never let any man get under her skin so thoroughly. At the dinner she'd wanted to mark her territory like a snarling she-wolf, but she'd had to settle for getting to know a handful of strangers while she'd seethed on the inside. Lord Firth had been interested in Haven and seemed to be of the mind to make a sizable donation. That said, Imogen wasn't naive. She'd seen the way the Marquis had looked at her, but instead of nipping it in the bud as she normally would have, she'd welcomed the flirtation. Welcomed the distraction. Her pricked pride had been at fault. She'd wanted Ronan to notice, wanted him to react, wanted to needle him with the same provocation, when what she should have been doing was encouraging him to attract Lady Reed's attentions. Lady Reed, as odious as she was the answer to her prayers. That was what she was after, wasn't it? Freedom from the unwanted betrothal? Have him choose another woman better suited for the task? Even if Ronan was using the woman as a tactic to get her to cry off, Lady Reed was the solution to her problem. If she got her hooks into him, as she clearly wanted, Ronan would be the one forced to cry off. It wouldn't take much to orchestrate a compromising situation, which would please Grace to no end, and Ronan was too honourable of a man to walk away from his responsibilities. Imogen would go back to her life and Haven with her inheritance intact. Then why did the thought of Ronan in any kind of compromising situation with Grace make Imogen's chest ache and jealousy pour through her like acid? God, she was so confused. Her head wanted one thing and her body craved another. And even those hot, needy feelings were new to her, new and undesired. The memory of Ronan's lips on her mouth and breasts made her squirm in her seat as a rush of heat surged between her thighs. Completely undesired. Shoving the indecent images from her head with a suffocated groan, Imogen focused on the letter, Emma had reported that everything at Haven was running smoothly. They'd had one more woman come for help, gentry this time, the daughter of a vicar from a neighbouring town. Imogen did not know the woman, but Emma assured her that all usual measures for her safety and privacy were being taken. Imogen understood only too well how gossip could destroy a person, even after society had deemed a woman well and truly ruined. Part of what she did at Haven was support women who had been taken advantage of, and let them know that they were still worthy of being happy, still worthy of living healthy, hopeful lives. It was a wonder that she didn't take her own advice to heart. "You're not important here. The women are," she reminded herself with a scowl. Emma had also inquired about Rory after Imogen had written to say that the girl was with her. Rory, for her part, was adjusting well. The staff adored the cheeky little brat, and she was a hard worker when she put her mind to it. All in all, the adventure seemed to have done the girl some good. Imogen hoped that when they returned to Scotland, Rory would choose to remain at Haven, instead of going back to the streets and men like Stormy. She was treading a fine line with Rory. Push her too hard and she'd lose her. She glanced across the table at the girl, who was wiping her lips on her sleeve and patting her full stomach. "Cool, that was bloody good." "Language, Rory, and use your napkin next time." The girl grinned. "Why, my sleeve's just as near." "Well, now it's dirty," Imogen pointed out. "A little dirt never killed anyone." Rory studied the smear of raspberry jam with an intense expression. "And I like dirt. It hides things." Imogen placed Emma's letter down. "Hides things? Do you ken that people notice dirt before they notice anything else?" she said, a pair of hardened amber eyes, better suited to someone much older, meeting Imogen's. "Like with a lord or lady on the streets. If a lass in a pretty dress with pink skin and roses in her cheeks comes up to them, they'll ask if she's lost and if she needs help. But if a lass is covered in dirt with ragged clothes, they'll turn away, with scorn on their faces." She shot Imogen a wicked grin. "And then I rob them bloody blind." "Language, dear. Sorry, Lady M." The girl might be young, but she'd seen a lot on the streets of Edinburgh. Imogen mourned for Rory's lost childhood. When she should have been playing with dolls, she'd been scrounging for food and stealing coin to stay alive. Imogen couldn't save everyone, but perhaps this girl was different. Perhaps Rory had come to her for a reason. Like Imogen, she'd been forced to grow up before her time. Forced to take on a role that she hadn't expected because she'd needed to survive. Life had forced both of them to become who they were, hard and hard-edged in different ways. "Rory, would you like to live with me when we return to Edinburgh?" Imogen asked quietly. The girl's eyes narrowed. "At Haven?" Imogen swallowed and drew a deep breath. "No, with me at my home. As a ward, like?" "Yes," Imogen said, feeling more confident in her decision. It felt right. Suspicion warred with longing in Rory's eyes. "And what of your Duke? What will he say?" "We won't have to worry about him much longer." At that, Rory shot her a strange look, as though Imogen was missing something important, but then she smiled shyly and nodded. "You'll have to make some changes," Imogen went on, her heart feeling lighter than it had in weeks. "No stealing, and you'll have to learn to act like a young lady, which means no swearing, and you'll have to use napkins when eating." Rory scowled adorably. "Will I have to learn my letters?" "And your numbers," Imogen said. The girl pursed her lips and frowned in thought. "Will there be biscuits?" Imogen laughed. "Yes, there will be lots of biscuits to reward good behaviour. Do you understand, Rory? It won't be easy, but you have to promise me you will try your best, no matter how hard it might be." "I promise," Rory said, and spat a gob of saliva onto her palm. "Spit shake on it." Thankfully they were interrupted from the spit-shaking by a footman who came to the door of the room, and Imogen tried not to react as Rory rubbed her saliva-covered hand on her pinafore. The footman bowed.
"Milady, there's been a delivery for you and a message from Lady Kincaid, who has arrived in London this morning. She will be here this afternoon for your outing to Bond Street."
Imogen stood with a sigh. Her mother had been due to arrive from Scotland for the impending engagement ball and to shop for a wedding trousseau. Imogen had hoped to have had a reason to deter her by now, but it was proving more difficult than she'd anticipated to make her wretched betrothed cry off. Then again, she'd had to deal with the appearance of Silas, which had shaken her plans. "Why don't you go get ready for your lessons, Rory?" she said. The girl rolled her eyes, opening her mouth to protest, but Imogen smiled and patted her head. "Remember your promise." After Rory scampered off, Imogen went to the foyer to retrieve the delivery. An anxious part of her was expecting more white lilies, but to her relief there were no flowers in sight. If any had been delivered, the staff had been efficient in carrying out her wishes and sending them to the nearest hospital or orphanage. What waited for her instead was a flat white box tied with silver ribbons. Her heart skipped a beat. Had Ronan sent her a gift? Why would he send you anything? Shaking her head, she unwrapped the ribbons and opened the box. Nestled in black velvet was a strand of pearls. Nothing extravagant, but of exceptional quality, given their lustre. Imogen had received something similar from her parents when she was 16, one with a diamond butterfly clasp. The bottom fell out from beneath her feet as her hands went cold and numb. Imogen almost dropped the box, but forced herself to pull the pearls from their velvet cradle. The sight of the familiar diamond butterfly clasp made her knees buckle. Good God! Were these her pearls? They couldn't be. She'd thought she lost them ages ago. But Silas must have had them all along. Imogen didn't have to look to see the cardstock with the note tucked on the inside of the box. "These are yours, as am I. S.C." She flung the strand of pearls back into their setting, her breaths coming in harsh pants when a deep-seated bone-shaking fury took hold of her. How dare he be so bold? How dare he steal her treasured pearls and then return them to her like some illustrious knight? The thought of him having these in his possession, touching them, caressing them, was enough to make her stomach heave. She leaned heavily on the sideboard, the box falling from her hands to the surface, black spots dancing in her brain. "Milady, are you well?" The voice came at her from a distance as she sank to the cool marble floor. "Milady? Get Mrs. Desmond, now." Minutes passed, or hours perhaps, before a sharp scent filled her nostrils. Imogen's eyes snapped open to see the vial of smelling salts beneath her nose, and the concerned faces of the housekeeper, Rory, and the rest of the staff surrounding her. "I'm fine," she assured them. "Just an unexpected shock, that's all." After more assertions that she was well and they went back to work, she accepted a glass of water from the housekeeper and drank it thirstily. "Shocked from this?" Rory asked, peering into the box and eyeballing the pearls. "Core, that's nice, isn't it?" "Don't touch that!" Imogen shrieked, and knocked it out of her hands. "Throw it away!" Rory's eyes were round. "Throw away pearls? Are you daft, Lady Im? These would have cost a fortune." "They're paste." The girl looked between her and the pearls dubiously. "They dinna look like paste. They're worthless, trust me." Her heart ached at the lie. The gift from her parents wasn't worthless, but Silas had sullied them, just like he'd sullied everything else in her past. Rising slowly, Imogen took the box between her thumb and forefinger and climbed the stairs to her chamber. She wanted to send the thing back to Silas, but she also did not want to provoke him into reacting. The other option was to throw it away, but Rory was right. The pearls were valuable, and Imogen had long learned the value of £1. She would simply not respond to the gift or its sender, and instead put the necklace to the best use. She handed the box to Hilda. "Hide this. See if you can find a buyer, what we can get for it, and then we'll donate the money to children in need." "Is that from him?" Hilda said, her mouth twisting when Imogen nodded.
There was no need to explain. "A pox on that pig!" "The pox is too good for him," Imogen said bitterly. "Well then, I pray he gets cholera." Imogen shrugged. "If only God would listen. Though men like him seem to escape more often than they are punished, and women like Belinda are forced to pay the price for their crimes." "He'll get what's coming to him," Hilda swore. "If he does, it's nearly 11 years late." Imogen put the necklace and Silas from her mind, and got ready for her afternoon with her mother. As much as she would have liked to postpone the shopping trip, she knew it would only invite more questions, and another part of her didn't want Silas to win by making her cower and hide. Or worse, because it could get worse. Imogen swallowed as she recalled the gossip surrounding the Marquis of Paxton's daughter, Lady Beatrice. It had been by chance that she'd learned of it, when she'd overheard her father speaking to her mother over a brandy one evening. She'd caught the name Silas on her way to her father's study before dinner, and had stopped to listen. Even at 18, the name had made her blood turn to ice, and the dread rise up from where she'd buried it deep. "Silas is courting a girl, his letter says," her father had said. "Paxton's daughter is a beauty by all accounts." Imogen had felt her lungs burn. Was Silas keeping in touch with her father, after all he'd done? What kind of lies had he been feeding him about leaving Edinburgh? And who was Paxton's girl? Her stomach had dropped at her mother's words. "Isn't she rather young?" her mother had asked. "She's not quite of age, but I expect he plans for an extended betrothal. He's not a complete scapegrace, my dear. Silas has made quite a name for himself in London. It's a pity we lost him here, but I suppose caring for an ailing aunt was reason enough to leave." Imogen had wanted to scream the truth to the rafters, that they didn't know the monster they called son and friend, but she'd done nothing, said nothing. The lying bounder had no ailing aunt. He'd been run out of Scotland by McClintock's men. But the thought of another young woman being in Silas's power had struck a chord of fear into her heart. A man like Silas wouldn't wait. She'd even thought of writing to the young lady, but she hadn't. The risk of exposure with her own parents had been too great. The guilt consumed Imogen, even now. She hadn't said or done anything, and instead she'd scoured the news sheets for announcements of Silas's betrothal. What had come next had shocked her to the core. It hadn't been a betrothal announcement for Lady Beatrice, but an obituary. The girl had drowned in the Thames. Though nothing untoward had been said about the manner of the girl's death, Imogen had suspected the worst. If Lady Beatrice had somehow discovered his true character, marriage to a man like Silas would have been a fate worse than death. In the girl's place, she might have done the same. And now the fact that he claimed to want her back sickened her. She needed to get Silas out of her life once and for all. As Hilda was putting the finishing touches on her ensemble and hair, a knock came at the door. "Lady Imogen," a maid said. "Lady Kincaid is waiting in the morning salon." "Thank you." The next few hours passed in a blur as she accompanied her mother and Hilda to a dozen shops on Bond Street, letting the mindless activity soothe her churning brain. She nodded to questions, willing to let her mother make the decisions on colour, style, cut, and fabric. The wedding was most likely not going to happen anyway, and if it did, Imogen wouldn't care either way what she was wearing, or how many layers of lace and tulle the dress had, or whether she needed a dozen more day dresses and twice as many evening gowns. If Lady Kincaid noticed her preoccupation and monosyllabic answers, she did not comment on them. When they finally stopped to have a lavender ice at Gunther's tea shop, Imogen was grateful for the chance to sit in peace and quiet. "Are you well, darling?" Lady Kincaid asked. Imogen forced a smile to her face. "Yes, Mamma. Don't think I haven't noticed your distraction all afternoon." She spooned up some of her ice. "I assume you were thinking of your fiancé." She could see the worry on her mother's face. The woman knew her too well, after all, and Imogen didn't want to lie. She cleared her throat. I'd rather not pretend when it's just the two of us. Surely you can see that Dunranach and I are not at all suited. I know Papa is delighted with the match, but tell me the truth. What do you think? Most aristocratic marriages are made between strangers, dear. Yours and Papa's wasn't. You fell in love. Don't you think I deserve that as well? To marry a husband who loves me?
Her mother eyed her shrewdly, one elegant eyebrow arching, and Imogen quailed beneath it. Perhaps she'd laid it on a little too thickly. It wasn't as though she hadn't been up front with how she felt about love and marriage over the years, and her mother wasn't stupid or forgetful.
I thought you didn't believe in love.
Imogen opened her mouth and closed it.
I don't, but I'd like to at least be friends with the man I'm supposed to marry. Have you seen that Highlander? He couldn't be friends with a goat. You're exaggerating, Imogen. I am not. He's a boor.
She jammed her spoon into her flute of creamy ice with violence. A sudden smile spread over her mother's face, making Imogen's eyes narrow.
You mean that boor?
Imogen turned and bit her lip. What atrocious timing! The man striding toward their table and making ladies' heads turn in his wake was so far from a boor that it was ludicrous. Tall, polished, and impeccably dressed in a charcoal coat, embroidered waistcoat, trousers, and shiny hessians, the man exuded ducal poise. Everyone else thought so too, from the dazed and covetous looks on their faces. Every female instinct in her wanted to stake her claim, but Imogen sat still until he came to a stop at their table.
"Lady Kincaid, I'm so sorry I wasn't here to welcome you earlier to Dunranach House. I had some urgent business to attend to."
Grey-blue eyes fastened on Imogen next, the heat in them making her body react abominably.
"My lady, dinna you look lovely?"
"Thank you. We've been shopping."
Good God, could she be any more inane?
"For wedding things."
She wanted to slide beneath the table. A smirk played about his lips.
"I have a surprise outing planned."
Imogen blinked.
"A surprise?"
"Yes, for both of you."
Lady Kincaid shook her head, ignoring Imogen's daggered glare.
"Not for me. I'm exhausted after my journey and wish to rest. You two young people run along and have fun." "I'm tired as well," Imogen said weakly.
"Nonsense," her traitorous mother insisted.
"You've been sitting around all afternoon and bored to tears with all of this. Go have fun."
After their bill had been settled and her mother sent home in the carriage, Imogen joined Ronan in his waiting coach. She tried to forget when they'd been in there last, her scandalous position on his lap with her dress pulled down to her waist. But it was a wasted effort, especially because the way Ronan was looking at her made it clear that he hadn't forgotten. Heat scorched her cheeks.
"Where are we going?"
she asked brusquely to cover it up.
"I told you. It's a surprise."
She scowled.
"I don't like surprises."
"You didn't like feeling out of control," he shot back.
That, too. Imogen chose not to respond. Settling herself back against the squabs, she resolved to be silent. To her shock, he did as well, and after a while she relaxed, letting her gaze wander the changing landscape beyond the windows. Buildings gave way to countryside as they left the city, and though she was curious, she refused to ask. They came upon the start of a huge meadow, and the coach finally rolled to a stop. When she descended, a large basket-like contraption lay a distance away, with a huge pool of what looked like multicolored silk lying beside it, with a handful of men standing about.
"Surprise?" Ronan said, taking her arm and steering her toward it. "It's a hot air balloon."
"We are not going up in that thing."
The daft man laughed at her.
"Why not? I thought you were nae afraid of anything."
"Not when it involves me dying a horrible and painful death."
"I will nae let anything happen to you, Imogen."
Something in his voice tugged at her, but when she looked up at him, his attention was on the balloon that was slowly being inflated. Imogen followed his stare, her heart racing with no small amount of fear, exhilaration, and anticipation. Ronan stared down at her, a hint of challenge in those brilliant eyes.
It's up to you. I promise you will love it.
Why not go?
With some trepidation she nodded. When the balloon was ready, she put a trembling palm into Ronan's much larger one, and he lifted her into the giant receptacle. A man stood at its center and nodded to her. He was working the contraption that fed fire into the balloon. The heat from the flame blew into her face and hair, and she nearly screamed as the basket went aloft. Ronan's strong arms wrapped around her, and she shamelessly took comfort from them.
If we die together, right?
She mumbled after a few minutes of utter queasiness.
Be brave, Imogen, he told her with a smile.
Have a look. She did, and lost her breath in awe at the spread-out countryside below her. Wide meadows and trees, tiny little rows of houses on their farms, the grey city they'd come from looming in the distance. Though a number of long ropes tethered them to the ground, they still floated at a considerable height.
God, it's beautiful.
She couldn't help it. She broke into laughter.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Aye. But Ronan wasn't looking at the scenery. He was looking at her. Imogen felt queasy, and it wasn't just because of the elevation or the movement of the basket on the wind. The look in his eyes made her downright jittery.
I've been thinking of something.
What about?
She whispered. That stare of his pierced her, making the breath whoosh from her lungs and her legs feel as insubstantial as twigs. Whatever he was about to say couldn't be good. And why had he brought her here, hundreds of feet above the ground, to tell her? Did he mean to cry off? Was he finally going to say that he couldn't go through with the betrothal? The thought didn't bring with it the relief or happiness she'd expected. Instead, she felt oddly despondent. Imogen swallowed hard.
What is it, Ronan?
I think we should elope.
Chapter 15. A shot of fire released from the burner, the contraption set in the center of the wicker basket. The loud noise ate up Imogen's reply, but Ronan could still read her lips perfectly.
You think we should what?
He'd expected and counted on nothing short of absolute shock, and Imogen delivered. It was a gamble, a serious one, but the answer to his problems had struck with all the subtlety of a war horn the night they'd returned from Lady Reed's disastrous gathering. If he could make Imogen believe that he had changed his mind, if he convinced her that he wanted this marriage and no longer wished to end the betrothal, it would give her little choice but to retreat. Or submit. Ronan didn't believe she would accept him, though. But there had been something more than just rational thought behind her withdrawal from his lap the other evening in the carriage, and from the kiss that had set both of them on fire. No, what Ronan had seen on Imogen's expression had been well-masked fear. He knew the look, mostly from his time training men at Maclaren. Often the ones who were the most frightened were also the ones who maintained cool and distant exteriors, as if nothing could touch them. Imogen had retreated from their intimate, nearly out-of-control coupling in his carriage with an easy shrug of her shoulders because of something deeper than prudent, judicious reasoning. She was afraid. Of what, he couldn't determine. Maybe it was the increasingly undeniable passion she felt for him. Maybe she was afraid of intimacy itself. She had, after all, spent her adult life alone, refusing suitors left and right. Surely not all of them had been awful. Or it could be a fear of men in general. Silas Calder and Imogen's reaction to the man came to mind. After learning what he had from Rivalry about Calder being a fortune hunter and the Paxton girl he'd dallied with, Ronan had developed a suspicion. One that he couldn't confirm without asking Imogen about it. Now was not the time, however. He had a plan for this afternoon, and bringing up Calder wasn't part of it. The balloon had started to lower toward the rolling field below, but the burst of hot air had sent it higher into the atmosphere. Imogen stumbled a little toward the high lip of the basket. Ronan caught her elbow.
Marry me, Imogen. For real, with no more games.
The words were surprisingly easy to get out. He'd considered what he'd say scores of times over the last day, but he'd wondered if his mouth would seal over and refuse to open when it came time. Hell, he'd been going after his goal to make Imogen cry off all wrong, and the tryst in the carriage had proven it. If he kept pushing, kept trying to get closer, he was willing to wager that she would keep retreating. The lips he'd ravished in the carriage, and at the opera, and at Haven, gaped. He wanted to take her fuller bottom lip and tuck it between his teeth. He could have. The pilot, currently working the burner's valve, was graciously giving them his back. But Ronan had carefully planned this outing, and he would stick to the script, so to speak. Are you actually proposing to me? You do realize, my dear addled Duke, that we are already engaged, and have been for some weeks. He used his hand on her arm to pull himself closer, close enough to smell her honeyed skin. I am. Not as part of some agreement made by our families. We both know this isn't what either of us wants. Perhaps not at first, he said, his fingers drifting to her wrist and delving under the kid gloves she wore. She jumped at the sweep of his fingertips against her soft, warm skin. But the more I'm with you, Imogen, the more I see something we both do want. Two vertical lines pressed into the skin between her brows. She shook her head. There is nothing we both want other than freedom from this betrothal without any repercussions, financial or otherwise. Dinna lie to yourself. You feel this as keenly as I. In Edinburgh, where they'd first met, Ronan had played the act of perverse, uncouth Highlander and had revelled in Imogen's horror. However, now that she knew he wasn't at all what he'd pretended to be, she didn't seem to know how to react to his advances. These were not put on. There was something between them. He let her see it all now, plain on his face, and as he'd calculated, he felt her pulling away. I don't feel anything, and neither do you, she replied with a complete lack of conviction. Ronan smirked. You've felt what I want a few times now, lass, and whether you want to admit it or not, I've felt the evidence on you as well. The memory of his hand under her skirt and between her thighs at the opera, her warm, wet clasp as he pushed inside her, stroking her to a shattering release, made his groin grow tight. He didn't have to put on the strained voice when he spoke next. I ken what desire looks like, what it feels like. You want me as much as I want you. Imogen's eyes flared, and she turned away, facing the long drop to the earth below. She sucked in a breath as if remembering where they were, and whipped back around. Ronan kept his place, his arms reaching to brace her against the wall of the basket. Think of the benefits, Imogen. If we were to leave off with these games and marry, we'd never have to stop. We'd never have to hold back from the things we want most. The things I want most involve my life in Edinburgh. They involve Haven. They include me as well. Say it. Admit it. You're too stubborn of a woman to lie to either of us. The balloon's silk caught an updraft of wind, and though the basket, large enough for at least a dozen more passengers, was on 4 long leading ropes staked to the ground below, they were all tossed to the side. Imogen yelped as Ronan set his feet apart and took her by the shoulders, steadying her. She shook his hands off. Fine. If you want me to admit it, then I will. I do. Her eyes drifted past his shoulder to the balloon pilot, and she lowered her voice. I want you. Physically, that is all. But I'm not going to marry you just so we can... He leaned closer to her ear. Fuck. Imogen didn't shove him. She didn't stomp his foot or slap him or call him a degenerate. She simply stared into his eyes, her own bright and questioning. For a moment he worried if she had somehow stumbled onto his tactic. He'd already played the coarse ruffian, though, and she was too smart to think he'd fall back on it now. Then again, he wasn't really playing. He didn't want to marry. He was simply laying out the advantages if they chose to. You want to marry me, so we can sleep together without any qualms? She asked. A marriage based on sex? He put his hands into his pockets and shrugged, allowing a little smirk to play at the corner of his mouth. Marriages have been based on less exciting things in the past. A wash of colour stung her cheeks as she set her jaw and well and truly glared. "I am not a harlot," she whispered through gritted teeth. "I wasn't calling you one," he replied, guilt lancing his stomach. "You're not a harlot for wanting a man in your bed, Imogen. You assume too much. Just because I responded to your advances." "Responded? To my advances?" Ronan checked his voice and shadowed Imogen as she walked away toward the corner of the basket. She crossed her arms and peered out over the city's horizon beyond the trees. "You practically planted yourself in my arms at the opera, if I recall." Her shoulders tightened, and Ronan cursed himself. He wasn't supposed to be antagonizing her. Fighting only seemed to put them on the same playing field, each of them battling for the upper hand. He needed Imogen to believe he truly wanted to marry her, and with any hope, she'd do as he suspected, run. "You responded to me because you feel the same need that I do. You light my blood on fire, Imogen." He stood at her back, bent forward so his lips were at her ear. "When you're angry, when you're laughing, when you're just standing there, looking so damned beautiful." Ronan's chest felt tight, his pulse hard in his throat. These words, where were they coming from? He hadn't planned any of them. But they felt right, and better still, they weren't lies. He didn't want to lie to her. "Stop, Ronan," she said, touching her hat nervously. "Why?" "Because I'm not going to change my mind. I've spent the last several years helping steer women in the right direction, to know what they want and not to allow anyone to stand in their way. Haven is my purpose. What kind of hypocrite would I be if I gave it all up because of a fleeting attraction?" He'd expected this response, and he let out a sigh of relief that he'd been right to wager on it. Still, he needed to push her. "Haven is your excuse, Imogen." She elbowed him in the stomach as she whipped around to glare at him. "What do you mean by that?" "I think you hide behind Haven. You use it as a shield, the women too, to not have to face whatever it is you've been avoiding. It's time to stop." Her green eyes dimmed, the accusation clearly knocking her feet out from underneath her. Ronan steeled himself against the remorse for having been the one to do it. "You're wrong," she said, spinning away from him once again. "You don't know the first thing about me. I love Haven. I love what I do there. I love who I am there." "I ken you do, and I dinna think you should give it up. Not completely. I wouldn't ask you to. But I think it's time you made room in your life for other things." She crossed her arms and scoffed. "Let me guess, like a husband." He set his palms on her hips, uncaring that the pilot might see. He waited for her to shove him and walk away again. When she didn't, Ronan curved his grip inward and flattened his hands against her stomach. God, she felt so good tucked up against him, the soft round swells of her arse pressed against his thighs. "Stop," he ordered himself. He was getting carried away. The idea of taking Imogen to his bed had plagued him for too long, it seemed. He was almost starting to think that his new tactic might actually have an upside. "Tell me you haven't thought of it yourself." "Ronan." "Tell me the truth." One of his palms covered the lap of her skirt, pressing against the space between her thighs. Turned as they were toward the corner of the basket, it was highly unlikely that the pilot could see what was happening. Not that Ronan cared. He felt all inhibitions melting away as Imogen's heat reached him through the thin muslin and linen of her day dress. "You're already wet, aren't you?" he whispered in her ear. He hooked his fingers and pressed harder. She bit off a moan. "We can't." "We could." His cock was already stirring, and he didn't take a step back to keep Imogen from noticing. Hell, if they were alone, he'd already have her skirts around her hips and his fingers in her slick, tight channel. Her hand came down over his. "Control yourself," she hissed, peeling his fingers free. She threw his hand down and sidestepped him, rocking the base of the wicker basket as she stalked to the other corner. Her reaction was exactly what he'd intended, and yet the admonishment struck him in the gut. Control himself. He thought he had been, but the disappointment he felt, the sting of her rejection, kicked like an angry mule. Ronan took a few seconds in the corner of the basket alone. Bold overtures and declarations would work. He knew it. He'd drive her away before the week was through, before the engagement ball for certain. She wouldn't recognize his advances as anything but true and honest because, hell, he did want her. He wouldn't have to lie at all to gain the outcome he wanted. He waited until his arousal had reduced before he started toward Imogen. "Forgive me," he said, swallowing his pride and practically choking on it. "I've sprung this on you too fast." Imogen peeled a lock of her hair from her cheek. The wind had intensified, buffeting her hat and dress. "Your change of heart is rather surprising." He needed to press his suit, but he felt a bite of panic, unable to think of what more to say. Perhaps a retreat before he advanced again. "How is Rory?" he asked. The abrupt change in topic startled Imogen, but she looked relieved. "I've heard Mrs. Desmond has had to hide the grape preserves and biscuits for tea from her." Imogen allowed a grin, and the sight of it quickened his pulse. "I think she should teach Rory how to make them instead. She'll root out the hiding spot in no time at all." She peered at him, and again touched the ribbons on her hat. "I've asked her to stay on with me. I'd like to adopt her if possible." It didn't surprise him. The young girl obviously admired Imogen, and vice versa. "She's lucky to have you." Imogen waited, as if expecting him to say more on the matter or express his concerns. After his scathing observation regarding Haven, he didn't blame her. But Ronan didn't have anything else to add. It was her soft-heartedness that had led her to be such a champion for those women she harboured. He'd already seen her protective side when it came to the girl. He would have been surprised if she hadn't thought of a way to keep her close. Another gust of wind pummeled the balloon, causing the colourful silk above them to ripple wildly. Imogen clung to the basket edge and held firm. Ronan looked to the operator fussing over the burner. "Perhaps we should descend, eh? The wind is picking up." A loud cracking sound cut him off, and instantly the basket went into a dangerous tilt. Ronan slammed back into the wall of the basket, breath smacked from his lungs. "Ronan!" On the other end of the basket, Imogen screamed, her feet flying out from underneath her as that side of the basket rose up into the air, while Ronan's end seemed to tilt downward. She clung to the edge, her legs flailing. "Imogen!" He got to his feet and reached hand over hand up the side of the basket toward her. "Stop kicking and dinna let go." The operator was on his hands and knees, crawling up the incline toward the burner. "One of the ropes must have come untethered," he shouted, reaching for a rope hanging from the mouth of the balloon. "I have to open the vents to release the pressure and start our descent." "Then do it," Ronan growled, aware of more shouting on the ground. All he could focus on, however, was Imogen, her panicked face looking over her shoulder, searching for him. "Ronan, I can't hold on. My gloves!" She screamed again as a second cracking sound resonated, and the basket rose at an even more perilous angle. Another rope had to have come loose. The pilot cried out as he fell backward, landing hard against the basket wall, as Ronan had earlier. His heart seized when he saw Imogen, her fingers slipping from the basket, her feet and legs now dangling off the floor completely. If she fell, at this angle, the wall that had caught Ronan and the pilot might not be enough to catch her. "Ronan!" He reached for her, barely able to touch her ankle. "Get this bloody thing onto the ground!" he shouted to the pilot, but the man was crumpled against the basket's inner wall, clinging to his shoulder with a look of agony on his face. "Shite. Imogen, lass, hold on. I ken you can do it. I'll get us down," Ronan said, reaching out instead for the metal rods of the cage that held the burner into the center of the basket. "Tell me what to do," he shouted to the pilot, who was still conscious, thank God. "Pull the controlling line. It leads to the vent lines." Ronan searched for a line that led down from the mouth of the balloon. He found it and tugged. The basket dropped, though not quickly enough.
"I'm slipping," Imogen rasped, squeezing her eyes shut. "You said I wouldn't die a horrible and painful death."
Ronan cursed himself and his bloody idea, but refused to panic. "I said I wouldn't let anything happen to you, and that hasn't changed. Look at me, Imogen." She opened her eyes and met his gaze. "I'll land this sodding thing one way or another, but you've got to hold on. Trust me." Her eyes glittered, but the hysteria in them subsided as she held his stare. She nodded, and Ronan exhaled. She was placing her trust in him, and he couldn't fail her. The balloon descended, their speed increasing. Ronan kept a hold of the line opening the vents and maneuvered his way toward Imogen. If her fingers came loose, he needed to be closer in order to have a better chance at catching her. "The ground's getting closer," he said. "Too fast," the pilot replied. "We need to slow down. Release the line." Ronan did as instructed, keeping watch on Imogen's grip all the while. "I'm never stepping foot in another flying contraption again," she called. "You say that now," he replied, angling himself directly underneath her. "Once this is over, you'll remember nothing but the thrill of it." "Thrill? You're mad." He checked over his shoulder and saw the ground rushing at them. "Hold on, lass," he called, preparing for the impact. "I am holding on." The basket landed, hard, and Imogen lost her grip. Ronan caught her as she fell, though they were already levelling out. Ronan tucked her close, trying to cushion her landing. They dropped onto the floor of the basket with a whoomp, the air nearly driven from his lungs, his head rattling a bit. Shouting voices approached as the silken balloon collapsed around the basket, shrouding the three of them. "Are you injured?" Ronan asked, running his hands down her arms and over her head, her pinned hat askew. She blinked and tried to sit up. I don't think so. My God, that was terrifying." "I'm sorry, Your Grace, my lady," the operator said, still clutching at his arm as he stood, and the balloon was peeled aside by the other men. "The stakes were hammered in deep, but the wind was worse than we predicted." Ronan helped Imogen to her feet, her arms and legs shaking. He swept her up into his arms, cradling her, and handed her over the edge back onto solid ground. "You're not shaken," she said, observing him as colour rushed back into her blanched cheeks. "We're on the ground, safe, just as I promised you," he replied, keeping to himself the fact that his pulse had nearly stopped when he'd seen her hanging perilously. "Yes, Imogen pressed her lips together, going pale again. Her cheeks billowed out, and Ronan leaped out of the way seconds before she vomited onto the grass. He rubbed her back and handed her the handkerchief in his pocket. She whipped it from him and stepped aside. "I'd like to go home now." Ronan signalled the waiting phaeton. He couldn't blame her in the least. Once she'd comported herself and more colour had come back to her cheeks, Ronan turned to her. "Will you think about what I've asked?" Her expression was inscrutable, but the Imogen he'd come to know was much too intelligent and wily to give anything away. He'd taken her by surprise up in the balloon, and her honest reaction had helped him test his theory. But now she was composed, battle-ready. "I have thought about it." She tilted her head. "Perhaps Lady Reed will be amenable to your marriage of sexual convenience. Elope with her." "Are you conceding, then?" "Not in the least." She smiled, but there was no warmth in it. "I'm just suggesting she might be a more enthusiastic partner for your needs, rather than a much frostier bedfellow in the marriage bed." It was on the tip of his tongue to shout he didn't want another woman, but he clamped his lips shut. "Do you concede, Your Grace?" His grin matched hers in ferocity. "Not on your life." Once more, they were at an impasse. Chapter 16. A brisk ride down Rotten Row was doing little to calm Imogen's roiling senses. They'd been in a right stew since daybreak, ever since she'd woken from yet another rough night. A visit with her mother, more shopping, and now handling a surly temperance hadn't helped matters. Even having moved from Ronan's home to her old room at Kincaid Manor on Berkeley Square hadn't offered the respite she'd been hoping for. Ronan hadn't been happy about her choice to return to her parents' home, but she didn't care. She needed space, not that the distance had helped any. Imogen was starting to notice an unwelcome pattern, most of it having to do with her perplexing fiancé, who had put it in very plain terms what he wanted from her as a wife in that blasted hot air balloon. Heat saturated her skin at the memory of his crudeness. Every thought she had was of the Duke. Even the ride in Hyde Park had made her think of the last time she'd raced on the Row with him, and for some ridiculous reason she missed his company. Not that she needed it after the debacle in that balloon. God, she had never been so terrified in all her life, but even at the crux of it, she had understood deep down that Ronan would never let anything happen to her. When they'd been flung to the ground, he'd cradled her with his big body, taking the brunt of the fall himself. A part of her had warmed at the thought of having someone like the Duke of Dunranach at her side, protecting her for the rest of her life. Flushing, she dismounted Temperance and handed the reins to the waiting groom in the mews behind Kincaid Manor. The mare had sensed her underlying turmoil and had been particularly difficult to manage, refusing to heed the simplest commands, but even that hadn't been enough to wear Imogen down. Maybe Ronan had a point. Maybe they could both get it out of their systems, whatever it was. Desire, lust, attraction. She felt all those things and more. Then again, they didn't need a marriage to do that. Instead of a brood mare, it sounded like the Duke wanted a bedmate. Her thighs clenched. Waking up next to him wasn't a terrible prospect. It was everything else that came with marriage that was the problem. Namely, a complete lack of independence. No man, no matter how sexually proficient he was worth giving that up for. With a sigh, she climbed the stairs to her childhood bedchamber. "Hilda," she called out, "are you here? I'm in the mood for one of your tonics, preferably one with a splash of brandy." There was no response from the maid, and the bedroom was empty, though everything from earlier that morning was put away and in place. Imogen pushed the door leading into her bathing chamber open, but that was empty as well. Walking to the door, she summoned one of the undermaids to find Hilda and also call for a bath. She had a few hours before she had to attend her parents' impromptu gala that evening. Imogen shrugged out of her riding habit, which had front closures, thank God, and pulled on a robe over her underclothes. She would need Hilda's help for the stays. While she waited for her maid and the bath to be readied, perhaps she would have a lie down. As she approached the bed, she smiled. Hilda hadn't been as tidy as she usually was. There was something resting on her pillow. Her smile crashed. It was a lily. A white lily. Panic clogged her throat as the ground tilted beneath her feet. Why the bloody hell was there a lily on her bed? How had the thing gotten in here? It was from Silas. It had to be. No one else ever sent her white lilies. But this was going too far, much too far. She wrapped her arms about herself, her eyes frantically darting around the room. Was he still here? Had he come himself? Paid one of the servants? How had he known that she was back here in her old bedroom? The questions came one after the other, like blows to her head, making her flinch. The thought of that man being in her private bedchamber made her stomach quail. Slowly she backed away, part of her wanting to throw the offending thing out of the window, and another part not wanting to touch it. When her body bumped into something solid, she screamed, but it was only Hilda. "What is it, my lady? Are you well?" "How did that get in here?" she whispered, pointing to the flower. Hilda frowned, her face twisting with disgust. "I don't know, my lady. It wasn't here when I left to take your garments downstairs to be laundered this morning." Imogen turned to stare at the maid. "It's from him, isn't it? How did he get up here? That's where I sleep." "I'll get rid of it, my lady, and replace the sheets." Hilda shook her head and then handed over 2 large boxes. "Oh, these came for you. It's from one of the stores we visited. Don't worry, it must be from the shopping earlier." Maybe it was because of the lily, but every hair on Imogen's body stood up in warning. With shaking hands she opened one box, and her erratic breathing evened out. It was a royal blue bonnet she'd admired, though the shopkeeper had insisted at the time that it hadn't been for sale. Perhaps he'd changed his mind. The second box was rectangular, and she took comfort in the fact that it wouldn't be more jewellery. Imogen flung off the cover and felt bile gurgle into her mouth. A doll lay there. A porcelain doll with pink cheeks, green eyes, and brown hair. Its resemblance to her was uncanny, but that wasn't what made her breath hitch. The toy was dressed in a pale green gown with pink embroidered peonies, an exact replica of the dress she'd worn when Silas had proposed. She remembered the day clearly, because he had taken her on a picnic, and he'd told her she looked like a forest fairy. Imogen shivered. He'd always had the gift of a silver tongue, making her feel special and wanted, but he'd done the same to Belinda, and as it turned out, other girls as well. Another bit of card stock lay tucked at the doll's feet. Imogen almost didn't want to read the card, but she had to. I dream of that day. You still have my heart. S.C. Her stomach dropped. Oh, sweet God in heaven, the man was demented. How could he possibly imagine that they were still connected after all this time? He'd lied to her, manipulated her and others, only to return without a care in the world, as if no time had passed, and he expected to be welcomed as lord of the manor? It was unconscionable. If he thought her a nitwit or an easy target, he was wrong. With no small amount of fury, Imogen slammed the cover back and met Hilda's eyes. "Burn it. Burn all of it." When the bath was ready, she soaked until her skin was waterlogged, and when she finally came back into the bedchamber, the bed had been stripped and remade, and there was no sign of the box or its contents. A sombre Hilda wrapped her plump arms about her. "Do you still wish to attend the ball this evening? I can tell Lady Kincaid that you have a megrim." "I won't let him, or any man, chase me into a corner, Hilda." Hilda looked worried. "You do realize he might put in an appearance, as he did at the opera, and Lord Kincaid still holds him in fond regard." She shook her head. "More fool he for not knowing what that man did to you." The thought had occurred to Imogen in the bath. It had made her belly ache, and a part of her had wanted to dodge any confrontation, especially to avoid any hint of scandal, for her parents' sake at least. But another part of her, the part that had seen countless women stand up and fight against men who'd taken things from them without consent, had decided it didn't want to give in. She had to be strong for every girl who had her voice stolen from her. "I realize that," Imogen said softly. "No. I will attend. Instruct the servants to inspect every package." "Yes, my lady, I will check them myself from now on," Hilda said. "And for the evening, might I suggest the silver satin?" Imogen nodded, feeling indignant rage start to build. To hell with that man! "That's exactly the one I was thinking." 2 hours later, Imogen was ready. The silver satin gown had been meant to be a lark. She'd commissioned the thing from a Parisian designer for a Grecian masquerade she and Emma had been toying with as a fundraiser for Haven. While the ball hadn't quite come to pass, she'd needed her dowry for the expenses. The dress had been sewn and delivered. Imogen had no idea why Hilda had thought to bring it to London, but she was grateful all the same. The gown itself was sumptuous, the satin draping across her body like a glove, and leaving one shoulder scandalously bare. The low-cut bodice was edged in silver lace, adding to the illusion of bare skin, even though she was completely covered. Nipping in at the waist, it fell in voluptuous folds to the floor, moulding to her hips and outlining her thighs with each movement. She'd decided to forego extra petticoats for the occasion. "I think he'll break hearts tonight, my lady," Hilda said, her cheeks red. "Or other organs." Heat rushed into Imogen's own face. "Hilda!"
Well, it's true, my lady. You better hope your Highlander doesn't throw you over his shoulder and cart you out of there.
Imogen felt a flicker of hesitation.
It's not too much, is it? No, it's perfect. You're a sight to behold.
The maid's heartfelt words filled her with confidence, and as Imogen descended the curving staircase to the ballroom, she let it buoy her spirits. Ronan had sent a terse message earlier with his valet that he would be arriving late because of a business meeting. A part of her wondered how he would react to the dress. Her fingers plucked at the shimmering, clingy fabric that whispered against her legs with every step. The gown was sultry and over the top, and more risque than anything she'd ever worn. She had a strong feeling the Duke wasn't going to approve. Imogen squared her shoulders. She wasn't there for Ronan's approval or disapproval. She was there for one purpose only, to send Silas a message once and for all. She was not to be trifled with, and she was no man's bloody doll. At the entry to the ballroom, Imogen smiled at the major domo, whose white eyebrows shot up to his hairline. Rogers had known her since she was a child, so she sent him a saucy wink and twirled.
"Lady Imogen Kinley,"
he intoned, sounding like he was choking for a brief moment. If his reaction hadn't prepared her for how she looked, the lull in conversation and the stares she garnered from the guests did. Imogen felt nothing but dark satisfaction as Silas's eyes bulged upon seeing her. Good. That high-handed, smarmy bastard was here. Chin regally high, she walked over to where her parents were standing.
"Mamma, Papa,"
she said, and kissed their cheeks.
"You look radiant, Imogen,"
her mother murmured, even as her father turned a dark shade of puce and tugged at his cravat. Imogen grinned.
"You're supposed to say I look beautiful, Papa."
"You do,"
he managed.
"But you're missing a shawl or some such."
"Come now, Papa, this style is all the rage in Paris."
He looked dubiously at her.
"If you say so. And you do look lovely, dear. Now where is that fiancé of yours? I've a feeling you're going to need him, and perhaps his claymore at your side."
Imogen laughed. Her gaze scanned the crowd, but Ronan had not yet arrived.
"He said he would be late, and let's hope he doesn't come with his sword."
The next 2 hours passed in a blur of greetings and introductions, especially to the gentlemen in attendance. It was incredible the attention a simple dress could inspire. Imogen had done her best to remain unnoticed in the last decade, determined to chase off anyone interested in giving her a first or second look. But tonight she let loose. Imogen laughed, she flirted, she danced, and she also knew the moment her fiancé arrived.
"His Grace, the Duke of Dunranach,"
Rogers announced,
"and Lady Reed."
The last was a blow to her sternum, all thoughts of Silas Calder forgotten. Imogen spun around, disregarding the gentleman who had come to claim the next dance. Sure enough, the simpering lady hung on Ronan's elbow. Imogen lifted her gaze to her fiancé and saw his fastened on her. Even with the distance between them, she could feel the blaze in his eyes as he swept her form, and she saw his stare narrow dangerously at her partner. Imogen shot him a cool look, and returned her attention to the man bowing before her. Lord Firth. Heavens, no wonder Ronan had looked furious. In truth, she hadn't even thought twice when the man had signed her dance card an hour ago, but now she was trapped for a waltz, no less. She shook her head. It didn't matter, Ronan was with another woman. Had that been the business that had made him late? Was he trying to make her jealous by bringing that woman here? It would not work. Imogen had been the one to suggest Grace as a replacement bride after all. Then why did her heart feel like someone had stomped on it? Why did she want to rush over there and pull that grasping redhead's hair out by the roots? Ronan had made it more than clear what he expected in his marriage of convenience, and Imogen couldn't fathom the thought of Grace in Ronan's arms, in his bed, being his wife in every carnal way, without feeling like she wanted to scream. "How have you been, Lady Imogen?" Lord Firth asked. "I must say you look marvellous this evening. That dress—" He licked his lips, and Imogen felt a beat of disgust.
"Thank you. I wore it for my fiancé."
She hadn't, but Lord Firth didn't need to know that. His eyes flicked to where Ronan was standing.
"The fiancé who just arrived with Lady Reed?"
His lips curled into a knowing smirk.
"He's a lucky man to have such beautiful women fawning over him."
"I do not fawn, Lord Firth." To Imogen's dismay, she felt the man's hand on her waist slip down to rest on the curve of her hip. Perhaps it was because of the slippery fabric. But that thought died as he tugged her closer, close enough to feel parts of him she had no interest in feeling. "Lord Firth," she began, just as a large shadow loomed over them.
"Allow me to cut in with my betrothed,"
Ronan growled. His grim tone left no room for argument, and Lord Firth conceded with a sullen look. From the violent expression on the Duke's face, the man was lucky he didn't get smashed into the ground. Imogen pasted on a smile, despite her suddenly racing heart when Ronan's large hand replaced Lord Firth's. Funny how his touch didn't repel her. No, it only stole the breath from her, made her wicked brain want him to drop it lower, to cup her behind and bring her close. Unlike her previous partner, she was not averse to feeling parts of him. Ronan looked incredibly handsome tonight, she had to admit, even clad in his dress kilt. The virile Highlander look was growing on her. "You're late, Your Grace," she told him as he spun them with expert ease.
"What are you wearing, Imogen?"
His voice was a low growl.
"It looks like a night rail."
She would die before admitting that it also felt like one. Instead, she fluttered her eyelashes. "No, darling, it's a dress from Paris. Do you like it?" Imogen could almost hear the grinding of his teeth.
"Nay. Yes."
"Which is it, yes or no?" He grabbed her hand and dragged her off the floor.
"It's neither. We're leaving."
"I'm staying here with my parents, or did you forget?" She dug in her feet once they moved off the ballroom floor.
"I dinna ken why you couldna have just stayed at Dunranach House. I allowed you to move, but—"
Her brows leaped in indignation. "Allowed me?" They were interrupted by her father, who chose that moment to welcome his future son-in-law with a wide smile.
"Glad you could make it, son."
Imogen scowled. Son? That was a bit premature, wasn't it? But her bitterness faded as soon as she registered who was behind her father. Dread bubbled in her stomach at the sight of the man, but she quelled it with ruthless force. That man had no hold on her. He had no power over her. He was nothing to her.
"Imogen, you know Mr. Calder, of course,"
her father said to her, and then turned to the Duke.
"Silas Calder, my former steward, Your Grace, until we lost him to the lure of London, and then the Continent, I hear, but he's here for a long overdue visit to renew old acquaintances."
"We've met," Ronan clipped through his teeth. Her father opened his mouth and closed it, and for a moment Imogen wondered if he would blunder terribly and bring up her past engagement. Luckily, he did not. Imogen felt Silas's eyes on her as they exchanged short greetings, but she kept hers on her father, a smile fixed in place.
"Lady Imogen,"
Silas said.
"How much you've grown."
"Indeed, Mr. Calder," she replied. "It's been some time since I was 17.
"Enough to wear such a daring ensemble," he went on, his eyes shifting to Ronan. "I must say, if I were in your place, Your Grace, I might worry."
Imogen couldn't help noticing that Ronan had shifted so that his arm was touching hers, and she felt him bristle at Silas's words. He couldn't possibly know what the man was to her, but she took greedy comfort from his presence all the same.
"Why should I worry?"
Ronan drawled, a hand coming to rest on the small of her back.
"Imogen is a beautiful woman who kens her own mind, and I trust her judgment in all things."
Her mouth almost fell open in shock. It was completely at odds with the possessive jealousy she'd seen brewing on his face when he'd dragged her off the dance floor.
"Then you will not mind if I ask her to dance?"
Silas put in smoothly.
"For old time's sake. We used to be dear friends, you know. One could also say at one point almost like family."
With a sharp inhale, Imogen opened her mouth to refuse, but her father smiled and nodded. "You should, dear. I think it was you who taught this young man the steps to the quadrille. Do you remember?" She bit her lip hard. How could she forget? She'd been a fool with stars in her eyes, so eager to dance with him, to teach him how to be a gentleman in her world. She'd fallen for his act, hook, line, and sinker. Silas, the rotter, lifted a brow and extended his arm. God, she should cut him dead, walk away, do something. But he knew she wouldn't. If she did, then she would have to explain why to her parents, and that she could not do. Those secrets belonged in the grave with a very young and very reckless Imogen. "Fine," she replied ungraciously. "Unless the Duke disagrees." "Please disagree. Please, please, please." "Nonsense," her father interjected jovially before Ronan could speak. "Why would Don Ranach mind? Go on, we need a moment to catch up anyway." Her heart in her throat and her body wooden, Imogen let Silas lead her back to the dance floor. Thankfully the set was no longer a waltz, and was an older cotillion-style dance. She wouldn't have been able to stand having him so close. "You are trying my patience," he murmured when they came together for a turn. Imogen found her voice and her spine. "How so? I hardly see how anything I do affects you." She felt him stiffen in anger, but he kept his outward expression bland. They twirled apart and came together again. "Did you receive my gift?" "I burned it." His fingers tightened painfully on her wrist, and Imogen winced. She would have bruises beneath her gloves. "You did what?" "Oh, you poor thing," she said, refusing to let her pain show, and grateful for the brief reprieves when they separated. "Hasn't anyone ever told you, Mr. Calder, that grown men shouldn't play with dolls? There's a place for men who do, you know. It's called Bedlam." His lips peeled back from his teeth in a grimace. "One day I will look forward to taming that unruly mouth of yours." "Will there be more dolls?" she asked brightly. "Perhaps we could have a tea party. I do love a good tea party with a healthy side of male posturing. Honestly, it makes me hot and bothered." "You will show me respect." His eyes narrowed. "And dress like a lady befitting my future wife." "Respect is earned, Mr. Calder," she said, feeling a sense of power replacing the rage curdling inside of her. "And as far as my clothing, you won't have anything to worry about, because I'm now engaged to a duke who happens to like the way I dress." "You're mine, Imogen." Determination and fury twined along her veins as she danced with the monster who'd made her life a mockery and a living hell. Somehow she would make him pay for the innocence he'd stolen from her that night at the Golden Antler, for the future he'd stolen from Belinda and her child, for all of the women he'd lied to and cheated. She would not cower. She would not bend. Imogen smiled. "I'll never be yours." Chapter 17. Christ, Ronan was getting sick and tired of all this bloody socializing. He swatted at a butterfly as it fluttered in front of his face, the early summer heat pressing down over the guests in the Dinsmoors' garden behind their London home. North and Lana were hosting an afternoon soiree, and as much as Ronan liked the couple, he wished he'd turned the invitation down. Every day there was some ball or dinner or performance or exhibition to attend, where he was required to stand and drink and eat and dance to make polite small talk. But even though he was certain she was also weary of making appearances, Imogen had insisted they attend. She didn't say as much, but he could see the fatigue in the brief moments she let her mask slip, exposing a drawn, almost bone-tired expression. Something was off with her. Ronan could see it now, even as she stood speaking with a group of women near a rose arbor. Despite the sunshine and fresh air, a bit of Imogen's natural radiance was dulled. It had been diminished somewhat, ever since her parents' ball a week ago. But everything was a game, wasn't it? And they were both entrenched in it, both out to win no matter the cost. He glanced over to the fountain, where Lady Reed was coyly laughing with Lord Firth, and felt none of the burning jealousy he'd felt when he'd seen Imogen in Firth's arms. His gaze travelled back to Imogen, and he frowned. She stood with a cluster of other ladies, including his sister-in-law, Isla, who had arrived with Niall on a short, impromptu trip. He thought again of how Imogen's inner fight had diminished as of late. Her wide smiles seemed forced, and her laughter rang too loudly. From his side vision he saw Grace strolling in his direction. Ronan scowled before reluctantly stepping forward from the hedge to meet the lady. Every part of him felt the urge to turn away. What in hell was he doing? Using Grace to make Imogen jealous made him feel uncomfortable. Raised by a strong mother and having grown up with equally strong sisters, he'd never been such a man to dally with one woman while promised to another. It galled him. He wished to heaven that Imogen would just end it. But no, she was as strong-willed and stubborn as he, perhaps even more so. As Grace entwined her arm in his, Imogen glanced at him, and with a little smirk raised her champagne flute in a clearly challenging toast, as if sensing his doubts and daring him to continue. She then turned back to her conversation with a few other ladies. Clearly, his strategy wasn't working. The truth of it sank like a lead ballast into Ronan's gut. He extricated himself from Grace's hold, not having heard the last few things she'd said to him. He opened his mouth to make an excuse, but shut it as his fiery-eyed sister-in-law approached. "Might I have a moment of your time, Your Grace?" Isla had come up beside them, her request nothing less than an order. She speared the woman at his side with an icy look. "It's an emergency." Grace sputtered as Isla then took Ronan's arm and forcibly walked him away from her. "That wasn't necessary," he said. "I was just about to—" "Make an even bigger fool of yourself? Good God, Ronan, do you have any idea what you're doing?" He peered down at his sister-in-law, still dragging him down a bricked path, straight toward an arbour leading into another hedged row. "I ken what I'm doing, and if you'd have let me finish my conversation with Lady Reed—" "So you can bring more ridicule down over Imogen's head, over Maclaren and our family's name?" Ridicule? The accusation caught him unawares, and he found himself shaking his head. "That's not what I'm doing." She gave him a hard look. "Isn't it?" "Nay." "Perhaps it wasn't your intent." Isla lowered her voice. "However, it's exactly what you've achieved. People are talking, and this game of yours needs to stop." "Niall told you." She shook her head, still looking exasperated. "He didn't have to. Perhaps if you'd chosen someone other than Lady Reed to flirt with, you would have successfully chased off Lady Imogen, but you chose poorly. Grace is a snake, Ronan, who's only after your title and fortune." "How is that any worse than only marrying to fulfill a bloody codicil?" Isla stopped walking and made a grating noise in her throat. "You sound like a child, Ronan Maclaren. A spoiled boy, not a duke, not a laird. Where is my brother-in-law? The one who would do anything to keep Maclaren strong, the one who would fight tooth and nail to keep everyone safe and secure." She speared him with a pitying glance. The man of honour, who would have rather fallen on his own sword than utter a single lie. He frowned at her, his fingers curling into fists as something heavy and hot settled into his bones. "I'm not a liar." She only propped one brow in argument. He considered how he'd strung along Grace, the games he'd been playing with Imogen, and backed down. Very well, then. He hadn't been honourable, and accepting it stung. "You're forgetting who you are," Isla went on, "and your anger over what you think is an injustice is blinding you." "Blinding me to what?" Ronan asked. "To the fact that Imogen needs help," Isla answered. Ronan stared at her, concern briefly overruling his anger. "What makes you say that? Help with what?" She grimaced but shook her head. "I don't know exactly, but something is wrong. She's different than before when I met her in Edinburgh." His mind brought up the image of Silas Calder first. The man hadn't been in Edinburgh. No, he had shown up in London. And if Ronan looked back, he could pinpoint that was when the changes in her persona had become apparent, not just on the surface, but deeper. Then again, he didn't know which Imogen he was going to get from day to day, and as far as he knew, she only had one goal, to thwart him from this engagement. The dissolution of this agreement is the only thing that can help Imogen. It's what we both need. Imogen and I, we dinna do well when others try to force our hands. Isla smirked. Imagine that. The two of you have something in common. And I'd wager my firstborn that alone outweighs anything you have in common with Lady Reed. I'm not going to marry Grace, nor am I going to marry Imogen. She would never let things get that far. Then do what you must, Isla said, taking his arm again and moving slowly along the row. Break the betrothal and get on with things. He looked sideways at her. You ken what would happen if I cry off. Maclaren Distillery would fall under new management, yes? The words were cold, unfeeling and hollow. He stopped and stared at her. New management? It's what you do there, isn't it? You manage the production, the workers, the business accounts, the problems and the improvements. She ticked each one off on her gloved fingers. Lord Kincaid would place someone competent in charge of those tasks, I'm sure. The family business would not fall to pieces, as you seem to think. Do you hear yourself, lass? Family business. My business. Maclaren Distillery has been my bloody life, Isla. What would my clanspeople think if I gave it up? They'll think I've abandoned them. She snorted. Come now. They would not want to see their laird forced into anything either. And then you would not have to marry someone who is so untenable. So much so that you would lower yourself to act the fool, and to make her one as well. Ronan blinked in stunned surprise and waited for his breath to come back to him. He couldn't believe Isla was actually suggesting he forfeit the distillery, and she seemed to have it all sorted out, too. But it was something else she said that his temper reacted to. Imogen is not untenable, and she's nae fool. Isla shrugged, though something like triumph flashed in her eyes. Well, she certainly isn't right for you, not if you're going to such destructive lengths to avoid taking her as a wife. It's not because of Imogen herself. It's about integrity and pride, and feeling as if I've been betrayed by my own kin, forced into a marriage that wasn't of my own choosing. She propped her hand on her hip and blew out a breath. If circumstances were different, would you have? Would I have what? Chosen Imogen yourself? The question threw him. That was the reason for his original fury, for being forced into a betrothal with a stranger, a woman who was not even a Highlander but a selfish, vain, citified lady with a weak constitution, who would likely sob over a muddy dress hem and perish after one wicked Highland winter. He sighed, recalling how certain he'd been that Lady Imogen Kinley would be the furthest thing from a suitable laird's wife. But he'd been wrong about her. His every assumption had been struck down, one by one. She was the furthest thing from a delicate miss. She was intelligent and indomitable, and she cared for those who were not as fortunate as she. He'd been so caught up in preserving his hold on Maclaren Distillery and in emerging as the victor of his and Imogen's battle of wills that he hadn't stopped to consider all he'd learned about her, and that she was no longer a stranger. The easy answer was that he would choose her now, just by virtue of who she was. The irony wasn't lost on him, that he was fighting to rid himself of a woman he actually liked, whom he could conceive of as the future Duchess of Dunranach. Yes. Well, you're right, Isla said, breaking into his thoughts. You should be able to choose your future wife, or, in this case, not choose her. So do it. She rose onto the tips of her toes to kiss him on the cheek, and he scowled, though it turned into a grin. I thought you were angry with me. I am, but I also love you, my dear brother-in-law, and I truly do want you to be happy. What you're doing with Grace is not the way. The brother I know would never let his honour come into question. Either honour your betrothal, honour her, or walk away. Isla left him then, retreating down the row the way they'd come. He watched her go, his mind as crowded as that damned garden. Honour a marriage that neither of them wanted? They'd each had their reasons why at the start of all this. How much could they have possibly changed in the past few weeks? And yet, with dawning surprise, Ronan realized many things had. Isla was right. He had to decide one way or another, between his unconventional bride and an uncertain future, or his own stubborn pride. Lying in bed with her blankets and pillows rumpled around her head, Imogen sighed. She was at her wits' end with the balls and the music-halls and the endless soirees. Between managing Silas's unswerving attentions, somehow the arrogant knave managed to show up wherever she was, and watching another woman drape herself all over Ronan, Imogen's patience was taking a beating. In truth, the jealousy over the latter had taken her by surprise. She hadn't expected to feel anything with respect to Grace, except relief that she was drawing Ronan's attentions. But the woman's overt flirtation had been hard to stomach. Grace was beautiful, and she'd been Ronan's first love. He had to have feelings for her, and regardless of whether she'd made a mistake by marrying another, clearly she hadn't gotten over hers for him. No, Imogen wouldn't stand in their way, because Lady Reed was her way out. Then why on earth does the thought of her being Ronan's wife make me so miserable? Imogen had no answers. There was no place for the Highlander in her life, no matter how protective and strong or bloody handsome he was. Warmth gathered low in her belly. He'd claimed to want her in the hot air balloon. "You light my blood on fire, Imogen." The memory of his words lit her on fire. "This is impossible," she muttered. "What is impossible, my lady?" Hilda's voice inquired. Imogen moved the pillow from her face. "Deterring the Highlander, dealing with Silas, all of it. I wish I was back in Edinburgh with the girls at Haven and none of this had ever happened. What are the odds that this is all a dream and I'll wake up and everything will be back to normal?" Hilda snorted. "Slim." Imogen launched the pillow at her. "Some comfort you are." "I'm simply realistic, my lady." Hilda retrieved the pillow. "Now come, we need to get you ready." Her limbs were heavy and lethargic as she allowed Hilda to dress her for that night's ball, which would take place at Lord and Lady Langlevitt's home in Mayfair. There was still another full week before her engagement ball. 7 days full of music-halls, soirees, and more interminable balls. Imogen wasn't sure how she was going to make it. She truly wished she could just go back to Edinburgh and seal herself inside Haven. She needed to feel grounded and not so unhinged. "I think you hide behind Haven. You use it as a shield." Ronan had accused her of this, and considering her current longing, Imogen wondered if he'd seen something in her that she hadn't. But Haven made her feel safe, just as it was intended to do for the women it provided shelter and care for. Managing the space gave her comfort. Not just the shelter, but the work itself. Helping other women helped her. Ronan was wrong. She wasn't using Haven to hide. Once ready, Imogen went to the foyer, only to learn that her betrothed had sent a message apologizing that he would be unable to escort her to the ball. The pang she felt just under her ribs infuriated her. Since when had she come to count on Ronan being there? On wanting him there? She felt herself sinking, unable to battle the gravid pressure settling around her shoulders as she stepped from the carriage and into the London home of Lord and Lady Langlevitt. As she was announced and felt eyes pressing toward her, no doubt searching for her fiancé, Imogen half-hoped Ronan was already present. She took a glass of champagne and saw her parents on the opposite end of the ballroom. Imogen stopped herself from making her way toward them. If Silas was here, he would likely be close by as well. She didn't see him, but the place was a crush. Unlike Ronan's towering frame, Silas's was slighter, easier to blend into the crowds. He could be anywhere, waiting to strike like a snake. Imogen moved toward a cluster of chattering ladies, clearly discussing the latest on dit, if their furtive and entertained expressions said anything at all. "Only a matter of time, I'm sure," one of the women said as she drew close enough to overhear. "Lady Reed has her sights on him,"
another said. "That charity girl is no prize herself." Imogen halted on the periphery of the group, none of the women having spotted her. Charity girl? They had to be speaking of her. The him clearly was Ronan. "He didn't even bother to accompany his betrothed tonight. Perhaps another announcement is in the works." The group of them twittered and leaned in closer, lowering their voices. Imogen walked away, the champagne she sipped unable to dissolve the stone lodged in her throat. Familiar faces swam before her, but her jaw felt like a brick that didn't want to budge. Those women were right. Hadn't Imogen been thinking it earlier? Lady Reed was the best solution, so why was she fretting over the gossip so damned much? Imogen had wedged herself into a remote corner of the ballroom when she heard Ronan's name being announced. He'd come. The weightless sensation inside her chest only proved that she was in more danger than ever when it came to her contrary fiancé. She closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths to settle her scattered spirits. "You're getting tired of your game, aren't you?" Silas. Hell, Imogen hadn't even seen him approaching, but now he stood before her, his rangy frame blocking her view of the ballroom entrance. "I'm under the weather." It was all she could manage right then. "Oh, you are finally coming to see that I was right all along," he said, his full lips stretching into a smug grin. "Be done with him already, Jenny." Once upon a time she lived for those smiles. Now they only filled her with revulsion. Silas was like the apple from one of her favorite children's stories, shiny red and beautiful on the outside, but rotten and poisonous on the inside. "Go away. I know what you stand to lose," he said, and Imogen snapped her eyes to his. "Oh, yes, your father let slip the truth of your betrothal over dinner, but I can help you, you know." The man belonged in an asylum. She frowned. When had he had dinner with her father? Was he trying to work his way into her parents' graces, slither his way into their lives again? "I want your help as much as I do a case of gout." "There is something you might be interested to know about your Highlander, or rather something he would be willing to forfeit his precious distillery for, in order to keep secret." She narrowed her eyes on him, and was filled with a sudden, inexplicable urge to protect her dratted fiancé from Silas and his opportunistic schemes, despite whatever secret he was suggesting. "You're mistaken if you think I want anything from you." "Mr. Calder?" Ronan's deep voice resonated through Imogen. He had cut his way across the crowded ballroom swiftly. Silas turned and all but scowled at him. "Good evening, Your Grace. So glad to see you could make it. Lady Imogen was looking rather abandoned. I couldn't leave her to the wolves, now could I?" Ronan's reply wasn't accompanied by a smile. His serious, brooding blue-grey eyes hunted Silas's face a moment, his hand stealing around Imogen's waist. She hated herself a little more for leaning into him, for breathing a little easier now that he stood close, but did it anyway. Silas made no reply, but bowed and moved off. "Was he bothering you?" Now that Silas was gone, Imogen tried to break from the hand that rested about her waist. "No." "I'm not blind, Imogen." Ronan's fingers dug into her hip and held her to his side. "I ken you have history with him." "Don't be absurd. Why are you late?" She shot back. "Where have you been? Wait, let me guess. Lady Reed's?" It was an obvious attempt to deflect his questions, but after a moment of enduring a knowing glare, he scowled. "In fact, I was." The stone in her throat increased in size. "I cannot let him see. At this rate, you'll be bringing her to our engagement ball." "I'll not be bringing her anywhere. Not any more." Imogen had no ready quip for what seemed to be a brutally forthright reply, and could only stare at him. "Come, dance with me." A slow waltz was already in progress, and couples were moving across the dance floor. They joined them, Imogen too curious about his statement to refuse. "I ended it tonight," he said after a few turns. Imogen peered at him in stunned shock, their waltz slowing, the other couples seeming to spin around them. "What did she say?"
Nothing I should repeat in polite society." Imogen should have been relieved, but as they moved among the other dancers, his strong thighs brushing against hers, his firm arms and grip supporting her, his expression so earnest and vulnerable and expectant, she felt that same drip of panic that had attacked her in the hot air balloon when Ronan had offered marriage. He was telling her all of this because he wanted something from her. Acceptance? He wasn't pushing her away, but drawing her closer. Next, he'd ask about Silas again. What would he say if he knew the truth? He'd be disgusted. He'd wish to God he hadn't broken things off with Lady Reed so prematurely. The waltz ended, and Imogen pulled free from Ronan's arms. "Excuse me, I'm going to find my parents." She started away before he could reply or reach for her again. Wanting to escape both him and the crowds, she continued out of the ballroom, down the hall toward the first empty room she could find. It wasn't far from the commotion of the party, and as she peered inside, the quiet, cozy space drew her in. A hearth fire was lit, a pianoforte and harp by a pair of windows. There was a desk holding a variety of instruments, bells and stringed boards, and even a violin. Imogen closed the door behind her, her agitation settling. Imogen crossed the room to the harp. It was a beautiful design, and as she ran her fingertips over the taut strings, their music filled the room. "I thought you might find a way for us to speak, uninterrupted." Her fingers went flat against the strings. God, the man was relentless. Imogen slowly turned toward the door, where Silas had entered and was now closing them both inside. "I did not lead you in here. You followed me uninvited," she said, her fingers gripping the tight harp strings. The wires bit into her skin. "Hear me out, Jenny. You'll be pleased," he went on, coming forward. How could she have thought she'd be safe anywhere with this sorry excuse for a man keeping such a hawk's eye on her? "You need to listen to me, Silas. There is nothing more you could say or do to win me over, nothing you can threaten me with or coerce me with. So why don't you just go hunt for your next victim and leave me be?" She felt terrible after saying it. She wouldn't wish her or Belinda's experiences on anyone. Silas needed to be stopped, but exposing him would mean exposing herself as well. It would end her betrothal, but it would also end her reputation, her parents' reputations, and quite possibly Haven itself. "You were never this stubborn. In fact, I recall a time when you fell head over heels to please me." Silas's eyes flashed over with something like excitement as he approached. Imogen stepped behind the harp, toward the piano. "I can appreciate a challenge." She sucked in a breath, aware of how dangerously near he was. "I'm warning you, stay back." Imogen tried to push between the edge of the piano and the table of instruments, but her skirt snagged on something, stopping her. Silas pounced, coming around the piano and grabbing her arm. They struggled, Imogen flailing in the enclosed space, ripping her skirt on whatever had caught it, her nails scratching out at his face. "Don't fight this," he said, breathless as he captured both her arms and pinned them behind her back. He shoved her against the display table of instruments, rattling them. "Leave me alone!" she screamed, uncaring if anyone outside the music room could hear. She wrenched her arms, fighting against his surprising strength. He'd been powerful before, too, though at the Golden Antler she'd been dizzy and weak with laudanum. This time, however, she was no compromised, shaken 17-year-old. Imogen stomped his foot and kicked his shin, bringing up her knee but missing her intended target as he released her to dart to the side. One arm now free, she reached behind her for the nearest instrument, a brass bell, and swung it at him. It glanced off his chin before he swatted it from her grip with an unhinged growl. The bell clanged to the carpet just as the door flew open and cracked against the wall, and Ronan surged into the room. "I'd think twice about that if I were you." Chapter 18. The sight of Imogen's torn gown and ashen face nearly made Ronan lose all control. He'd heard the muffled feminine scream over the sounds from the ballroom and had bolted down the corridor, smashing into room after room until he'd found the source of it.
seen her, relatively unharmed, and then him, leering and threatening with a demented expression that had made Ronan's blood burn. Relief had been eclipsed by pure, unmitigated rage. "Ronan, your grace, don't!" The soft plea held him at bay. Barely. It was only by some miracle that he was standing in one place, and not grinding that filthy excuse for a man into the carpet, because every single instinct inside of him was pleading for it. He spared a glance to a trembling Imogen and felt his rising fury nearly boil over. Apart from the ripped skirt, she did not seem hurt, but he knew appearances could be deceiving, especially with her. She hadn't been forthcoming about Calder or what he had wanted, though it was abundantly clear now, watching him back away, gripping his rapidly purpling chin. It had been something she hadn't been willing to give. Was the man still angling for a fortune? Ronan gave him a foul look, eyeing the fallen bell and Calder's swelling jaw. Anger bubbled in his veins, leaked down to his closed fists, and whispered in his ears. But he also knew this wasn't the time or the place, and that was only because of the beseeching look on Imogen's face for him not to make a scene. He forced a taunting grin to his face. "That looks like it hurt. What do you want?" Calder growled. No. Is that any way to address your betters?" Calder snarled. "You think you're more worthy than I, simply because of your title?" He barked a laugh. "You truly have bought into the illusion, haven't you?" "Illusion?" Ronan flattened his lips and stared the man down. "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing," he spat, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Your grace." Ronan smiled. "That's more like it." The man's mouth opened and closed, his eyes flashing with suffocated ire at Ronan's tone, but he wisely kept quiet. Calder's eyes darted to Imogen, and Ronan tensed, flooded by an instinctive urge to defend what was his. And Imogen was his, if in name only for the moment, but he planned to change that. He crossed the room to stand in between them. "Do you want to tell me what's really going on here, Calder?" he asked, his voice sounding unnaturally calm. He sounded like a stranger even to his own ears. A calm, rational, non-murderous stranger, when in truth he was the opposite, holding on to his wits by a thread. If Imogen wouldn't tell him what this man was to her, maybe the cur himself would elucidate. "You were interrupting a private moment, Don Ranach," Calder said, "between me and an old friend. Ask her, and she'll tell you that we were catching up on the past few years. Weren't we, Jenny?" He shot her a fulminating look. Ronan heard Imogen's intake of breath, and then her slow exhale. "Yes, he's right. We were catching up, and now I'd like to return to the ball." "What in everlasting hell?" Ronan's gaze swung to her in astonishment, but she wouldn't meet his eyes. He wanted to throttle her, for lying, for not trusting him, even now when the sordid tableau made it more than clear that Calder had taken inexcusable liberties. What did the bastard have over her? Where was Ronan's fearless, dauntless bride-to-be, who hadn't let him step one toe out of line, and who'd held him over the fire at every turn? His anger sharpened, both at the man for continuing to threaten her, and at Imogen for permitting him to. "Is that what you call it?" he drawled mildly, addressing Calder. "When your old friend doesn't want your attentions and chooses to fight you off with an ornamental bell. That doesn't seem right, does it?" "She got a little worked up," Calder replied smoothly, almost as if he had somehow regained the upper hand, though Ronan couldn't fathom how. "You know how she can be. Difficult to control. She has always been a handful. Our Lady Imogen." The way the man spoke made the hairs on Ronan's nape rise. He didn't know what existed between them, but whatever it was wasn't any good. Not with the pinched look of horror on his betrothed's face, and the grasping, concupiscent look on Calder's. He started forward, but fingers at his sleeve stopped him. "Ronan, please." The whisper was faint, but he heard it. "Get the fuck out of here before I break your jaw," he said softly and clearly. "Be warned, Calder.
If you ever come near her again, if you ever so much as look at her again, you'll regret it."
The man goggled at him. "Are you threatening me?"
"Aye.
"You do not want to make an enemy of me, Dunranach," Calder said, walking toward the door. "I have friends in high places, in both Scotland and England."
Ronan laughed. "Is that why you've been hiding out in Italy for so long? I'd say your friends have deserted you."
"Lord Kincaid would disagree," he said with a smug look directed at Imogen that made Ronan's gut clench with sudden premonition.
"Then perhaps Lord Kincaid doesna ken you as well as he should."
Imogen's tiny gasp at the sound of her father's name had sealed Ronan's suspicion. Had she done something that she didn't want her father to know about? Did it have to do with Haven? Was Calder an investor who had given her money and was possibly holding it over her? Ronan gritted his teeth as Calder left. Speculating would do little good. Imogen needed to confide in him, and to get her to do that, he would have to earn her trust. Ronan was well aware of the predicament he was in because of their games. Trust was not something they shared. He turned to Imogen, who had collapsed weakly onto a chaise lounge as if all the pent-up energy keeping her standing had suddenly drained away. She put her head in her hands and struggled for breath, her slim shoulders rising and falling at an accelerated rate. He recognized the signs of delayed panic. His sister Soraka used to wake up in much the same way when she'd had night terrors after the wolf attack, as if she was so frozen she couldn't take in enough air. He'd spent many a night stroking her hair and comforting her.
"Deep breaths, love,"
Ronan said gently, crouching in front of Imogen. He didn't touch her, even though he ached to. She would not welcome it.
"Easy, slow and even, like this."
He inhaled deeply through his nose and exhaled through his mouth.
"With me. Breathe in, and now out."
It took a few minutes, but as he breathed with her, she started to match his pace. After a while, her erratic breathing had calmed considerably.
"What was that?"
he asked, sensing she would not answer but needing to ask anyway.
"What happened between you and Calder?"
Huge green eyes met his, glimmering with unshed tears and banked emotion. Her face was ashen.
"Not here." "Do you want to go back to Kincaid Manor?"
he asked, knowing she'd likely be more comfortable there.
"No, to your house."
He nodded.
"Wait here. I'll speak to Langlevitt and see if we can leave through another entrance. Lock this door behind me and don't open it until I return."
Ronan found the Earl and quickly communicated that Imogen wasn't feeling well and they needed to leave discreetly. Langlevitt didn't ask any questions and ushered them through a side door that led to the small courtyard, where Ronan's coach was summoned post-haste, and they were on their way to his residence. They did not speak in the carriage, and until Ronan had her ensconced in his warm study with a tumbler of brandy in hand and sitting in front of the fire, he didn't broach the subject. He intended to wait until she was ready, no matter how long it took. Imogen stared into the glass, and when she spoke, her voice hushed. "I've known Silas Calder since I was a girl. He was my father's steward, but Silas quickly became more like the son my father never had. We were near the same age and became friends. But then—"
"Something more,"
Ronan supplied, after she went silent a few moments.
"I have heard the history, Imogen. I ken you were engaged to Calder."
Surprise registered on her face, but then ebbed. She would have known the gossip, even a decade old, would still make its way to Ronan's ears.
"How did it end?" he asked softly.
"The official excuse was that he was summoned to London to care for an ailing aunt," Imogen replied, lips pressed thin.
"And the truth?"
She hesitated, as if grappling with whether to tell him or not. But then she sighed and lifted her eyes to him. "He hurt my friend, my governess, Belinda. I was 17, and though I no longer required a governess, I asked her to stay on as my companion. She was so kind, so gentle and thoughtful, and Silas took advantage of her, as well as others." Ronan nodded, disgust flaring his nostrils.
The man was a worm. He knew the type. They worked as upper servants for peers, and too much power went to their heads, especially when it came to female servants in their households. They often thought themselves lords of the manor, in lieu of their masters. Clearly, Silas had gone a little further by coveting marriage to the daughter of an earl. Ronan frowned. What had possessed Lord Kincaid to agree to such a match? Belinda hid her increasing state well under loose dresses and baggy clothing. Imogen went on. I didn't even know she was with child until her time came. You were with her? He asked, trying to piece together what happened. Imogen shook her head, eyes dropping to the glass of brandy. No, things went terribly wrong. She and the babe both died. Ronan shook his head, his stomach in knots. Women and infants died in childbirth often, too often. Whenever one of his sisters or sisters-in-law approached her time, it was an unspoken fear in the back of his mind. Losing her friend had to have been difficult, and learning that her betrothed had been the father, a crushing blow. I'm sorry, Imogen. Thank you. The thing was, none of us knew his true character. Not me, not my parents. After I came of age, he made his intentions clear on what he wanted, that we belonged together. I believed him. You considered him your friend? Ronan asked. She shrugged slender shoulders. He was, I suppose. He was interested in what I had to say. He was always there when I needed him, and we became more. You? His master's daughter? Her mouth quirked. Silas was never treated like a servant. He always felt like a member of the family, and Papa thought of him as a son. He brought me gifts and sought out my company, even when he worked for my father. I taught him to dance. He took me riding. Practiced with me when I learned history and mathematics. When Silas was a boy, my father had seen to his education, you see. Papa considered the senior Mr. Calder to be a friend. She drew a breath. I had never taken the interest of anyone before. Even during my first season, I was a wallflower. It was heady for me to be the focus of such attention. Her voice took on a slight strain. Perhaps I was simply foolish and lonely. Or perhaps he was a self-serving bastard. Ronan kept his opinion to himself. I didn't have many friends, and most of the people who interested me were acquaintances of my parents. Adults, not children. At the time it didn't seem strange for Silas to take an interest in me. My parents always took care to include him, and we naturally seemed to pair up. You didn't have friends? Other young ladies? He asked, the image of a young, precocious Imogen coming to mind that was at distinct odds with the Imogen he knew. It was strange. He'd never thought of her as a child, but if he had to imagine her, he would have thought she would have been covered in dirt with a mischievous grin on her face. More like Rory. No, I was shy, Imogen explained. I was too proper, too grown up. Too much of a hoity-toity toff, the other girls used to say. And they hated the fact that I had such a large dowry. They felt it detracted from them, you see. At her bitter tone, Ronan felt the urge to make her smile. You? Shy? Proper? Are we talking about the same hoyden I've come to know? Surely you jest. She didn't smile, but a smidge of humour sparked in her eyes. I can see how you would be misled, given the various and admittedly hoydenish sides of me you've seen. But it's the truth. I was an odd duck. Imogen took a sip from her glass and licked her lips, her voice dimming to near inaudible levels. It was all my fault. Ronan frowned. What was your fault? Attracting a man like Silas. His fingers tightened on his own glass, but he let her speak. She was finally talking, finally trusting him enough to confide in him, and he didn't want her to stop. I should have seen through his lies, but I was so defiant, so proud to be going against society norm by marrying a man beneath my station. So many people told me he was wrong for me, but I wouldn't listen. I thought them all snobbish and arrogant. You were young and thought yourself in love, he said gently. He knew what it felt like to be betrayed by someone you were ready to commit your life to.
If anyone should have kenned better, it was him. He took advantage of his position with your father and his standing with you. He's a fortune hunter, a scoundrel of the worst sort."
"I know," she whispered. "And when I discovered the truth, it was too late."
Ronan's heart dropped to his toes at the look of dejection and pain on her expression.
"But Lord Kincaid doesn't ken the truth, I take it."
Why, he wondered, to protect her dead governess's reputation? Shutters descended, and Imogen's eyes went blank. With a huff, she drained the rest of her brandy.
"No, Silas left, and that was all I cared about at the time."
She drew a short breath.
"And now he's back."
Ronan poured her another brandy, his anger underscored by shared empathy, though it didn't erase what had happened earlier and the scene he'd walked in on. Calder would pay for that one day. "Did he frighten you tonight? Make unwelcome advances to you?"
"Nothing I couldn't handle."
He smiled. "I ken that, but you dinna have to be strong every minute of the day, Imogen. Sometimes you can share the burden with someone else. Sometimes you can just let go and ken that someone will catch you if you fall."
"Someone like you."
Her eyes met his, so much emotion churning in them. Anger, despair, sadness, a fragile shimmer of hope. Ronan placed his glass down and knelt beside her chair. He put her tumbler aside and grasped her cold hand in his. "I can be, if you'll have me."
"Ronan, you don't know what you're asking,"
she said in an agonized whisper, attempting to pull her fingers from his, but he held fast.
"What you see is not who I am. I don't even know who I am anymore. I'm broken. I'm beyond repair for any man."
He grazed her cheekbone with his knuckles. "Because one good-for-nothing man took advantage of your heart and broke it? Because of one humiliation? Nay, Imogen, you're not beyond repair. Not for me."
"You can't fix me, Ronan. Run, now, while you have the chance."
Imogen's lip wobbled as she swallowed hard and shook her head, tears leaking from her eyes.
"If you want me to break off the betrothal, then fine. I will. I do. You're free of it, of me."
Ronan lifted her hand to his lips, smiling against her smooth, soft skin. His decision felt right. In fact, nothing had ever felt so right. "Nay, I refuse."
"What are you refusing?"
she asked. He grinned up at her. "If you think I'll let you get rid of me so easily, Lady Imogen, you've sorely underestimated your opponent."
"I thought that was the goal," she said with a sniff. "To chase each other away."
"Well, lass, I've changed my mind." She drew a shaky breath.
"Why?"
"Because I didn't want to be free of you." Chapter 19. Imogen felt the intense burn of that blue stare, felt it surround and envelop her, and she felt warmed, protected. For once she wanted to bask in it and pretend it was real, pretend there were no Silas Calders and no Lady Reeds, that there was only just the two of them, Ronan kneeling before her and kissing her hand like a suitor of old, telling her he wanted her. Maybe it would become more some day, but for now she could bask in what it meant to be desired. She wondered what life would have been like if she'd met him as a girl. For one, her belief in love wouldn't be dead. Ronan Maclaren was a man a woman could easily fall in love with, and not just because of his exterior, though that was arguably fine. No, it was because underneath all that gruffness, he was a good man. He was honourable. His family loved him, his clan respected him, and he was here, with her, holding her hand while she cried, while she made excuses for a monster, and told only half-truths about what had happened to her in the past. Ordinary men didn't do those things. Uncaring, hard-hearted men didn't rescue cynical, broken, unvirtuous girls. But he did. Her gaze traced the sharp-hewn features that had become so dear in so short a time, the expressive eyes that could scorch or slay without words, the bold slope of his nose, his strong, square jaw, and that stern but sensual mouth that made her mind shift to other things. She'd tasted the press of those lips on hers and wanted it again. Imogen dragged her gaze away and focused on the dancing flames in the hearth. She needed to think of something else, or she'd fling herself into his arms. To hell with the consequences.
"Tell me about growing up with your sisters," she blurted. "What were they like?"
A smile lit his eyes as he rocked back on his heels and then stood to take the seat beside her. He seemed to sense her need to talk about something else, something that mattered. "Sorcha, as you can imagine, was a handful," he began. "Even as the second youngest, she was always in the thick of trouble. She wanted to be like her older brothers, and my brothers Evan and Finlay goaded her terribly. When she was attacked by that wolf, she'd gone exploring on a dare from those two. Being scarred so badly, she had a tough time of it. But she's courageous, that one, with a heart as big as Loch Rannoch. Then there's McKenna. You will nae find a stronger woman in Scotland, nor a more compassionate one. I have a soft spot for her. She was always saving puppies and chicks and baby hedgehogs. Lastly, the eldest of the girls is Annis. As a girl, she never let anything stop her from going after what she wanted, even if our parents didn't approve. She knew exactly who she was, even as a child. I suppose with me as her older brother, she wanted to rebel, and she did."
Imogen smiled. "Sounds like you love them very much."
"Most days," he said.
"I always wanted a large family," she murmured quietly. "Alas, it wasn't meant to be. I am an only child. My parents tried again for years, but after a few ugly miscarriages, a doctor advised against it. Your family sounds wonderful, boisterous."
"They would love you." Imogen's lip curled.
"The princess, the prude, or the coquette?"
"All of you." He shot her a wicked grin that made her insides clench. "Though I admit I might be partial to the last, but perhaps we can keep that wicked side of you between us."
"I get it now," she said after a beat, watching him.
He lifted a brow and she pushed on.
"Why you were so picky about a wife from the start. I mean, Isla and Sorcha told me about Grace, but I can't see her as a match for you. She's too self-absorbed. But with so many strong, amazing women in your life, it stands to reason that you would want a wife who can come close to the standard you grew up with. It's hard to match that."
She shook her head.
"For what it's worth, I admire Sorcha, and of course Isla."
"I'm sure the feeling is mutual."
"Oh?"
He gave her a wry smile. "They both promised to wreak havoc upon my person if I upset you in any way. And let me tell you, the only person who has ever bested me by claymore has been my wee baby sister Sorcha. I claimed it was luck, but it was pure skill. I wouldn't want to cross that one." Imogen wouldn't want to either. Sorcha Montgomery was a force of her own. "And let's not get started on my sister by marriage," Ronan went on. "That woman's tongue is as sharp as steel and equally as lethal. Honestly, I'm still wincing from Isla's last sit-down at North's garden party, where she told me to get my head out of my arse if I kenned what was good for me." Imogen couldn't help it. She laughed, and the look of pleasure in his eyes was almost her undoing. Again. He offered her some more brandy, but Imogen refused. She was sure her parents would be wondering and worrying why she'd left the Langlevitt ball so abruptly, without so much as a bio leave. It was unlike her, and she wouldn't put it past Silas to make some underhanded remark.
"I should be getting back," she said, clearing her throat.
"You can stay here," Ronan offered.
Imogen nodded. "I know, but my things are at Kincaid Manor, and I should check in with my parents."
"As you wish."
He canted his head and rose to call for a footman to fetch his carriage. "You don't have to accompany me," she said. "I shall be quite all right."
He grinned. "Stop trying to escape me, woman."
God, she didn't deserve him. Not as a future husband, not even as a friend. Though she'd been mostly honest with Ronan, she hadn't told him the full truth tonight. Imogen didn't know if she could.
Telling your possible future husband that you were ruined goods was a bit more daunting than explaining why a man from your past was slavering at your heels, even if the two were connected. Imogen wasn't sure she had the courage. She could only imagine the way Ronan would look at her if he knew of her visit to the Golden Antler and what occurred there, even if she'd instantly regretted it, the same way her parents would see her, with disgust and disappointment. "Shall I come in with you?" he asked when they arrived at Kincaid Manor. "No," she said much too quickly. "No, thank you. I'll be fine from here. Good night, Ronan." He caught her hand before she could leave the carriage. "I meant what I said earlier, Imogen. I've reconsidered everything. I hope you can as well." His warm, earnest stare made her chest tight. She nodded, the motion ungainly. "I will think on it." He released her to the curb, and her knees nearly dissolved underneath her. She needed space to breathe, to think and sort through all of these confusing emotions at war inside of her. "I dinna want to be free of you." He had meant it. Truly? Imogen groaned. Ronan Maclaren had smashed through every last protective barrier she'd built around her heart over these last dozen years. She'd never felt more exposed. But as she stood on the stoop, it wasn't fear she felt because of it. She stared at the man standing there and felt her ribs loosen as if a great weight had been removed from her person. She felt unencumbered, an odd sensation for someone who had always felt the constant yoke of her station, her wealth, her family name, and her gender. Was he the cause? Imogen exhaled. It was early yet, and from the looks of it her parents had yet to retire, if the blazing lights in the foyer were any signal. Normally they were quick to bed after any function, leaving only a small candle burning for when she returned. But they were still awake, it seemed. "Actually, Your Grace, if it pleases you to come in, it appears Mamma and Papa are still awake," she said, amending her reply with a shy smile. "Though it's not necessary." "I will see you inside then, my lady," Ronan said, making a gallant bow. The reason for the lights was evident when they entered the foyer. "Imogen, is that you, dear? Come in, we have news." News? Her father's jovial voice coming from the drawing-room surprised her. She looked to Ronan, who stood back and gestured that she should go to him. As soon as she did, Imogen almost fled the way she'd come, especially when she saw that her parents weren't alone. She blinked in disbelief. What in the hell was Silas Calder doing there, sitting as cool as a cucumber in the drawing-room? Especially considering what had already happened that evening. Was her father in his cups? She inched forward through the open door and noticed Lady Kincaid ensconced in her favourite armchair. Her face denoted nothing of concern, and she seemed in good spirits as well. Her gaze slid to the wolf in sheep's clothing, who was sipping a brandy as bold as you please. Silas shot her a sly, victorious grin that snaked across her skin. Imogen frowned, worried, knowing she had to be where he was concerned. Had he come to share her secret, lay her shame bare, tell her parents that she was ruined and he'd been the one to do it? Her heart hitched. It was a part of the story she had left out with Ronan. What would he think of her? Would he still want her, knowing she'd been with another man? She shook herself and tamped down her frantic emotions. "News?" she asked, proud that her voice remained strong. Yes. Silas, as you know, has returned from the continent, and has expressed an interest to court you. Now, before you make any protest, he has told us the truth of why he cried off." With some alarm, Imogen saw that her father's face held a ridiculous amount of fatherly sentiment toward the man. It made her sick. What kind of lies had Silas told them? Lord Kincaid went on, oblivious to the horror keeping her mute. "He said he didn't think he was enough for you back then, and wanted to make his own way, and his fortune to be worthy of you. Before what tragically befell Lady Beatrice, he realized his heart was here, with you,
He can take care of you now if you truly do not want to marry the boorish Highlander, as you call him. You accepted him before, and I am happy to give my blessing, if this is what you want."
"No," she croaked, but the word did not emerge. Nothing came out but an inaudible noise. How dare he speak of Lady Beatrice? He was responsible for that poor girl's death. Imogen composed herself and drew a bracing breath, stifling her urge to scream. "What about the betrothal agreement with Dunranach and the rest of my dowry?" Her father shrugged, a strange, guilty-looking expression crossing his face.
"We have always acted in your best interests, Imogen. Your mother and I only want for your happiness and to see you secure and safe. We were desperate, you see. You seemed so determined not to wed, and we had to use the thing you held the most dear to force your hand."
"Haven," she breathed out.
He nodded. "But that property is yours and will always be yours. I will provide recompense to the Duke in lieu of it. However, you will still forfeit the rest of your dowry as promised in the contract. Silas here, good man that he is, has agreed to marry you with no dowry, given the circumstances."
He clapped the man on the shoulder with an approving grin. Imogen's eyes narrowed. No dowry? What was Silas playing at? "He only wants you, Imogen," Lady Kincaid said, as if reading her mind, and Imogen could see the rainbows in her mother's eyes from where she stood. "He says you are his dearest love, and the only thing that will make him happy, and he has agreed to come back and work for your father. Isn't that wonderful?" Imogen couldn't breathe as her eyes met Silas's. Gracious, he'd thought this scheme out to the letter, spun her parents a fantastic tale about true love, and had the meeting out of his hand. He'd come back to get what he felt he'd been cheated of. Silas didn't want her. No, what he truly wanted was to ingratiate himself to Lord Kincaid and fleece him for all he was worth, which was quite a lot. Her dowry, as obscene as it was a drop in the bucket of her father's wealth.
"What say you, Imogen?"
her father boomed, and she jerked out of her fugue.
"Come now, put the poor boy out of his misery, will you? I'll send a man to the Duke with our regrets."
Silas met her eye and smirked. The look on his face was smug, as though he'd already won. Imogen bit her lip, her heart battering her rib-cage. She had known it would come to this, that she would have to face her demons sooner or later. Only she didn't think she would have to marry the worst of the lot of them. If she refused, would he reveal her shame, expose her ruination, and cause a scandal? A chill swept across her neck, and she felt light-headed. Dear God, she was going to swoon, wasn't she? A large hand slid against hers, and she gripped it gratefully. She'd forgotten Ronan had escorted her inside, though he'd remained just out of sight of the doorway. Until now. Horrified at how her father had referred to him, Imogen spared him a quick glance. His face was expressionless, though his body had gone tense beside hers at the realization of the unexpected guest's presence, and, no doubt, his offer.
"She says nay,"
Ronan said, his deep voice piercing her stifling fear as he stepped into view.
"Oh, your Grace,"
Lord Kincaid said, eyes widening as he turned to make a clumsy bow.
"I didn't see you there."
Imogen blinked, feeling Ronan's warm hand squeeze around hers. He'd said he wanted her, didn't he? Right now, with Ronan beside her, Silas looked like he'd sucked on a rotting lemon. She could do this. She could say no and not be afraid. With Ronan she felt strong. She felt powerful. She would take the gamble that Silas would not lay his cards on the table. At least, not right then. She was betting that the target of his convoluted scheme wasn't her. It was her father. Imogen took a deep breath and glanced up at Ronan. "Did you mean what you said before?" she asked in a quiet voice for him only. "That you've changed your mind about wanting me?" He nodded, wintry eyes warming for a brief second as they touched on her. She felt the caress deep in her soul. As he'd done to her in his study before, she lifted his hand and brushed her lips over his knuckles. "Then I accept." He didn't smile, but she saw it in his eyes. The Duke addressed the room. "As you can see, my suit still stands, and I have nae intention of breaking the arrangement. Neither does my bride-to-be." "Is this true?" her father asked, incredulity written all over him. "But, forgive me, Your Grace, but Imogen, I thought you hated him." Imogen squared her shoulders, unable to miss Silas's look of thwarted rage. "No, Papa. It turns out I don't hate him at all." Chapter 20. "You're acting a bit funny today, Lady M." Imogen glanced up from the pale blue cloth and a brighter buttercup yellow that the modiste had been showing her. Rory stood on a wide stool before a mirror, her slouched shoulders and dark expression displaying her overt annoyance at the dress-fitting. They had been in Kincaid Manor's sewing-room for the last hour with Madame Despins, a celebrated modiste from Bond Street who came highly recommended by a duchess and 2 former princesses. And other than taking the young girl's measurements and trying a few different fabrics, she and her assistant had not made much headway into the task of designing Rory a dress for the engagement ball. "How do you mean?" Imogen replied, selecting the yellow cloth. It would complement Rory's amber eyes and dark hair, though the girl couldn't care less what she wore. 12-year-old girls did not usually attend balls of any sort, but for this occasion Imogen would make an allowance. It was important to her to include Rory in the evening, and even though she had scowled at the idea of wearing a fancy dress and put her foot down that she would not, under any circumstances, dance, Imogen swore she could see a little flicker of excitement in her eyes. It would be her first ball. Imogen wanted to make it special for her, so they'd sent for Madame Despins, who had only made time out of loyalty to Bryn, Lana, and Irina. There were just a few days left for the modiste to create Rory's dress in time for the ball, and Imogen only had herself to blame for waiting until the 11th hour. But before last night and Ronan's declaration that he wanted to marry her, she hadn't even truly accepted that there would be an engagement ball. In fact, these last few weeks she'd worked tirelessly toward its cancellation. Obtaining a dress for Rory for the occasion had been the last thing on her mind. But now that had all changed. "That," Rory replied. "That giddy grin of yours right there, it's new. That's what I mean by you're acting funny." "Acting. There's another letter at the end, remember?" Imogen touched her cheek, where indeed a small indent had formed. "And don't be silly, I've smiled before." "Not like that." She shouldn't have been surprised that Rory had picked up on the changes since yesterday. Come to think of it, this smile did feel different. Everything did. Imogen had barely been able to sleep last night after Silas had departed Kincaid Manor on a wave of barely repressed fury. But he was gone, and she was engaged, to Ronan, for real this time. Oh, she knew it had been real before as well, though she'd had every intention of finding a way out of it no matter what it took. But now there would be no more friction. No more desperation or games, because he wanted her, and Imogen had spent the bulk of the night exploring all the ways she wanted him in return. "And you're staring off into the corner of the room like that, too, acting daft," Rory said, exaggerating the G and stopping Imogen before her mind could wander back to those scandalous thoughts of her fiancé. "You look half-cocked." "Rory, that isn't polite," she said. "And what would you know about such things?" Rory smirked. "I ken plenty about girls who make calf-eyes at the boys. I dinna ken what the fuss is. Boys are only good for one thing, beating them bloody." She rolled her eyes. "Sorry, Lady M, but you're all right, aren't you?" "I'm perfectly fine," Imogen answered. "Now, what do you think about a few rows of lace and scalloped edging for the hem?" Rory threw back her head and groaned as Madame Despins nodded approvingly, and her assistant jotted down a note. Rory had settled into Kincaid Manor with a bit more ease than she had when first arriving in London. The housekeeper had turned a guest chamber into her new room, and Imogen's mother had even suggested they interview potential governesses. Her parents had not blinked at Imogen's plan to take Rory under her wing, and it had reminded her why she adored her parents so. They were simply caught between convention and progress, leaning one way one moment and the other way the next. Even their scheme to see Imogen married and settled had come from a place of love. To her shock, the bitter anger she'd first felt whenever she thought about their conspiracy didn't make an appearance. Haven would be safe, and she would be too. A giddy swell of something new and unfamiliar bubbled up inside of her. She turned away from Rory, who was still watching her reflection in the mirror closely. The girl was far too sharp. She'd see the emotion on Imogen's face for what it was. Hope. Before this betrothal business ever happened, Imogen had pinned all her hopes and dreams, her entire future, onto Haven. She'd had fleeting moments when she'd imagined a different past that would have led her into marriage and motherhood, but she'd always shoved them aside. Now, however, anything seemed possible. Imogen was entering entirely new territory, and it both scared and invigorated her. She'd given up on sleep around dawn, and had sat down at her writing desk to pen a letter to Emma, informing her of everything that had happened. She'd written at length about Ronan, and how he had turned out to be the complete opposite of what she'd expected. How the brute they'd met in Edinburgh had transformed into a man who made her feel cherished, whose size and fierce strength, once intimidating, now made her feel safe. She'd read over the letter and imagined Emma at her desk at Haven, sitting back and having a good laugh at the flowery, impractical language. Imogen wouldn't have blamed her. On second read, the prose sounded too sickly sweet. She'd shaken her head and burned the letter in the hearth. A second draft was shorter, more to the point, and simply told her friend that she was getting married after all, and that things would be sorted out upon her arrival home. Wherever home would now be. The specifics of marrying Ronan and joining their lives were still behind a thick wall that Imogen had not yet wanted to tear down. She'd rather linger in the warm wonder of Ronan's change of heart for a while, and her own. "I miss my breeches," Rory grumped, once more dragging Imogen's mind from her reverie. Perhaps the girl was right. She did feel rather half-daft today. Madame Despins, pinning and tucking the green cloth around Rory's frame, startled at the comment. "Breeches? Aye, they're a hell of a lot—" Rory caught herself, though not before Madame Despins gasped in surprise and dropped a pin that she'd been holding between her lips. "I mean, they're much more comfortable than dresses, and easier to run in." "A young lady should not be running at all," the modiste put in. Rory shook her head. "Where I'm from, a girl's got to ken how to run." The light feeling Imogen had been drifting around with all morning, and most of the afternoon, faded. "You no longer have to worry about running from anything or anyone," she said. The girl met Imogen's eyes and held her stare, as if waiting for some disappointment to befall her. Rory was going to be cautious for quite some time. Imogen understood. She'd struggled with that same feeling for years, and it had only intensified since the evening before. She wanted to allow herself to be happy, but what if it didn't last? What if Silas followed through with his threat out of desperation, exposed her, and Ronan changed his mind? Men were finicky about such things, prized as a bride's virginity was. The caution she had practiced so well for more than a decade was probably the reason why she hadn't sent Emma the first letter. Burning it had been safer. "What's wrong, Lady M?" Rory asked as Madame Despins went back to pinning. She realized she was no longer smiling, and pasted one back on. "Nothing at all. I just want you to like your dress." Rory took a glance into the mirror and grimaced at the rough mock-up of her future gown. "I suppose I'll like it when it's finished." That was about all the enthusiasm she was going to receive from her young ward. Checking the clock, she saw she didn't have much time to get ready. She and Isla were to meet at Gunter's in an hour. Ronan's sister-in-law had sent a note inviting her earlier that morning, and Imogen wondered if she had spoken to Ronan since the night before and was desperate for details. Isla had been the one to convince Ronan to make a decision after all. She would just have to remember the burned letter to Emma and attempt not to sound like a starry-eyed idiot whenever she mentioned Ronan by name. She left Madame Despins and Rory to their task and met Hilda in her room, where her afternoon dress was ready and waiting for her.
"Oh, would you please stop that?" Imogen said as she saw her maid's sly expression. It was a smug, "I thought so" kind of look, and she'd been wearing it ever since Imogen had told her about the Duke's declaration that he was not going to break the engagement. "I can't. I'm too happy for you," Hilda replied. "Nothing has changed. I'm engaged just as much as I was before," she said. As she dressed, Hilda remained quiet, but she could still see the amused quirk of the maid's lips. "You're being ridiculous. And you're too reticent. Smile, my lady. I know you want to. It just feels too good to be true."
There, it was out, and instantly she felt just as young and vulnerable as Rory. Hilda gripped her shoulders.
"Take a chance, my lady. That Duke of yours has shoulders broad enough to carry any burden. Trust someone for once."
She bit back the argument that she did trust people, some people, but Hilda didn't mean Emma or her parents or even her. She meant a man, the Highlander Duke who had captivated Imogen's every thought for weeks, who had infuriated her and shocked her and made her feel things she had never felt before, wicked and wonderful things. "We shall see," she murmured. When she was finished, she went downstairs to gather her reticule and her cloak. Imogen was planning to go on foot to Gunther's, a mere 2 blocks away. It was a lovely day, and she didn't mind walking. She quite missed walking, as she'd done in Edinburgh, though it was much more crowded in London, full of people and horses and carriages jostling for space. She heard the loud rattle of tack and carriage wheels pull up beside her. From the corner of her eye she saw it was a hackney cab, the varnish on the dull black paint peeling in spots. She ignored it, thinking it would move on. But then the door sprang open, and a man leaped down onto the pavement directly in front of her. Imogen stumbled back, straight into another person. Hard hands clasped her shoulders and shoved her toward the open door of the cab. "What? Stop!" she screamed, twisting and kicking as the man steering her lifted her up and all but tossed her inside, right onto the floor of the carriage. It all happened within seconds. Her breath stoppered up in her lungs as panic flooded her, and then the carriage was moving along again, fast. She tried the door, but the handle was stuck, and curiously, there were no windows. She shouted and railed, pounding on the sides of the carriage until her fists ached, but her voice was muffled by all the noise outside. Her mind racing, Imogen calmed her erratic breathing using the technique Ronan had taught her. In through her nose and out through her mouth. She needed to have a clear head and stay calm. Sometimes when women came to Haven, they were so distraught that they couldn't speak or remember anything that had happened. Imogen did not plan for that to be the case. She had to be able to recall every detail. Slowly, she settled herself. It had only been a few minutes, so she guessed that they were still near Mayfair. She would keep track of the time as best she could. 2, her 2 abductors had looked like flashmen, hired ruffians. She glanced around the carriage. There were a few lines of light around the door, but with no windows the cab was little more than a pitch-black box. It smelled worn down and musty, which went with her earlier assumption that a hackney for hire had stopped beside her. 3, she had her reticule, though in it there was only some coin and a few extra hairpins. Not nearly enough to defend herself, should it come to it. Who were they? Did they plan to hurt her, ransom her, rape her? With a cry she purged the ugly thoughts from her brain. It wouldn't do any good to think on what could happen, only what was happening. She loosened her shoulders and rolled her limbs, trying not to freeze up. A year or so ago, Emma had insisted on protective measures for some of the women at Haven, which meant that she'd employed a teacher versed in pugilism for a few months. Imogen had attended a few of the classes. She knew how to jab a man in the throat or use the heel of her hand to break his nose, and she'd learned that a kick between the legs would render a male attacker useless. It probably wouldn't work on 2 or 3 men at once, but she would be prepared. Imogen estimated that it was less than half an hour before the coach stopped. They were likely still in London, though a far step from Mayfair. Her suspicions were confirmed when the door was flung open, and she was greeted by the stench of sweat, blood, and garbage. The cobblestones of the alley, as she was tugged down, were slick with black grease and God knew what else, and the houses were packed closely together. She wasn't familiar with the districts, but if she had to fathom a guess, she would say it had to be St. Giles or Whitechapel. Memorizing as many details as she could, including the scruffy faces of her captors, both thin and lanky with dark beards and dark eyes, she squared her shoulders. "Take your hands off me," she commanded. "Oi, shut it," one of the men said, tightening his hold on her upper arm and exhaling his foul breath into her face. He yanked both hands behind her. The other man moved quickly forward to knot a piece of rope around her wrists and then went back to the driver's seat. "You're lucky that's all I have on you, innit?" She winced as his fingers returned to her arm and dug in, a cruel look twisting his face as he crooned. "Nice bit of muslin like you. Bet you taste like spun sugar." Shuddering, Imogen sealed her lips, the nasty threat enough to keep her quiet. Antagonizing men like this, when she was in her predicament, might not be wise. She stared at the ground until he shoved her forward toward a house with a small blue door. Sidestepping a puddle of something rank, she walked into the room, once more taking in the details. A narrow cot lay at one end, with a dirty mattress. A chair and a table stood at the other, and a small screen lay on its side to the right. Imogen fought back the tears burning at the backs of her eyes. Good God! What lay in her future in this room? Would she still have a future? As if he could sense her sudden urge to flee, the man's hand closed like a vice on her arm. Imogen knew she would have an ugly circle of bruises. He grinned, showing cracked and stained teeth. "Welcome home, love." He dragged a dirty finger down her cheek and then gripped her chin tightly. "Maybe we'll get to know each other better soon." He leaned in, mouth agape, and Imogen didn't think. She just acted. Her knee shot up and caught the man square in the groin. He lurched backward with a keening sound, but Imogen felt no satisfaction, only fear as a shadow darkened the doorway. Now, let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'll take care of him." She had to be dreaming. Silas entered the room and kicked the wailing man, the rage on his face compounding Imogen's confusion. Was he here to rescue her? Lord, for once she didn't bemoan the man's tendency to hunt and shadow her every step. "Silas," she whispered. "Oh, thank God you're here. How did you find me? Those men were going to hurt me." He smiled, and the gloating look through her. "No, they know better." Time slowed to a crawl as she took him in again, his awareness in the space, the triumphant expression in his eyes, the relaxed posture of his body. Oh, God, no. She should have known better, too. "You? Did you think I would give up what's mine so easily?" he drawled, removing his gloves and slapping his palm with them. "Your betrothal doesn't matter, will not matter when I'm through with you. You will be mine just as you were before." This time Imogen's fear was insurmountable. She wasn't in a music room surrounded by her peers where a scream would bring help running. She was in a hovel in the slums of London with a demented man. She refused to let her fright show, however. "What do you intend to do?" she asked, chin high. "Compromise you once again," he said in a silky voice. "And this time, make sure the whole of town knows about it." Bile erupted into her throat as he removed his coat and started rummaging in the pockets. What was he doing? Did he mean to harm her? "My father will come looking for me," she said.
By now people will have reported that I was snatched off the street by a strange man, and the runners will come looking. The Duke will come looking."
Silas glanced up. "No one will come looking, Jenny. A few hours from now, when an anonymous whisper in regards to your location reaches your father's ears, he will search for you. Alas, I will have already found you, and, considering your appreciation for my heroic rescue, we will be discovered en déshabillé, as they say. We will have to marry to stave off the gossip, and Don Ranach, to avoid the scandalous rumours of having had his own fiancée kidnapped to avoid wedlock, will agree to be the one to forfeit on the marriage contract. And Silas would have her hand in marriage, her dowry, and Ronan's family distillery to boot. If she wasn't in a complete state of shock, Imogen might have applauded.
"You have some imagination, Silas," she said.
"No, Jenny. I have vision." He sounded too calm, too sure. Would people believe that Ronan had been the one behind her kidnapping? He was a duke, after all. But Imogen was all too aware of the power of gossip, and how quickly it could destroy a person. She'd heard too many tales from the handful of upper-crust women she'd helped at Haven. To Imogen's horror, she saw that Silas's plan was not out of the realm of possibility. With the cultivation of a few well-placed rumours, Ronan, who had been so publicly awful in Edinburgh, could very well receive the blame for this ludicrous stunt. She of all people knew of the judgment of the Ton. Imogen felt her options dwindling.
"I will never marry you, and Don Ranach will never forfeit."
"We will see," he said. "Now eat." He stalked forward with a brown paper bag, and the smell of the Cornish pasties inside made her eyes water. She hadn't eaten today, and while she didn't want to accept anything from Silas, if it was one thing she'd learned from the survivors at Haven, it was that she would need her strength to fight or to flee. Imogen might be a woman and considered of little value, but she was a fighter, a warrior. She'd battled for every scrap of her independence. She fought daily for the lives of others. She wouldn't give up now. Chapter 21. "I am not wearing that." Ronan scowled at the gaudy waistcoat that Rivoli's personal tailor had brought in from Paris. Though Julien was absent, at home with his wife, who was about to birth her second child, Ronan wished the man was here so he could plant him a facer. As if he would ever wear such a garish thing. It was a jest, he knew, given when Julien had met Imogen. He grinned. Perhaps he should wear it. The pale pink fabric with the darker embroidered rosebuds would make her smile. Monsieur Martin inspected the waistcoat that he'd held up for Ronan to see, frowning as if he didn't see what Ronan did. "But Lord Rivoli wrote that this was your colour of choice, your grace, that your engagement ball would be all pink." Ronan poured himself a whisky and swallowed it in one gulp. "Of course he did, that horse is ours." The tailor lowered the pink waistcoat with a sudden look of understanding. The man likely knew his best client well enough to guess what Rivoli had been up to. "It's finely done, Monsieur Martin, but I believe my fiancée has changed her mind about the colours for the ball." An odd pounding happened inside Ronan's chest as he sat down in the chair before the hearth. Imogen had changed her mind about everything. She actually wanted to marry him, and astoundingly the idea didn't strike him as terrible at all. In fact, the more he mulled it over, the lighter his limbs seemed to become, the faster his heart seemed to pump, not in alarm, but with what he was very cautiously, very dubiously pinning down as excitement. Excited to marry Imogen. Ronan stood from the chair and went for another finger of whisky. He'd spent the night so focused on controlling his anger in regard to Silas Calder and the man's underhanded designs on Imogen that he hadn't spent nearly enough time sorting through the fact that he had willfully pledged himself to her. He couldn't believe he was actually thinking it, but he didn't regret it in the least, and that slightly scared him. "Might I suggest a deep blue, your grace?" He turned toward the tailor, distracted.
Blue? For your new waistcoat? Right, aye. And send that other one up to Duncraig, will you? We both ken Rivalry will wear it with pleasure.
The tailor was taking Ronan's measurements for the new design when Vickers entered the room.
Your Grace, Lady Tarbendale is here to see you. She says it's quite urgent.
Vickers hadn't stopped speaking before Isla edged her way into the sitting-room, her eyes bright and brows pinched.
Isla?
Ronan stepped away from the centre of the room and Monsieur Martin's tapes and toward her.
What is it? News from Maclaren or Duncraig?
The drawn expression on his sister-in-law's face worried him. McKenna's bairn was due, and he knew how perilous childbirth could be. "No news from Scotland," she assured him quickly. "It's Imogen." His legs went to stone.
What happened? What's wrong?
"I was to meet her at Gunter's 2 hours ago. When she didn't arrive, I went to Kincaid Manor, but was told she had left long before. She should have arrived in time."
What of their driver?
Ronan asked, his pulse slowing, even as his mind started to pick up speed. "No driver. Imogen went on foot. Gunter's is only a few blocks from Kincaid Manor," Isla replied. "No one has seen her, Ronan. I'm worried. It's not like her."
"Could she have thought you were meeting elsewhere?" he asked, trying to think of all possibilities before jumping to the next one, that something untoward had happened.
"She's not an idiot," Isla scoffed. "We've only ever met at Gunter's." He nodded, making his decision.
"Vickers, get a man from Bow Street here, and send for the police as well."
"The police, Your Grace?" Vickers repeated, alarmed. Ronan considered a moment as he exited the sitting-room. It might be premature, but Imogen wouldn't have left Isla with no word if all was well.
"I want everyone looking for her."
"Ronan, wait!" Isla followed him down the stairs to the foyer. "Where are you going?" He took his jacket and hat from the butler, the pit of his stomach a brewing storm of anger, worry, and suspicion.
"To speak to someone who might ken something."
"Who?"
"I'll explain later."
There wasn't time to tell her everything about Silas Calder.
"Where is Niall?"
"At the boxing club, Gentleman Jackson's, I believe. Why?"
"I need him here. Stay. Tell the runner and the policeman what you can, and that I'll return shortly."
And before Isla could ask another question, Ronan rushed through the front door, slamming it closed behind him. He caught a hackney on the street, too impatient to wait for his own carriage to be prepared and brought around to the front of Dunrannoch House. That bastard Calder had something to do with this. He'd been furious the night before at Imogen's home, forced to retreat with his fortune-hunting tail between his legs. And from what Ronan had learned from Imogen about their past, he suspected the man was more than a little obsessed with her, and that he was not the sort to give up easily. Ronan was now grateful he'd left Kincaid Manor only minutes after Calder the night before, and that he'd had the foresight to direct his driver to follow Calder's hackney. At the time he'd only wanted to make sure the man actually returned home, rather than circle back to Kincaid Manor. He gave the hackney driver the address now, and sat back as the carriage clattered toward Piccadilly. Calder might have intercepted Imogen on the street earlier, perhaps even convinced her to take a stroll with him, so he could attempt to change her mind. He might have lured her into his carriage and delayed her with a drive around town. Imogen's disgust with him and her shame in encouraging him when she'd been younger could have very well led her into a trap of manipulation on his part. Ronan clenched his hands into fists, and time seemed to drag. When at last the driver whistled and pulled the horses to a stop, he all but leaped from the carriage, stormed up to Calder's residence, and pounded on the front door. A sleepy-eyed woman let him in, pointing up to the suite of rooms. Ronan hadn't reached the top of the stairs when he growled Calder's name. Calder answered the door to his apartments himself.
"Your Grace, this is a surprise,"
he drawled, his demeanour placid despite the high colour on his skin, as if he'd just come in from outdoors.
"Where is Lady Imogen?"
Ronan demanded.
"Imogen? Why would you think she would be here?"
Calder eyed him.
"I have no time for this, Calder. Imogen went for a walk and never arrived at her destination. Last night she skewered you by turning down your proposal. after she fought off your unwanted attentions at the Langlevitt ball. You ken why I'm here, so answer my bloody question."
The man stared at him unruffled. "She hardly skewered me. I was acting as a friend, offering her a way out of an undesirable betrothal. We do have a long history, you know, her family and me. Her decision in no way affects me, as you suggest. The fact that you're bothering to lie to me right now makes me wonder what else you're lying about." Calder's mouth twisted, a deliberate expression of insult on his face. It was leagues different than the uncut fury Ronan had seen the evening before. "It nearly sounds as if you are accusing me of something untoward, Your Grace." His voice lifted slightly as though to carry down the narrow hallway, though there was no one else around but the two of them. Ronan was quite aware that didn't suggest the empty corridor was private, by any means. His eyes narrowed as Calder went on. "Perhaps the answer is something much more simple. Could the lady have spurned you? Are you quite certain she has not taken another way out of this betrothal that she has so clearly despised? Women do the most desperate things when they feel trapped." The suggestion tracked down Ronan's spine like a cold blade. Rivalry's tale of Lord Paxton's daughter, and how she'd thrown herself off a bridge into the Thames, sprang to mind. His vision sharpened on the man. "You've made a mistake, Calder. I dinna ken what your game is, but I'll discover what it is. I'll find Imogen, and you'll be finished here in London. You'll be finished everywhere. There willna be a single place you can hide this time." Ronan gave him his back and stalked from the hallway, knowing he would get nothing more out of the bastard unless he wrapped his hands around the lying man's throat and thrashed him. The method wasn't completely off the table, of course, but there were other tactics to try first. He made his way back to Dunranach House, his impatience and unease mounting as the hackney he flagged travelled at an irritatingly slow speed. When he finally arrived home, Niall was there with Isla, along with a man presumably from Bow Street and 2 uniformed policemen from the new Metropolitan Force. "Where the hell have you been?" Niall asked before Ronan could even remove his coat. "Have you found Imogen?" "I want someone on Silas Calder's tail," he replied, his guts in a twist as he explained to them where he'd gone and why. He told them of Calder's proposal and his past and current interest in Imogen. He left off some of the more personal details, the ones Imogen had been ashamed of, even though she had no reason to be. The man had preyed on her, seduced a shy and sheltered girl, and she'd held herself responsible, which was probably just as Calder wanted it. Imogen was in trouble. She never would have gone off on her own like this, leaving everyone to worry over her. Calder's suggestion that she'd scurried off, breaking the betrothal, didn't fit either. Ronan knew by now that she would never give up like that. And after last night, when they'd opened up to each other, no, she was brave, stubborn and tenacious. She would not run. And unlike Calder's foul suggestion, she also would not harm herself. "Your Grace, I am familiar with Silas Calder," the Bow Street inquiry agent, a man named Thompson, said. "There was some bad business many years ago with a young lady here in London." His eyes skipped to Isla, and he said no more, likely thinking she might be too sensitive for such a topic. "What bad business?" she demanded. "Imogen was nae the only young heiress he took a fancy to," Ronan explained, unable to stomach the young woman's tragic ending without feeling a jolt of fear for Imogen. No, she was strong. She'd never do anything like that, not without a fight. He took in a clipped breath. "He preyed on them. Lady Beatrice was particularly young and enamoured of him, until she found out the truth that he was nothing but a fortune-hunting thief. At the last, she took her own life." He met his sister-in-law's brimming eyes. "It is rumoured she was with child. I wouldn't put it past Calder to have left a trail of victims behind him on the continent as well. It was how he financed his lifestyle, and now he has Imogen in his sights once more. I will follow his movements, Your Grace, and keep you apprised," Thompson announced, and then left. The 2 other police officers were given tasks as well, to interview the servants at Kincaid Manor, and to find any and all of Imogen and Calder's acquaintances and to question them thoroughly. It was nightfall by the time Dunranach House was quiet once more. Niall and Isla had insisted they stay with him, but he'd waved them off, telling them to go back to their own home on Belgrave Square to be with their children. There was nothing more they could do. He'd poured a whisky and was staring at it, his mind partially frozen with terror. God, what was happening to her? Not knowing where she was, if she was safe or in danger, was driving him mad. Ronan left his whisky untouched and left for Kincaid Manor. He needed to do something, anything, other than sit and wait. Perhaps he could help the police question the staff. Someone had to have seen something. The second he stepped inside the foyer, Rory shouted from the top of the stairs. "Do you have Lady Im back yet?" The young girl rushed down wearing her old breeches. "I'm ready to go, Your Grace." "Go where?" "Out searching. We've got to find her," Rory replied. Ronan blocked her from the front door with an arm. "We cannae search all of London. It's not feasible. We need a better idea of where she might be." "But she could be anywhere," Rory said, the shake of her voice betraying her worry and fright. She was scared. The girl cared deeply for Imogen. Ronan put his hands on her small shoulders and squeezed gently. "I'm going to find her, Rory. I have an idea who's involved, and there's a Bow Street runner watching him as we speak." The girl shook off Ronan's hands, and he realized he should have been more thoughtful than to touch her without asking. She'd been on her own on the streets of Edinburgh, protecting herself against men who would take advantage, who didn't have an honourable bone in their bodies. "You can trust me, Rory. I'll do whatever I must to bring back Imogen." She peered up at him doubtfully. "The man you're thinking of, he kens Lady Im?" Ronan nodded. "A family friend." "He's a toff," she said, and Ronan didn't bother to correct her. To her, anyone, peer, gentry, or working class, not of her world, were wealthy targets to be stripped of their valuables. The girl's eyes brightened. Proper toffs never do anything themselves, you ken. The lad's men always get good business running errands. If he's done something to Lady Im—" "He hasn't done it on his own," Ronan finished, his spirits boosting as an idea came to him. "Rory, you're brilliant." The girl broke into a grin. "I like it when other people get that." He wanted to clap her on the shoulder or kiss her forehead, something to show his gratitude, but he held back. In time, perhaps. Ronan left Kincaid Manor, ordering his driver to Piccadilly. They pulled along the curb outside the back entrance to Calder's building. There had been another unmarked carriage parked across the street from the front entrance. He'd seen Thompson inside, keeping an eye on Calder's comings and goings. The man was still home, apparently, and he likely knew Ronan had hired someone to keep watch. Thompson was not overly clandestine either. However, it wasn't Calder that Ronan was waiting for. Several hours after sitting in silence, his driver keeping the horses calm, their patience was rewarded. A back door opened, and a lone figure emerged. The man was dressed in black, carrying a small bundle, and he moved swiftly away from the square and out of Thompson's line of sight. He crept much too stealthily for a servant. "Follow him, but don't get too close," Ronan said to his driver, who urged the horses forward. Ronan kept his eyes on the figure. The man signalled a hackney and disappeared inside. But the hackney was unusual, Ronan noted, with no windows at all. "Don't lose them," he said, his heartbeat increasing. He had nothing but his instinct, and it told him he was on to something. He was getting closer to Imogen. His driver maintained sight of the strange carriage for a good 20 minutes, each street they turned down taking them deeper into the slums of London. Ronan wasn't familiar with these boroughs, but he knew the equivalent of them in Edinburgh. He suddenly wished he'd brought his pistol. At least he had his dirk, something he kept on his person at all times. Finally, the black, windowless carriage came to a stop, and the figure emerged. Ronan jumped from his carriage, signalling the driver to wait, and followed Calder's man through the front door of a building that looked to be in shambles. The odours of excrement and mildew accosted him as he took the steps to the next floor, following the man's footfalls. Ronan had his dirk in hand, his every sense on alert. He came to a third-floor corridor and heard a door shut a little ways down. Then some muffled voices. Ronan stayed against a wall, doubt beginning to trickle in. Could this simply be a random man's home? There were likely a handful of bachelors living in Calder's fine lodgings. This man might not have anything to do with Calder at all, and Ronan could very well be wasting his time here. A few minutes later the door opened and the same man emerged. He no longer held the small bundle. He took care to lock the door before moving for the stairs again. Ronan pressed himself against the wall, remaining invisible to the man, whose steps descended the stairs at a rapid pace. Where he was going didn't matter. Who was inside the room down the corridor did. Ronan knocked, feeling a fool. But if it was indeed an innocent stranger's home, he'd feel an even bigger fool by barging in. He banged hard on the door. A guttural moan was all that came from within the apartment, and it sounded female. Heart clenching, he stepped back and planted his foot in the center of the door, ripping the lock from the frame. It bashed open, revealing a darkened room, the only light coming from a slim window. A woman sat tied to a chair, a gag between her lips, her muffled voice straining in a cry when she saw him. "Imogen," Ronan breathed out, his legs feeling numb as he crossed the small room to reach her. With his dirk he cut away the ropes that bound her hands, and then removed the gag. "Ronan!" she rasped, throwing her arms around his neck as he next sliced through the ropes securing her ankles to the legs of the chair. "Oh, thank God you found me!" He picked her up, crushing her to him, unable to do anything more than feel her body, inhale the sweet scent of her hair, and savor the hot gusts of her breath in the crook of his neck. "Are you injured?" he finally asked. No, I'm fine now. Oh, thank God, Ronan," she said again, still clinging to him. He peeled her away, needing to inspect her for himself. "Calder, he did this," Ronan said, his eyes taking in her dress, her face, looking for any mark of injury. But except for her loose hair, torn from its pins, and her frightened eyes, she didn't seem to be hurt. Imogen nodded. He was going to make it look like someone had kidnapped me, and then stage a false rescue. And since we'd been alone in this place—" She trailed off, her face stricken. "You'd be ruined. You'd have to marry him." Ronan wished to God he'd throttled the bastard back at his house that afternoon. He would do it. One way or another he was going to end him. "I just want to get out of here, Ronan," she said, her hands cold as he took them in his and kissed them before scooping her up into his arms. "You're safe, love," he said, taking her from the dank and dirty room. "I promise you, no one will ever harm you again." She leaned into his embrace, tucking her head beneath his chin. "That's an impossible promise to make, you know." "Not for me. I'll move heaven and earth to find you, Imogen, and mercy on the man who ever lays a finger on you." His eyes met hers, the soft wonder in them nearly silencing him. "You're mine now." Chapter 22. 2 days later, Imogen eyed her bruised, dark purple wrists, wincing at the discoloured streaks the rope had left behind. She'd injured herself trying to wriggle out of the tight bindings, and had succeeded once, hitting one of her captors with a candlestick before she'd been even more tightly restrained. She was fairly certain she'd dealt the man quite a blow to the temple, and if he was one of Calder's men, as Ronan had suspected, he would have a huge mark to show for it, possibly a blackened eye. Unfortunately, no one matching such a description had been at Calder's residence, and the runners had come away empty-handed, unless, of course, the man had been conveniently eliminated to avoid suspicion. Imogen knew Calder would cover his tracks any way he could. Silas himself had been interviewed by an agent called Thompson and had been cleared, to Imogen's disgust. Despite her claims, he'd had a strong alibi for the entire 6-hour duration of her abduction, insisting he'd had nothing to do with it. Since they could not find nor prove the identity of the footman to corroborate Ronan's evidence, it had been Silas's word against hers, and given that she was a woman, that meant that she didn't have a leg to stand on. Ronan had been furious when he'd returned to Dunranach House to break the news that Silas would not be apprehended. "You believe me, don't you?" she'd asked him, worried that suddenly he would change his mind and doubt her side of things. Ronan had scowled, his dark brows pulling together. "Of course I do. You said he was there, and I believe you." "You don't believe what he said?" she'd asked in a small voice. He had looked at her as if she were addle-pated. "Why would I? The man's a slippery eel who's had years of experience swindling and defrauding people. Besides, I trust you more than I've ever trusted anyone." He'd crouched then and taken her hands. "Imogen, I will always believe you." The earnestness of his vow floored her, and the knowledge that he took her account seriously made her think twice about telling her parents the truth about Silas. Maybe they would believe her too, about what had happened with her and with Belinda, and now what he'd recently done. But then, even if they did, what would they think about her for her part in it? Would they judge her, condemn her, cast her out? While she didn't want to believe her parents would shun her, especially after her father's recent admission that he only had her best interests at heart, she'd met too many women at Haven who'd been dismayed when their families had cast them out after an indiscretion or even an attack. Nearly all of them had been accused of lying, too, while the men who'd assaulted them went free. She couldn't bear it if she lost them. In the end, she had asked Ronan not to say anything to them about Silas and the kidnapping. Instead, Imogen told her parents that she'd mistakenly believed she was to meet Isla the following day, and had spent the afternoon and evening visiting a number of potential investors for Haven. She'd apologized for causing such worry, and her parents, too relieved to have her safely at home again, had simply asked her to be more mindful of her appointments in the future. Imogen was grateful. Her father would have suffered apoplexy to discover that his only daughter had been kidnapped, by a man he'd trusted no less. Hilda bustled into the room, her round face pale and drawn. The maid, who knew the truth of what happened, had been distraught at Imogen's disappearance, and upon her safe return hadn't let her mistress out of her sight, fussing like a clucking hen. Rory, too. It was a miracle that the girl had even agreed to go to bed in her own bedchamber, but she'd been exhausted. Between the two of them and Ronan, Imogen had not wanted for company, or shadows on her every step, but now she was restless and sick of being indoors for 2 days. "Are you sure there's no entertainment tonight? Perhaps a musical or soiree?" she asked. Hilda sniffed. "Perhaps it's too soon for you to be up and about, my lady." "I'm not made of glass, Hilda." The maid frowned, her glance falling to the darkened skin at her wrists. "Yes, just very vulnerable flesh and bone. If you're worried about people seeing these marks, I will wear gloves." She huffed a breath. "I'm not afraid of Silas, and even if I were, he would not attack me in public." "He took you off the streets," she shrieked. "Snatched you like a plucked flower in full view of everyone." She had a point, but Imogen did not want to cower in hiding. "I need to get out of this house, Hilda." "I don't think that's such a good idea." The voice came from the open doorway, and both Imogen and Hilda looked up to see Isla standing there. Her usual smiling expression was conspicuously missing. Imogen frowned, reading into the emotions playing across her face. "Sorry, Burns said you were up here, and I told him not to announce me," she said in a breathy rush. "May I come in?" "Of course," Imogen said. "Is anything the matter? What's wrong? Is Ronan all right?" Isla gave her a circumspect look, but shook her head quickly. "Ronan is fine. This is about you, actually." "About me?" Imogen said, directing her to a chair in the small seating area of her chamber and asking Hilda to fetch a maid for tea. She turned to her friend with a quick frown. "Or perhaps something stronger than tea." "Stronger, trust me." Isla settled into an armchair, her face tight, and waited for Imogen to get settled opposite her before canting her head.
"There's no easy way to say this," she began. "There are rumours."
"Rumours?" Isla nodded.
"About you and Silas Calder."
Imogen felt her heart shudder and slow. She'd known that something like this might happen. She wouldn't have put it past him to spread some scandalous gossip about her, anything to turn the tide in his favour.
"What are they saying?"
"Terrible things,"
she whispered. Imogen squared her shoulders.
"Nothing that man says can hurt me. This can,"
Isla said, her mouth downturned.
"The gossip rags are saying that since your attack you are damaged goods, and that you're ruined."
She paused, wringing her fingers, speaking just as Imogen opened her mouth to argue that she wasn't afraid of a little gossip.
"It gets worse. They are saying that you work with low-lifes in Edinburgh, and that it's tainted you, that the shelter you run has leached into your life, and you have lowbrow and vulgar tastes."
"What does that even mean?" Imogen asked.
"Even provides hope for women who have none. What's vulgar about that?"
"Nothing, dear," Isla said, lifting a hand as if to placate her.
"Not to us. What you do there is truly remarkable. They are saying—"
She broke off, sending Imogen an agonized glance before continuing.
"They're saying that you encouraged him. I did nothing of the sort. He's behind it."
Isla shrugged.
"You and I know that. Ronan knows that. But you know how the ton is, and how fast gossip travels, especially when it involves tearing down one of our own. And right now, you're a juicy target."
She cleared her throat.
"The way people have perceived you these last few weeks in London, particularly after the Bradburn ball, hasn't been pleasant. The older denizens of the ton claimed that you were flaunting your assets in a manner unbecoming the daughter of an earl."
Imogen blinked. She'd first seen Silas at that ball, and she'd been dressed in the demure white gown to irritate Ronan. After that she'd dressed more provocatively to make a statement, that she wasn't some naive young woman with stars in her eyes, that he could have no hope in hell of winning someone like her. She sucked in a horrified breath. Recalling what she'd said earlier, Imogen leaned forward.
"Wait, what do you mean by they think I encouraged him?"
Isla looked appalled to explain it, but she steeled herself and finished the explanation in a rush.
"I don't believe this, just so you know, but they are saying that you couldn't find what you were looking for, so you went to St. Giles on your own, seeking loose male company, and that's how you got yourself abducted."
Loose male company. Imogen nearly snorted. If they only knew how inexperienced she was, besides what she could not recall with Silas, they would laugh. She acted a good performance, clearly too good of one, if they all believed she was a slattern and wanted to denigrate her for it.
"That's the most ludicrous thing I've ever heard," she said, her mind racing.
She couldn't fathom how people could be so cruel, so quick to strike down and condemn others. But nothing surprised her any more. In fact, she'd seen more humanity and compassion among the lower classes the beau monde so reviled.
"Though we cannot prove it's him, Lady Bradburn said she heard that apparently Silas Calder, a gentleman who has admired and loved you for years, and was once your betrothed, received a message from you for a rendezvous in a surprising part of town. He's claiming he didn't say anything to the police when he was questioned, because he didn't want to tarnish your reputation. But now, after the accusations made against him, he has no choice." "That bastard!" Imogen swore. "He's no gentleman. He's a liar and a crook. And he's not in love with me in the least. He's in love with my coffers, my father's coffers, to be precise."
A chambermaid arrived with tea, and Hilda had seen to a small amount of whisky for each of them. Imogen's hand shook as she poured.
"I'm sorry, Imogen. People can be awful," Isla said, compassion written all over her. "For what it's worth,
All our friends, like the Duke and Duchess of Bradburn, the Earl and Countess of Dinsmore, and the Earl and Countess of Langlevitt, have been your champions these past few days, and they are powerful voices speaking on your behalf. Niall and I have done what we could as well." She gave a small smile. "Though my husband's tactics are more hands-on, I've had to keep him on a tight leash so he isn't tearing aristocrats apart." Imogen swallowed. "And Ronan? He's furious, of course, but he's focused on finding Calder's accomplice." She'd wondered why she hadn't seen much of Ronan the last 2 days. He'd been busy, though she suspected nothing would come of his efforts. "He won't find him," Imogen said, with sudden and overwhelming despondency. "Silas is clever and has likely had him dealt with by now. Besides, as you've said, people are already judging me. Finding one man with an eye injury isn't going to change anyone's mind." Isla reached for Imogen's hand. "You don't have to stay in London. You could go to Maclaren. These rumours won't matter there." Perhaps not, but they would still be like an impenetrable wall around London, barring her from ever coming back. And if the rumours mounting here were to reach Edinburgh, she would not be able to escape the ramifications even there. She closed her eyes and remembered that Ronan believed her. He'd vowed to, always. She could go with him to Maclaren, as Isla suggested, and now that they were marrying, Haven would not suffer a lack of funding, ever. Emma and the girls who needed the shelter could carry on as always. But Imogen would still be running in shame. Silas would have ruined her, as he'd promised to do, and driven her from the life she'd built for herself. "I can't let him win," she whispered, withdrawing her hand from under Isla's and standing to pace the room. "I can't let him walk away unscathed, perhaps even to harm any other young women one day." Her eyes met Isla's. "I trust you've heard of Lady Beatrice. Ronan told me." "Well, she wasn't the first," Imogen said in a dead voice. "My governess, Belinda, died in childbirth out of wedlock. He seduced her, impregnated her, and ruined her life, all the while courting me. He's a silver-tongued, two-faced monster." Isla now knew about Silas's manipulation of her, and about Lady Beatrice as well. But Imogen still held the darkest part of her secret regarding Silas to herself. Confessing to a flirtation with a man and being persuaded to believe he intended to marry her was only a fraction of the truth. Telling Ronan what happened at the Golden Antler, how he'd drugged and forced himself on her, still made her stiff with dread. Trust in Ronan. Isla stood without touching her tea or whisky. If anyone can see to Calder's recompense, it's him. Imogen nodded, even though the words did little to soothe her. Silas had successfully thrown Imogen's reputation to the curb, and she'd done nothing but help him, what with her own scandalous and outrageous behaviour these last weeks. All done, ironically, to thwart him. It seemed instead he'd used the gossip-mongers against her, and she'd played right into his conniving hands. Isla left, and Imogen sank into a chair. She swallowed each small glass of whisky on the tea service and curled herself into a ball, tucking up her legs and feeling the effects of the drink as it burned her throat and loosened her limbs. She felt like she had all those years ago, confused and scared and angry, resentful that she'd made such terrible mistakes, trusted a man who had turned out to be a consummate liar, lost everything, and distraught yet again that she was about to lose yet another future. The next hour ticked by, and Imogen still had not moved from the chair. Hilda eventually returned to clear away the tea service. "You've heard the rumours, I imagine," Imogen said with a glimpse at her tight face. "Aye, my lady," the maid said softly. "A few of the kitchen maids mentioned they'd heard a thing or two." "Why didn't you say anything?" "It would have only made things worse," she replied. "Well, it's certainly not going to get better now." The engagement ball would have to be called off. It stung, even though she'd only just started to become excited for it. No one would attend, and the poor turnout would only be another thing for the ton to gossip about.
"My parents," she said. "They have heard these lies as well."
"Have faith, my lady," was all Hilda said as a knock landed on the sitting-room door. She answered it, and a moment later came back in.
"You've a visitor, the Duke."
Ronan? Imogen hadn't been expecting him, and as she took the stairs to the front parlour, assumed Isla must have gone to him after leaving Kincaid Manor. She must have explained that Imogen now knew about the rumours impugning her honour. He was likely here to speak to her about them, perhaps try to make her feel better, or plead with her to leave for Maclaren as soon as possible. While she wanted to see Maclaren, the home Ronan so loved, she didn't want to do it under a black cloud. Deep down, she didn't want to bring shame to him. She frowned as she heard raised voices coming from the parlour, and then her mother's, clear as a bell. "What exactly do you want us to do, Your Grace?"
"To stand up for your daughter. Is that too much to ask?"
Imogen peered inside the parlour, where her father, mother, and Ronan stood in a tense, small circle before the hearth. None of them noticed her.
"Our daughter is a grown woman who has made her own choices. Do you think we have not noticed her reckless behaviour toward Mr. Calder?"
Lord Kincaid replied in a hushed tone.
"It was yet another of Imogen's acts that has rebounded on her with severe consequences. Only the poor man wished to make it right when he came to ask for her hand in marriage. He wished to do right by her."
Imogen cringed that her parents were still shielding this monster, but in their defence they didn't know what he truly was.
"To solicit a man for a tryst, to cause such a scandal,"
Lady Kincaid added, Imogen's blood slowing in her veins when she recalled that Isla had said the same. Her heart breaking, Imogen finally stepped forward.
"Is this what you believe? Is this what you think of me?"
Her mother saw her and instantly flushed.
"Imogen, your father and we don't know what to think. Your conduct over the last few weeks has been disturbing, first with the Duke and then with Mr. Calder.
But now, with this scandal, we can't help but see it as a last, desperate effort to get the Duke to cry off for whatever misguided reason you have in your head of being a spinster forever," her father cut in. "To drag poor Silas into it, however, after he'd offered his own hand as an alternative, is too much, even for you."
She couldn't believe what they were saying. Silas Calder had so thoroughly enchanted her parents that they were blind to the truth.
"I didn't drag that deceitful knave into anything. He is the one who had me taken. He is spreading these rumours, all of them."
"Silas is one of us, Imogen, a friend to our family," Lord Kincaid replied, looking utterly aghast. "He has been nothing but attentive and devoted to you." "Devoted? Oh, aye, indeed he's been that," Ronan said as he took long strides toward her, his whole body rigid with leashed fury. "Imogen did not solicit Calder. The man is lying. She rejected him, and he's taking out his revenge."
All Ronan did was stand beside her, crossing his arms like a sentry, but it made her feel stronger. Still, it hurt that she needed his support to stand up to her own parents. It was exactly what she'd always feared, that they would not believe her.
"That is preposterous," her father said, but there was a curl of doubt in his voice. "Why is it so bloody impossible for you to believe Calder is lying, but so easy to believe your own daughter is?"
Ronan was livid, colour rising in his cheeks. He shook his head.
"This is why Imogen didna tell you to begin with, because she kenned you wouldna believe her. I thought you were a better man than this, Kincaid." "How dare you?" her father sputtered. "I dare because, unlike you, I believe her."
Imogen looked between them, her tongue heavy and useless. She'd never had anyone stand up for her like this. It filled Imogen with wonder, but also with guilt. She'd never given her parents the chance to believe her. If she'd confided in them years ago, perhaps they would look upon her differently now. But from their point of view, all they were seeing was how she had acted with Silas in the last few weeks. She'd well and truly made her bed, and Silas was using that to his full advantage. Lady Kincaid stepped between Ronan and Lord Kincaid. "What do you mean, Your Grace, about Imogen not telling us to begin with? You make it sound as if it's been quite some time now." Ronan turned to Imogen. "Tell them, Lennon. I ken you're afraid, but it's time." He took her hand, the warmth and encouragement leaching into her. "You're not alone, not any more." She held his stare, his blue eyes diving into hers, seeking the trust and fearlessness that Imogen knew he wanted so desperately in a wife. He believed he had found these things in her, and it was under his steady and generous stare that Imogen realized he had not. But Ronan was right about one thing. It was time for her parents to know. Silas had pushed her into a small, airless corner, and she could either crouch and huddle there, desperately trying to breathe for the rest of her life, or she could push back, even if it meant exposing the truth to everyone, including Ronan, even if it meant losing him. Imogen stepped out of his grip with an odd sense of calm descending over her. "Yes, I have to tell the truth. I never quite knew how tired running from it had made me, until right now." She turned to her parents, who were watching her with matched frowns of confusion. "I was 15 when Silas Calder told me that he was in love with me, and that he wanted us to be together." The words came easier as soon as she started speaking. "I was elated, thrilled to have the secret admiration of a young, handsome, intelligent man, a man who clearly had your esteem and had been such a close friend for so many years. True to his word, he sought my hand after my first season, when I was 17. But it was all a lie. The Silas Calder you know doesn't exist. In that time he got Belinda, my old governess, pregnant and dallied with other servants, all the while claiming to love only me. Hilda was the one who told me the truth. She'd seen his deception with her own eyes. Turns out, Silas wanted more than just me. He wanted money and power. And after I learned about Belinda, he tried to take it the only way he could, by force." The air in the room disappeared. All sound did as well. Imogen could only hear her own rapid breaths, and after a while, her mother's quiet weeping. "In the end, the man we all trusted didn't give me a choice. He took it from me, in a men's club in an upper room, where he altered my drink with laudanum. I don't recall anything from that evening, and I couldn't fight him. I was utterly powerless until the owner of that club barged in and saved me. Silas vanished that very night, and I couldn't bring myself to tell you what had really happened. How—" her voice broke on a ragged sob. "Unforgivably stupid I'd been." She closed her brimming eyes, the first brick in her resolve crumbling. Her hands started to tremble. She could not look at Ronan, though she felt his burning, incisive, and utterly furious stare. "Oh, my darling! Oh, my darling!" her mother whimpered, and in the next moment she felt her arms come around her in an embrace. She didn't ask why Imogen had never told them. She didn't fault her for keeping it secret. She only held her. And when Lady Kincaid finally stepped back, Imogen saw pain and regret etched in her teary eyes. Her mother believed her. "I am appalled," her father said, lowering himself to the edge of a sofa, as if his legs had lost the strength to hold him. "I know you cared for him, Papa," Imogen said, certain he was about to tell her she had to be mistaken. But he snapped his head up. "For him? He dared to harm you, and I will never forgive him, or myself, Imogen, to have let this happen, not even suspecting anything was amiss or what kind of man we'd welcomed into our home with our precious daughter. What kind of father am I? It isn't your fault." She'd grown accustomed to saying the same thing to others at Haven, and the words came instinctively to her now. "He deceived us all." He nodded, a hand coming up to pass over his forehead, blocking her view of his face. His shoulders shook, and Imogen went to sit beside him. He embraced her as her mother had, murmuring apologies. The cushion beside her dipped, and Imogen's mother joined their embrace. Telling them the truth hadn't been half so difficult as she'd always thought it would be. And now that it was done, she felt like a fool for believing that they would blame her, that they would turn their backs on her. There was a gap of silence, and Imogen knew she could no longer avoid Ronan. She stood, the tremors threading back into her arms and legs, and met his eyes. They nearly knocked her back with their ferocity. "You did not tell me any of that. Why?"
"Because I didn't want you to know the truth. I didn't want to face it."
He came toward her, but she shook her head. He held back. "What truth?"
"That I'm ruined, that he took something from me that I can't ever get back."
Not her virginity, but something more, something integral to her very soul.
"A piece of me is missing, Ronan, and that gaping wound, it will be with me forever. It will stand between me and any man I ever come to care for. And now with these rumours, everyone else will see it too."
"Imogen, I dinna care what other people think."
"But you care what I think."
"Of course I do," he said, coming forward again. Imogen slipped to the side out of his reach. One touch and she would crumble entirely. She'd been such a fool to think any of this was possible, that any happy ever after could be hers, that the stain of her sins would fade with time. Even if she did let Ronan go through with it, the gossip would follow him too, follow his family, his sisters, and their children. He deserved better than she could give him. She had to be the strong one here, release him from whatever misplaced sense of honour was driving him where she was concerned. He wasn't her knight, not when protecting her would only tarnish him. Imogen drew a breath and motioned him near the door, out of immediate hearing of her parents, though she felt their keen stares.
"Then listen to what I think, to what I know. I can't be your wife. I can't be any man's wife, not with Silas's touch hanging there between us. I don't want that, and neither do you."
"Dinna tell me what I want," Ronan replied, his voice grinding out each word. They ricocheted through her body, setting off a vibration that made her dizzy. "I told you, you're mine."
He didn't understand, and yet how could he?
Ronan likely thought this would all blow over in time, that she'd be fixed so long as he kept her safe. But Imogen knew better. What Silas had done would haunt her forever, soil her forever, and poison everything around her. He had ruined her, for anyone else.
"No, Ronan, don't you see? I'm not yours. I never was."
She loosed a shattered exhale.
"The best thing you can do is get as far away from me as possible before the scandal touches you too. It's already overtaken most of town. You deserve more, so much more than me."
With a raw, gut-wrenching cry, Imogen bolted from the room. Chapter 23. A full day and several bracing rounds in the boxing ring at Gentleman Jackson's later, and Ronan still hadn't calmed. He was full of rage and fury, picturing Calder's face with every jab, every drill, and every punch, and he'd already gone through 2 of the salon's best fighters. Ronan had guessed that Imogen hadn't been telling him everything, and even though he'd suspected the man of something devious, hearing the unvarnished, painful truth had been like nails driven into his flesh. That filthy bastard had drugged her, touched her without her consent. God, he wanted to kill the man, tear him apart with his bare hands. After Imogen had left the room, he'd almost raced to Calder's residence, but somewhere deep down, a tiny, rational part of him knew that he would not have left the bastard alive. And so he'd gone to the only place he could find a measure of release, and then he'd returned again the following day at the crack of dawn. A strike to his opponent's temple had the 3rd man he'd fought falling flat on his back, knocked out cold. Ronan was still shaking with anger, but after the past evening's rounds and this morning's bouts, most of his murderous savagery had receded. At least enough for him to keep a civil tongue in his head, and for him to take his coach back to his residence, bathe, have Vickers tend to the minor cuts on his face, and then make his way to Calder's home. Thanks to Gentleman Jackson's, Ronan was lucky he'd lasted a day. Once outside the man's Piccadilly residence, Ronan held himself tightly in check. He would put Calder in the bloody ground for what he'd done to Imogen, but he would do so in the most irreproachable way possible, one that was beyond question. Ronan flexed his fingers as the man came to the door, as before, and greeted him wearing a smug countenance. "Lord Dunranach, back again to accuse me of something else wicked. Where is your Bow Street dog this time?" "I didn't need a runner or a policeman today. This is between the two of us." Calder looked amused, inviting him inside the Spartan front room as he poured a drink, then offered one to Ronan. "Is there laudanum in it?" Ronan asked, his throat constricting as the fury leaked back into him. "I hear that's how you subdue the women you wish to violate." He couldn't bring himself to say rape, though that was what the man had done. Calder retracted the glass of whisky, and after a moment's pause, laughed. "I see you are here to accuse me of something." "I ken everything. Imogen told me. She told her parents, too." He had to block the images that entered his mind of a young Imogen's distress as a man she'd trusted betrayed her, the helplessness and fear she had to have felt. "She is merely desperate to make excuses for her actions the other evening in St. Giles. I feel quite sorry for her, actually." Calder sipped from the glass. "You know they say people hurt those they love the most. I do believe Imogen's attempt to discredit me is a display of her unswerving affection." Ronan had known the man was a liar, but now he could see the true sickness that filled him. Calder had used Imogen, harmed her, taken away her innocence by trickery and force, and he revelled in it. "You're a spineless degenerate who deserves to be put out of his misery. And you have plans to do me in right here, right now?" Calder laughed again, though there was a small glint of bloodlust in his eyes, as if he wanted Ronan to attempt it. "I didn't touch her, you know." "You fed her laudanum, and she was unclothed." "She was crazed," he said. "It was a mere drop to relax her, and a man's entitled to see what he's shackled the rest of his life to, isn't he?" Ronan felt his body tighten with fury. "Choose your second, Calder. I'm calling you out." Dueling might have been illegal, but it was still an unquestionable method of reparation. The challenge could not go unmet, not without inflicting a decisive blow to a man's honour. And though Ronan knew Calder had none, the man was so desperate to be someone of consequence, wealth, and power that he couldn't not agree. Calder smiled thinly. "Agreed. Pistols. Tomorrow at Regent's Park at dawn." Ronan knew the challenged party was allowed the choice of weapon and place, but Calder's ready acceptance didn't quite sit right. "You seem eager to die." The man's smug grin vaporized. "I am simply impatient to be rid of you, Dunranach. With you gone, Imogen will soon realize the only man willing to have her now is me." The man was delusional. "You're going to be severely disappointed tomorrow, Calder. I'd see to your affairs if I were you." Before he could give in to the crushing urge to beat the bounder to a bloody pulp right there in the parlour, Ronan left. He told his driver to return to Dunranach House. He needed air, and the 3-mile walk to his next destination would give him the opportunity to expunge some of the savage energy that had turned his muscles into what felt like stone. By the time he'd reached Niall and Isla's home, he felt a little looser, though no less murderous. His youngest brother received him in the study. "Who are you planning to kill?" Niall asked the moment Ronan was shown in. "How did you ken?" "The last time you looked like that, our sister had been taken by Duncan Campbell," Niall answered, pouring 2 whiskies. Ronan accepted this glass and tossed it back. I remember." McKenna had been abducted by an enemy to Maclaren. She'd been found unharmed, but Ronan had not known rage or fear like that could exist inside of him before then. Now, with Imogen, the same rage was nearly choking him, but the element of fear had been replaced with something else, the need for vengeance. Calder had to pay for what he'd done. "I'm killing Silas Calder tomorrow in a duel. You're to be my second, if you agree." Niall sat behind his desk and gestured to the seat across from him. "I think you should tell me what's happened." Ronan sat and confided in his brother the reason behind his challenge to a duel. Isla was not to know. No one was. If Imogen chose to tell her, that would be her decision. By the time he finished, powerless rage had replaced Niall's composed expression. As Maclarens, they'd all been raised to respect and protect women, and the thought that any man could take such brutal advantage of a defenseless innocent was unconscionable. As a family, they'd dealt with their share of misfortune and horrors, but this kind of act was truly vile. "I'll not breathe a word," Niall promised with a tight nod. Ronan could see the vehemence in his brother's stare. He clearly wanted Calder maimed or dead as well. They sat in silence for a good minute before Niall huffed a mirthless laugh. "A duel with pistols? We've certainly become citified, haven't we? Shite, what I wouldn't give to see you take a claymore to that bastard." It would have been Ronan's preferred method as well. To gut the bastard with a sword would be satisfying. However, it would not have been deemed honourable, not when Ronan's superior strength would have given him an unfair advantage. Ronan would kill him fairly, with the weapons the man had chosen. "I will nae lose," Ronan said. He didn't care if Calder was a crack shot with a pistol. "But you should ken that I'm not going to marry Imogen." The words ripped at him unexpectedly. Niall set his whisky down and peered at Ronan. "Because of this business with Calder?" "Not in the way you're thinking," Ronan replied. "Imogen doesna want to marry. Not just me, but any man. She's made it clear that what happened to her, what Calder did all those years ago, she'll never be free from the pain of it. She thinks it will stand between us." He paused, grimacing. "And I fear she's right." It would slowly drive them apart. Ronan had at first been furious. Imogen was wrong. It wouldn't be like that. He could prove to her that her past didn't matter. She could heal and he would help. He'd protect her at any cost. But then at Gentleman Jack's, with every blow he'd planted on his numerous opponents, and the endless well of anger and violence that continued to overflow, Ronan started to comprehend. Imogen had never admitted the truth to anyone before. She'd never allowed herself the opportunity to heal from the damage Calder had caused. To her, right now, she believed she never would. He understood only too well that she needed time to heal herself, and that he could not do it for her, no matter how much he wanted to. That power was hers alone, and he would not take it from her, not when she'd been stripped of almost everything. Coercing her into a marriage she did not want, or wasn't ready for, would make him as bad as Calder. "I canna force her to choose me, Niall." "So she's cried off?" She had not properly ended the betrothal at Kincaid Manor before fleeing the room, and the more Ronan thought about it, the more he knew he couldn't let her be the one to cry off. He had to do it. "She'd lose everything, the rest of her dowry, her shelter in Edinburgh. Hell, she's already lost her reputation. If she cries off, she'll only be incurring more damage. Calder will be rotting in a grave somewhere, and so she'll be safe from him. But there are others. Niall, you and I ken it. Men who prey on women in dire straits. They'll crawl out of the woodwork." Ronan couldn't let that happen. Imogen deserved better than that. She'd fought tooth and nail her whole adult life to protect herself from the past. He would never forgive himself if he took that protection away from her. "Are you saying that you plan to cry off?" Niall stood up and braced himself against the desk. "You'll lose everything you've built for Maclaren, the distillery, the clan's livelihood, all of it." The conversation with Isla when she'd drawn him aside at the garden party came back to him. She'd shrugged off the potential losses, claiming that it was not who Maclaren was, not who he was. At the time he'd balked at the notion, but now, weighing his reparation payment against Imogen's, he saw the disproportion of it. Imogen's safety, her happiness, was worth more than anything Ronan could hang a price on. Ronan glanced at his youngest brother. For such a young man, Niall's strength and fortitude had always awed him. He'd built a business, a way for his clan to survive, using the mines on his lands, and had made himself into a better man. Niall had fought for his estranged wife, and when it seemed he'd have nothing at all, choosing to let her go, she'd come back to him. Perhaps Imogen might do the same. He doubted it. Niall and Isla had years of history. He'd known Imogen for weeks. She'd walled herself off from any man. Her defences were too high, even for him. Either way, Ronan knew his clan would not fall into ruin, not if he had anything to say about it. A distillery could be rebuilt, lands could be retilled. He would find a way, and his clan would be stronger for it. He was Ronan Maclaren, protector, defender, duke. "I will now lose everything," Ronan said hoarsely. "I'll still be me. I will be the one who has to live with my choices in the end. Your wife tried to tell me as much recently, and it seems she was right. Isla is a wise woman, you ken." "Aye, she is." Niall's blue eyes speared him. "Can I ask you a question?" he asked Niall. His brother nodded. "Anything. Would you have given it up? Your estate, Tarbandale, and your Cairngorm business, if the only thing you could have in return was Isla?" "In a heartbeat." He'd do the same. Imogen's happiness was everything. With the realization, it felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He wouldn't lose the core of who he was. Those were external trappings. His family would always be there for him. Maclaren was a place, a lovely place with many wonderful memories, but it wasn't what made him a Maclaren. Every member of his family had their own marriages and families. Niall had Tarbandale. Sorcha had Montgomery. Finlay and Evan would stay on at Maclaren, if Imogen decided to keep the distillery running. Annis had made her life in the Americas, and McKenna had done Craig with Rivalry. Christ, it was liberating. He would build a new life, find a new way for his clan to thrive, allowing Imogen to live hers the way she deserved. Ronan ignored the hollow stab in the pit of his stomach at the thought of walking away from her, giving her up when he only wanted to hold on to her forever. See her laugh and smile and swell with his children, grow old and tell stories of their silly antics when they'd first met. Ronan scrubbed a hand through his hair and then strode around the desk to pull his brother into a hug. "Thank you, brother. I'll send you the details of the duel." "Where are you going?" "To set things right." Niall squeezed his shoulders as if in understanding. "Good luck." Ronan almost chuckled. He'd need more than luck to see Imogen and let her go. He'd need a miracle not to throw her over his arm and spirit her away into the wilds of the Highlands, where no one would ever find them. They could live in a cottage off the land. Instead of a duke, he could be a husband, a lover, a father, all worthy things. Ronan shoved the dreams away and took his leave. Since he'd walked to Niall's residence, he flagged down a hackney and gave directions for Kincaid Manor. He didn't even know if Imogen would want to see him, but he had to take the chance that she would. Upon arrival, he announced himself to the butler, though the man knew him by now, and was ushered to a light-filled salon adjacent to the one he'd been in earlier, when his fiancée had laid herself bare. He was glad for it. He didn't think he could bear to be in that room without recalling the aching vulnerability and pain that had been etched on her face. Ronan sat on the edge of a delicate 16th-century chair that his frame dwarfed, then stood up, walking to the window. Then he checked his watch and strode to the other end of the room, mindlessly noting the painted figurines in the cabinet. He was restless, anxious. Would she refuse to see him? Was she even at home? Ronan frowned. He would not have been offered admittance if she weren't. "Your Grace?" Her soft voice made his heart hitch. "What are you doing here?" He drank her in, taking in her pale, beautiful face, and the fact that she was dressed in a lovely muslin gown, though she'd stripped off her gloves. He had the sudden urge to press his lips to those elegant hands. "Are your parents at home?" "No, they're still at luncheon. She trailed off, her voice a rasp. Ronan frowned. He had hoped to announce his intentions to her parents as well, but their absence would not preclude him from saying what he'd come to say. "I felt ill and decided to return home," she explained. "It was too soon. The gossip, well, I'm certain you can imagine what that was like." "Tell me," he said, longing to take her into his arms, but knowing she would not welcome it. Even now she was so guarded with him. He saw it so clearly. That cool reserve, it wasn't just part of her personality, it was the sum of her armor. She walked to the sideboard and poured herself a brandy. "I'm officially a fallen woman." A spare chuckle rose into the air when she downed the glass and refilled it. "And apparently also the subject of an illegal duel, no less." Ronan's eyebrows rose. News in the Ton did travel fast. "That's all anyone could talk about, and my ill-timed arrival only made it worse. I'm a fucking pariah." She turned toward him, regarding him over the rim of her glass, looking vulnerable yet equally fierce. Or perhaps it was her brash choice of words that made her seem so feral. He wanted to kiss that saucy mouth, hear her whisper that word in other ways. "Is it true about the duel?" Ronan gave a non-committal shrug. "I'm sorry you had to deal with that," he said instead. "The gossip will blow over eventually, when the Ton has something else to salivate upon." Inscrutable green eyes met his. "If it's true, you can't duel him. He's not honourable, and he won't delope. You have to call it off." "Why?" "Silas is an excellent marksman," she said in a dispassionate tone. "My father taught him to hunt. He never misses." The slight waver in her voice made him pause, despite her stoic expression. Was she worried for him? "Dinna fash, lass. By the time the sun rises tomorrow, you'll be free of that man for good." "And if he shoots you in the heart?" The waver had become a distinct wobble. He exhaled. "Then we both die, and you'll be free of us both." Imogen slammed the glass down and approached him, fire in her eyes. "This is madness, Ronan. Call it off." "Nay." She jabbed at his chest, and it was all he could do not to snatch her into his arms and seal his lips to hers, kiss her and devour her until he couldn't breathe, until she was gasping for air. But he forced himself to stand still, to inhale her fresh wildflower scent, feel the heat coming off her body, and not move a muscle. Green eyes clashed with his. "You bloody daft fool." And then she kissed him. Ronan's arms banded around her, and his mouth moved on hers with swift, violent hunger. Teeth grazed and tongues slashed. He slanted his head and tugged down her jaw. She opened for him, kissing him wildly until he could taste the salt of her tears between them. They fought and duelled, gorged and consumed, each giving no quarter, until it was no longer a kiss but a battle with no victors. Imogen pulled away, gasping, her fingers knotted into his coat. "Don't do this, please. I'm begging you, Ronan. I couldn't bear it if—" She clamped her mouth shut as if her thoughts were unutterable. "It's the only way." He cleared his throat and stepped out of her reach, her hands falling away, and his heart pounding a ferocious tempo in his chest. "There's one more thing. To stave off the rumours, I forfeit on the agreement, but you will be the one to call off the engagement in public. If I do it, people will believe it's because of recent events, and I dunno want you affected further." Imogen blinked, her eyes going wide with shock. "You don't want to marry me?" "Quite the opposite." "This is for the best," he said.
It's what you want, so I've called off the betrothal. My solicitor has already been informed, and everything as agreed will be transferred."
The silence stretched between them, interminable and heavy.
"Why are you doing this?" she whispered.
"You ken why, Imogen. I want you to be happy. I want you to have everything you ever wanted." His eyes stung, the unfamiliar feeling stunning him into silence for a moment. Or maybe it was because of the intimate words pushing to his lips with a life of their own, words he'd never spoken to a woman. He didn't care. They had to be said. "And because I love you." Chapter 24. The room around Imogen turned hazy, and all she could see was Ronan's fervent, anguished eyes. They cut through her, tore through all her walls, flaying her heart wide. "You—" Her tongue had ceased to work. "Love you. I do, Imogen, and that's why I'll not marry you. All of this," he waved an arm. "Marriage? A husband? What you want to do with your life should be your choice, not some agreement between our parents. You speak about what I deserve, but it's about what you deserve, too. I promised that I'd never let another man hurt you, and that includes me." She shook her head, on the verge of tears. Though she didn't know if they were forming because of the shocking offering Ronan had just made to be the one to call off the betrothal, because he was going to risk his life defending her honor in a duel, or because he no longer wished to marry her. She supposed the tears could be a response to all three.
"But the Maclaren distillery, your source of income and your clan's sustenance. You can't give them up. Your clan needs them, don't they?"
He'd been fighting for them this whole time. They were his life, just as Haven had been hers. Had been. She frowned. Since when was Haven not her whole life? As she stared at the lion-hearted man before her, Imogen knew her answer. Since Ronan. Not in the beginning, no. But now, after all they'd been through together, she realized he'd made a place for himself in her life, in her heart. "I will not leave you without your inheritance, without protection, without the life you've made for yourself. Things will turn out just fine for me. You do not need to be concerned with that."
"Will they?" she asked, disbelieving. "No, Ronan. I'm the one who is calling off the wedding, not you."
He bobbed his head in a nod. "Aye, that's how I intend for it to appear."
"No, not just appear," she said, her voice rising. "On paper, officially. I cried off first, remember?"
The man's jaw dropped, and he actually laughed at her, a huge smile breaking across his face as he clutched at his stomach, making her catch her breath at the sheer handsomeness of him. God, he had dimples, right there peeking through the dark scruff over his cheeks. How had she never noticed? Probably because he never smiled, not like this, laughing at her.
"Pray tell, what's so funny?" she snapped.
"You turn everything into a competition, dinna you?" he mumbled, mirth in his eyes. "Even this."
"I don't want you to lose everything, you dolt."
"I stand to lose nothing, Imogen," he said, sobering. "Nothing that canna be rebuilt. You've lost enough. Let me do this for you." Her hands shook at the sincerity in his voice. He meant it, every word. He'd give it all up so she wouldn't have to. The sacrifice was too big. Imogen couldn't accept it, especially since she was the one who couldn't marry. This was because of her and her ghosts and all the wounds that couldn't ever heal over. She opened her mouth, and Ronan stepped toward her but seemed to rethink the closeness after the kiss that had happened before, and held back. "Dinna argue. It's already done. I needed to ken your future was secure."
"Because he loves me."
Imogen stalked toward the hearth, turning her back to him. The bull-headed man. Why did he have to be so honorable? Why did he have to love her? A jagged pain seared her, flecked with the smallest traces of wonderment. This man loved her, even with all her broken pieces, and yet she could not have him. she could not let herself have him. "I've asked Niall to be my second tomorrow," Ronan said after a minute of silence. It reminded her of the more immediate crisis, the duel. "I don't want you to do this." His jaw hardened. "It's done." She gritted her teeth, rolling her hands into fists. Of course he wouldn't listen. He'd challenged Calder, and his cursed honour would never allow him to renege. No, the duel would happen, whether she begged and pleaded against it or not. Imogen could see it in his eyes and in the stubborn set of that jaw. Could she convince Calder to refuse the challenge? No, he would relish the chance to kill the man he'd viewed as his competition while defending his honour. She wanted to spit. The man had no honour, whereas Ronan— Her eyes slid to the man standing a few feet away, his blue-grey stare glued to her, as if he were trying to memorize every part of her. God, she had to do something. Perhaps she could come up with some way to keep him from it, incapacitate him perhaps. Hilda had all manner of sleeping potions, ones brewed to help her sleep after the kidnapping, others made to deter overzealous suitors. A single drop into their drinks, and they would fall into a nice, happy sleep. She'd only had to use it once before, in Edinburgh. Imogen bit her lip. Ronan would be furious if he knew. But he would be safe, though not showing up for the duel would be viewed as a dishonourable act, and he was a man who valued honour. "Would you like to stay for a drink?" she blurted. His stare narrowed, shrewd eyes meeting hers. "It's mid-afternoon. I ken what you're trying to do, Imogen." "What do you think I'm trying to do?" Imogen asked, and then blushed at the husky sound of her own voice. She loosed a breath, feigning innocence, and sauntered closer. She didn't miss the way his body tensed. So did hers, for that matter. The brutally scorching kiss they'd shared wasn't far from her mind. Faint colour brushed his cheekbones, as though he remembered it viscerally as well. She could seduce him, too, she supposed. Then again, how would she keep a man in her bed for an entire afternoon, evening and night? Imogen wasn't that much of a woman of the world, nor was she confident in her seductress abilities within the bedchamber, no matter how much she'd overheard in passing at Haven. Inside the bedroom she was a virtual novice. She couldn't help the flush of heat that pressed into her cheeks. "Offering me alcohol," he said, "getting me to change my mind about the betrothal." Oh, right. That's exactly what she was thinking about, not setting the bed-sheets on fire. Imogen grasped onto the line of conversation, trying to redirect her unvirtuous thoughts. "I meant tea, if you must know, and I won't allow you to lose everything you hold dear because of me, no matter your skewed notions of honour. So choose, the betrothal or the duel. You can't have both." The idea was a stroke of genius. Not that she would give him the chance to choose either one. She just needed him to accept a drink so she could drug him, like a sly criminal, like Silas did to me. She felt a twinge of guilt in her bones, but shrugged it off. This wasn't the same thing at all. She had no plans to harm Ronan. She wanted to protect him. He'd forgive her. Eventually. Maybe. Still, she went to the door and spoke with the footman there, instructing him to send for tea. Then her eyes went to Hilda, who sat quietly on a settee, knitting in her lap. She touched a small finger to her lip, watching the maid's eyes widen. It was their signal. "Are you certain?" her maid mouthed. Imogen gave an infinitesimal nod and turned back to the man standing in the room. "We'll discuss it over tea." "Christ, you're the most stubborn woman I've ever met," he muttered. "Not true," she said, counting off on her fingers. "Soraka, Isla, your mother, perhaps." "I'm cursed, apparently." She stepped daringly closer, pushing him, herding him to where she wanted. "Ronan, if you claim to love me—" As soon as she said it, Imogen knew it was a terrible mistake. He'd admitted it, but not so she could use it as a tool or throw it back into his face as a form of control. Stupid. Shutters descended over those cool, stormy blue eyes, and he shook his large body as though he'd been in a stupor. He scrubbed a hand over his face, his expression almost pained. Without another word, he turned on his heel and stalked from the salon. The only other sound to follow was the front door slamming in his wake. Damnation! There was nothing to be done for it. She'd have to go to his residence. Sighing, Imogen set off toward the stairs to find Hilda, who would no doubt be lacing a cup of tea with the sleeping draught as instructed earlier. She was passing through the foyer when a rap on the front door stopped her. Triumph bubbled in her chest as she opened it, thinking it was Ronan. "Change your mind?" she chirped. But it wasn't the Duke who stood there. It was Silas. Before she could stop him and slam the door in his face, he slipped past her into the foyer. Imogen glanced around. Burns and the usual footman stood at their positions, but Silas was a known guest. None of the servants would have cause to know how dangerous he was. Or would they? Imogen drew a breath and squared her shoulders, refusing to cower or show any fear. "What do you want? You have no business here." Pale, glittering eyes met hers, sweeping her body and making her shudder with loathing. "To make you an offer you can't refuse." She faltered. "What can you possibly offer me?" "Marry me, Jenny, and I will not kill your Highlander tomorrow. You know my skill, and that I do not miss. Give me what's mine, and everyone will get what they want." Her gaze flicked to the listening servants, who kept their eyes carefully averted, and despite the warnings in the pit of her stomach, she ushered him into the small room that Ronan had just vacated. Leaving the door wide open, she remained carefully out of his reach, watching as he removed his hat and gloves. "That is not what I want," she said. "Yes, it is." He lowered his voice to a whisper so that only she could hear. "You don't even know the man you're engaged to. I know his secret, you see. He's illegitimate." Imogen couldn't help it. She burst out into humorless laughter. "God, you'll stop at nothing, won't you?" "It's true, and I have proof from your own father's desk." He grinned widely. "A letter penned from Lady Dunranach to Lady Kincaid, alluding to the fact that your precious Duke would be born out of wedlock. So he's a bastard and lower than me in the eyes of the ton." "That's absurd," she said, but the conviction in his voice threw her. "Marry me and I'll call off the duel and take that secret to the grave." Imogen blinked. "You're insane." But her mind raced. Such information, if it was indeed true, would destroy Ronan. But she had to believe Silas was bluffing. Why wouldn't he have used it before? And why bribe her rather than Ronan? Unless he didn't actually have such a letter in his possession, and he didn't believe he could trick the Duke into believing him. "What is your answer?" he asked calmly. She stared at him, her shoulders heaving. "Why did you accept the duel?" "It was a means to an end. A murderous end." Silas's skill was unmatched, and while she knew that Ronan would be a fearsome opponent, one simply did not survive a shot to the heart. Imogen's mind raced. If she couldn't get to Ronan with her prior plan, she'd have to find a way to stop it somehow. Alert the police? Or the runners? The man she'd spoken with after she'd been kidnapped, Thompson, would be an option. Dueling was illegal after all. "Dawn appointments at Putney Heath don't strike me as your usual fare, Silas." She made her face blank. "I have it on good authority that you favour running like a rabbit with a fox on its heels." His face stayed cold. "We'll see who is the fox at Regent's in a few hours." Regent's. That was almost too easy. Almost as if he'd known what she was doing and wanted her to know. Because telling her the location made it real. She could see the small park in her mind's eye, see them counting off the paces, squaring off, firing, dying. Bile rose into her throat. Silas would not miss. "Finish what you started," he said, watching her.
I saw the look on your Highlander's face as he left here, as well as yours earlier when you left with your parents. Let him have a chance to live. His life and his future are in your hands. All you have to do is say yes."
"You were waiting outside my home?" she asked, horrified. "Did you follow me?"
"For quite some time, and with great patience, Jenny." Like a spider waiting for a fly. Revulsion filled her, coating the back of her tongue with sour bile. Without a doubt in her mind, she knew she could not allow this man to get anywhere near Ronan or near his family. And while she could just marry Silas and end it that way, a part of her knew she could never do it. She'd rather die.
"Why do you want me so much?" she whispered. "I'm nothing to you."
"I've come to realize I don't like being deprived of what was mine." She sucked in an agonized breath.
"You weren't deprived. You took what you wanted and left. Left me in pieces."
His laugh was cold. "Not of my own accord, I assure you. I was chased out of Edinburgh by McClintock at the point of a pistol. Several pistols, to be precise. He can be very convincing. And yes, dear Jenny, I was deprived, cheated of a future owed to me, what I had worked for all those years, slavering behind your father, pretending to be the son he always wanted, ingratiating myself, and for what? To be run out of Edinburgh by McClintock and his band of brigands, all because of Belinda." He scrubbed a hand through his hair. "A man has needs. She was willing."
"She wasn't willing," Imogen said. "Neither was I."
But Silas wasn't listening. His eyes were wild and feverish. He looked utterly demented, as though possessed by some other spirit. Imogen shivered. "And until I saw you here in London, I hadn't given you another thought. But then I realized just how much had been stolen from me. First you, then Beatrice, then others. I could not understand why they all kept slipping through my fingers, but I realized when I saw you at that ball. You were the first mistake I had to fix, my second chance." Imogen nearly backed away from his fervour. Silas stared at her with over-bright eyes. "You should have been mine, Jenny."
"That's not my name,"
she said, her skin crawling with revulsion.
"Lady Beatrice killed herself to get away from you."
"And my child," he snarled.
"You did it on purpose, like you were going to do with me, to entrap her, charmed her, seduced her. You're nothing but a parasite."
Rage snapped in his eyes, his mouth going hard. "Don't speak to me like that." But before Imogen could form any reply, demanding that he get out of her house, a small whirlwind bounded into the room, nearly crashing into the man. Imogen's eyes went wide as Rory drew back from Silas with a laugh, her stare riveted on the tray of tea and cakes that had just been delivered and meant for the previous visitor.
"Pardon me, sir," she squealed. "Just in time for afternoon tea. I'm starving."
"Rory, would you give us a minute?" Imogen asked, keeping her tone even. But it was too late. Silas's fingers slid around the girl's wrist, and Imogen had to force herself not to throw her body at him and wrench his arm away, every protective instinct inside of her screaming with panic. "Who are you then, Poppet?" he crooned.
"What's it to you?"
Rory scowled, yanking her hand to no avail.
"Let me go. Dinna you ken it's rude to grab a lady? Back off, you stinking hog-grabber."
He laughed. "A lady, are you?" Imogen's skin crawled, fear for the girl tightening her throat.
"Don't, Silas, please. She has nothing to do with this."
"I think I'll hold on a minute longer," he said, not relinquishing his punishing grip. Rory was a strong girl, but she was no match for the strength of a grown man. His eyes narrowed on her. "You're one of Stormy's, aren't you? I recognize those odd yellow eyes of yours." Blood thundered in Imogen's ears. How could Silas have known that? How did he even know the Flash Man? Dread was quick to rise in her belly.
"How do you know that name?"
she asked. Silas shrugged. "I told you, a man has needs." With that, he tightened his grasp on Rory, peering at her. He'll be missing you, that's for sure, if he even knew the treasure he had in his grasp. Since when are you a girl?
Don't touch her. I was always a lass, Rory yelled at the same time, struggling harder. Let me go, you bleeding ugly clot-head.
So much spirit, he said. I'm sure Stormy would welcome you back, at a steep price, of course, but first, a lesson. He glanced down, and Imogen saw the moment his fingers twisted, saw the contortion of Rory's mouth when pain shot through her and a keening cry escaped her mouth. Fight me, and I'll snap your wrist like a twig. Defiant eyes met hers, but the girl must have seen something in her face, because she promptly went limp. Good girl, Silas said. Obedience is a virtue.
So's not being an arsehole.
Too quick for the man, Rory slammed her heel down into his instep and jabbed her elbow into his stomach as hard as she could. Silas hunched over, and she yanked her hand from his grasp. She rushed to Imogen's side.
That's the toff whose man took you, she said, cradling her bruised wrist. "And been following you."
Imogen blinked. How did she know that? Rory's statement also made Silas straighten, a calculating expression coming over his face. He replaced his hat and his gloves, looking like a cat with a bowl full of cream. Never mind, Jenny. My offer is off the table. I have a better plan, after all. I'll get rid of the Highlander and then come back for you. His smile filled her with dread. Both of you. Stormy'll be pleased.
I'm not going anywhere with you, you sodden sheep sniffer, Rory screamed.
Silas's face went dark with rage, and he lunged forward to grab the girl, but Imogen shoved Rory behind her and reached for a letter opener lying on the nearby desk.
"Get out of my house!"
Imogen snarled, brandishing the small weapon. "What do you think you're going to do with that?" he taunted. Rory cackled, peeking around Imogen's skirts.
"I dinna think it's her you have to fash about. I think it's time for you to leave, Mr. Calder."
The voice pierced the fog of rage in Imogen's brain, and she turned to focus her fury-filled stare on Hilda, and the small pistol held unswervingly in her grip as she stood in the doorway, flanked by Burns and a footman. Hilda grinned and bared her teeth, making her round cheeks look quite sinister.
"You heard what my lady said. Get out."
Imogen held her breath, but after a tense moment, Calder left. Her knees gave out, and she slid to the floor, taking Rory with her and fighting for breath. Within seconds they were both gathered in Hilda's plump arms. She dismissed the hovering servants with a glance, then sent Rory to the kitchen in Burns's care to find some ice for her wrist.
"Hilda, where on earth did you get that pistol?"
Imogen asked when they were alone.
"I've always had it, my lady,"
the maid said, patting the pockets of her skirt.
"Shane gave it to me years ago in case there was any trouble." "Shane, as in Shane McClintock,"
Imogen repeated. A strange expression crossed Hilda's face, one that almost looked like embarrassment, as 2 spots of bright colour landed on her cheeks. Imogen gaped in surprise.
"Wait, you and McClintock? Since when?" "About a decade now. He asked me to keep an eye on you."
Imogen had never known.
"Seems I have a lot to be grateful for. Thank you for looking out for me, Hilda. It's my job, my lady."
But Imogen knew it went far beyond that. They were friends. She grasped the woman's hand, accepting the comfort and strength she offered. Imogen replayed the events back in her head, the terror she'd felt when Silas had threatened Rory. He'd meant to send her back to Stormy and that hellhole of a flash den, and Imogen knew what that would mean for a girl like Rory. How many girls had she seen in the rookeries, broken and beaten both in body and in spirit? A meagre few had crawled to haven for a cot and a crust of bread, only to return to men like Stormy because they were too afraid of the consequences. No, she could not allow that. She had to be the one to stop Silas, to destroy him once and for all, for Rory's sake,
for her own.
"What are you going to do?" Hilda asked as she rose to her feet.
Imogen flattened her lips.
"I'm going to finish this."
Now that the idea had taken root in her brain, she couldn't stop thinking about it. She was an excellent shot. McClintock had insisted that she learn to protect herself, and he'd taught her to shoot. She'd practiced faithfully on her parents' estate.
"And your Duke?"
"He's not my Duke." A heated shiver passed through her. He loved her. Oh, God, she couldn't do it. She couldn't lie to him. But she had to. Imogen glanced over at the abandoned tea tray before meeting her maid's eyes.
"You know what they say. There's nothing that a good pot of tea won't cure. I'm certain that his Grace won't be in the mood for tea, my lady."
"Then I'll have to think of something more convincing, won't I?" A grin dawned on Hilda's face.
"In that case, might I suggest the emerald silk, my lady?"
Imogen nodded, suppressing her blush and the wanton heat that rose in her body at the thought of what she was going to do, and the thoroughly indecent gown in question. It was time to take the performance up a notch. Chapter 25. After another much-needed session at Gentleman Jackson's, Ronan arrived back at Dunranach House and chucked off his cloak, coat, and hat before stalking down the hallway to his study, shouting for Vickers. He needed a bath, a bracing, ice-cold bath. If he was at Maclaren, he'd go to the freezing loch for an extended swim. Anything to offset the embers of arousal still churning through his veins, and the images currently torturing his brain of debasing Imogen Kinley's beautiful body all over that delicately furnished salon. That kiss. Hell, she'd tasted like desire and fury, and he'd wanted nothing more than to bend her over that dainty table and make those little moans of hers turn into screams. If he had stayed for bloody tea, he would have done it, too. Perhaps it was the threat of the imminent duel that made his blood course in his veins. Or perhaps it was just her. Ronan needed to cool his head and rest if he planned to finish Calder off tomorrow. Knowing his opponent's skill, being restless and off-kilter wouldn't do him any favors. Food and sleep, in that order. But first he had to do something about this blasted erection. Boxing had barely scraped the surface of his frustration. A whisky would help take the edge off. Then an ice bath. He cupped the hard, heavy length through his trousers and slammed open his study door, only to find someone propped up in a chair behind his desk. A very naked someone, judging by the bare shoulders peeping from her sheer undergarments. Grace's eyes descended to the hand at his crotch, and she smiled, licking her lips. "Looks like we had the same idea." Ronan found his tongue. "How did you get in here, Lady Reed?" "Are you not happy to see me?" She pouted and dropped her gaze to his thighs. "Parts of you seem like you are." "I told you," he said. "There's nothing between us any longer. Now get up and get dressed. What you're doing is unseemly, even for you." Ronan was going to find whoever let her in here and strangle him. He'd never put it past Grace to be so bold as to find herself naked in a man's home in the middle of Mayfair, so he shouldn't be surprised. Was she trying to force a marriage? Catch another husband by getting herself in a compromising position? Hurriedly he backed out of the room and almost crashed into a body behind him. "Vickers, where the hell have you been? And how did that bloody woman get—" He glanced over his shoulder and promptly forgot how to speak. "Not Vickers," Imogen said. She peered around him, green eyes widening at the sight of the woman clad in a corset and chemise clambering out from behind his desk. She arched a brow, lips twitching. "You work fast, Your Grace." "It's not what it looks like," he said, shock receding enough for his eyes to drink her in and notice the temptation of a dress she wore. It hugged her breasts and hips like a second skin. A woman in underclothes had hardly warranted a second look, but Imogen in emerald silk made his head spin. "Are you going out?"
"Staying in," she replied. He frowned at her answer, given the elegant gown she wore, but Vickers chose that moment to stride down the corridor and come to a halt in front of the study door. The valet stifled a guffaw at the half-naked, red-faced woman struggling to fasten her dress.
"I fail to see the humour in this, Vickers," Ronan growled.
Imogen made a small noise that sounded suspiciously like a snort. "It is somewhat funny, unless, of course, she is the real reason you're calling off the betrothal." Ronan opened his mouth to deny it, but then shut it. Would she accept that? That he'd chosen another woman over her? Was it truly that easy? "If that's the case," she went on, "then I accept your forfeit with all the terms as agreed, on one condition."
Ronan blinked. "What's that?"
She didn't answer him, but turned to his valet with a sweet smile. "Vickers, will you please see to it that Lady Reed is seen safely home, and inform the rest of the servants that his grace is not to be disturbed?"
Vickers grinned. "As you wish, my lady."
With that, she turned and ascended the staircase. Ronan froze, staring at her, his eyes fastened to the hips currently making that green silk cling to a pair of long, slender legs. At the top of the landing, she shot him a look over her shoulder so full of promise that he nearly spent himself right then and there. "I'll be in my old chamber." He stood there, rooted to the ground, until Vickers poked him in the shoulder.
"What are you waiting for, Duke?"
Ronan scowled.
"You do ken that we're not betrothed any longer."
"You're not?" Grace piped up, her smile widening. He shook his head.
"Nay, Grace, go home."
"You want me, I ken it," she whined.
"No, I dinna."
He held her elbow, steering her to the foyer, where his butler had already summoned his carriage.
"This is beneath you, Grace. I can offer you friendship, but no more than that."
He glanced to the upper level where Imogen had disappeared.
"My heart is elsewhere."
For a moment Grace paused, and Ronan braced himself for another round of protesting. But then she nodded, a sad smile sliding over her mouth as her eyes followed his. "I lost my chance. I ken it. You're a good man, Ronan. I should have chosen you." He didn't reply, and after Grace left he stood in the foyer, his heart racing, knowing that Imogen was only a few steps away. What did she want? Why was she here? She was dressed in a gown to slay the most valiant of intentions, but had said she was staying in. Here? At Dunranach House? In her old chamber? Ronan shook off his questions and ascended the staircase. He knocked gently on her bedroom door, belatedly questioning why she'd chosen this room from the many others available. And now, as he entered her former room, he found it darkened.
"Imogen?"
A slim line of light emanated from the door that led to his own bedchamber. Not once had he opened the joining door in the weeks Imogen had lived at Dunranach, though he had stared at it many a night. Now, however, the door opened. Imogen's figure filled the doorframe, backlit by the lights in his chamber. "In here, Your Grace," she said. "I didn't take it into account that my room would not be prepared for me." He swallowed hard and crossed the floor toward her near the threshold. How many late hours had he lain in bed on the other side, wanting that door to open, longing to see Imogen standing there, waiting for him. And now there she stood, waiting. "For you, you Amadan." "To talk," another voice interjected. He cooled his desires and closed the distance between them. Since she could not hope to thwart the duel, she no doubt wanted to talk about terms for the dissolution of the agreement. The truth was, he wasn't of a mind to argue the finer points, but he wanted to see her. If things went badly at dawn, he would never have the chance again. If they went well, he would have to walk away from her for good. But now she was here. Ronan cleared his dry throat and halted a step away. He couldn't help himself. He drank her in, counted the diamond-tipped pins in her hair that secured the silky curls to her crown.
slipped into the unreadable green pools of her eyes, slid down the slope of her nose, and fixated on the pink pout of her lips. He traced the elegant lines of her jaw to her neck, watching that creamy, rose-tinted skin rise into the slopes of her breasts and disappear into folds of emerald silk that left precious little to the imagination.
"Don't you know it's rude to stare, Your Grace?" she murmured.
"Turns out I'm not very good at being a duke." Her mouth parted on a whisper of a smile.
"You aren't."
"I'm a Highland barbarian, remember?" Her scent curled around him, each second making it harder to keep his desires at bay. For once he was grateful he wasn't wearing a kilt, though the placket of his trousers wouldn't last much longer from the steady pressure of his flesh. Or was it a boar?
"Both, I believe. I had quite a few in my repertoire to describe you."
He'd miss this, their banter, their sparking rivalry. "Why are you here, Imogen?" She stared at him for an interminable moment, those guarded green eyes finally shedding some light into what she was thinking. Her hands lifted and went to the pins in her hair. Mesmerized, Ronan watched as she pulled each of them out, allowing each glossy lock to spill free. It didn't quite hit him until she'd removed her gloves and kicked off her slippers, but then Imogen's intentions all but pummeled him straight in the gut. Staying in. "Imogen," he began hoarsely, refusing to take one step into his own chamber. If he moved, he wouldn't stop until they were on that bed, together, entwined, with every stitch of clothing gone. And that would be an irreversible mistake. "What are you doing?"
"Undressing."
The simple answer made his chest seize. "I see that. Why?"
"Isn't it obvious?" she said.
His control felt like it was hanging on by a string. "Nay."
"Then I shall endeavour to be more explicit."
The throatiness in her voice went straight to his excited cock, and his senses were so deluged in lust that he almost didn't take her meaning, until her fingers went to the satin ribbon at her bodice and tugged. Oh, sodding hell, no. He wasn't that much of a saint. Ronan stalked toward her, closing his shaking fist over hers. "Dunno," he growled, trying not to feel his knuckles pressing into the soft give of her bosom. Imogen licked her lips, and the sheen of moisture on them almost made him groan. Tension throbbed between their bodies, parts of her straining toward him, and part of him refusing to obey the simplest of commands.
"I want this, Ronan," she said. "I'm calling in my favour that I won, fair and square, during our race on Rotten Row. I want one night with you."
He closed his eyes. Of course she would use it to claim this, now when he barely had a leg to stand on, when he was hanging on to decency by the skin of his teeth. "Nay." Her lips tightened.
"Yes. You lost. I won. This is what I claim."
"Imogen, this will nae change anything you ken," he said in a rasp.
"Then what does it matter?"
It mattered. All of it mattered. But she was here and in his arms and so willing, and Ronan could no more resist her call than he could change what this woman made him feel. "Are you certain, Imogen?" Her answer was to lift up onto her toes and crush her lips to his. Opening his mouth on hers, he kissed her back, sipping at her. He wanted to make it last, savor every moment. But first he wanted to know something. "Why now?" Her eyes met his, honesty burning in them.
"It's what we have left."
A shiver chased up Imogen's spine as Ronan's large hands wound into her hair and slid down her back. It seemed seduction was her forte, though it felt like she was the one being seduced. Seduced by his mouth and his hands and that clever tongue. Imogen wondered what it would feel like on the rest of her, on her breasts, between her thighs. She bit her bottom lip and blushed. Curse those loose-mouthed women at Haven and her own greedy ears for listening, and then imagining later on, in her own fantasies.
But in those fantasies, the pleasure she received was from men with no names or faces. She hadn't known or admired anyone worthy enough to take a place in her dreams, until Ronan had come charging into her life like a savage bear in a Highland storm wind. He moved slowly now, however, as if restraining himself as his palms warmed the silk against her skin. He explored the swell of each buttock and then the curves of her hips. Ronan's tongue traced the column of her throat, his teeth nipping gently in its wake. "If this is truly what you want," he said, his breaths hot and rapid, and bringing up a rash of goose-flesh, "then I cannae deny you." Imogen gripped his shoulders, holding on as relief made her legs warm and numb. If he'd refused her, she would have carried that rejection with her for the rest of her life. On the way to Dunranach House, she had fully expected to seduce Ronan only so far before coaxing him to drink the altered whisky, which she had already poured during her few minutes alone in his room. However, when she'd seen Grace in his study, something had changed. He did not belong to that woman. He was hers, and if this was to be their one night together, she would leave no regrets behind her. Ronan took her lower lip between his teeth and tugged. "What do you want, Imogen? Tell me and I'll do it." She slid her hands to his cravat, her fingers plucking at the knotted linen. "First, I want this off. I want it all off." He laughed, the rumble of it low and hoarse. "Let's not rush things, love. We have some hours yet to fill." "Hours?" she gasped, a beat of excitement threading through her veins. "Aye. Have you anywhere else pressing to be?" he asked, as he worked the knot of his cravat, pulling the whole length free and dropping it to the floor. A gap of bronzed skin stood exposed, and she reached for it. "Nowhere comes to mind," she murmured, her fingers touching the warm, smooth skin. He took her mouth again, his tongue parting her lips and reaching for hers in a possessive sweep. He closed his arms around her and pressed her flush against him, the hard length of his male part unmistakable. She blushed. His shaft, tool, rod, cock, whatever all the giggling women at Haven called it. The space between her thighs throbbed with anticipation. She ran her hands down the front of his shirt, feeling the hard muscle underneath, the tight bud of each male nipple, and then circled his hips. She hesitated, and Ronan drew back from their kiss. "What is it? If you've changed your mind, you need only say so." Imogen shook her head. "I'm not going to change my mind." He frowned. "If I do anything to make you uncomfortable or scared, or if it makes you remember something you didn't wish to—" "You won't. I trust you, Ronan. I know I'm safe." There was no doubt in her mind of that. But she did question one thing. She drew a fingertip down his hip and around the front of his thigh. "I want to touch you," she said, her confidence faltering when his storm-blue eyes darkened. "If that's something you want." Perhaps it wasn't. But then Ronan covered her hand with his. "You can touch me, Imogen. I'm yours, every last inch of me." His voice was a mere rasp, and as she moved her palm over his erection, guided by his hand, she heard him take another hitched breath. He was hard, the ridge of his cock imprisoned by his trousers as she gripped him through the cloth. Ronan leaned forward and took her mouth in a bruising kiss. She met it with just as much force, drinking him in and welcoming the brutal edge of his passion, something her one touch had seemed to ignite. Ronan guided her hand away, placing it flat against his chest, where she felt the thrashing of his heart. "I'll not last," he said. "Then we shouldn't tarry," she replied, once again reaching for the ribbon at her bodice. Ronan had interrupted her before, but now he watched, entranced, as she pulled the ribbon and loosed the front-fastened bodice. Imogen tugged down each shoulder and let the gown slide into a pool on the floor. Ronan stood immobile, watching her as she peeled off each stocking with shaking fingers, unlaced her chemise and stays, and then untied her thin linen drawers.
His eyes roved from the points of her breasts to the thatch of curls at the apex of her thighs. "My God, you're stunning," he breathed. And then, as if something inside of him snapped, Ronan surged to life. He tore at the buttons of his shirt, and with one motion pulled it over his head and tossed it to the floor with his cravat. She barely had time to marvel at his expanse of bare, brawny chest before his trousers and smalls were gone as well. Imogen lost her breath as he sprang forward, every magnificent inch of him. She stared at the erection she'd just stroked, that part of him appearing to have grown in size. He dragged her against him, his skin so hot he practically seared hers. There was little in the world Imogen cared about right then, beyond the exquisite sensation of her bare breasts crushed against his chest, the friction of their mouths as he kissed her and shifted her onto the bed. The cool satin of his bed covering against her back, the wet clasp of his lips on her nipple as he took it, suckling and licking and wringing her into tight coils. She arched into him, wanting more, wanting all of it, all of him. "Please, Ronan," she moaned, her bare foot running along his muscled calf and hitching over his hip. Opening to him, she felt the thick weight of his staff brush against her core. With wanton need, she ground up against him. Ronan raked his teeth over her breast, the vibration of his answering grunt shivering through her. "Imogen, lass," he groaned, "you'll undo me, and I want this to last." The desire was at odds with what they were doing, though. This was not going to last. Them, this coupling, this rough exploration of each other's bodies. This one time together didn't have to be perfect or lengthy. It just had to be. "I need you, Ronan. Please, I need... He trailed kisses between her breasts and unhinged her leg from his waist. "I ken what you need, love," he said, dropping more kisses along her stomach and moving lower still. When she realized where his lips were going, Imogen sucked in a breath. She went rigid, uncertain, no matter how much she wanted to know the pleasure of his mouth on that part of her body, on every part. "Trust me, Imogen," he said, his tongue darting out on a tentative lick. She felt it straight to her bones and clutched at his hair. "Yes," she gasped, "I trust you." Ronan adjusted her leg over his shoulder and set his mouth to her. Imogen couldn't breathe as he nipped and licked, the coarse stubble along his chin rasping against her sensitive flesh. She twisted her fingers into his hair, rocking her hips to the rhythm of his tongue. He dragged his thumb against the bundle of nerves at her apex, and Imogen cried out, pulsing and shivering as pleasure spilled through her, dragging her under. She willingly went, her limbs gloriously slack as Ronan climbed up her body, worshipping her with heated, open-mouthed kisses. Her navel, her hip, her breasts, her clavicle, the lobe of her ear. No part of her was too unworthy to nuzzle and caress. "I had no idea," she sighed, unable to finish her disjointed thought when his swollen arousal rubbed the inside of her thigh. "Do you wish to stop?" he asked, voice strained. He would, she knew, if she asked him to. Even as unsatisfied as he clearly was, Ronan would abandon the bed if it meant she would not be frightened. But she wasn't, not in the least. "Not even if the house was on fire, Your Grace," Imogen said, and then boldly reached between their bodies. His thick length slid into her hand, and she heard her own moan as well as his. "Fuck, Imogen." The crass word only made her more slick. She could feel her own desire sharpen between her legs as she stroked Ronan. He was like granite sheathed in silk, and she wished she could put her lips to him the way he'd done to her. But that desire fell away the moment he aligned himself at her entrance. The first soft nudge stole away every last thought in her brain. She met his eyes, and he held her in their blue grip as he made small rocking motions with his hips. He was being so gentle, too gentle. "Yes, Ronan," she said, thrusting to meet him. He hissed and pushed deeper, the pressure of him so different from that of his fingers or tongue. It filled her, stretching her until a sharp, burning pain threatened to change her mind. Holy hell! I'm hurting you, he noticed, beginning to withdraw. Imogen held him to her. I know how this works, Ronan. I'm not an innocent. Imogen hadn't meant to bring up her past. She hadn't even been thinking about it. The black spots in her memory widened. Oh, God, why couldn't she remember? Surely she wouldn't forget a man touching her so intimately. Ronan frowned, his brow furrowing as he held himself above her, arms straining. Imogen, are you sure of that? She bit her lip and shook her head. Silas had claimed he'd ruined her, so it was only his word, given her state. But he was a liar. Perhaps McClintock had interrupted before anything had truly happened. If only she could remember. Imogen closed her eyes in silent shame. I don't know. It doesn't matter, love. As far as I'm concerned, this is both our first times. He kissed her, rocking forward and scattering her uncertainty. There's only you and me here, no one else, no past, no future, just us. Just this moment, she agreed on a gasp, meeting his next thrust and feeling him come full hilt. It was perfection, this feeling of wholeness as Ronan retreated and returned, filling her again and again. His tempo increased as she dug her nails into his back and buttocks, gripping him tighter as they came together and apart, his eyes never once leaving hers. They turned sooty and serious as his thrusts became harder, faster, more reckless. One moment's pleasure topped by the next. Imogen cried out as the spiral of rapture shattered. The muscles along Ronan's back tensed under her hands, and then the sublime pressure of him was gone. He'd withdrawn, a hand wrapping around his length as he spent himself on the bed between her legs. He rolled them both onto their sides and held her as the last ebbs of pleasure racked her body. She knew why he hadn't let himself release inside of her, and while rationally it made sense, it also filled her with sadness. It was just as he'd said minutes before. There was no future for them. And Imogen knew only too well what kind of complications a baby out of wedlock created. Unlike some of the girls at Haven, and Belinda or Lady Beatrice, she'd been lucky, if indeed Silas had been telling the truth. Once more a dark cloud spread over her, but she refused to let that man colour what had just happened, a memory she wanted to treasure. Imogen, he said. She realized she'd been silent too long. That was... Her confused mind couldn't settle on anything, because it had already kicked back into motion. No future, he'd said, and there wouldn't be for him, not if Silas came out the victor in tomorrow's duel. It was why she'd come here tonight. She had to get back to her plan before she lost her nerve, or her window of opportunity. She disentangled herself from his arms. "Where are you going?" he asked. "I'm a little thirsty," she replied, leaving the bed. His robe hung on the back of a chair across the room. Imogen knew she'd been abrupt, and so she took her time walking toward the chair, hoping Ronan would be distracted by the bold display of her naked body. By the time she wrapped herself in the robe and looked back, she knew it had worked. He stared at her with raw longing. "Drink?" she proposed. Hilda's sleeping draught was waiting in the bottom of his whisky glass. All she had to do was pour in a finger and hand it over. "Are you all right, then?" he asked, standing up without a stitch. The attraction went both ways, it seemed. Bolts of desire streaked straight through to her toes. Good God, he was a beautiful man. "I'm surprised," she answered, pouring his whisky. She took another clean glass and poured a finger for herself. "By what?" He took the proffered whisky, but didn't sip as he waited for her answer. "How much I already want you again," she answered honestly. She was about to betray and sedate him, so it was the least she could do. Imogen sipped her whisky and felt sick with guilt as Ronan downed his in one gulp. He smiled as he set the glass down and reached for her. His arms were heavy with muscle, and they held her firmly, tenderly. "We have all night, love." Imogen nodded, even though she knew better. Given his size, she'd doubled the dose Hilda usually administered. When Ronan's leg gave out, sending him stumbling to the side, Imogen held her breath. He released her, putting a hand to his temple. "Christ," he murmured, blinking as he looked around the room, and then at her. "Ronan." He squinted, his face screwed up in a confused grimace. "What's happening?" The words were slurred. Imogen guided him to the bed, where he all but collapsed onto the satin covering. She peeled back the blankets and sheets and threw them over him, sharp guilt slicing through her. God, she was as awful as Silas, taking Ronan's free will away. What she was doing was unconscionable, terrible. She breathed out a ragged breath, doubt filling her. No, it had to be done. Ronan would only get himself killed otherwise, and she had to protect him. And it wasn't laudanum, only Hilda's sleeping tincture, which she took herself from time to time. "You are not Silas," she whispered to herself. But a part of her wept that she was. "I'm sorry, Ronan. I wish there was another way," she said, as his pupils dilated and his eyes drooped closed. What? Stop." "It's too late. It has to be done. I have to do this, Ronan. Me." She kissed him on his damp brow and turned to put out the light, freezing as a hand closed around her wrist like a manacle. But before too long, it loosened and fell away. She breathed a sigh of relief. "It will be over before you know it," she told him as she threw off the robe and slipped back into her clothing, tamping down the panic rising up in waves. In a moment of indecision, she forced herself to climb on the bed and tie his heavy hands to the bedposts with her stockings. If, by some miracle, he awoke, she didn't want him rushing off to find her. And given her command to Vickers, they would not be disturbed for some time. Ronan was blissfully asleep as she went for the door, taking one last look back. For all the world he appeared asleep. When he roused, he would be beyond furious. He'd never forgive her, but she would accept the penance. At least he would live. Chapter 26. "Mother of fuck," Ronan groaned, words failing him. He blinked awake, his sore eyelids cracking open, even though it was still mostly dark. Christ, he was going to murder Niall. He simply didn't recover the way he used to after a heavy night on the piss. Last night must have been a gem. Ronan licked his dry lips and growled at the foul taste in his mouth. Pieces of the previous evening came back to him in blotches. Strangely, there were none of Niall, only of a woman, a beautiful, sensual siren of a woman in a green dress, bare, sweaty, interlaced bodies, soft feminine moans. He closed his eyes with a huge yawn. He hadn't recalled being this in his cups since his salad days as a young buck at Maclaren, though strangely his body felt refreshed, as if it had desperately needed such a deep sleep and had finally received one. A sharp ache in his shoulders made his slow mind aware that his arms were thrown above his head. He tugged them down, but they did not budge. What in hell? He yanked harder, but for some extraordinary reason his arms were tied at the wrists. Turning his neck, his eyes took in the sheer white stockings that connected both his wrists to the bedposts. Stockings! He pulled again and cursed. Silk was so fragile, but when gathered together as it was, it could be stronger than rope. A sweet scent filled his nostrils, along with the renewed images of a woman. With a frown he kicked off the sheets and sighed. Of course, he had to be naked. Groaning, Ronan licked his lips and swallowed past the sawdust in his throat, trying to piece together the events of the past evening. The stubborn memories came back in fragments. He'd returned home to find Grace in his study, and then Imogen had arrived, only to disappear in his chamber, where she'd proceeded to... Jesus. His cock twitched in visceral recollection. Imogen. The recollections came faster then, accompanied by sound, taste, touch, and smell. Imogen had been here. They'd made love. Wild, passionate, frantic love. And then she'd offered him a drink. Whisky. After that, he remembered no more. Had she poured him more than one glass? No, she hadn't, but his brain was decidedly fuzzy. A finger of whisky would not affect him so. But that wasn't everything. Something else niggled at him. It was somewhere he had to be, something important he had to do. In the wee hours of the morning? It was still dark, though dawn would be approaching soon. His mind snagged. Hell, the bloody duel. He was going to wring her little neck after he put her delectable little bottom over his knee. The little hoyden had fed him a sleeping tisane. No doubt so he would miss his appointment with Calder. And the fool had gone herself, if he had to guess, because she was no longer here in his bed while he was tied to it. Those were her stockings. "Vickers!" he bellowed so loudly that the rafters in his bedchamber shook. "Where the hell are you? Vickers!" The door to his chamber pushed open, followed by the light from a candle as his sleepy valet walked in. "Keep your pants on, your grace." The man came to a complete stop, his eyes widening comically and his jaw dropping to the floor at the sight of his master nude and bound to the bedposts. "If you can find my pants, I would appreciate it," Ronan muttered. "And loosen these, will you?" To his credit, Vickers kept a straight face as his eyes went to Ronan's bound hands. "Where's Lady Imogen?" "If I kenned where she went, I wouldna need you, would I?" Vickers made a tisking noise that grated on Ronan's nerves. Time was of the essence, if his illustrious little ex-fiancée had indeed gone to talk Calder out of the duel. Facing that madman alone was foolish in itself, and a prick of fear trickled through him at the thought of her riding in the dark to meet the man. He frowned. How would she know where the duel was anyway? He hadn't mentioned it. Perhaps she'd only hoped to keep him asleep so he wouldn't make the rendezvous. He scowled at Vickers, who was staring in fascination at the knots. "Hurry up, man. What the bloody hell are you looking at?" "I'm thinking I'm in love, that's what." "I dinna fancy men, Vickers," he growled. "Not you, Lady Imogen." He worked the first knot loose, and Ronan rolled his shoulder, pushing the valet out of the way in his haste to undo the second tie. "Anyone who can tie a knot like a sailor and leave a man twice her size strung up in bed has my undying devotion." Ronan shoved off the bed. "Good. Maybe you will save her when I find her." He reached for his discarded clothing and dressed quickly in a shirt and tartan. "Get my horse." "What do you mean to do?" "None of your sodding business, Vickers, but I have a dawn appointment," Ronan growled. "If you value your position or your life, you'll do as I say." "Very well, but I'm coming with you." Ronan granted his agreement, and soon they were on the way to Regent's Park. They'd had to take his sodding coach because his bloody horse was missing. He couldn't believe that the thieving, scheming wench had stolen Zeus. He hoped that at least the horse would have put up a fight, but he knew that, like him, the beast probably hadn't had a sliver of hope against her. With the horse gone, the realization had settled within him just what Imogen might have intended to do. Somehow she'd found out the assignment and meant to face Calder herself. Watching the sky and the approach of dawn, dread gripped his heart in its dark, cold grasp, and as the first rays of dawn crept across the darkened sky, and they careened through a sleepy London, Ronan could only hope that he wasn't too late. Imogen's heart was in her throat when she pulled Zeus to a breathless stop. She'd dismissed her coach upon arriving at Dunranach House earlier that evening, and she hadn't remembered that she might need transportation. Luckily Zeus hadn't put up much of a fuss and had allowed her to climb on him. It wasn't until she was nearly to Regent's Park, having made a stealthy return stop at Kincaid Manor, where Hilda was waiting, to change into a dark riding habit, write a message to be delivered to the Duke of Bradburn, and gather Hilda's pistol as a backup, that she realized that the horse must have scented his master's smell on her, which would account for his unusual docility. But Zeus was fast, and she couldn't have risked going to the mews to saddle Temperance and waking the grooms. No one, not even the sleepy-eyed stable-boy, had stopped her at Dunranach House, which was perhaps a small mercy. The Duke would be furious she'd stolen his horse, too. Along with the long list of her other unforgivable transgressions, she'd seduced him, lied to him, lain with him, sedated him, and stolen his horse. Purgatory was too good of a place for her, but she'd had no choice. She had to do this. Dismounting, she hiked her shoulders and made her way into the clearing. She glanced up at the sky. By her count, dawn was fast approaching. There were 3 men already there. Imogen swallowed a gasp. One was the horrible man who had tied her to the chair in the hovel in St. Giles. The other was Silas, and the third was Ronan's youngest brother, Niall. The last turned to her, his eyes going wide. He didn't waste time in striding toward her. "Where's Ronan?" Imogen met his blue gaze. "Indisposed, I'm afraid." "Is he on his deathbed?" Niall asked, narrowing his eyes. "Because my brother would have to be on the verge of death to not appear for a challenge he issued." "He's abed, and I am here in his stead," she said in a firm, implacable tone. "My lady," Niall began, placing a hand on her arm. "We need to call this off if Ronan is ailing or unable to be here. This is nae place for—" The look in her eyes froze the words on his lips as she shook him off. "If you even think of vocalizing what I think you're going to say, the next lead ball will be aimed at you. Now, if you value your hand, you will remove it from my person at once." "Imogen." "Niall." He blew air through his teeth. "Lord, you're stubborn. And here I thought I was married to the queen of stubborn women." "Isla has nothing on me," she said, and walked past him, without giving him any further chance to prevent her from doing what she'd risked everything to do. Imogen slowed her pace when Silas and his second stared at her, both with matching expressions of shock. Silas smiled and sketched a bow. "I'd hope you would come to see me put a hole through your fiancé, but he has yet to arrive." "He's not coming. I'm here to duel in his place." The second gaped. "You're a woman." Imogen glanced down at the plain black riding habit she wore. "My gender doesn't affect my ability to aim." "This is not allowed," he shot back. She laughed. "Dueling is not allowed, but let's not argue over trifles, seeing that you kidnapped the daughter of a peer, shall we?" Imogen lifted her gaze to Silas. "Unless, of course, your employer is afraid to be bested by a mere lass." "Jenny," Silas said. A snarl rose in her throat. "I told you, my name is Imogen. Now pick your weapon and take your paces. Let's get this over with once and for all." "I will not duel you." "That is certainly your prerogative. You may delope if you like, but I am Lord Dunranach's second, and I am here in his stead." Her glance slid to Niall, who hadn't said another word, though his eyes narrowed at the blatant lie that she was his second. She walked over to where he waited with the brace of pistols. He exhaled. "I can't allow you to do this. It's not right." Imogen bent over to calmly inspect one of the pistols in the box he held. "I don't need your permission to do anything, Lord Tarbendale, but I understand you may try to stop me." She drew a breath. "All I can ask is you trust that I need to do this. I have my reasons." "Ronan will have my head." She shrugged. "Ronan will understand more than anyone why I have to be the one to do this." "Eventually," she added in her head, after he'd drawn and quartered her. "Even so," Niall said, and she could see the desperation etched on his face. "Please, I canna." "Have you ever been told you couldn't do something, Niall?" She glanced down at his missing hand with a purposeful look. "That you were less than because of who you were. That you were treated differently because of your disability. And just once you wanted to prove that you weren't as weak as the naysayers and the bullies pegged you to be." His blue eyes widened, and Imogen knew she had him when he gave a tiny nod.
Then let me do this, for Belinda, Lady Beatrice, myself.
This is not a game, he said.
My life has never been a game, she whispered, not since that man came into it.
Niall closed his eyes, as if fighting an internal battle, and then nodded, gritting his teeth. I'd be honoured to be your second, Lady Imogen.
She shot him a grateful look. Isla is lucky to have a husband like you.
And my brother needs a woman like you in his life, so dinna miss. I want you for my sister-in-law.
He gave her a grin that was so like Ronan's that she nearly wept.
Raising his voice after he'd finished inspecting the pistols, Niall addressed the two other men. The lady is the Duke's second and has accepted her weapon. Proceed as agreed. 20 paces, unless either of you wish to tender an apology and negate the challenge.
I tender no apology, Imogen said.
Mr. Calder, the other man sputtered, surely you don't agree with this?
Silas lifted one shoulder, his pale eyes cool.
If she wants to act like a man, let her. A bullet in the leg will soon curtail any further aggravation. I suppose that lesson will be as effective as a whipping. Proceed, it's all the same to me. With a racing heart, Imogen turned and counted out the paces. She was well aware that should Silas choose, her life could end in a matter of moments, but she was betting that his pride wouldn't allow him to simply shoot. He still wanted her for his own ends, which meant he needed her alive. On the 20th step she whirled, half expecting to hear a blast, but as expected, Silas only stared at her with a sneering expression, his pistol pointed right at her. He wouldn't do the honourable thing and shoot into the air. No, he would punish her, exactly as he said, but he wanted to toy with her first. Imogen's eyes slid to the footman, who had somehow managed to palm another weapon that he had hidden in the folds of his cloak. They'd intended to fight dirty all along. Go on, Silas taunted, loud in the quiet of the morning, despite the distance between them. I'll give you the first shot. She bared her teeth at him.
That's generous, though short-sighted and quite stupid of you.
Imogen canted her head, watching him.
Did you know that Shane McClintock taught me how to shoot? He didn't want me to be defenceless, you see.
Her voice hardened.
You had no right to do what you did. To me, to Belinda, to Beatrice, to nameless others. This is your reckoning.
By you, he scoffed. Once more I will relish showing you your place. You and that foul-mouthed ward of yours, when I return her to Stormere for a purse full of coin.
You will not touch her.
Silas laughed. As if you have any say in the matter, Jenny. Imogen knew that he was trying to unsettle her, and it was working. She felt sick to her stomach.
You and Stormy will never get the chance to lay a finger on Rory, not if I can help it, she said calmly. And you're wrong if you think I'm afraid to use my voice to stop men like you.
Is that what you're doing? He drawled. That shit's place is on her back. Yours too, and once I'm your husband, you'll see, you'll finally be mine. Something in his voice pricked at her when he said those last words, as their meaning settled into her brain. She recalled Ronan's question when they'd been together in bed, the sharp pain she'd felt, the unfamiliarity of the act itself. Good God! Had Silas been lying all along? What do you mean, finally? He blinked, his jaw tightening. I've already had you.
The thing is, Silas, she said slowly, hope and joy filling her, I don't think you have, because, you see, I forgot to apologize for my rumpled appearance earlier, having just come from my Duke's bed, where he availed himself of my virginity.
You lying tart, he growled. Her smile felt decidedly wolfish as she let the tip of her pistol drop and point toward the vicinity of his thighs.
I might have been only 17, but even I could tell when there was a distinct lack of...
She cleared her throat, her cheeks heating at the thought of Niall standing beside her.
Equipment.
You would choose that illegitimate cur over me. She felt Niall's attention. What's this? He asked. Oh,
Silas said. "Didn't Jenny tell you your prized brother was born on the wrong side of the blanket? He's no more a duke than I am." With horror, Imogen glanced at Niall, watching the shock curl over his face. But then it broke, and Niall started laughing so hard he clutched at his stomach. "Now that's rich," he said between guffaws. "It's true," Silas said. "I saw a letter to Kincaid. Perhaps, Mr. Calder, what you saw was a jest to bring Lady Kincaid to her dearest friend's bedside. It's a standing joke that my parents were joined hours before Ronan was born, but I assure you, he is unquestionably a Maclaren." He laughed. "And if you thought to attack my family with that kind of slander, you're sorely mistaken." His gaze slid to Imogen. "Maclarens protect our own." Silas's face hardened as though he could feel his precious leverage slipping away. "No matter. You are mine, Jenny." Buoyed by the look on Niall's face, Imogen lifted her chin, her voice going hard. "I was never yours, and I will never be yours. You're nothing but a liar, a thief, and a cheat. Even if Ronan was the bastard son of a bastard horseshit sweeper, I'd still choose him over you." "Too bad he'll never have you." Silas's face went purple with rage, and Imogen didn't have time to blink or brace for injury as he lifted his weapon and fired, the blast deafening in the glade. The barest whisper of something hit her skirts, but there was no accompanying pain. He'd missed. Silas's eyes bulged as he realized the same. "What are you waiting for? Shoot her!" he ordered his hulking second. In a panic, Imogen's stare darted to his second, but a loud click of a primed gun sounded in the silence. "Dinna even think it," Niall snarled, 2 weapons pointed at the man and his master. "Did you think I wouldna come prepared for your dishonour?" He nodded to Imogen. "Take your shot, milady." Imogen lifted steady fingers, feeling cool resolve shimmer through her. She took aim right at his crotch. Here was her chance to end the monster who had victimized her and others. Retribution for Belinda. A tear slipped down her cheek when her hand started to shake. It wasn't because of the man whose life she held in her hands. It was because of the one she'd left behind, the one she'd betrayed. Killing Silas would solve nothing. The chains on her soul would only cinch tighter. "You can't do it," Silas sneered. "Can you? I was the first man you ever loved." "You're not a man, and I never loved you." She lifted her pistol and shot it high into the air. "I plan to forget your existence while you rot in Newgate." He cackled. "On what charges?" A loud voice interrupted them as Thompson emerged from the trees. "On the charges of conspiracy and kidnapping of a peer's daughter." The agent scowled. "And while we're at it, charges of murder in the death of the Marquis of Paxton." Thompson was followed by a handful of men, including the Duke of Bradburn and the Earl of Langlevitt, both influential and deadly men, as Imogen had discovered. Her knees nearly buckled. Hilda had delivered the message to Bradburn as she'd instructed before leaving for Regent's Park. She'd expected to be taken into custody for participation in an illegal duel, and until she'd decided not to kill Silas, hadn't thought there would be another outcome besides her own death. "I had nothing to do with that," Silas said, but his voice was thin. "The letters penned to one Lady Beatrice say otherwise, not to mention what I've learned from the Italian police. It seems they've had their eyes on you for a long time, in the disappearance of 2 young women." Silas whirled, snatched the gun from his footman, and aimed at Imogen. "This is all your fault." Imogen froze. He would not miss this time. All she could think of was the fact that she hadn't been able to apologize to Ronan, or to tell him how she truly felt. She hoped he would know. Wait, she could tell his brother. "Niall, please tell him." Several shots fired at once, drowning out her words and making her ears ring. Imogen closed her eyes, but once more pain miraculously did not come. Cracking her eyelids open, she saw men rushing toward Silas's fallen body. Given the smoking weapons, he'd been shot by multiple men, including Niall. Thomson nodded at the Highlander as his men restrained Silas's man, who was weeping like a babe. "Get her out of here. I'll take care of this." But before Niall could move, an enormous figure came bursting through the trees.
"Imogen, you better be alive or I will kill you myself."
A sob escaped her lips as she turned to see Ronan's beautiful, beloved, furious face. The love of her life caught her just before she fell into a dead faint. In the carriage, heading back to Dunranach House at a much slower pace than he'd taken to get there, Ronan's hands pressed over Imogen's limp body for the third time, searching for injuries, despite Niall's repeated insistence that not one hair on her head had been harmed. Her eyes fluttered open, a smile curving her perfect lips. "I'm not hurt, Ronan." "Are you certain?" She drew his fingertips to her lips and kissed them. "Yes." When he'd first arrived, hearing the sound of gunshots, he had feared the worst. Then he'd seen Imogen standing and he'd gathered her into his arms, only able to cast his brother a look of fulminating fury. He'd deal with him later, but at the moment he'd been too overcome with gratitude that Imogen was alive. His eyes had taken in the scene, including Calder's dead body, though all he had wanted was to get her safely out of there. Ronan couldn't bring himself to be angry with her, despite the ire and dread still simmering within him. He wanted to ensure she was safe and well, at least before he gave her ears the blistering they deserved. "You must be livid with me," she whispered. He didn't answer, only brushed her slender throat with his fingers, afraid that if he opened his mouth, he wouldn't be able to stop. "It's over now," she went on. "I simply couldn't allow you to fight my battles for me, and I'm sorry for what I did to you. I knew you wouldn't let me go, and I didn't want you to be hurt, even though it appears you are anyway." Her eyes slid to his wrists beneath his shirt cuffs, the marks raw where he'd pulled on his bindings before Vickers had freed him. "You tie a good knot," he said, his lips twitching. "We'll have to try it again sometime." Her beautiful green eyes snapped to his, a lovely blush colouring her cheeks, and she bit her lip. "I must admit, when I saw you like that, I had similar thoughts." "You like having me at your mercy?" She blushed again. "Yes." Ronan couldn't help himself after her shy admission. He kissed her and felt like he'd come home. She tasted like love and hope and life, and he wanted more. Cupping her neck, he nipped at her mouth, nibbling her lips, his tongue sweeping deep. She kissed him back just as hungrily, just as desperately. The coach pulled to a stop in front of Dunranach House, but neither of them moved. Imogen pulled away long enough to whisper, "Take me upstairs, please." "You've had an ordeal." "I need you." Ronan didn't argue. What needed to be said between them would come later. Right now he needed her too, more than breath. He leaped from the coach and took the stairs 3 at a time to his chamber, his future Duchess clasped in his arms. Vickers, who had returned faster on Zeus, had ordered the maids to replace the bedclothes and refresh the fire in the grate. A tray of food was on the bedside table, and, to Ronan's surprise, a hot bath had been filled in the adjacent bathing chamber. Bless the man. He deserved an increase in his wages, and Ronan might even forgive him for his mockery earlier. Putting aside his desire, Ronan set Imogen to her feet and proceeded to strip her of her clothing. He went to his knees to remove her shoes and then her undergarments. His throat went dry. God, she was beautiful, all sinful curves and smooth, satiny skin. He'd felt her body the previous evening, but seeing her in the daylight from the windows and silhouetted by the flickering firelight, he was speechless. Unable to resist, he pressed a kiss to the soft silk of her belly. When he rose and took her hand and turned away from his bed to walk to the bath, she protested, but he shook his head. "Bath first, then food, and then you can decide what else you desire."
"You," she said simply.
"Imogen," he began, but was distracted when her fingers went to the belt at his kilt. He was embarrassingly hard beneath it, but her needs came first. Still, at her touch, he could only manage single words. "Bath."
"Only if you're in it with me."
Ronan closed his eyes. The bath was large enough for two. After a moment, she made the decision for him as deft fingers released his tartan and tugged his shirt over his head. Her giggle made him open his eyes. He stood nude but for his stockings and boots, looking like a complete barbarian, his cock thrusting out and at full attention. But, judging from the way that she was looking at him as though devouring him with her eyes, she approved wholeheartedly. Imogen crouched down to return the favour and help remove his boots. When she was done, he expected her to rise, but instead she gripped his hips. Ronan's breath fizzled. Molten eyes lifted to his, just before she made a hungry sound in her throat and closed her lips over the broad crown of him. "Christ, Imogen." Ronan reached a hand out to steady himself as her tongue seared his skin, the feel of her hot mouth making his eyes roll back in his head. When she took him deep and sucked gently, he let out a ragged growl. He wouldn't last much longer if she continued. After a few seconds of delicious torture, he tugged her up and then lifted her into the bath before joining her. Her moan of satisfaction was worth cutting his own pleasure short. He positioned her with her back against him and started rubbing her shoulders with a cloth dipped into a nearby jar of soap. "That feels wonderful," she murmured. What felt wonderful was her sweet arse pressed against his cock, wonderful and equally excruciating. With strength he did not know he possessed, Ronan managed to scrub most of her and most of himself before the water started cooling. He cleared his throat, intending to reach for the toweling, before her fingers crept up his thigh, stalling him. Imogen turned in his arms, kneeling between his spread knees and watching him. Her damp hair curled into her face, eyes like glittering emeralds. God, he could get lost in them forever, not to mention the rest of her. She was perfection. She held his gaze for a protracted moment. "Love me, Ronan," she whispered. "I do." Her breath rushed out on a sigh. "Marry me." Ronan yanked her onto his chest, clasping her possessively to him. "As if I could ever let you go. Dinna you ken? You're mine, lass." "Does that mean you forgive me?" He grinned at her. "Now forgiveness, my devious little future duchess, that needs to be earned, and Highland punishments need to be meted out." She swallowed, a pink tongue coasting over her bottom lip. "Highland punishments?" "Aye. As Duke, it's my duty to see that justice is served." "And how will you punish me, your grace?" she asked contritely. With a smirk, Ronan swatted her on her bare, damp rump, and her eyes widened. He felt his cock surge between their bodies, and he gave her another light spank. This time she gasped and clutched at his shoulders, her pupils dilating, taking the green of her irises nearly to black as desire roared to life in them. The third spank had her writhing against him. "Ronan!" He shifted up, moving to rise and bear them both to the bed, but Imogen had other ideas. "No, stay here." She pushed to her knees on either side of his hips and hovered over him. When she eased down, taking his swollen shaft into the warm clasp of her body, neither of them were capable of speech. Her eyes fluttered closed, mouth parting on a moan as she worked her slick passage down his length. And when he was finally anchored deep inside of her, there was nowhere else he wanted to be. Those brilliant eyes of hers opened and found him. "I love you, Ronan." Christ, this was what it felt like to love, to be loved. "I love you, my gry." Ronan clutched her hips as she moved, setting the pace. He reached for her breasts, as perfect as the rest of her was, and rose to take a peaked nipple into his mouth. He'd never get enough of her. Imogen's release came upon her quickly, and he followed her over the precipice as her body clenched and rippled around his. There was nothing more beautiful, more pleasurable than watching Imogen in this moment, watching her come apart and together again. So devastatingly beautiful, she took his breath away, as lost in him as he was in her. His fearless warrior, his woman, his bride, his. Epilogue. 6 months later. Imogen stood at the window overlooking the privy garden at Holyrood Palace and scowled at the dark, flat sheet of rain clouds. They were coming in fast, and the timing could not be worse. "They say rain on your wedding day is good luck," Isla said, joining her at the tall pane of glass, one of several in the luxurious state apartment inside the palace. "It's a symbol of fertility and cleansing." "That's absurd," Imogen replied. "Whoever said that was only trying to make a bride feel better about looking like a drowned rat on the most important day of her life." Isla laughed and put her arm around her. "Nonsense. You look radiant no matter the weather. And besides, the rain seems to be holding, not a drop yet." Niall's wife gave her a reassuring squeeze and hustled away, toward a small pedestal where Rory was currently being draped in a dress of pale, peach-coloured lawn for the occasion. Imogen's wedding day. A weightless sensation lifted her spirits at the thought, and even the slate-coloured skies appeared to brighten. Curiously, they were the same colour as Ronan's eyes when he was caught in an impassioned trance, like he had been 2 evenings before, when she'd straddled him in his bed, riding him to complete euphoria. She shook her head at the wicked and somewhat fanciful thought. Be rational, Imogen. The weather was not conspiring against her, nor was it blessing her and Ronan's nuptials. But Isla had the right of it. Who cared if it spit a little rain today? In a little under 1 hour she would be the Duchess of Dunranach. More importantly, she'd be Ronan's wife, and that title was the only one she cared about. "You're looking all daft again, Lady M. I can see your face in the window's reflection, you ken." Imogen turned to face Rory, and when she saw all the ruffles on the peach dress, shook her head and laughed. "Oh my, that colour does not suit you in the least, does it? Hilda, there must be something else Rory can wear. The yellow gown made for the engagement ball, perhaps." A ball that had never come to pass. After the duel and Silas's death, the scandal revolving around Imogen and Ronan had whipped into a new frenzy. The man accused of the kidnapping plot had been imprisoned, since he was indeed proven to be working at the behest of one Mr. Silas Calder, and his employer would have been as well, had he not tried to shoot his way out of arrest. The news sheets had also hinted that Silas had been behind the death of the Marquis of Paxton, so the ton had been in a frenzy. There'd been nothing to do but quit London, but considering she had done so with Ronan, once more as his fiancée, she hadn't quite cared. The scandal would fizzle eventually, as soon as something else shocking happened to fill the gossip rags. "Quite right, my lady. Goodness, she looks like a ripe peach." Hilda agreed, she and Isla moving toward the many portmanteaus that had been brought to the apartment the previous day. Holyrood, set at the very end of the Royal Mile in Edinburgh, would have normally been off-limits to anyone not associated with its current owner and resident, Charles X, the former King of France. But apparently the Comte d'Artois, who had been living at the palace since being overthrown and exiled the year before, was one of Lord Rivalry's acquaintances. "There is a black Arabian of mine the Comte has been eyeing for some time," Julien had explained with a nonchalant shrug when the invitation to hold their wedding at Holyrood's palace and abbey had arrived at Ronan's home in Edinburgh. The Frenchman, visiting the city for only a day or two for business, had grinned at the flabbergasted pair of them. "And you were willing to part with it if he opened his home to us?" Ronan surmised. "Quite. And if you had any inclination to name your heir after the hero who secured such a spectacular setting for your nuptials, well, I wouldn't object."
"We'll not name our son Julien," Ronan had scoffed, while a fluttering explosion had ignited inside Imogen's belly. Our son. Something Imogen had only let herself dream of before. Now it might become a reality. They were both older, of course, but she didn't expect their ages to be much of a hindrance. She was only 29, and Sorcha and McKenna were both older with young children, and had proven it could be done. Again and again, in fact. Now, after spending the evening and night in one of the most beautiful, sumptuously appointed rooms Imogen had ever seen in her life, with her maid, Rory, and her best friend Emma, she was finally ready to make the short walk to the ruined abbey, adjacent to the palace. Ready to become a wife, and if God willed it, a mother some day. Though in truth she was practically already one to a mischievous imp of a girl, currently dressed as a peach. She and Ronan had discussed making the lass their ward. To her surprise and happiness he had readily agreed. Rory, it seemed, had captured his heart as well.
"Admit it, you're thinking of him right now,"
Rory said, tugging off the dress as Hilda returned with the yellow gown.
"Of course she's thinking of him,"
Emma said from where she sat in a red-striped silk chair, one of many inside the royal chamber. She appeared cool and composed as she threaded a blue silk ribbon around a simple but elegant bouquet of Scottish wildflowers.
"The pair of them can hardly keep their eyes off each other whenever they're in the same room, and now we've been out of his Grace's presence for nearly a full 24 hours. She must be desperate for a glimpse of his ducal manliness soon."
Emma fanned herself while pulling an infatuated face. Rory made a gagging sound, snorting with laughter, while Imogen shook her head at her friend.
"Believe it or not, I missed your sarcasm, Emma. London is dreary. Without you there it was horrible."
Emma accepted the compliment with her usual grace.
"Whatever will you do at Maclaren without me?" she quipped.
It only made Imogen's mood dip.
"I don't want to think about that yet."
She and Ronan could not stay in Edinburgh. He had been away from Maclaren for too long, and it was time to get on with things. Before long, she'd learn what it was to be a duchess and a Highlander laird's wife. Though she looked much more forward to learning her way around the marriage bed. Ronan had told her it was larger than the one in his London home, and that he planned to chart every square inch of it with their bodies in various positions of love-making. She'd giggled at his promise, saying it wasn't just about the bed, but the man inside of it. Exploring his body, discovering the things he liked, and the things she liked as well. "I will dedicate a good portion of my day to your education, my lady," he'd whispered in her ear, "so long as you teach me as well." A blush rose to Imogen's cheeks at the memory of what Ronan had done to her next.
"Oi, there she goes again,"
Rory groaned, as Hilda tugged the yellow dress over her head and hushed her while Emma stood and displayed her finished bouquet. It was lovely, the ribbons laced along the stems and dripping with finer strings of lace and even pearls.
"Wherever did you learn to do that?"
Imogen asked, accepting the bouquet. Emma grinned.
"Mary taught me."
Imogen peered at her, dumbfounded.
"Mary?"
The young maid who'd kept allowing herself to be seduced by her ardent employers.
"It seems she took the last stay at Haven to heart,"
Emma replied.
"She paid us a visit a few weeks ago. She found work in a hothouse in Leith, and says she's doing well. Mary brought some flowers for the girls and taught them how to bind them prettily, like so."
The unexpected news lifted Imogen's spirits. It made her so happy to hear that one of the girls she and Emma had helped, one who she had started to worry would never learn or change her ways, had moved forward with her life. In truth, Mary was one of the lucky ones. She had not been forced by a relative or an employer or beaten by a husband. She'd simply made bad decisions for herself. But now it sounded as though Imogen and Emma had finally gotten through to her. The door opened, and Sorcha swept inside, followed by Lady Kincaid and Ronan's mother, the Duchess. Well, soon to be the Dowager Duchess of Dunranach, once the hour was through. The older woman didn't seem at all unhappy, though.
In fact, out of the handful of them in the apartment, it was Lady Dunranach who beamed the brightest. The Duchess had had a good old laugh over the rumours of Ronan's supposed illegitimacy. Apparently she and Imogen's mother used to have a game where they sent each other the most outrageous letters to see who could get the other to visit first. Lady Dunranach had won that year, with a panicked Lady Kincaid riding at breakneck speed to Maclaren, with a wild-haired, half-asleep, and utterly confused vicar in tow. The two women had collapsed in undignified giggles at the memory. The current Duchess surveyed the group. "Excellent. You're all ready. The guests have gathered at the Abbey, and I don't see any reason to delay. Oh, this weather!" she exclaimed, looking thoroughly scandalized by the threat of rain. "And on Ronan's wedding day. Of all my children, he always has to be the most difficult." Isla raised a brow at Imogen, who bit back a grin. "They say rain is good luck," Imogen put in with a wink toward her future sister-in-law. Another ripple of happiness took her somewhere closer to giddy. Ronan's family was so large, so vast, and so far they had been welcoming and warm. She couldn't wait to meet his other siblings, their families and his friends. In truth, going to Maclaren made her shiver with anticipation more than it made her sad. Haven would not just survive. It would thrive, just as Imogen and Emma had always dreamed. For Imogen, marriage had always spelled disaster for Haven. Her husband would be given her dowry under the law, and her life's work would eventually fold and shutter. But not this marriage, and Ronan had seen to it. He'd given Imogen the greatest wedding gift imaginable, her dowry to be dispensed as she deemed necessary. "I dinna need it, nor do I want it," he'd told her the week before when working through the solicitor's papers. "Haven is your love and passion, and so it's mine as well. Do what you planned to before. I'll not stop you, ever." His promise that Haven would never lack for anything had come on the heels of an unexpected and more than generous contribution from none other than Lady Reed. She had surprised Imogen further with an accompanying note, briefly congratulating her on her upcoming wedding, and saying that she hoped they could become acquaintances in time. Imogen had responded in kind, impressed by Grace's goodwill. "Rory, are you ready?" she asked once Hilda had pinned a last dark curl away from her narrow face. I mean, yes, Lady Im, and you look like a right rum-mort, too." "Rum-mort?" Rory grinned. "A queen." Imogen's gown had been completed just days before, and she had fallen in love with it immediately. It was simple yet elegant, cut of creamy satin and a lighter white lace overlay. Unlike some of her previous fashion choices that ran the gamut from frivolous to practically non-existent, this dress embodied who she was, at least who she wanted to be. It sported small-capped sleeves and a modest bodice strewn with seed pearls that tapered to a V at her waist before falling in graceful, voluminous folds to the floor. A lace train with delicate embroidery hung from her coiffure all the way to the hem of the gown. White elbow-length gloves with pearl buttons and silver slippers completed the ensemble. "I don't think anyone has ever paid me a finer compliment," she replied, holding out her hand. Rory took it, and they left the apartment, leading the other ladies through the grand corridors toward the front of the palace. The Comte had made himself scarce after an initial greeting, and now it almost felt as if the whole of the palace was theirs and theirs alone. Outside, the early September air was humid and dense, and there was barely a breeze at all as she and Rory and the other women met with a handful of very handsome gentlemen, and one gaming hell owner. "Mr. McClintock, it's good to see you," Imogen said as Hilda ran one last hand over her skirts and nodded her approval. She then joined McClintock at his side. "Lady Imogen, it's a fine day, is it not?" She peered at the sky dubiously, but McClintock waved his hand. "You've dealt with worse stuff than this. Good on you, lass. My felicitations." The man made a bow and led Hilda toward the ruins. He was absolutely correct. She had dealt with worse stuff than rain and had turned out just fine. She smiled at McClintock's straightforward words and turned to meet her future brother-in-law. "You look lovely, my lady," Niall said as he reached for Isla's arm. He and Brant Montgomery, who claimed Soraka's hand and reverently kissed the ridge of her knuckles, wore full dress kilts in their clan colours. The other men gathered to receive the ladies and lead them to the abbey wore formal breeches and swallow-tail coats. "Tarbondale has the right of it, Lady Imogen," Lord Bradburn said as he offered his arm to Lady Dunranach. "You are truly stunning."
"Thank you, Your Grace. I'm so pleased you and Bryn made the journey north for our wedding."
"She would not have missed this for the world, and she's been longing for a reason to return to Scotland," he said with a wink before leading Ronan's mother toward the abbey. Imogen could already hear the string music playing inside. The ruined abbey with its roofless nave allowed the musicians' notes to carry. A rumble of distant thunder joined in and drew a curse to Rory's young lips.
"Sorry, Lady Im,"
she quickly said.
"I can't argue your point,"
Imogen replied, as Lord Northridge stepped forward and extended his arm to both Rory and Lady Kincaid. "Best hurry," North said before eyeing Rory sceptically. "Though, young lady, I'm not convinced your legs can keep stride with mine." Imogen saw the teasing challenge in the Earl's eyes, as well as Rory falling for it.
"Horse shite! I could beat you any day of the week."
North burst into raucous laughter while Lady Kincaid gasped. Rory bit her lip, though she did not look repentant in the least. Imogen smiled at her, her heart full.
"Just try not to curse in the abbey, all right? We don't need any more questionable signs."
The girl grinned and took one of North's elbows while Imogen's mother accepted the other. Lord Langlevitt came forward next. "If you don't mind, my lady, I'll see you in," he said, his tone serious and deep as he addressed Emma.
"I don't mind at all,"
she replied, then with a happy, teary-eyed glance toward Imogen, moved away with the decorated war hero. "That leaves me, I suppose." Lord Kincaid approached his daughter, looking as distinguished as he ever had. But there was a note in his tone, one that she had heard for many weeks now, ever since she'd finally told her parents the truth about Silas. It wasn't anything to do with her, Imogen knew, but with him. She took her father's arm and hugged it as they moved toward the beautiful ruins of the abbey.
"The very best of them all," she said.
He exhaled a doubt-filled huff, that ever-present regret in his eyes. "I don't think that is the case, my dear." He was disappointed in himself and felt responsible for trusting the man who'd harmed his young daughter, bringing him closer to Imogen all the while.
"I really do have to insist, Papa, that you bring yourself up from this," she said gently. "He manipulated all of us. I know that. I don't blame you, and it hurts me that you blame yourself. I blamed myself, too, for the longest while. It was Ronan who made me see who the real villain was. They were his actions, not ours."
She leaned closer to him as more thunder rolled above, closer this time. "That doesn't mean I don't wish my eyes had been opened sooner. I'd rather die than see you hurt," he said, and with a pat to her hand added, "I'm in awe of you, and I only want to make you as proud of me as I am of you."
"You've already accomplished that,"
she said, kissing his cheek as they came upon the entrance wall of the ruins. It was tall and imposing, the great arched window frame absent of any glass, but just as stunning anyhow. Holyrood Abbey had a desolate kind of beauty and grace, and while Isla and Lady Dunranach and the very sensible Emma had balked at having the ceremony outdoors in a ruin, suggesting instead one of the grander rooms inside the palace itself, Imogen and Ronan had agreed on the abbey. The roofless nave, arched aisle vaults, and empty window casements gave it an intractable quality. It had not given up over the many centuries it had stood. Perhaps Imogen and Ronan would have a little something in common with it. The musicians had set their chairs under the front wall's massive window, and other seats had been set up off to the side of a pair of ruined columns farther inside, the placement forming an aisle straight ahead. Rory and Imogen's mother were just taking their seats, everyone else turning to see the bride enter. Her heart sputtered, even as it seemed to inflate to a size too large to contain in her chest. As she and her father stepped forward past the first crumbled column, she saw Ronan's head of dark hair, the loose curls brushed back from his forehead. He stood tall and stoic in front of their gathered guests, and Imogen couldn't beat back the smile that spread across her lips. He was dressed like Niall and Brant in full dress kilt, a blue Maclaren sash crosswise over his broad chest. He looked so handsome, and when he broke into a wide grin as she came toward him along the makeshift aisle, Imogen wanted to toss her bouquet to the side, hitch up her skirt and run to him. She wanted his arms around her, and she nearly stopped breathing when she realized that after today, and every day for the rest of their lives, that was exactly where she would be, right in his arms. She'd nearly made it halfway down the aisle when a loud crack of thunder shook the sky above them, the reverberations bouncing off the old stonework inside the abbey. On her next step, Imogen felt the first drop of rain on the bridge of her nose. She looked up, and it was as if a stretched thin seam in the clouds above split apart. Rain pattered down on the flagstones and gravel inside the abbey at first, but it quickly turned into a deluge. "Bollocks!" she shouted as another rumble of thunder thankfully ate up the word, though Rory's sharp ears had caught it. "No swearing in church, Lady Im," the girl shouted as she jumped up and joined the other guests, all hurrying from their seats and scattering for shelter into the arched vaults along the left side of the abbey. Imogen slapped her bouquet against her leg with the sudden urge to cry. But instead, an hysterical giggle came forth. "Can you believe this?" she shouted as Ronan walked toward her, his smile still affixed, those reticent dimples of his on full display. His hair was soaked, the shoulders of his dress coat and sash darkening with the rain. He spread out his arms and threw back his head, opening his mouth to the pouring rain. Love and lust spiraled through her at the sight of him, so boyish and happy. She reached for his hand and tried to pull him toward the vaults. "Hurry, we're getting drenched." But he dug in his heels. "Nay, stay with me, McGrath. Right here under the sky." "What? Under the sky? Are you mad?" She laughed, her dress now getting ridiculously wet. It would be ruined, most likely. "Aye, maybe I am. Mad in love. With you." He held her hand firmly in his. "I want to marry you, Imogen. I dinna care if it's in the middle of a Scottish squall. I dinna care if we're drenched to the bloody bone. In fact, I think it's better this way." She shook her head, still smiling for some inexplicable reason. "Why on earth would you think that?" "Because this is life. We dinna run from it. We face it." He kissed the back of her hand, his lips warm and firm, his blue eyes never leaving hers. "And we'll come out the other side of it together. I'm yours, and you're mine, in bad times and in good, Imogen. So stand here with me and take me as your husband before we both catch our bloody death of cold." His hungry gaze panned down her drenched and near-transparent gown. "And also because I'm desperate to peel that dress off you." Her face was wet now, and not just from the rain. Hot tears spilled down her cheeks even as she laughed. Imogen did as she'd longed to earlier, and threw her arms around him, kissing him hard on the lips. "Call the vicar over," she said, "so I can do that again, as your wife next time. Let's get married, your grace." And they did. Surrounded by their loved ones and all the rainy luck imaginable, they shouted their vows to the sky in the middle of a Scottish tempest, and it was perfect. Imogen would not have wanted it any other way. She and her Highlander duke could weather any storm together. This concludes What a Scot Wants by Amalie Howard and Angie Morgan. Narrated by Paul Woodson.